answer this. I'm more of a cynic. I'm thinking we won't have a definitive answer until maybe a week or so from now, depending on, of course, how things turn out. But definitely not tonight. There's so many votes out there that are counted differently from one state to another. California votes much later than most of America because they're on the West Coast. There's thousands and thousands of vote by mail ballots that need to be opened and counted. So we won't have specific numbers. We can make assumptions. However, I believe tomorrow at the earliest, we'll have an indication if we have a new president or not.
And taking a look at that, and you're anticipating that we likely won't know until possibly tomorrow at the earliest. You also mentioned Pennsylvania, you mentioned Wisconsin. Are those the two states you think will make it or break it? Or could there also be some other states that you're keeping a very close eye on the end result?
Barring any challenges or things that may go wrong or assumed to go wrong, I'm still looking at Wisconsin and specifically Pennsylvania because Pennsylvania has so many votes out there. And I'm looking at the data almost hourly and determining, okay, maybe I should be looking at another state or whatever. But Pennsylvania continues to come up. And so I'm looking at Pennsylvania and Wisconsin as a close second as being of concern and watching those numbers as they come out today and tomorrow.
David, before we let you go, obviously we don't know yet. People are still voting at the polls right now, and tens of millions of Americans are making their opinion known, by ballot. Is there anything else, any other races? Because again, we keep focusing on the presidential election, but there are a number of other notable races. When it comes to Congress, when it comes to gubernatorial races, when it comes to ballot initiatives, anything else specifically that you're keeping a close eye on?
Of course, we're looking at the reproductive rights ballots across the nation. There are a handful of states like Florida that has that on its ballot, Amendment 4. Also, we have significant races in the Senate, Ohio, Montana, that could change the direction of the Senate, who's in control of the Senate. So there, of course, are House races that, will determine whether or not there's a thin majority for the Democrats or the Republicans. However, I always go back to local politics. Local politics, your local elected officials matter so much in our daily lives that it's very important to pay attention to those elections. And to get even more granular, those judicial races are very important because in those races, you're looking at your future judges on your state Supreme Courts, your circuit courts, your appellate courts, and perhaps the United States Supreme Court.
All right, David, we are going to let you go. We know you have a busy day ahead of you. We're going to be speaking with you again tomorrow as
Excellent.
we know a little bit more, at least, in terms of where all of these races are headed. So we thank you for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate it. We'll see you soon.
Absolutely. And as David was mentioning, he is keeping a very close eye specifically on the swing state of Pennsylvania and also of Wisconsin. But just to give you an idea, this is a map of all 7 swing states that really could make a difference. Pennsylvania, as we've heard, could be the make it or break it state, 19 electoral votes. So the most amount of electoral votes that a state has here in the swing states, Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. And we did want to share that with you right there. Speaking of swing states, though, I did want to share this live look with you. This is a live look out of the state of Georgia, where we are expecting the Secretary of State to give another update when it comes to Election Day, when it comes to election integrity and the voting process right there. We do see that the microphones are in place. No one has, as of yet, walked up to the podium. But as soon as that happens, that's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We bring you these events in real time without a filter, with no editing, and we will do so as soon as we see folks walking up right there. As we do await for this to happen, once again, I did want to share just some of the live cameras that we have fanned out across the United States. This is the look right here from El Segundo, California. And of course, they are a number of hours, 3 hours behind the East Coast. And so as we were talking with David, it is going to take some time for the polls to close and for the votes to be counted. And so that is going to happen, of course, as those polls do close across the locations. And the timing of that varies from state to state right there. But we did want to share that with you. This is a live look from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, as we're going to pan over right here now. And you can see a large number of people counting some of those ballots. Of course, election integrity continues to be a major topic of discussion. Many election offices, supervisor of election offices and states keeping a very close eye to make sure that every ballot is properly counted. This is a live look right here from Madison, Wisconsin, one of those key swing states. And you can see folks right there with their ballots in hand as they are having them scanned to make sure that they're counted. All right, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 2:18 Eastern, 11:18 Pacific. On this all-important election day, we have you covered from coast to coast and everywhere in between. As these live events happen, we will bring that to you. Much more to come after the break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. We continue to follow this live look right here out of the state of Georgia as we are expecting the Secretary of State to give another Election Day update. We've been taking a look at this podium right here for just about half an hour or so. No one as of yet has walked up to give that update. But as soon as that happens, we will bring that to you. And in fact, we can actually see the camera right now panning And so I'm just going to wait on this just for a little bit as we do see movement. I'm not really sure if the photographer is just making sure that this live look is framed up properly. I don't see anyone walking up. Now, we have been hearing from time to time from Georgia officials, and so we are expecting to hear from Secretary of State Raffensperger to give that update right now, possibly some other officials as well. It doesn't look like anyone is actually stepping up to the podium. So as we do await this live event, just a short time ago, out of Arizona, another swing state, Maricopa County election officials gave their update there, as this county is one of the counties that could also make or break this election. And so I did want to play the very latest out for you right now as we do await this live event. Of course, once this does happen, we will pivot to that. In the meantime, we're going to head to Maricopa County, Arizona, and listen in.
Happy Election Day from the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center. We're happy to be here. We're hoping to provide information from the activities so far this morning. My name is Jennifer Lewer. I'm a Deputy Elections Director. With me today is Supervisor Bill Gates, and I'm going to go ahead and let him take the beginning of this press conference. He will have comments, and then we will do our question and answer. There are quite a few members of the media here. Our technology isn't as slick it has been in the past press conferences, but we'll do our best to repeat the questions as we get them for those of you who are watching live online. And now, Supervisor Bill Gates.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate it. Want to thank everyone for coming out here. Really Chamber of Commerce weather day today. We've got 74 degrees for our high temperatures, so really happy to see everyone out here. Things are going very well right now out there at our 246 vote centers across Maricopa County. Right now, the average wait time is about 2 minutes, so very, very short lines out there, so that's great. We've already had over 93,000 people check in to vote this morning, so lots of people out there, but certainly what we were anticipating. At the most, we have just a small handful of our vote centers that have 30-minute waits, but like I said, the average wait is just 2 minutes long. As we've been suggesting to people throughout this period of voting, make a plan if you haven't voted yet. We anticipate the heaviest time in the remainder of the day is going to be from 4 to 7 p.m. So before you go out to vote at the vote centers, go on to our website, go on to locations.maricopa.vote. There you can check out all of the vote centers and the current wait times, so you can go to the most convenient vote center and go ahead and vote and then go on with your day. We are grateful for everyone who is working hard here in the tabulation center. We have people working 16, 18-hour days. This is a 24/7 operation, and I really appreciate, and I know the Board of Supervisors and the recorder appreciate all of their hard work. Just one thing to keep in mind, if you get into line at 7 p.m., you will have the opportunity to vote. No matter how long that line is, stay in line and go ahead and vote. As far as any questions about what's going on with the election, if you have concerns about things that you might be reading on social media and elsewhere, please go to our website, justthefacts.vote, where you can get the most up-to-date and you can get accurate information. The first results will be reported this evening around 8 p.m., and we anticipate we'll have approximately 1.2 million ballots that will be reported at 8 p.m. And then as the evening goes on and as we go into the early morning hours of Wednesday, we'll be reporting the results of people who are going to the vote centers and voting in person today. We anticipate that those numbers that we report around 8 p.m., that'll be about 70 to 75% of all of the early ballots have been cast. We've had a lot of excitement for this election, a lot of participation both in early voting, and of course that is continuing on today. So with that, be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
And we're going to actually utilize spokesperson Fields to help point people out for their questions, because we are. Yes, Nicole.
I was wondering, are you all seeing the misinformation circulating that some vote centers were shut down, and to address that, how many shut down?
Yes, absolutely. No, appreciate that question. There have been no vote centers that have been shut down. We are out there going ahead and servicing the printers as we normally would if there are issues, where people, where we need to update the toner. But there have been no vote centers that have been shut down. Things are moving very smoothly out there today.
So the question was to sort by wait times. The way the back end of this information works on the website is if you put an address in, it will give you the shortest wait times within that area. We do not have a sort that will actually sort everything in the valley, because the website's really designed for that voter who gets on and they're at a certain location and they want to see the shortest wait times in the location that they are at.
How it's going, if there have been hiccups, where those have been, and when those might have been.
Yeah, so like I said, the printers have been operating very well. The board, we invested $9 million in getting new printers, and those are running very well. We're not running into, at this point, any of the tabulation challenges that we saw in 2022. And with regard to some of the ones that have a little bit longer lines, again, we're talking like 30 minutes, 32 minutes. I know Surprise, City Center, that one is very popular location. I believe Mesa Community College, Indian Bend. These are some of the ones that, frankly, in early voting, we've seen with some of the longer wait times too. But again, we told people, we talked about this yesterday, we've been talking about this, lines will occur, but we're very pleased with what we're seeing right now. But something that's important for people that really want to avoid the lines, your slowest time left in the day now is going to be mid-afternoon. So go out in the mid-afternoon, you're going to be likely to have the shortest lines. And again, if you can't go and vote until after work, which I absolutely understand, for those folks, probably a good idea to go on to locations.maricopa.vote to see where the shortest lines are, and then go there and get in line by 7 p.m. and you will have the opportunity to vote today.
Behind the camera over here.
Yes, in the black. All right. You've done the investment, or we can have the sheriff speak?
Yeah. Well, I would say, first of all, from our perspective, and happy to see if the sheriff has anything to add, we're very proud to have made the investments in security here at this facility and elsewhere. We have invested millions of dollars in that to make sure that the workers who are here today feel safe, and things have been very calm, but happy to, if the sheriff wants to add anything to that.
Yeah, just real quick, want to thank all the public safety partnership out there. Every agency is dialed up for this. We've done a lot of planning prior to this, and we have several emergency operations centers, communications, cross-line, all the way from McTech to Phoenix to our ACTIC and even the sheriff's office. So those communication lines are continuing with anything that comes up. At this point in time, we've had no credible issues relative to public safety, and we will continue to monitor and assess and have those resources deployed throughout Maricopa County until those polling centers close, and then obviously things will start to wind down over at the tabulation center.
Yeah, and I just want to thank the sheriff. I want to thank all law enforcement here in Maricopa County, as well as our federal partners who have just been amazing. County attorney, U.S. attorney, across the board. It's a partnership that we have here in Maricopa County that I think is really second to none. So again, Sheriff, thank you so much.
We got folks in the back that we don't want to miss out on. I don't know if they can be seen. Jillian? So the question is about the shutdown of our vote centers. Our vote centers, obviously, they close at 7. If voters are in line, they are allowed to stay in line, they are allowed to vote. Maricopa County is an expansive county. We are larger, I think, than 7 states in the United States. So as those vote centers close down, they pack up their materials. It's going to take time for them to bring those materials back to the tabulation center. We are expecting to be here most of the night as those centers break down and bring back that information. I don't know that.
All right, so we were listening to officials there in Maricopa County, Arizona, giving an update for the election day voting. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We've just gotten word that a briefing by Georgia Secretary of State may get underway momentarily. So we're going to step away for that 2-minute break, continuing to monitor that live stream. I'm Stephanie Quinu. You're watching Live Now from Fox on this election day. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and the Georgia Secretary of State just stepped up to the podium. We're going to pivot to that and listen in live.
That'd be over 1.1 million, which gets us to probably right now 5,150,000. Now, we don't know if that trend will continue. We don't know if it'll actually come up a little bit. People get off work today. But that's really what the big news should be. Now, I'm not telling you what to print or write. That's your job. But I think that's pretty darn awesome. Then we have a few things that happen you just can't, explain. And one of them, you cut in the weeds, but in Peach County this morning, it was a little cold down there. So someone plugged in the space heater that was also serving the county EMS for the election management system. And so it fried that. So it was replaced this morning. But those are the kind of things you just kind of don't expect. But very minor issue. And another really minor issue that so far, 2 precincts in Cobb, had a late opening for about 30 minutes each, so they'll extend those. But what's really interesting is that today a lot of people call our call center. So far, we've had 1,374 calls on our call center, and they were answered an average of 16 seconds, and the oldest was about 42 seconds. So really responsive, getting back to people, answering their questions. What do they do? Where do they go? Things like that. And then we've actually even gotten some great feedback. Already 40 emails. Instead of being dog-cussed, 40 emails telling us they had a great experience. We want everyone in Georgia to know that I've led on making sure that we lead the nation on having fast, secure, and accurate elections. And when you say fast, so much of that is about the voter experience, the customer, which is the voter today. And we're just really grateful we're getting feedback, but we're so grateful that we're having a check-in time right now under a minute. And we're having line time 2 to 3 minutes. So in 4 minutes or less, average, people are voting in Georgia. And we think that's good news too. So we have a lot to be proud of, and that's what you all have to be proud of, that you live in a great state. Now, I talked a little bit earlier about that Russian hoax and that bomb scare. And I just want to make sure everyone understands this, that Georgia's not going to be intimidated. The Russia has just decided they picked on the wrong Georgia. They need to pick on the other one in the Black Sea, because we're not going to be intimidated. But we're just excited about where we are right now. I didn't know if anyone had any questions.
You talked about some precincts in Cobb County that'll be held open late. Are you aware of others? And also Cobb County said equipment issues were the reason for it. I don't know what equipment issues those are. Do you know?
No, it wasn't issues. It was just little things. Sometimes people forget keys. Sometimes they don't bring the power cord or connection, things like that. But it's just minor issues. But it's just 2 in Cobb. And there's a few other precincts where they had some of those bomb, the calls for the bomb scares. Sometimes most of the precincts, they just kept on voting. But in a few areas, they just paused while they did a check. And so like a 30-minute, 40-minute kind of wait for there. Not very many. So I think we're right now looking at less than a dozen across the entire state, out of 2,325, I believe it is. So it's, but it's just one of those inconveniences. But, I've said my piece. Obviously, you can see I'm pro-Georgia.
Good. And that Peach County issue, will that cause any delays or does it affect voters at all?
No, not at all. Didn't affect them at all.
Looks like you have large numbers voting early. These day of numbers are going to be a lot smaller. Do you have an idea, with those early votes, we're going to get a lot of numbers really soon. Talk about that and how we're going to see a lot of the results in this election you're hoping pretty early.
Absolutely. With SB 189 that we just passed this session, all the early votes that we have for the early voting in person and all the absentees that have come in early and have been accepted, all that has to be uploaded 1 hour after the polls close. And you think about that, that's probably 65% of the total votes, maybe even 70%. That's going to be uploaded. Everyone in Georgia is going to see that. In fact, everyone in the country can see that. So you get a good idea of where this race is going, but I think that's going to build trust in people, confidence, and then kind of see how their team's doing. But then the other balance that's happening today, that's going to come in with continuous feedbacks and uploads from the counties. So we'll be seeing that, and it won't just be a big number here and a big number there. It's going to happen throughout the night. And like I said, we have this all done before the night is out.
What are the most common questions, complaints that are coming into the call center today?
Really just location. What about this? How do I, where do I find, like my voter page, mvp.sos.ga. You can find out where you're supposed to vote, and then just make sure that you go to the right location. Yes?
A colleague of mine heard that 2 polling sites in Gwinnett County might have been evacuated because of a bomb threat.
Yeah.
Is that true? And is it part of the Russia?
It's part of the Russian hoax, yes.
So do you have a total number of polling places that have been affected by this?
By the Russian hoax? Yeah, I could add it up and we'll get that out to you.
Okay.
Will those Gwinnett County polling places stay open late?
Yeah, whenever we have a delay, even if it's like at 7 a.m. we don't start, but whenever you have a delay, an interruption like that, then it's extended by the time of the interruption, and that's just standard, procedure.
I know you talked about the Russian interference, the don't mess with Georgia. When it comes to that message that you have for people tonight, as we continue to see some of these hoaxes and non-credible threats come in, what's that message?
Well, I would tell everyone, just check with our office. We have a social media presence, and we're going to shoot you straight, give you the facts, and we get it out there as quick as we can. because we understand how polarized America is, and we know how sometimes people want to take advantage of that, and a lot of that is foreign state actors that don't have our best, outcome in their hearts. They want to see us, mess with each other and not get along with each other. But at the end of the day, we are the United States of America. Never lose sight of that. Thank you so much. Talk to you in an hour.
Thank you, Secretary.
Or two.
So that was Georgia Secretary of State Raffensperger giving an Election Day update. You're taking a live look now of the Atlanta skyline on this Election Day. And you were actually hearing from the Secretary of State talking about some of these bomb threats. And I did want to share the very latest with you. The FBI saying these bomb threats to several states came from Russian email domains, and they have deemed them non-credible. Now, FBI did not identify the states in question, but the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, we actually just heard him address that very issue just moments ago, saying that the state's election process had, quote, snuffed out some bomb threats that he had said came from Russia. Now, officials in Fulton County, Georgia, said that they received multiple calls, and the threats forced a brief closure of 2 polling places. We also heard the Secretary of State addressing that as well. The bomb threats were among multiple disturbances that U.S. officials are tracking. A senior advisor to the director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency told reporters on a call that there were no national level security incidents that were threatening to disrupt the election on a wide scale. Officials continue to warn of what they say is an unprecedented level of foreign influence and disinformation that they expect to go beyond Election Day. So we were hearing from Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger saying that the state's election process had snuffed out some of those bomb threats, saying that they will not be intimidated by Russia, saying this is the United States of America. Of course, as soon as we hear any updates, we will bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox in real time. In the meantime, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 2:43 Eastern, 11:43 Pacific. Much more to come after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 2:43 Eastern, 11:45 Pacific. Just changing over right now. Coming up in 15 minutes, I'm going to be speaking with the co-chair of the Harris-Walz campaign, asking them questions about how the mood is like with the Harris campaign, of course, as we do await those presidential elections to come down, and, you know, how much stock the campaign is putting in these polls. They have former President Trump up in a couple of states, Vice President Harris up in a number. So we're going to have that conversation coming up in just about 15 minutes. As we do await that, I did want to share this look with you. This is a map of the 7 key swing states. These are the 7 states that could make or break the presidential election. I do want to start off with Pennsylvania. That has the most electoral votes, 19 in all. And just to give you a bit of context, a bit of perspective, President Biden won Pennsylvania back in 2020. Former President Trump won it back in 2016. Georgia is next. Georgia has 16 electoral votes. Biden winning it in 2020, Trump winning it in 2016. North Carolina also has 16 electoral votes. Former President Trump won that in 2020 and also won that in 2016. Michigan has 15 electoral votes. President Biden winning that in 2020 and former President Trump winning that in 2016. Arizona, now shifting to the West Coast, has 11 electoral votes. President Biden winning that in 2020 and former President Trump winning that in 2016. Wisconsin has 10 electoral votes. Biden winning that in 2020 and Trump winning that in 2016. And finally, Nevada, 6 electoral votes up for grab. Biden winning that in 2020 and Hillary Clinton winning that in 2016. So these are the 7 key swing states. We've already been hearing from officials from Pennsylvania saying that it could extend until tomorrow before they finally finish tallying up the votes. They are taking this very seriously, as they should. Election integrity top of mind. So as we take a look at this map, I did also want to share some looks with you of these key swing states. You're taking a live look at vote counting in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania right here. So this is a live look at what is happening in real time out of Philadelphia as they are counting those ballots right now. All right, the next live look takes us out to Michigan, another key swing state. This is in West Bloomfield, Michigan. This is a voting location, and you can see that all of those voting sites, those little boxes, do appear full. We have seen historic early voting already and tens of millions more voting on this traditional election day. I do want to share just a couple more live looks with you. This live look takes us out to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And so this is a location right there. This is where folks are counting ballots. You can see that this is cordoned off right here, sectioned, and election integrity really top of mind as we continue to hear from election officials from around the country describing some of these security measures that they are putting into place to make sure that ballots are properly counted one time and one time only. This next live look takes us out to California. California, not a swing state, but of course a lot of electoral votes up for grabs. As you can see, it is very busy right there right now. And finally, this last look that I do want to share takes us out to a polling location in Madison, Wisconsin, a voting location right there, as you can see, slow and steady. We are waiting on a number of other live events set to get underway, but after this 2-minute break, I'm going to share the very latest with you out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, as we hear from election officials there. All of that coming up in the next 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We have new information that I did want to pass along to you as we are expecting an update from Capitol Police. And I'm reading this just off of my computer right there. But police have arrested a man trying to enter the U.S. Capitol with a torch and a flare gun. They are expecting to give the very latest information about this in just the next 20-25 minutes or so. And of course, we're going to bring that to you as this update comes in. But just passing that information along to you as we are expecting an update momentarily from police, from Capitol Police, as they have arrested a man trying to enter the U.S. Capitol with a torch and a flare gun. We're going to keep a close eye on these live streams coming into our Live Now from Fox Studio. As soon as we do get that and we see someone speaking at the podium, we of course will bring that to you live right here on air. In the meantime, I did want to head to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Wisconsin, of course, being one of those key 7 swing states. Election officials giving an update just a short time ago. So I did want to play that out for you right now. Let's listen in.
Of course, we have about 105,000 ballots, or sorry, it was 106,000 ballots as of this morning. I'm going to be checking that in a little bit and then putting it up on the website for you guys to see. So happy to take any questions. I think we were less than an hour of the start time, so I still feel pretty good. I mean, I've been telling everyone after midnight, we would continue to receive ballots until 8 p.m. Every single ballot will be counted. That's legitimate and qualifying. The post office let us know that they're going to continue to send ballots to us instead of just doing like 1 or 2 deliveries. So that's great. We're going to have a continuous flow. We're closing our drop boxes at 6 p.m. today. And so that gives us enough opportunity to process those ballots and get them out here instead of having like a large number at the end of the day. So I'm still anticipating 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning right now, but it's hard to tell. Can't read the tea leaves, but at the end of the day, I think probably later on in the evening, about 5, we'll have a better sense.
So you don't expect that hour delay as it starts at least another hour?
I don't think so, no. The biggest challenge in central count is the formal pre-exporting, exporting, transfer, and importing process that occurs that the city of Milwaukee does. And you see we have 13 machines. It's a very large area. We're going to have 2 bipartisan teams. Myself and the deputy will be doing this in the public sphere. That takes a long time to walk through these 13 machines and download that information. It gets secured in a bag, all in the public sphere, then transported under police escort to Milwaukee County Courthouse. The courthouse also have its additional security measures, and then we go in and formally transfer those results to the county, and then they upload those, which that takes several hours in and of itself. We will continue to give you as many updates as possible so that you are informed and that you can let the American public where we stand. We appreciate all of your efforts today.
Has there been any challenges today, either at Central Count or any other polls?
I have not heard of them yet, no.
And why was there delay this morning?
We just have a lot to count. This space is really big. And so in order to protect the security of the ballots, we wanted to make sure we don't like moving uncounted ballots outside of pods. So we made that decision. We're feeling okay. It was less than an hour. Nothing to see here. We're good. And so we'll continue to give you those updates.
For the viewers sitting home on the couch,
Yeah.
in a nutshell, if they're nervous or worried about their vote, that everything is good,
Yeah.
tell them to vote?
Oh, definitely. So one of the things first, this here central count is absentee ballots. The process of absentee balloting is before the ballot is even issued, the voter has to issue an absentee application with the photo, regular voters with the photo ID. We confirm, is that person a legitimate voter? They have their application. We scan that, we track it, and we issue them a ballot. That ballot gets sent to the voter, and when it returns, we make sure, does this ballot connect with a person? So any ballot that does not, we cannot connect to a voter, any ballot that does not meet the qualifying standards will not be counted, will not be opened. We have enhanced security. We have a team of law enforcement partners here today and all throughout the city that are acting swiftly. Our chiefs are out there, lots of staff. I think the one thing I ask, it's a lot of lines. People are excited to vote in this presidential election, and we ask for patience. And then, don't fret to call us at our City Hall office if you have questions or concerns.
How many people do you have working on the process right now? How many people are working on the process right now, and will that go up or down as the night goes on?
Well, I think we have about 300 that registered to work. I feel like we have about 300. We have a couple people working morning shifts and a couple people working afternoon shifts. So I don't see, we have to balance that. So I don't see much of a change to, I would argue about over 300 people here in total.
What do you expect overall turnout?
I'm sorry?
What do you expect overall turnout?
Oh, the predictions of turnout. I don't know, but you know what? It's hard to read the tea leaves with early voting, but if you notice, early voting numbers surpassed 2020. So we're feeling confident. And so I hope turnout is great. But at this point, I mentioned 31,000 at 11 a.m., but that's only 96 of the 180 polling locations. And I would argue the other remaining locations that didn't report is because they're really busy. So I'm feeling good. I think when we get later in the afternoon, we'll have a better sense of where we're headed.
Quick question, Paulina. Do you know where the flash drives are? You don't need to tell us where, but they're on site to put in the...
They're on site, and remember, the flash drives right now are just flash drives. Once we go through the clearing and the formatting process, then they become official election, must be under security, and that will be occurring probably around 7.
So we've got time for another 2 or 3 more questions. That a lot of people are registering to vote today.
Yes.
So
Yes, no, those votes will, thank you, very good question. I forgot to mention, we're seeing a lot of voter registration. Voter registrations are long. It's great to see that. I just want to remind voters that when you go to register to vote, you have to bring a valid photo ID and a proof of residence. Please, please, please go on our website, check out what those details are so that you're ready when you head to the polling location. We are seeing long lines for voter registration. As long as those voter registrations, the voter presents their photo ID and their proof of residence, those ballots will be counted. They go into the machine that is at the polling location.
And did you say you're seeing more of those same-day registrations this year than in years past?
I can't speak on the details. We don't, numbers, those kinds of numbers don't happen until after the election. But what we're saying is we're seeing a lot of excitement and a lot long lines on the registration side at our polling locations.
Last question.
How are things with observers? Have you had any issues with observers? Are there a lot of them? What's happening?
No, actually, I'm proud to say, and what happens at most, if not all of our elections, is we have very minimal observer issues. When we do, we coach, we work with the chief, we talk to the observer, and it's so far so good.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Paulina, can you just clarify, you started before 9 or at 9?
It was before 9.
Just before 9?
Good job.
All right, so that does appear to be the end of this update with Milwaukee, Wisconsin officials speaking about the very latest. And we were hearing from that individual saying that she can't read the tea leaves, but she does expect those polling results to stretch in through the early morning hours of tomorrow, saying that she'll get a better update in just about 2 hours or so at 5 p.m., as she mentioned. So as we do bring you these briefings, of course, this is a very fluid situation right here, and many of these officials are providing multiple updates throughout the day as they receive new information. We will do the very same to you as we also receive that new information. All right, so what we're going to do now is we have a number of events that we are expecting to happen momentarily. The very latest is this, is we are expecting the U.S. Capitol Police to be giving an update any moment now after they arrested a man trying to enter into the U.S. Capitol with a torch and a flare gun. Right now, we're keeping a very close eye on all of our monitors. We do not have that live stream up, as we have been told that they are working on that. So, of course, as soon as that comes into our studio, we will bring that to you. Now, earlier today, former President Trump did vote in Florida, and he shared some brief remarks with him, but also his running mate, J.D. Vance, also casting his ballot earlier today in Cincinnati, Ohio. So he also shared some brief remarks. I did want to play that out for you right now. Let's listen in.
Hey guys, good morning. Good to see y'all. Appreciate you coming out to see one of the great traditions, of course, in American democracy. I, of course, voted for Donald Trump and myself. So did my wife, and we also, for all the locals out there, we voted for Bernie Moreno for the United States Senate. And if you want the policies of Donald J. Trump in the United States Senate, then Bernie Moreno is the only candidate in this race who I think is the candidate of peace and prosperity for the United States Senate. So I hope people will get President Trump over the finish line. I hope people here in Ohio will get Bernie Moreno over the finish line. Look, I feel good. You never know until you know, but I feel good about this race. I felt good about my own race a couple of years ago when I voted in this exact same spot. Hopefully it goes as well for President Trump and me as it went for me a couple of years ago in the state of Ohio. So appreciate you guys being here. Happy to take a few questions. You obviously can see my kids bouncing around here. There's Usha. And, we'll take a few questions, but we're going to hit the road, go back home, and then head off to Palm Beach.
Senator, regardless of the results tonight, half the country probably won't be satisfied with the results.
Sure.
What's your message to them, potentially your supporters, if it doesn't go the way that they wanted it to?
Well, look, I think our message is, first of all, we do expect to win, but obviously no matter who wins, half the country, as you said, is going to be at least partially disappointed. I think my attitude is the best way to heal the rift in the country is to try to govern the country as well as we can, create as much prosperity as we can for the American people, and remind our fellow Americans that we are all fundamentally on the same team, however we voted. I certainly hope you vote for Donald J. Trump today. I think that his policies are going to promote peace and prosperity for our citizens, but if you vote the wrong way, in my view, I'm still going to love you. I'm still going to treat you as a fellow citizen. And if I am lucky enough to be your vice president, I'm going to fight hard for your dreams and for your family over the next 4 years.
Senator, do you have an opinion on who will fill your Senate seat if you win?
No, look, I'm way too superstitious to think about those things. Let's get this election over the finish line. Let's make Donald J. Trump the president-elect, and then we'll worry about what happens afterwards. No, actually, he called me about 3 in the morning, apparently from the plane headed from Michigan to Palm Beach last night. I was in bed at the time. I haven't been able to talk to him this morning. I was going to call him as soon as I woke up, but when I realized that he got back home around 5:30 last night, I decided hopefully he's asleep, and so I'm not going to call him. I'll certainly talk to him probably on the way to the airport or when we land.
Senator, you grew up 20 miles away, Middletown, now you're standing here. Maybe in a few hours you'll be the next vice president.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about that in that moment? Here to here to possibly second in command.
Look, it's an amazing thing. My heart is just overwhelmed with gratitude to the generosity of the American people. The fact that I'm standing here is very much a testament to the fact that we live in the greatest country in the history of the world. The fact that I have a beautiful wife and 3 beautiful kids is more importantly a testament to the fact that we live in the greatest country in the world. So I think that what today represents is an opportunity to pay down a debt that I owe to this country. And if I am the vice president, I'm going to work as hard as I can to pay down that debt. I don't think I'll ever be able to return what this country has given to me, but I'm going to try, but we have to win first.
Sir.
You know, my most important message is we ought to argue, disagree about, persuade each other about politics. That's part of the natural process. But we can't discard friends and we can't discard family members. I think that if we all just recognize this basic principle that we ought to love people, we ought to be friends with people, we ought to be family members with people, regardless of their politics, that would do a lot to heal the division. I know myself, I've had a lot of friends, not a lot, I've had a few friends who have cast their friendship aside because I decided that I wanted Donald J. Trump to be the winner in the last election and in this election. I think that's a tragedy, and I'm not going to follow that example. I'd say to everybody, whether you're voting for Donald Trump or voting for Kamala Harris, remember, friends and family, that stuff is what really, really matters. We ought to be kind to one another. We ought to treat each other with respect. And fundamentally, what we're trying to do, President Trump and I, is just build the kind of country where our fellow Americans can achieve their dreams. But that's all of our fellow Americans, regardless of who they vote for. We'll take one more question.
Senator. Polling in Iowa with Trump Harris ahead. Are you concerned at all that this could potentially bleed over to states like Ohio?
No, I'm not too worried about that. Look, one outlier poll doesn't change what we've seen on the ground. We feel very good about the energy. We feel very good about the early vote. But ultimately, the ball is in the courts of the American people. Today is the day. If you don't want an open border, vote for Donald Trump. If you want to get back to low inflation and affordable groceries, vote for Donald Trump. If you want to return the world to peace and stability, vote for Donald Trump. That's my pitch to voters. I really do believe that we can have a golden age of prosperity in the United States of America, but voters are going to ultimately make that choice. I don't worry about any one poll. I think that we're going to win. I really do. But ultimately, the voters make that decision. We'll see what they think about this by the end of the day, hopefully. God bless you guys. Thank you. Ready?
So that was J.D. Vance speaking with reporters after he cast his ballot in Cincinnati, Ohio, and that is what millions of Americans are doing on this election day. I did want to share this live look with you. This is a live look out of El Segundo, California.
Antes de dar una noticia, a mí me gusta como que verificarla 100 veces. Elon Musk publica lo siguiente, dice que si otra gente está viendo esto, y publica un video de Dodge Designer que cuando él pone dónde puedo votar.
Folks casting their ballots over there. And so millions of people, they've already voted, cast their ballots early. A lot more are casting their ballots on this election day. Of course, polling locations are already tabulating some of those ballots. And this is a live look at one of those locations out of Philadelphia as they are currently counting those ballots right there. This is a look at our live countdown to when the first polls close on the East Coast, 3 hours, 51 minutes, and 33 seconds. And so we do expect to start getting some of those results after those polls close as people are tabulating those ballots. And of course, you can count on Live Now from Fox to bring you the very latest information as it comes out. Our primetime coverage begins at 6 p.m. Eastern time today, right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to be giving you those results in real time as they come in. The presidential race, of course, but also the very important congressional races as the Senate, the balance of power hangs in the balance right here, as well as the House. We're also talking about those all-important gubernatorial races and those ballot initiatives. So all of that we are going to be sharing with you in real time. We have a panel of experts to talk about what these results mean for you, for the average American, what this means for your wallet, what this means for your future. So we're going to be speaking with experts throughout the night and also throughout the next day, because this isn't going to end tonight. This is going to spill over into tomorrow. We have you covered 24 hours a day right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, we're going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. We're going to be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We continue to follow all of these live looks across the country as millions of Americans are casting their ballots. And to talk more about Election Day, but also talking about early voting, I do want to bring in Aaron Cutler, who is one of our experts that we've been speaking with a lot. He is the partner and leader of government relations and public affairs at Hogan Lovells. Aaron, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me today, Stephanie. It's been good.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of movement already when we're talking about folks casting their ballots. But I do want to ask you this: early voting versus voting on Election Day. Voting on Election Day, traditional, right? This is what millions of Americans prefer to do. This year, though, we have seen historic levels of early voting. And from your perspective, you know, in politics, does this indicate anything when it comes to the amount of excitement and then also perhaps the results of the polls?
So it's hard to tell at this stage. It does show enthusiasm, right? Republicans this time around in 2020, President Trump told them that it's okay to vote early. Right. In 2016, there was a healthy skepticism, or 2020, there was a healthy skepticism about voting early. He said, go to the polls. I don't trust voting early. This time, President Trump said, please vote early. Mail-in ballots are fine. Get there early. Just vote. So you're seeing a surge in Republicans voting early this time around. What we don't know is whether those Republicans are new voters, whether they were voters that weren't going to vote. Anyhow, so we don't know that yet. We're not going to know that until the exit polling comes out late tonight, tomorrow. So it's hard to discern what sort of voter that is and how it's going to impact the outcome of the election right now.
And as you mentioned, we're not really going to know some of those statistics until those exit polls are conducted. When it comes to energizing not just the base, because I think for both parties, for the Republican Party and also the Democratic Party, the bases are energized. It's the other voters really that are key in this particular race, undecided voters and perhaps voters who just decided they weren't going to vote this time around. You know, have you seen any difference for this election cycle when it comes to maybe people who decided, you know what, we're just not going to participate and then change their mind? Has there been any discussion on that?
Yeah, I've heard anecdotally that people are voting for the first time. You know, they're upset about the economy. They're upset about immigration. They're upset about President Trump's, one of his speaker's remarks at MSG a few weeks ago. So there were incidents in this campaign, this cycle, that got people out of the House to vote for the first time on either side, against either candidate, for either candidate, for whatever reason. We just don't know yet if that's going to impact the race. Last time around in 2020, Pennsylvania was decided, Wisconsin was decided by tens of thousands of votes. So it could be enough this time around to really be determinative in one of these swing states.
And you were saying this time around it could really be the determining factor. What other factors are you taking a look at? I mean, we've heard time and time again, you know, this is going to be the most important election. We've heard that before, but this time it does seem different. Are there any unique factors that you're keeping a very close eye on this time around?
There are a lot of factors, right? The Dobbs decision, women, the gender gap between men and women, never Trumpers, Republicans, Liz Cheney campaigning, Biden supporters, whether they're all going to transfer to Harris. There wasn't a primary after Biden stepped down. There was a coronation. President Trump was shot in the ear. We've never seen that before, and gets up and, you know, kind of rallies and said, fight, fight, fight after that. That was an iconic image. I think that rallied his base and a lot of new supporters for him after that happened. The economy, inflation, right? I bought eggs today, $4.39. When President Trump was in office, they were $1.50. So I think the American people are still feeling that, and they're going to go vote and based on their pocketbooks. Bill Clinton famously said, it's the economy, stupid. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? So I think people are going to be thinking about that too. We still have Ukraine, Russia, Gaza, Israel going on. So that's in the back of people's mind. That's going to impact Michigan in a significant way, I think. Jill Stein, RFK Jr., third-party candidates, are they going to have an impact on the outcome of this race? That may be enough. Tens of thousands of votes, again, could determine certain swing states.
Aaron, I would love to continue this conversation. We are going to have to pivot. I'm sure that you've heard that the U.S. Capitol Police, they have arrested a man trying to get into the U.S. Capitol with a torch gun and a flare. They are actually just starting that briefing right now in Washington, D.C. We want to bring our viewers to that. So we appreciate you coming on. No doubt we are going to be speaking with you again in the coming days as we do learn more about those election results. But I appreciate you taking the time to speak with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And we are going to pivot to that briefing right now.
Hello, everybody. You have a good mic check? You ready to go? Everyone's good? Okay. I'm Tim Barber. I'm the Communications Director for the United States Capitol Police. Obviously, today's a very big day. And this is why we wanted to alert you to what happened today and the action that our officers took. United States Capitol Police Chief J. Thomas Manger is going to give you a brief synopsis as to what happened today, and then he's going to answer a few questions, keeping in mind that obviously this just happened this afternoon, and there's some details that we have to hold back as our investigators do their work. Here's Chief Manger.
At about 12:20 this afternoon, a white male entered the south entrance of the Capitol Visitor Center and approached the screening area. He was directed to put his coat and his backpack down for screening. He stood there for a few seconds, then put his stuff on the conveyor belt. As soon as his backpack and his jacket went into the screening area, U.S. Capitol Police officers staffing that screening area saw what appeared to be something in the shape of a firearm. They also saw 2 bottles in the backpack. As the man was standing there, one of the officers noticed a faint odor of gasoline, and when they pulled the backpack off the conveyor belt, they noticed a much stronger scent of gasoline. At that point, the subject was detained. He was placed under arrest. We found a flare gun, a lighter, and a torch lighter in his jacket. There was also other articles in his backpack, and he is now in custody. And again, very active investigation. We located his vehicle. That was several blocks away. We now have the vehicle as well. And again, ongoing investigation. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
It's my understanding that he had a manifesto that was anti-government and had maybe some pro-Palestinian or anti-Israel manifestations in that, and that he had driven all night from Michigan. Is that accurate? And what can you elaborate on that?
He had papers with him that he said his intent was to deliver them to Congress. We're still going through all of those papers. It's quite a bit, and we are trying to determine where, in fact, he did come from. And again, active investigation. So there's a lot of follow-up. When we get that information, there'll be additional follow-up. So we believe that it was some sort of accelerant. It could have been gasoline, some sort of accelerant. I've heard a couple of different things about what may have been in the bottles. It appeared that at least one of the bottles was leaking, and that's why the backpack smelled so strongly. So we're still trying. I don't know what exactly was in. We believe it's either gasoline or some other accelerant. He was very compliant. Watching the video as he approached the Capitol Visitor Center, he was walking fairly slowly, looking around. When he walked into the CVC, he's observed looking around, looking up, looking to the left, to the right. And it was actually then that one of the officers came up and said, "Sir, you need to put your stuff on the machine." And he hesitated for a moment. The officer told him again. That's when he got closer to the screening area and put his stuff on the conveyor belt.
Have you told officers what his intent was?
He made a few statements to the officers, but he's being interviewed now by the investigators, and so we haven't gotten the results of that interview yet.
Chief, the Capitol Visitor Center was closed to anybody coming in, but I talked to a number of people who were already inside who had no idea what was going on outside. What was the thinking of allowing the people who were already in there to remain in there as opposed to being evacuated?
Well, he was in custody, and we had his belongings, so we closed the visitor center after he came in, and we determined what we had, so no one else could come in. The people that were inside the visitor center were further inside the visitor center, and were not in any danger.
Chief, did it happen at this entrance behind us or on the other side?
It happened right, the one on the to your left.
Okay.
It's a south entrance.
And do your officers have a working theory? Did he plan to light himself on fire, light something else on fire? Do we know?
It's hard to tell. He had some articles in his backpack that he may have wanted to set on fire. It did not appear that he had doused all of his clothing. There was some of his clothing that smelled like gasoline, but not all of it. So it's really unknown at this point what his intention was.
In light of this situation, will there be any additional security measures taken, and how long will they be taken?
Well, we're on certainly on a heightened alert, and have been for the days up till the election day today, and we are have an enhanced posture in terms of our security currently, and it'll just continue through November, through December, and through January, all the way through and beyond the inauguration if need be. It was a flare gun.
Can you describe the torch a little better? Torch gun?
No, I believe it's like a torch lighter that you would light a pipe with or light a cigar with, something like that.
Do you have any sense if this was at all related to elections or just something else? Do you have any sense of what?
There was no indication. There's no indication right now that it had anything to do with the election.
Can you describe? Obviously, there's a lot of concerns among members generally about violence around the election at this moment. Is there a briefing plan for them? Has the Capitol Police communicated to them about this incident? And in general, what is your message to members and officers there?
So we have put a message out to our stakeholders here. We've been briefing different committees and different members of leadership over the past several weeks in terms of our preparation for the election, and the inauguration, and as well as next January 6th.
Can you describe the clothing? Were they seasonal? It's a warm day here, obviously in Washington. Is that something that the officers noticed as well?
He did appear to have heavier clothing than was warranted for a day like today.
Can you talk at all about his online presence and what investigators have found?
Well, I do know that they have found information on social media, and I know that they're in the process of reviewing that. I don't have the results of that review yet.
Does any of that that you know speak to any issues that he's heard about? I heard something about the war in Israel and Palestine.
Certainly, as we go through the papers that he had with him and go through his social media, we're getting a good focus in terms of what his issues were.
All right, folks, we have time for a couple more questions.
Was that one of his issues, Israel or Gaza?
It may have been.
And you just said you're working to determine where he's from. Does it appear at least that he is from outside the D.C. area?
I believe it appears that he's from outside the D.C. area, yes. All right, thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
And folks, we will be putting out a press release later with some more information. Obviously, our investigators are working right now to piece some more things together. As soon as we have more information that we can provide, we'll push that out on our website and on social media as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
So that was the very latest as Capitol Police just gave an update on the man they arrested trying to enter into the U.S. Capitol with a torch and a flare gun. And if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I did want to bring you the very latest as you are taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol on this Tuesday, Election Day. Important to note, during that update, we were hearing from police saying that they do not believe this arrest had anything to do with Election Day. I did want to bring you the very latest information from Capitol Police saying that they stopped a man earlier today during a security screening at the Capitol Visitor Center. Authorities say that he smelled of fuel and he was carrying a flare gun and torch. Basically, what happened is he was carrying a backpack. He went into the screening area, and when he put his backpack on the conveyor belt, that is when security saw what appeared to be something in the shape of a firearm. They also noticed that there were 2 bottles in the backpack, which likely was the fuel that they smelled. Now, according to police, we just heard the man they arrested, quote, he was very compliant. They said that he was walking fairly slowly, looking around, but he was fairly compliant when they arrested him. They did not publicly identify him or give any possible motive as to why he would have a flare gun and a torch in a backpack along with fuel. They said that they are currently questioning him, and we just heard from one of the public information officers that they will be providing more information via a press release later on today. The consequences of this, though, officials have now canceled public tours of the Capitol for the rest of the day. Police, of course, still investigating the motive, and we also heard that they do believe that the man was from outside the Washington, D.C. area. Now, all of this comes as authorities are on heightened alert for security issues around Washington, D.C. and near the White House around Election Day. But wanted to remind you, police as of now say they do not believe that this arrest had anything to do with the elections. All right, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, continuing our election coverage and specifically taking a look at the impact of younger voters. We're going to be speaking with Deborah Cleaver, the CEO of the nonprofit Vote America, coming up after the break in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 3:32 Eastern, 12:32 Pacific, and happening right now all across the United States. Folks are voting, making their opinion known. I wanted to share this look with you because this is a live look at when the first polls on the East Coast close. 3 hours, 27 minutes, and just about 15 seconds. And right now, we don't know the specifics of the demographics, but the big question is younger voters, Gen Z voters. Are they voting? How are they voting? And to speak more on this, I do want to bring in Deborah Cleaver, who is the CEO of the nonprofit Vote America. Deborah, thank you for taking the time to speak with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. So I did want to ask you this, because obviously today is Election Day. Your mission started way before Election Day. Your nonprofit actually went out to college and university campuses across the United States, specifically in certain key states, including some of the swing states like Arizona and Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. You wanted to reach the youth voters. When you and your team went to these campuses, what did you hear from these younger voters?
Well, first, there's a persistent myth that young people don't vote, and that hasn't been true in ages. In 2018, 2020, and 2022, we saw turnout on campuses, which was on par with turnout nationwide. So what we consistently find when we talk to young people is they don't need to be convinced to vote. They need to be taught how to vote, because for most of them, it's their very first time voting. So we're not seeing any apathy. We're not seeing disinterest. We're seeing young people who just want to know what to do, when to do it, and what to bring with them when they go vote.
So, Deborah, when you're talking about this, is it more logistics, like where do I go, or is it how do I research the topics that affect me as a younger voter? What have you been hearing when they come to you with questions?
Oh, it's almost always the logistics. Young people are incredibly informed, especially compared to those of us who are older when we were their age. So they know the issues. They know what's going on. What they don't know are very tactical things like, can they bring a student ID with them when they vote? Can they register to vote on election days? So it's overwhelmingly tactical questions that young people have.
So when you're having these conversations, I'm curious, what are the issues that they feel are impacting them the most? So that's the first question. But the second question is this, because as we know, information is disseminated in such a different way than some of the older generations. So my second question to you is, how are younger voters getting that information? How are they doing their research? So yeah, the first question is, what are the issues? And two, how are they doing that research on those issues?
So for young people, the issues that they care about reflect what the population at large cares about. Overwhelmingly, it's climate change, the economy, and reproductive rights. They get their information online, but they consume almost no broadcast television. So that is something that is very different for young people. And they also get a lot of their information from the campus newspapers. So we may not think this, but that's where they get their information. Fellow students, college media, and a lot of TikTok.
So, you know, we take a look back in the generations, right? Like the 60s, very politically active. You know, do you find that the younger voters now are more politically engaged or less? I mean, you told me that they're going to vote, but when it comes to the actual issues and everyday advocacy and really like, you know, standing for what they believe in, what have you been hearing on that?
They're the most engaged generation we've seen in decades. I think they're going to give the boomers a real run for their money in terms of overall political engagement.
Deborah, is there anything, you know, in your months, you know, being part of this mission, is there anything really that surprised you?
The most surprising thing is the partisan breakdown in college students. The most recent poll shows that Kamala Harris has a 50-point lead with college students right now. That is a massive lead and potentially speaks to a problem that Republicans may face in the years ahead as they try to engage younger generations.
How much of a difference do you think that the younger vote will make in terms of the presidential election?
There is no doubt in my mind that college students and Gen Z voters have the ability to swing the election if they turn out in 2024 the way they did in 2020. They will absolutely be responsible for a margin of victory in the 7 most competitive states.
And before I let you go, I also wanted to ask you this. When it comes to those down ballot or those ballot initiatives, is that something that younger voters are also researching, or are they really just researching like the headline elections and the races?
That is a great question, and one that I am not certain that I can answer as well as I would like. But again, we just see no difference in young voters than we do with older voters. So they are not less likely to vote down ballot than people who are older. I think it really comes down to the individual voter, but I do expect that we will see higher level of engagement with young voters who are on college campuses than young voters who are not.
And as you mentioned, Deborah, it's going to be really interesting to see the breakdown of those exit polls and kind of how those demographics play out. I really appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. And I did want to share our viewers this live look right here. This just came into our Live Now from Fox Studios. That is what you do, and that is what we do. This is Vice President Harris. She does seem to be at some sort of campaign headquarters right here. And I'm taking a look to see if we have any more information about this. This is the Harris headquarters right here. I'm going to raise the audio to see what we can hear.
One more here for you. Everybody take a
Votes out here. Gotta talk to voters.
All right, everybody, come.
Caroline? Carolyn?
Awesome.
Hi, Carolyn. It's come. Hi, how are you? I'm looking at you and you're looking at me? Oh, because there's a live camera somewhere here. Which cameras, this is, okay, I'm waving at you. This is waving at you.
Is this Teresa? Yes, is this Teresa?
Okay. Hi. Well, can you see I'm here with all these great volunteers? So we're calling people to remind you
Coming this way. You take care of yourself, okay? Thank you for all the love. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Okay, ma'am. How are you? It's good seeing you.
I decided to pop in.
I know. You know this is your house.
All right, so if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you're taking a live look at the Vice President Harris's campaign headquarters. This is raw, this is unfiltered. You saw those color bars pop up. So we did get just maybe about 4 minutes of that live view inside. We saw Vice President Harris chatting on the cell phone and actually speaking to whoever was on the other end and waving at the camera saying, "Can you see me?" So we did have that opportunity right there. But that is what happens. We get these live feeds in real time. We bring them to you, and sometimes, as it happens, they abruptly go out. What we're going to do now is we're going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing our election coverage, because one of the major issues on the ballot is abortion. And I wanted to share this look with you. These are the states where abortion is on the ballot. Could this be a make it or break it issue? That is the question that we're going to be speaking with Madeline Somerville. She is an attorney and political analyst. That coming up after this 2-minute break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we continue our election day coverage. We're focusing, of course, on the presidential election and all of the other races, but there are also a number of very important ballot initiatives that a lot of voters are going to make their opinion known on, and one of them being abortion. Abortion is on 10 state ballots right there: Montana, South Dakota, Nebraska, Colorado, Arizona, Nevada, Missouri, New York, Maryland, and Florida. And this is, of course, Election Day. This is the first presidential contest since Roe v. Wade was overturned by the Supreme Court back in June of 2022. That talking about access to abortion. And so these states that you're seeing right there, they have amendments and ballot measures focusing on abortion. Abortion being one of several really important issues. Vice President Harris making it one of the key issues of her campaign platform. To speak more on this, I do want to bring in Madeline Somerville, who is an attorney and political analyst. And Madeline, thank you for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm happy to be here.
So we were sharing with our viewers, and you saw right here on Live Now from Vox, the map that showed all of the states where abortion is on the ballot. And some of these states include swing states. And I wanted to ask you this, when it comes to the issue of abortion, how much do you feel that it is going to be an issue, and how much of an influence do you feel that it could have on the presidential election?
Thank you for that question. I think it's a very important one because we know from the race in 2022 that there was an increase in voter turnout overall of 10%. And pollsters have attributed that to the fact that there were so many folks from Gen Z and white suburban women who came in to vote on ballot measures relating to choice. In this particular election, I think when it comes to the swing states that have those measures on their ballot, Arizona and Nevada, I think it could work in a way that people haven't necessarily talked about yet. It's kind of like voting down ballot. So if there's, let's say, a suburban white woman who wants to vote for Trump but is hesitant because she hasn't been able to quell her fears about whether Trump would protect reproductive rights, she can vote to enshrine that right in the Constitution in her state and vote for Trump with a little less hesitancy. And so I think it's actually going to affect the presidential election dramatically in a way that maybe people haven't seen before.
And you mentioned that because these are two separate issues, of course, you can vote for one candidate and vote maybe perhaps a different way on the issue of abortion. There's been a lot of discussion about women having secret ballots, right? So they're voting secretly because of this issue. Could that be a factor? And is that something that you have been hearing from women?
I do think it could be a factor. And I think that time has told us that sometimes women who are polite and don't want to bring up anything that's a little bit more contentious in public might vote differently than they said they would at the kitchen table. And it is normal for that to happen. It happens in every election. But I think actually it's going to be balanced out by the fact that many Gen Zers are struggling to be honest about who they're voting for because it feels so contentious, especially here in Georgia. So I think the voters who want to keep their votes private might actually balance each other out.
It's really interesting, and you have a very unique perspective in that you're not only a political analyst, you're also an attorney. So in the legal sphere, when it comes to the decisions, when it comes to how the voters decide legally, what could that look like down the line?
Do you mean in terms of certification of the election?
Certification, but really more so in terms of, taking this as a legal battle. I mean, we saw the issue, of course, go all the way up in 2022 with Roe v. Wade. Could there be legal battles down the line, depending on either, how the voters decide in these states?
Most certainly. So in my experience in working with the legislature in the past, I've seen that there are folks who feel so far removed from the measures that are being discussed and decided on, for example, here at the Gold Dome in Georgia. The people don't feel like they have any say. They don't feel like they have any control. And so it makes them feel very good to be able to make their voices heard when there are referendums like this. When it comes to legal challenges, what's funny and kind of sad is that there isn't a whole lot of vetting of legislation before it gets proposed. And so a lot of times there are legal challenges because people will put something that's clearly unconstitutional in a measure sometimes. And so you can almost guarantee that there's going to be legal challenges down the line.
So just because the voters vote one way does not mean necessarily that what is being voted on is set in stone.
Yes, absolutely. And I think if people are worried about what might happen in the future if they vote one way or another, which is actually a bit promising because I do want people to feel like their vote counts and their vote matters. It's not necessarily going to predict the way that a legislature is going to go. Ultimately, in your hometown, your voice deserves to be heard. And if you can make your voice heard with your local legislature, you can make a way bigger difference than you think.
So, Madeline, we are in election day. Of course, millions of people are casting their votes. Anything that you specifically are keeping a close eye on?
Absolutely. Pennsylvania. So if either candidate is able to sweep both Pennsylvania and North Carolina, it's likely they will win the election. So as soon as we know the results of Pennsylvania and North Carolina, which we're likely to know Wednesday morning as opposed to some other states, we will likely know who the president will be.
So you were mentioning that you are in Georgia, Georgia, of course, being one of the swing states. I have to ask, what is the mood like in Georgia? You know, out and about, of course, so many people are waiting in line to cast their ballots. Millions more have already done so. But what is the mood like today?
So today in Georgia, it is very contentious. The Fulton County polling places have received multiple non-credible bomb threats over the last few hours. There's a reason that Georgia is a swing state, and it's because we have so many folks with polar opposite opinions. And so we're hoping that as the day goes on, it'll get a little less contentious and we'll all be happy to get a final answer.
So, you know, not to put you on the spot, but I'm just curious, did you vote early or did you vote today already?
I voted early, actually. And I got 2 little peach stickers.
Okay. You know, and we were seeing record numbers in Georgia. I mean, historic numbers when it comes to early voting. What's the reason behind that, do you think? People just already making up their minds?
I think this segment, specifically on reproductive rights, is so important, specifically because I think that's what's causing the higher voter turnout. I think that there are folks in Gen Z, specifically women 29 and under, and suburban white women who are motivated to either vote if they wouldn't have otherwise, or to be pushed one side or the other. So I really do think that this reproductive rights issue is the one that has the power to swing the election.
And we will see. It is going to be very interesting to see those results as they come down. Madeline, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. And of course, we're talking about those election results, abortion being one of those key ballot initiatives on the ballot in 10 different states. So the first polls closed. We're talking about eastern states. 3 hours, 5 minutes, and 20 seconds. And of course, polls across the United States, they close at different times. States have different methods and rules when it comes to when they're able to count those ballots, including absentee ballots. So we will bring you all of that in real time as they come in. We're going to be with you throughout the night. Our primetime coverage starts at 6 p.m. Eastern on Live Now from Fox. So as these results come in, presidential election, of course, but also those important ballot initiatives like abortion, the gubernatorial races, the congressional races. We are going to bring all of those results in real time. Prime time starts at 6 p.m. Eastern time with our host, Andrew Kraft. But it's going to go throughout the night. And so many folks, and we've been hearing from those election officials, this will likely last through tomorrow. We will likely not know the full results until tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. So we're going to be with you every step of the way. We have continuous coverage around the clock right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, we're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We just got a new live look into our Live Now from Fox studios, and I wanted to share this with you. This is a live look, and this is a split screen as they are setting up. It does look like they have two different camera angles, but what you're taking a look at is the Trump election headquarters. So we do know that former President Trump is going to be watching the election results come in at his Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach, Florida. He may or may not make his way here to the headquarters in Palm Beach County. This is at the convention center in West Palm Beach, Florida. But you can see, at least from this vantage point, that they are expecting a large crowd right here. They actually, oh, there you go. You could actually see it wipe in real time away to this full shot of the floor right there, and of course the slate. So it does look like they're actually running through a couple of these different camera angles. This is live, raw, and unfiltered, and we bring it to you as it happens. It does look like they have various camera angles inside the convention center right here, and in fact you can see the camera kind of panning in on the stage right there with the very large screen. That is probably where they're going to be watching those live results come in real time. And you can see the stage right there. At this point, we do not know if former President Trump is going to make his way here to the convention center. This is the Trump election night headquarters at the Palm Beach County Convention Center in West Palm Beach. We know, at least right now, he does plan on watching those election results, not here at the convention center, but at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. So we did want to share that with you as this just came into our Live Now from Fox studios. And also, we were sharing with you just a little bit earlier, Vice President Harris visiting the Harris headquarters. We saw her talking on the phone right there. We do know that she will be watching election results at Howard University, her alma mater. That is in Washington, D.C. So as we do await another live event, we are expecting Maryland officials to be providing an update momentarily. Still waiting for that live look to come in to our studios right here. But as we continue to wait on that live event, just a short time ago, North Carolina election officials gave their update, North Carolina being one of those key swing states. So we did want to share you the very latest out of North Carolina right now. Let's listen in.
Good morning, North Carolina, and happy Election Day. I'm Karen Brinson-Bell, Executive Director of the State Board of Elections. I'm here with Paul Cox, General Counsel to the State Board, who will help answer your questions in a moment. Today is the last day for eligible registered North Carolinians to cast their ballot in this important election. Polls across the state are open until 7:30 p.m., and if you are in line at 7:30 p.m., you will be able to vote. Voters should go to their assigned polling place. To find your polling place, use the voter search tool on the State Board website, ncsbe.gov, and don't forget to bring your photo ID. Yesterday, we sent out a press release titled 10 Tips for Election Day Voters in North Carolina. Please share these tips with your audiences so we can have a smooth election day as well. If you haven't voted yet, please take time today to make your voice heard. As a reminder, all voters will be asked to show photo identification when they check in to vote. Most voters will simply show their driver's license, but many types of photo ID will be accepted. Go to bringitnc.gov for more information about the photo ID requirement and a full list of acceptable IDs. We also want to remind voters that if you forget your ID, poll workers must offer you a provisional ballot and the opportunity to either fill out an ID exception form explaining why you are unable to show photo ID, or return to your County Board of Elections office to show your photo ID before 5 p.m. on November 14th. No voter should be turned away from the polls for not having an ID with them. At this time, we are unaware of any disruptions or delays at polling places that may necessitate extending voting hours beyond 7:30 p.m. That's simply remarkable, considering more than 2,600 polling places opened statewide this morning. We will continue to monitor polling places statewide, and if necessary, we will call a state board meeting to consider any voting extensions. At this time, we have not heard reports of any major incidents at any polling places. We also have not heard reports of long lines today. It is a good day to go vote. We have been addressing reports that the State Board's voter search tool on ncsbe.gov has been running a bit slow today. This is not unusual for election days when tens of thousands of people are accessing the search tool at the same time. We ask voters to be patient and wait for your information to load. Finally, we want to remind the public that they can watch results come in tonight after polls close on the State Board's elections result dashboard found at ncsbe.gov. We remind members of the media to read the press release, 9 Facts About the Vote Counting and Reporting Process in North Carolina. There are a few important things to remember about election night results. They are always unofficial in the days after the election. Bipartisan election officials in all 100 counties will ensure every eligible ballot is counted. They will audit and ultimately certify the results. This is called the canvass process, and it occurs after every election. For local contests, the county boards will certify results on November 15th. For all other contests, the state board will certify final results on November 26th. The state board anticipates that the unofficial results reported by the end of election night will include about 98% of all ballots cast in the election. Over the 10-day canvass period, provisional ballots and some absentee ballots will be counted and uploaded to the results dashboard. These ballots are required to be counted after Election Day by law, and North Carolina's election officials will follow that law. Election officials do not call elections. Projections are made by media and/or the candidates using unofficial results, typically based on exit polls or the vote difference and the number of votes yet to be counted in a contest. Election officials will go through the post-election canvass processes as required by law, no matter how close the contest. Stay tuned to the State Board for additional press releases, and we will send out a notice for any additional press conferences in the coming days. With that, we will take your questions. We'll start in the room first, and then we'll go to the phone or online, and remind those folks who are using the phone or online system to press 1 when they do ask their questions. So is there anyone in the room? You'll go to one of the mics, if you would, please.
Hi, thank you for doing this and the other press conferences leading up to today. Brittany Gibson from Politico. I just wanted to follow up on something you had mentioned at last week's press conference about when you expect to have your unofficial tabulations tonight. You mentioned, I believe, in 2020, it was about a little after 12:30 a.m. Where do you project tonight being? And with the caveat of course, you're not going to rush to beat last time's
So our official final upload in 2020 was 12:28 a.m. on that Wednesday morning. And so I have challenged everyone to let's meet that or do better than that. Now, we have to be, face reality of it. That's our goal. But, there are a lot of votes to deal with once the polls close. With this election, new to our laws, we cannot tabulate and upload the early voting results at the close of polls like we've been able to do in the past. So those will not be released until after the polls close. The tabulators will be closed down and the results will be uploaded with the election night results as they come in. So at 7:30 p.m. we will release the absentee by mail results. And then we will just begin to gather the results from the election day polling sites. And, being mindful that we do not modem results in North Carolina. So if you just factor in that if the polls are able to close at 7:30 p.m. because no one is in line, it's going to still take a solid hour or so before the results would be driven to the county board site. And we've got over 2,600 polling places that have to do that tonight. So the bulk of our results we anticipate would be probably between 9:30 to 11 p.m. And we'll address anything that's running slower than that. We'll also caution everyone that that's a large volume of data hitting our results dashboard at the same time. So just like we're experiencing some lag because of the interest in our voter search tool, we may be experiencing some lag in the results just because of the sheer volume of data that's going in and the interest that we're seeing in our results.
Thank you.
I'm
Yes,
Dina
ma'am.
with CBS 17. Thank you, guys. I have two questions. One, you said that thankfully no major issues reported yet this morning. If you guys have seen any issues at all, whether it be this morning or over early voting, what have those been? And second question being, we've been hearing that the damage from Helene in Western North Carolina thankfully isn't impacting the election so much. Is that the same that are you guys still seeing that this morning, that things are running smoothly there?
So again, no incidents to speak of. There were just, I think, 3, maybe 4 polling places that had some delay in getting going, but they turned no voter away. They went to their manual process or were able to move things along quickly. So, we feel like, knock on wood, that we are in very good shape. Obviously, there could be some sort of disruption. We've had accidents to happen near a polling place that's delayed traffic or, power outages or something like that might create a problem throughout the day. But with the good weather and the good planning and so forth, we're hopeful that we won't see any further disruptions that could cause any delay.
We're taking a listen there to North Carolina officials giving an update just a short time ago and talking about Hurricane Helene. Of course, they were absolutely devastated by hurricanes, saying that there has been some delays, especially given the amount of damage. They say that they expect results to start coming in later on. And that's what we've been hearing from election officials, is that they are going to be receiving and tabulating those ballots tonight once those polls close, but likely won't get the full results until early or later tomorrow. And so we are going to be with you every step of the way. We are going to be around the clock covering those live results as they come in. We do have a number of live looks, especially in swing states. There are 7 key swing states that are so important in this election, and I did want to share that with you right now. If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, 7 states that could make or break the presidential election. Pennsylvania has the highest number of electoral votes with 19, and analysts are keeping a very close eye on it. Not only analysts, but former President Trump and Vice President Harris yesterday, both campaigning in Pennsylvania, speaking directly to voters, urging them to vote, saying that Pennsylvania will be the deciding state. That is according to former President Trump and Vice President Harris, really urging voters in Pennsylvania to get out to vote. Georgia has 16 electoral votes. North Carolina, we were just hearing from officials right there, also with 16 electoral votes. Michigan has 15 electoral votes. Arizona, 11, Wisconsin, 10, and Nevada with 6. So these are the major states that everyone is keeping a very close eye on that could make or break this election season. And not only are we keeping an eye on the presidential election, but there are important ballot initiatives. And earlier we were speaking with a political analyst and attorney. We're talking, of course, about abortion on the state ballot. You can see 10 different states. This could also be a contributing factor in terms of the results. How people feel on this issue could not only impact those ballot initiatives, but also the presidential election as well. Something else that we're keeping a very close eye on, marijuana. Marijuana being on the state ballot in these 4 different states, legalizing in some capacity or another. Florida, for instance, that initiative would legalize recreational marijuana right there. So we're going to break down all of these results on the races, on the presidential election, on these ballot initiatives. Our primetime coverage begins at 6 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to have our host Andrew Kraft at the helm, along with the entire Live Now from Fox team, ready to give you those results as they come in real time. And we're also going to be having a panel of experts to talk about the significance of those results, to talk about the impact of those results. And so we will be with you around the clock right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We're going to be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 4:16 Eastern, 1:16 Pacific. I wanted to share this look with you as we are anticipating those very first polls to close on the East Coast in 2 hours, 43 minutes and 31 seconds. We were sharing a live look inside former President Trump's headquarters and where they are going to be tabulating and watching the results as they come in real time. That is at the Palm Beach Convention Center. They have turned that live look off. I did want to share that with you, but they just shared that with us for a brief moment. So we did want to take advantage of that live look. Vice President Harris, she is going to be watching those results come in at Howard University, her alma mater in Washington, D.C. Now, earlier, former President Trump cast his ballot along with his wife, Melania Trump, and sharing some thoughts. And I did want to play that out for you right now. Let's listen in.
it's too early to congratulate, but we are hearing it's record kind of numbers. Caroline, do you want to just tell them what you told me a little while ago?
Sure, yeah. Enthusiasm is very high. We're seeing our voters are turning out, especially in rural areas across the country, and we see Democrat areas are not turning out as great as our people. So your people are ready, and they're turning out for you, sir.
And we had a big lead to start off with. Now, here it's really amazing. I get a call from the people in Texas, Dan Patrick and others. They say that they've never actually seen anything like it. So it should be good. It should be good. I want to just thank everybody, regardless. We just wanted to come over and pay our respects. Our #1 best-selling author. Can you believe it? So we have a big day. We'll be watching, and it'll be very interesting. I hope they come up with a result tonight. They say areas that were winning big, they might not be able to come up with it for 2 days. It's just a crazy thing. And I'm really saying this more for the press than for you. They should do paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and be done. 1 day, same day. And by 10 o'clock, everybody would be... And you know, you're talking about for 8% of the cost. It would cost 8%. Think of that. For 8%, you get a better product. But we'll have to look at it.
This is the heartbeat of your organization, sir.
This is a great, well, you're the heartbeat too, aren't you? What about Alex? How's Alex? Are you surprised?
You're doing great, sir. You built the greatest political movement in history, and everybody here has been working super hard for you, and you're our inspiration, and we're going to bring this up today.
It's very nice. Thank you. It's very nice. And I hear the social media has been just unbelievable.
You make it easy for us. You give us a lot of
Joe
content.
Rogan has been he's a great guy, and that was a big thing. And he did that. He just doesn't do that. And that he did that, I think it meant a lot. So all over the country, I hear it's all red, and we don't need that. You know, we went in with a very big lead, so we just had to sort of keep it. But I hear it's beyond that, and it's a movement. There's never been a movement like this, and we're going to turn our country around. We're going to not let people that murder people come into our country. We're not going to let drug dealers come into our country and terrorists come into our country. Little things like that, people are not going to stand them, and that's why we're doing well. But you know what? We still have a time to go, so let's make sure that we have this under control. And some of you I'm going to see tonight, I would imagine. I hope all of you. So I'll be seeing you tonight, and it'll be great. The First Lady's coming with us, and she's really impressed by the job you've done. Would you like to say something?
A great job. Thank you so much for all your support. And it was hard work. I know it's hours to hours, and I know how hard my husband is working non-stop. So thank you for all your support. Great job. Thank you.
You actually reminds the day before too. We did a lot of rallies, and they're big ones. We did full rallies as opposed to, so we got in about 5 o'clock in the morning. We left Michigan. I think Michigan's going to be great, especially since we killed the biggest factory that ever auto factory that I think anywhere at any time, which would have destroyed them. And we did that without being president. So that was a big thing, but I think Michigan's going to be good. They're all looking really good. Susie, I can't think of anything, hearing any weaknesses, right?
Not
What do you think of Susie? Would you say good? Well, we just wanted to come over and pay our respects. This is really great, and we're going to see you tonight, and hopefully they'll be able to get these expensive computers going. The reason you use computers is to make time so that it's like fast. You don't use them so that you have to come up with an answer 3 days later. And that's a little scary when they say, what are they doing? You use a computer because it calculates quickly. And you use paper because you save cost. But the paper turns out to be much quicker than the computer. There's something wrong with that, so we don't like that. But there are a lot of things that are happening in our country that have to be changed, and we'll do it, and we'll do what's right for the country. And I think that's why we're doing well. But let's see if we can close it out. But it would be, I just asked about it, wouldn't it be nice if after spending billions of dollars that they could have a computer give an answer by like 10 o'clock in the evening. Doesn't make sense, does it? Doesn't really make sense. It's crazy. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. Have a good day. And you're going to be watching, and they're going to be watching. Make sure there's no cheating, right? There's going to be no cheating. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I like that.
So that was former President Trump and his wife Melania Trump talking about voting in Florida after they voted. I also wanted to share this live look with you. Take a look at this. This is a live look from Palm Beach, Florida. This is where the Trump election headquarters is being held. This is at the Palm Beach Convention Center. They just popped this live look right here for us. And you can see the stage is set. The American flags are raised. They're expecting a very large crowd right there, but the person who will not be most likely in the crowd, former President Trump himself. He will not be at the convention center watching the election results come in. Instead, he will be at the Mar-a-Lago Club with his family right there. It's unclear as to whether he will make his way down to the convention center, perhaps depending on what those election results reveal and when. He's saying right there, as we shared with you, saying that he hopes that a decision is made sometime tonight. And we have been playing these things out for you. We also shared with you a live look inside the Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C., we believe, as she was on the phone with someone. Vice President Harris has been keeping a very low profile today, not making any speeches, not making any sort of a comment. And so we can't share that with you because we don't have any comment from her. It's also unclear as to whether she will be speaking later on today. We do know that she will be watching those election results come in at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C. We are awaiting a number of live events. We're anticipating Maryland election officials to be giving an update. That was set to happen just about 30 minutes ago. They're running behind. We're keeping a very close eye on all of our live streams in our Live Now from Fox Studios. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. After that, we're going to be speaking with Richard Gordon, a political analyst, analyzing all the big headlines and takeaways on this election day. That conversation coming up after this break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 4:27 Eastern, 1:27 Pacific. We continue our Election Day coverage. And I do want to bring in Richard Gordon, who is a political analyst, to talk more about Election Day and really everything that has led up to it. Richard, we appreciate you hopping on.
Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
First off, I have to make a comment. I do enjoy and appreciate your I voted sticker.
Yep. Well, I did go to vote this morning, and I live in a pretty small town. And in my many years of living here, I have walked in, voted, and walked out. But today, when I got there, there was a line out the door. And when you got inside, it wound around a little bit, and there were people all over the place. Everyone was in a very good mood, but it was pretty crowded. I mean, as crowded as I've ever seen it in where I live. And Stephanie, I don't know if this means anything, or we should look into this as something important and some type of omen or whatnot. But I was number 1776.
Well, there you go. A very significant number in America's history.
I think it's a comment about American democracy, and that we were all voting and we were all together and everyone was in a good mood, and it seemed like the right thing. So,
well, I mean,
yeah.
And that's really important, Richard, because I wanted to ask you this. You know, this election season has been incredibly contentious. And, you know, in some areas, the mood is tense. But you mentioned that everyone was in a good mood on this election day, which is really interesting to note. You know, and you were also talking about on election day, the line being extremely long. I myself voted early, and the polling staff said they have never seen a line that long before. When it comes to early voting, when it comes to election day voting, and really the record number, at least we know as of yet, the early voters, what does that signify for this election?
Well, I'll tell you, there is tremendous interest. There is tremendous excitement. And, you know, I have rarely seen something like this where both sides, I mean, look, both sides could say what they want about this and how they want to read into it. But I think both sides have turned out a lot of people. I mean, we have states that have turned out 50% of their voters already before we got to today. So it's a very different system now than we've had any time in our past. But it's sort of interesting, you know, in 2016, especially in 2020, you know, Donald Trump was railing against early voting and telling his people not to do it. Well, I think he realized that early voting is a great thing. And I don't think it's a political thing. I don't think it's a partisan thing anymore. I think both Democrats and Republicans understand that having one day to go vote, a Tuesday, doesn't always work for them. You know, they have work commitments, they have family commitments, they got to get the kids to school, you know, whatever they need to be doing, it just doesn't work for them. Maybe they're a newscaster who has to be at the studio, you know, at the station. So there are many reasons that early voting makes sense. But what's interesting about what's going on is the huge numbers of people who have voted early. It's historic. We've never seen this before. I think it's a harbinger of things to come. I think we're going to move more and more and more to making, and this is a great thing, by the way. I mean, you know, we could talk about American democracy, but it is a wonderful thing that people have the opportunity to vote. And let's just make it as easy as we can for people to vote. We need a voting system that's fair and open and transparent, and we understand who votes and who doesn't, and who should and who shouldn't. But anyone who wants to vote should get the chance to vote, and making it a little easier on people, expanding the window to vote, I think is critical to keeping our democracy alive.
And also making voting accessible. I think perhaps we have been hearing from people who said that they weren't going to vote this election season, disinterested, and now there seems to be more engagement, really finding some of the issues that have been discussed: the economy, immigration, women's reproductive rights, some of these issues, many of them really talking about, and we've talked about this before, the kitchen table issues, the ones that affect affect people daily, not just, you know, the high level issues that people feel don't pertain to them. For this election season, have you seen that more than ever when it comes to issues and initiatives that really speak to the core of people's values and of people's priorities?
Well, you know, it's sort of interesting because we have two things going on at the same time. In 1992, you know, it was all about the economy, stupid, with Bill Clinton when he was running against George Bush. So we've seen the dinner table type of things go on for a long time. You know, Ronald Reagan with, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? People are very concerned about prices. You can't go anywhere. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. I don't care who you are. People talk about prices. Now, some people blame President Biden for it. Some people blame the pandemic. People blame different people for it. But fundamentally, people are concerned with everyday type of issues, the type of things that affect their families, their ability to get on with their lives. This is a really big issue. It's not going to be solved today, you know, with this election, but, you know, the price of eggs, the price of cookies, the price of gas, which has gone down, fortunately, a lot, but people not being able to buy a house, people who are making really good livings who just can't buy a house, is really troubling. And the whole concept, the whole American dream concept that people can live a certain life and achieve in the United States is at risk. That's not a political comment. It doesn't matter what party you're at. People feel it and they hear it and they talk about it. And these are the type of issues I find that you, in a way, could get beyond politics because people can talk about it and they can share this. Look, I'm just as concerned about the price of food as someone who's not going to vote the way I did. So we could share that.
Right. No, absolutely. I did want to bring this up, Richard, to share with our viewers a map that we've made of the 7 swing states. These are the make it or break it states, and many people are focusing on certain ones. For you, as we wait for these election results to come in, what states are you keeping a very close eye on? What are the difference makers, so to speak?
Well, look, if President Trump sweeps the southern western states, the Sun Belt, he only gets to 268, right? He needs to break through. If he only wins the bottom 4 states on the map, he loses by 2 votes. So he needs a northern state. So by definition, if Harris holds Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, she's the president of the United States. So, you know, what am I looking at? I think she's going to carry Michigan. I think she's made a little distance there, and I think her campaign feels comfortable on Michigan. Wisconsin, I think, is of a great concern to her because you can see how often she and the Walzes have been there. I mean, Governor Walz has been there many times. Mrs. Walz has been there many times. Former President Trump was there recently. There's a lot of attention being put on Wisconsin. But it's all about Pennsylvania. It is almost impossible to make a map that for Harris, that doesn't include Pennsylvania. For Trump, sweep the bottom 4, win one of the 3, he wins. For her, if you take Pennsylvania and it's 19 votes away, she needs 2 states. And of the 4 states, boy, it's tough. Could she get Georgia and maybe? Can she get North Carolina plus 1 more? Maybe. I think most people think Arizona is out of reach for the Democrats. So now we're down to 3 states and she needs 2 of them. I think it's really tough. So for me, curious about Wisconsin, but focused, tremendously focused on Pennsylvania. I think Pennsylvania will decide the presidency.
And that is exactly what former President Trump and Vice President Harris told Pennsylvanians yesterday. They held their, final arguments, if it were, last night in Pennsylvania. And they told voters, you got to get out and vote because Pennsylvania will be the difference maker. So it appears as though both of their campaigns agree with that thought. Richard, I also wanted to ask you about polls. people love to talk about polls, right? People love those concrete numbers, but how concrete are they? How accurate are they? We are on election day, just hours away from the polls closing. You know, how much weight should people take in those final polls?
Zero. People should go vote as if the polls don't exist. You know, polling in America is sort of an interesting thing. Years ago, they only polled people who had refrigerators, you know, because they knew what was going on. Then they polled people who only had telephones. So, you know, polling has evolved over the years. And we've seen another massive change, and with a cell phone, with other ways of needing to communicate. The problem with polling today is so many people have come into the process. How do you measure them? How do you measure all these young people who registered to vote for this election? How do you measure Hispanics who have come in and other people? So the polling, I think, can be way off. If we look at polling historically over the last couple of elections, I mean, it's kind of a fascinating thing. They were wrong on, you know, everyone talks about 2016, obviously, where they were dead wrong. Everyone thought Hillary Clinton was going to win. Obviously, she lost. She won the popular vote. And that's the other problem, by the way. I should just stop myself. Kamala Harris is going to win the popular vote. There is very, 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 very little doubt about that. I think most people expect her to. That's not what we're talking about. So when you poll, first of all, these national polls that have her up 1 point are meaningless because she's going to run up massive numbers in New York, New Jersey, Illinois, California. So what? If she wins by 1, she wins. So I think that skews the numbers. So that's an issue. And then when we look at historically, you know, they were wrong in 2020. They thought Biden was going to win easily. He won by, I think, 3%. So there was a bias in that year towards the Democrats that was wrong. And if you look, let's say, at the 2022 midterm elections, there was a bias towards the Republicans. The Democrats did much better. Polling is in trouble, and we have to come up with a system that works a lot more. But this is election day, and on election day, throw out the polls, go vote, you know, do what you think is right. This thing will work its way out tonight or over the next couple of days, but I don't think we could put much credence in them right now.
Well, the only poll that really matters, Richard, are the election results. I mean, that is the final poll of the American people, and we will definitely be keeping a close eye. We do need to step away for a 2-minute break, but Richard, I'd love to continue this conversation if you wanted to hang on for our viewers.
Of course.
Okay, wonderful. Well, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We're going to bring back Richard in as we continue on our election day coverage. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 4:42 Eastern, 1:42 Pacific. We have at our fingertips so many live cameras right now, and I did want to just go through a few of them with you. This is a live look at the Palm Beach Convention Center. This is Trump's election headquarters right here, and you can see the red and blue lights right here, along with the large screen where those election results are expected to be projected, along with the American flag. It's a little hard to see because, of course, it is dark, but there is a crowd already inside the convention center as we are still a number of hours away before the polls close, at least on the East Coast. Now, former President Trump, he will not be at the convention center watching those election results in real time. We understand that he will be at his Mar-a-Lago club watching those results come in. We were sharing with you a little bit earlier on some of the comments that he made to some of the staff, and he was saying that he hopes that those results come in by tonight, although we have been sharing with you some live briefings from election officials saying that that may not happen, that may spill over into tomorrow. Meanwhile, I did want to share a number of other live looks with you. This is a live look from Phoenix, Arizona, Arizona being one of the swing states. This is outside right here, and asking people to vote, and millions of Americans have already done so. This, meanwhile, is a live look from El Segundo, California. California, not a swing state, but a lot of electoral votes happening there right now. So I did just want to share just a number of live looks with you as we do have access to these cameras. However, we are going to continue our conversation here with Richard Gordon, who is a political analyst. Richard, thank you for hanging on with us. And I did want to ask you this because I have, a binder full of information, and I wanted you to kind of break down for our viewers. We are awaiting those election day results, but those are rolling results because states have different rules and regulations when it comes to when they are allowed to begin closing. 14 states in Washington, D.C., they don't allow ballots to be counted until the polls are closed. Meanwhile, there are states that allow counting to begin on election day. And then there are states that allow processing to begin before election day. So can you kind of talk about the timeline as to when we are going to really start seeing those results come in?
Well, I think you're going to see a massive dump at around 7 o'clock tonight, because I think a number of states that have allowed for early voting and early counting, and early counting is the most important part of this, are going to release their numbers. And, I don't think the public should get too concerned one way or the other. I mean, I think our job is to talk about what it means, to analyze it and whatnot, but to be really blunt with you, just like in 2020, people saw that Trump jumped out to a massive lead, only to realize that they hadn't counted all the Biden votes, and then that came down over a period of time. This time it's going to be a lot closer because a number of the states, as we just said, allow for early counting, but also a lot of Republicans have voted early this time. So I think you're going to see a large dump each hour. More than normal. You know how normally you turn on the TV and it's like at 2% for the longest time. I think you're going to see those numbers jump very, very quickly. And then it'll taper off for quite a period of time before it gears up again. But a number of the early states, well, first of all, look, a state like Indiana closes, most of the state closes at 6. Most of the rest of the state closes at 7. It depends where you are in the state. They're going to release their numbers at 7:01. You're going to know very quickly. I predict either Kentucky or Indiana will be the first state declared. They'll both go for President Trump, obviously. But we're going to see a huge number of votes. So those are going to be actual returns at the moment, but other states will give us actual returns from early voting. Now, one thing we should comment about, and your viewers should understand, is Pennsylvania is one of the states that do not allow early counting. So, the most important state is going to be perhaps the last state to come in. And I think that's going to get people rather tense and rather nervous if this election is that close.
And we've been hearing from election officials all day long, in some of these telescope counties or states, the ones that are really being focused on. And election integrity is a conversation that has been had for a very long time now. And these officials are making sure that this is not about speed, that this is about accuracy, that this is about making sure that every single ballot, every valid ballot is counted and counted once. And, from your experience, especially with what happened 4 years ago, I have to imagine that it's about being right and accurate and not being first.
Yeah, it doesn't matter when the votes are counted. I think everyone wants a fair representation of the voting. They want everyone's vote to count and to be included. I think as Americans, we all have the right to have our votes counted. But, you really have to give election officials a lot of credit. First of all, there is infinitesimal, it is a tiny number of amount of fraud in the United States when it comes to elections. Our elections are fair. Our elections are honest, and they always have been, and God willing, they always will be. But also, the states have put a fortune into making sure the system works even better. And when you look at the amount of money that a lot of states, a lot of cities have put into vote counting machines, it's really impressive. And so, you look at some of these places that put in plate glass windows so you could actually watch them count the vote. It's like going to the mint when I was a little kid watching the money be made. It's exciting to see how it's actually done, but it's honest. And I think the election officials deserve a lot of credit for what they have done, the investments they have done. There is nothing more important, I think nothing more important than the sanctity of the American elections. And they have always been fair. They've always been honest. I shouldn't say always. 1876 was a problem, but we didn't have the same system. But in recent history, they've been very fair and very honest, and it will be so tonight. And they're really taking pains to do that. I give them incredible credit. They don't get enough credit. A lot of people are complaining about them for some unknown reason. They are apolitical. They're just people who are really doing their job. And I expect that to take a couple days. It's not going to happen tonight, but we'll see what happens over a period of the next few days.
So, Richard, we obviously spoke at length just in terms of, the different issues. Is there anything else that you're keeping a very close eye on?
Well, I'll tell you, the two things, I guess. The abortion issue is massive this election. I think even if a woman was not running, this would have been a huge issue. This may determine the election. When you look at the suburbs of Philadelphia, in Bucks County and Montgomery County and some of those other counties, and this is where, if you want to really spend some time tonight and look, I know that is what I will be looking. I'll be looking at some of the counties and see where they're coming in. But abortion has been a massive issue in this election. There are a lot of people who are mad that Roe v. Wade was overturned and don't like the Dobbs decision, and they're going to express that. What I am seeing over the last 2 weeks has been a change. It's interesting when you compare this to 2016, and the only reason I'm making the comparison to 16 is because you had a female running both times. Hillary Clinton made a major point about breaking the glass ceiling. Well, Vice President Harris hasn't talked about it at all. I can't even think of a time that she really talks about it. It's kind of obvious who she is and what she is. But what I'm finding now is women who I would not have expected to have been as energized to go vote are now voting. And I'm seeing over the last couple of days so many things about that. So I think abortion is going to really drive a lot of this for women. I think the economic issues we discussed earlier are driving it for a lot of men. We're not talking about foreign affairs, which frequently has been historically more of a male type of issue, even though, Israel is on the front page. Support for Ukraine is a massive issue. We're not talking about those issues. So guys seem to be talking more about the economy. Women seem to be talking more about abortion. But I'll tell you the thing that I think is moving numbers and why I think this election is starting to turn the way it is turning, and that's tone. I mean, of all the things, tone and attitude. And I saw a massive change start to happen after the Madison Square Garden event that President Trump had. And, you know, everyone talks about the really awful and unfortunate joke about Puerto Rico, but it was bigger than that. And people who watched it saw it, and people who read it understood it. And the bigger issues were how every group got slammed. It wasn't just Puerto Ricans. It was gays, it was Palestinians, it was Arabs, it was Jews. I mean, everyone got criticized. And I think you're seeing erosion or coalescing maybe on the other side around some of these things. Like, we don't want that type of country anymore. And I think Harris has been very adept at, when you look at her closing speech at the Ellipse, and I don't know how many of your listeners stayed up as I did last night to see both closings, but we're talking about two different Americas. I mean, we're literally talking about two different Americas, and the contrast between the candidates, you know, we're one's talking about hope in the future, and one's talking about gloom and doom, and one's talking, well, his inaugural speech about American carnage, you know, and the other's talking about, you know, making America, you know, fixing America and moving forward. There's a huge contrast. One's talking about himself and being a victim, and, you know, Joe Biden, I thought I was running against, and I mean, that's how he closed last night. And she's talking about, I'm going to fight for you.
It's definitely two different tones, Richard. It is going to be very interesting to see, though. Ultimately, it doesn't matter, you know, what pundits think, what political analysts think. It's about the voter and what American voters think. We are going to be watching those election results in real time. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens. But as always, Richard, we appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. We do have to step away for a 2-minute break.
Delight seeing you. I hope everyone goes to vote.
Absolutely. And we are going to step away for that 2-minute break. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We have been talking about Election Day, but now we are inching closer to Election Night. So I did want to share this look with you, and I did want to bring in a live look of one of the polling sites that is happening right now. This is live right here. This is some live coverage as we're taking a look right here. You're taking a live look from El Segundo, California, as folks are still casting their ballots. But now that we are close to those polls closing. I did want to just share with you when polls actually close on Election Day. And on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see, of course, all eyes are on those battleground states, those 7 swing states. We're talking about Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Now, for the state of Georgia, polls are going to be closing at 7 p.m. Eastern time. For North Carolina, those polls are closing at 7:30, so half an hour later. And in Pennsylvania, those polls are going to be closing at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So we were talking with political analyst Richard Gordon, saying that he expects those first results to come from Kentucky and Indiana. That is because those polls close at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So those are the states that we are going to likely hear from first. Florida and Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, Vermont, those are going to be at 7 p.m. along with some of these others, right? And then 7:30, of course, North Carolina. 8 p.m., there is a massive number of states that those polls are going to be closing, but I'm going to focus in on some of those key swing states. Michigan, those Eastern time counties, that is going to be happening, and Pennsylvania. So those are the swing states at 8 p.m. At 9 p.m. Eastern time, the swing states of Arizona, the central time counties of Michigan and Wisconsin, those are when the polls are going to be closing there. 10 p.m. Nevada. That is when the polls are going to be closing in the swing state of Nevada. 11 p.m. No swing states there. We're talking mostly, Western California, Washington, Oregon. Midnight, Alaska and Hawaii. So I did want to go over those with you right now. And also, it's interesting to note because these states have different rules and regulations as to when they can actually start counting their votes. So states that do not allow counting to begin until polls close, 14 states plus Washington, D.C. There are states that allow counting to begin today on Election Day, but can also do so before polls close. Those are 24 states. And then there are states that allow processing and counting to begin before Election Day. Those are 12 states. So if you're curious, Pennsylvania, we keep talking about Pennsylvania, the critical swing state of Pennsylvania. That state allows counting to begin on Election Day and can do so before polls close. So I did want to just recap that with you. What we're going to continue to do is we do have access to our Fox O&Os, and I did want to head to the swing state of Atlanta, as all eyes are also on Georgia. They have their Fox 5 Atlanta coverage right now. We're going to pivot to that and listen in.
And 15 minutes after the polls opened, so around 8:15, police immediately moved in, checked things out, and decided that they were just a hoax. But it turns out we talked to one woman who watched it all unfold. State Representative Lydia Glaze says she drove right into Union City Police evacuating C.H. Gallant Elementary School after the bomb threat was discovered Tuesday. The state lawmaker says she was trying to drop off voters to cast their ballots. Election officials say it was a similar scene at the Itris Community Center on Lakeside Drive. Both locations were temporarily closed, evacuated, and a security sweep done.
This is shenanigans. The fact that we had 2 major voting precincts in one city with bomb threats is, for me, strongly concerning. I see it as a way to oppress the vote in this area. People were waiting in line. People were inside ready to vote.
And a lot of people concerned, Fulton County election officials tell us they were working on court orders to try to expand the hours at those 2 polling precincts. We are still trying to confirm whether they have been able to do that. Reporting live in Fairburn, Angelique Proctor, Fox 5.
All right, Angelique, we'll keep watching it. Thanks for that live report. Meantime, after history-making presidential campaigns, former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are waiting anxiously along with millions of Americans.
And that is to find out who will be the next president of the United States. Fox's Rebecca Castor reports from Florida, where former President Trump is watching the results roll in tonight. Rebecca?
Of
Courtney, Tom, we are at the Palm Beach County Convention Center where the Trump campaign is hosting its election night watch party. But the former president will be watching the returns come in from his home at Mar-a-Lago with a small group of family and friends.
I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
The former president is feeling optimistic that voters will put him back in the White House. But it will all come down to voter turnout today.
The country that I'm living in is not the country I was born into. The only one who's putting America first is Donald Trump.
I voted for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. It's time for a change, moving forward in a better and uplifting way.
It's likely to be a long night as results slowly trickle in, and there's a possibility that a winner will not be declared before the night is over, something Trump calls an outrage.
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over.
With 19 electoral votes, all eyes will be on Pennsylvania tonight. It's the state both candidates spent the most time and money in and see as a must-win.
The reality is whoever wins Pennsylvania is likely to be president.
Vice President Harris keeping a low profile today, speaking with several radio stations in a last-minute effort to get out the vote. She says Americans are ready for a fresh start.
Frankly, I think people are exhausted with this spirit and this approach that's been about trying to divide people and have them turn and point fingers at each other. I think people are done with that.
When asked if he would accept the results of the election if he lost, former President Trump said if it's a, quote, fair election, he'll be the first to acknowledge it. Tom, Courtney, back to you guys.
Yeah, so many of us just anxiously awaiting some results that we will be starting to get soon. Rebecca, thanks. On the other side of the aisle, Vice President Harris and her supporters spent the day working to get out the vote.
In just a few hours, Harris supporters will gather at the Hyatt Regency in downtown Atlanta to watch the election returns. Fox 5's Deidre Dukes is there tonight with the Harris campaign.
After months of heavy campaigning, numerous visits by VP Harris and her surrogates, final preparations are underway for tonight's watch party here at the Hyatt Regency in downtown Atlanta, where supporters will gather in just a few hours' time. Tonight's watch party hosted by the Democratic Party of Georgia. Final preparations underway in the Centennial Ballroom here for the big event, with polls showing the candidates running neck and neck in this battleground state. A record number of people voting during the early voting period, and Biden's victory decided by a slim margin in 2020. The Democrats are campaigning on Election Day to energize their base and get their supporters to the polls. Senator Raphael Warnock spent the afternoon canvassing for the Harris campaign in Fayetteville, East Point, and McDonough.
Happy Election Day. Yes. Yes. Let's get this thing done. Yes. Are y'all ready? Yes. I don't know. You don't sound like you. Are you ready to send Kamala Harris to the White House?
Doors opening here tonight at 7:30 for what Harris supporters hope will be a victory celebration. In downtown Atlanta, Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
The presidential race, not only the decision on the ballot, we're also watching other elections, including the race for the state legislature. All 56 Senate and 180 House seats are also on the ballot. Races for the House and Senate will determine which party holds the majority and several tax measures as well.
And don't forget to join Fox 5 Atlanta for complete election coverage throughout the evening. After the 6 o'clock news, we will have Fox's Democracy 2024. And we want you to meet us right back here at 10 for all things Georgia in terms of the election results here on Fox 5 News.
All right,
a long night of news.
Yeah, but we had a great day to get out to the polls and vote today. We have less than an hour left as we take a live look outside over downtown Atlanta.
And we do thank our Fox 5 Atlanta team for that coverage. Time right now is 5:06 Eastern, 2:06 Pacific. Happening right now, just into our live now from Fox Newsroom. We are expecting an update from Maricopa County, Arizona, as election officials have been giving briefings all day long as those Election Day results are coming in. We're going to take a 2-minute break, head there live after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we continue our live Election Day coverage. Our next live event taking us out to Arizona, where the Secretary of State there is giving an Election Day update. We're going to head there now live and listen in.
By all accounts, the Election Day is going very well across most of the state. We do have some minor issues that we will talk about, and some issues that we are working through right now and continuing to get updates from. So we'll have some stuff on that. Also, please, if you are messaging to voters, please let them know that if they are in line by 7 p.m., they don't have to be in the polling station, but if they're in line by 7 p.m., they are still eligible to vote. That's an important part of the way we do things here in Arizona. And then also along those lines, if voters still have their early ballots in their ballot by mail envelopes, they can cut right through the line, get up to the front, and drop those off immediately. They don't have to wait in line to drop off those ballots. Another quick thing, for any other voter information, Arizona.vote is going to be the general source for trusted information, and that's one of the things we want to make sure to get out there. All right, so we've got a couple of really important updates. As we get closer to the rush hour, voting is going to start increasing. We're already seeing a little bit more turnout, and the lines are getting a little bit longer right now. Folks are working hard across the state to make sure we get everybody through, and that's really important. But folks should be aware that the only people who are authorized to be in the polling places, aside from the poll workers and voters, are going to be folks who are official party observers appointed by the county party chairs of the major county parties, and officials from the Department of Justice who also have their written clearance or permission to be in there. My office has not authorized any other groups or affiliates to enter any polling places. We've heard hints that that is a possibility. I haven't been briefed completely on that. Apparently the issues were very easily resolved by some of the polling place officials on the ground, and so it didn't rise to any sort of a level of any sort of alerts. It's just we'll see how that little piece develops. We've been monitoring a particular threat that has emerged. We have a statement that we've gotten information from the FBI. Do we need to make an adjustment there?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. From the FBI. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. We are aware that there have been threats made not just here in Arizona, but Georgia, Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin as to bomb threats in Arizona. The threats pertained to 4 specific locations in Navajo County only. These are unsubstantiated threats. We have no reason to believe that any of our voters or any of our polling places are in any sort of jeopardy. I was briefed just moments ago by my security team and some folks with state law enforcement who are working in conjunction with the feds. This is another, we believe, probing attack. We also have reason to believe, although I won't get into specifics, that this comes from one of our foreign enemies, namely Russia. They've been busy lately, I suppose. Let's see. We'll head over to Apache County for an update. There has been an e-poll book and a printer problem. Now, this is county-wide. This doesn't only exist on the reservations in Apache County. There are technical teams out in the field that are resolving these issues. Most of the sites in Apache County are up and running well. As we understand at this moment, there are still some residual issues out in Apache County. And we're doing our best in our office with our folks to work with the county election officials there to see if we can resolve any of the remaining problems. I did have a meeting with the speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and one of the delegates to the council and some of their staff, along with the state election director, excuse me, to talk about some of the details and continue those open lines of communication we have with our tribal governments as we try to facilitate voting that is not only in Apache County but also on the Navajo Nation and in other spaces. So we're going to continue to have those conversations. We'll keep them updated as we get more information and back and forth. So the communication is very clear with the folks on the ground out there. We are doing what we can to help resolve those issues. We'll keep you posted on that. Again, back to, nope, we already covered that one. There is a little bit of what we understand, a couple of reports of some misinformation going on, particularly in Coconino County as to student voters. Unless you are registered to vote 29 days ahead of this election, you are not eligible to vote, not even for president in Arizona. We do not have same-day voter registration. Some students, as I understand, are being informed otherwise, and they're being told that they can vote for president without being registered in Arizona. This is not true. And so if there are folks up there in the Flagstaff area, please understand that we're doing what we can to share on social media and in other ways to discourage this practice. But no voter can be turned away. And even if you vote with a provisional ballot, that's perfectly legal under the law. That doesn't mean it will necessarily count, and frankly, usually they do. But if you are not registered to vote within 29 days of the election, you are not eligible to vote, even if you are registered outside of Arizona. You've got to be an Arizona voter to be able to vote in Arizona. This is an unidentified group that has been telling this to voters, saying they can use a Fed-only ballot or just vote for president. Neither one of these things is true. And voters across the state can verify their voter registration status at my.arizona.vote. I'll repeat that website, my.arizona.vote. At this time, that's the update. We're doing it in this format because we've got a lot going on, and we wouldn't have had time for questions anyway, although I've been given a high sign that we may have a question or two that have popped up on YouTube, which is the only channel through which for this briefing we're going to be taking questions. Do we have anything that is up yet?
Not currently.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and leave the briefing at that stage for now. I just want to run back through here. I apologize and make sure I didn't miss any important points. If you'll bear with me, folks, I do appreciate it. All right, looks like we're good. I just want to close on this point, and again, to explain very quickly how our results come in Arizona. Just imagine 3 buckets. The first bucket is your 8 p.m. bucket. These are our early ballots. Everything that has been processed up to the point when the counties are ready to report at 8 p.m. That's bucket number 1. Bucket number 2 is election day voters, not the voters who bring their ballot on election day, but the folks who actually vote on election day, filling out their ballot in person. That number, that set of numbers will be revealed through the evening tonight, starting sometime well after 8 p.m. Now, as a caveat there, most of our counties in Arizona are central tabulation, so the ballots have to be transported to a central tabulation location to be tabulated, and then those numbers will come out. Even our counties, however, where tabulation happens on site, those data cards or the USB sticks or whatever the technology is they use have to be transported back to the disconnected server physically so we can get those numbers up. That's bucket number 2, election day voters. And of course, the third bucket is all of the early ballots that are either handed in on election day or which have not been processed yet. Bucket number 3 will go on for several days. We expect we expect official results to be prepared 10 to 13 days, and I think I'm getting the high sign over here. Are we done, or do we have a question?
Yeah, there was a question, sir. They wanted to know how you know it was Russian on the bomb threats, so maybe just clarify.
Yeah, we're not going to reveal that at this moment in time. We're still making sure to be as clear as possible with that, with our federal and local, our federal partners on that specific. But look, Russia wants to sow a lot of mistrust and distrust. They've been increasing their repetitiveness and their sort of directness in these attacks, spreading misinformation and disinformation. And, you know, Vladimir Putin would love us to hate one another, and so that doesn't surprise me that it is. I don't know that I'm at liberty to reveal anything more than my solid suspicion grounded in information that I don't know that I can share yet. So I'm going to have to leave it at that. And is there another one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There was just asked if there's any update on numbers, which might mean you might just have to say when they can expect numbers.
When we can expect numbers?
Yes, or the first.
8 p.m. 8 p.m. is when we do that bucket number one. That's the only thing we can really guarantee at this moment in time. We're not going to try to push the counties to get us updated numbers from this office. And y'all in the media can ask those questions. But we know how hard they're working on everything else right now. So many folks doing a lot of work. I know that we will get some good numbers later on this evening. But if we do get anything solid that we're ready to report, we could push it out there. Anything else?
Yeah, Jen wants to know if
Jen Fifield?
There's only one Jen, sir.
Blue pen Jen?
Can you say if the threats to Navajo sites are credible, and if so, what is being done to protect those locations, and are they still open?
The federal and state and local law enforcement agencies are doing everything they need to do within the protocols, including, as I understand, folks have been deployed to the locations. We don't have any reason to believe that anyone is in jeopardy or any of these locations are in jeopardy. That comes from the folks who are analyzing these threats, not from me. That's not my gut. That's not my hunch. And so I got briefed right before I came on this call, so we can say with some confidence, as informed by those folks who take care of that stuff, that no one is under any threat as we understand it right now. But I think they are sending folks out to these locations just to verify that. But these threats aren't credible at this time. Anything else?
Did the polling places in Navajo Nation have to close down at any time?
No polling places have closed on Navajo because of these bomb threats at any point in time. This is my understanding, and I'm pretty sure, I can't confirm that, but I'm pretty sure none of them actually closed.
And that's pretty much it, sir.
Okay, well, thanks, everybody. We're going to go ahead and sign off here. I don't know if we're going to do another briefing, but I'm sure there's plenty of stuff here that many of you will want follow-up on, and so we will continue to retrieve and process more information. And if we get another pile of data that we want to make sure you all are informed about, we'll make that happen sometime later this afternoon or throughout the evening at some point. All right, let's go ahead and kill the train.
All right, so that was Arizona Secretary of State giving a briefing live, just sharing some updated information, saying that they will not be expecting to get any of those election results until 8 p.m. And of course, that is when the polls will be closing. I'm just taking a quick look at this when it comes to Arizona right here. And again, polls close at different times depending on the state. And so Arizona is going to be closing at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Arizona, of course, being one of those key swing states. I'm taking a look at our list right here. Michigan, also a swing state, will also be closing at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Nevada, 10 p.m. Eastern time. So those are some of the later results that we are expecting from those key swing states. Georgia will be closing at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So that is the very first swing state where the polls will be closing. North Carolina just 30 minutes later at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. And Michigan, Pennsylvania, 8 p.m. Eastern time. But it's interesting because Michigan is split, right? You have the Eastern time zones and then, of course, the Central time zone. So depending on which county, those polls will be closing at different times. But as we continue our countdown coverage, I did want to share this with you. This is a live countdown clock. The first polls closing on the East Coast in 1 hour, 36 minutes and about 30 seconds. So we are very close from pivoting from election day to election night when those results slowly start to come on in. And So many people are going to be watching and waiting for those results to come in. I did want to share this look with you. We just got this into our Live Now from Fox newsroom right here, but take a look. A beautiful live look out of Howard University. This is where Vice President Harris is going to be watching those election results come in. Howard University being her alma mater right there. And so that is a live look right there. I also wanted to share this look with you. This is inside the Palm Beach Convention Center. This is the Trump election headquarters in Palm Beach, Florida. You can see the crowds already gathering right there. To note, though, former President Trump will likely not attend, as he is expected to watch those election results come on in at his Mar-a-Lago club. But I did want to share that with you, as we do have these live looks right here on Live Now from Fox. And I do want to invite you to stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox as we transition from Election Day to Election Night. Our primetime coverage with Andrew Kraft begins at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. As those results come in, our entire Live Now from Fox team has you covered with those real-time results. There's also going to be a panel of analysts and reporters spread across the United States, giving you those live looks inside those headquarters. All right, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, we're going to be joined by Christina Evans, my colleague at Live Now from Fox. She is going to be covering the social media component. No doubt a lot of strong reactions and a lot of comments are expected to come throughout the night, and she has you covered on that front throughout the election night. All right, so we're going to step away for a 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 5:28 Eastern, 2:28 Pacific, and we're continuing our live coverage on Election Day. Just 30 minutes from election night. Our primetime coverage begins at 6 p.m. Eastern time, and we invite you to stay with us as we will be getting those results in real time, sharing all of it with you, not just the presidential election, but of course the all-important congressional races as the balance of power hangs in question. And we're going to keep a very close eye on that. Of course, there are also a number of gubernatorial races that are very important and some of those ballot initiatives. And speaking of ballot initiatives, I did want to share these looks with you because abortion continues to be one of the biggest issues on the ballot. 10 different states have that on the ballot. We have highlighted all of those states for you: Montana, South Dakota, Nebraska, Colorado, Nevada, Arizona, Missouri, New York, Maryland, and Florida. And this really has been an important issue. In fact, Vice President Harris making it part of her campaign platform, appealing to female voters. And this is also the very first time, and I did want to read this with you, that since the overturn of Roe versus Wade by the Supreme Court back in 2022, this is the first presidential contest since Roe v. Wade was overturned. So how much of an impact could this have? That is what we are going to find out. Because both, of course, the presidential election, but also these initiatives are on the very same ballot. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that. And another big issue that we have is marijuana. A lot of people have very strong emotions on that. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Florida, all on that as well. No doubt, very important, strong reactions are likely to come on in. And for that, I do want to bring in my colleague, Christina Evans, who is keeping a very close eye on everything social. So we're going to pivot to her, bring her in. Christina, it's great to see you on this election day, almost election night. I know you're keeping a very close eye on everything social media. Can you bring our viewers up to date in terms of what you will be covering in the coming hours?
Absolutely, Stephanie. Thank you so much for having me here to kind of preview what we're going to be talking about on our social platform. So if you have your phone, grab it, pull it out right now. I want you to follow us at Live Now Fox. That's it over all of our platforms. We are, though, going to be particularly active on TikTok tonight as well. So keep that in mind. If you're not sitting there at the TV watching these results come in live, we've also got you covered on social media. Your phone goes with you everywhere, so Live Now will be with you everywhere you go. I also do want to show you a look here in our room so you can kind of see what I'm going to be monitoring tonight. As you can see, we've got all of these posts from X and Instagram and some from TikTok as well flowing into our newsroom as we're keeping an eye on the social stories that are going to start to define this 2024 election day. There's one in particular, though, that I do want to show you a closer look at right now. As I bring you here on our screen, take a look at this. We are getting these updates. Again, this is a post on X, some of the examples of those storylines that we will be following. Right now, we know that at least 200,000 people have voted in person there on Election Day as of 3:05 p.m. Eastern Time in Pennsylvania. So, again, some of these county election centers do put out posts so that way they're able to show exactly what's happening in their state so voters can be aware. But another thing that's trending on social media that I have to bring your attention to, this is in Maricopa County. We also know that Arizona, a critical swing state in this election, has got a lot of voters as they're going to the polls today, maybe feeling some anxiety. It's normal for an election day. But one thing that's going to be helping out this election day, as you can see next to me, puppies at the polls. So this is another example of a post that we found on social media that's starting to get some traction there in Arizona and in Maricopa County specifically, as the Arizona Humane Society decided to bring out these puppies to help ease anxiety for those voters who are seeking to cast their ballot in this election. So a lot is going on right now on the election front that we're keeping an eye on social media. Again, one more time, I want you to follow us at Live Now Fox. That's it on all platforms. You'll be able to find us there. I'll be giving you updates throughout the night, specifically on TikTok. So make sure you're downloading the app and hitting that follow button.
Christina, I have to say, this election season has been contentious. There's no doubt about it. But I could not help but smile when I saw that puppy. And we need sometimes that levity. I mean, Election Day, of course, incredibly important. But, those lighter moments also we need to embrace as we do await those election results. So you're going to have the serious to the lighthearted and everything in between, keeping a very close eye on everything social media. No doubt the thousands and hundreds of thousands of viewers are going to be keeping a very close eye on exactly what you are doing. So fascinating and so important. So thank you so much for taking the time to really just break it all down for us.
Absolutely, Stephanie. And yes, just like you, I'm going to show it here one more time. The puppies were definitely my favorite part so far that I've seen on social media today. Who can't smile when you see a puppy? So again, those are the storylines that we'll be bringing. Thank you so much for your work that you're also doing on the desk there in Orlando, Stephanie. Throw it back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Christina. And make sure to keep it on Live Now from Fox. Christina is going to be giving you all of the social media updates as they happen in real time, beginning at 6 p.m. Eastern time. That is when our prime time coverage does begin. We invite you to stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue that coverage, really now just less than 30 minutes away from our prime time coverage, transitioning from election day to election night. And no doubt about it, this is going to be an incredibly historic night for the United States, but not just tonight. Tomorrow as well, as many election officials are saying that they may not have their final results until tomorrow. You can count on Live Now from Fox for that 24-hour coverage. We are not going away. Every step of the way, every single result, we are going to be with you, bringing it to you in real time. So we do want to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. But before we do, once again, taking a live look out of Howard University. This is in Washington, D.C. And in fact, as we were speaking with Christina, they actually changed that live look right here. This is where Vice President Harris will be watching those election results. Howard University is her alma mater, and you can see it is nighttime there, just a little bit breezy, but a beautiful view as you can see that folks are already gathering right there as school also is underway. But you can see some of those lights right there sparkling there in the distance. Meanwhile, transitioning, I also wanted to share this with you. This is where former President Trump's election headquarters are. This is Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. You can see also a crowd starting to gather there right now. You can see the very big election board on the screen as those results come down in real time. Former President Trump, though, not expected to attend this particular election party. He is expected to watch those election results come down at his Mar-a-Lago club, and it is unclear as to whether either Vice President Harris or former President Trump will be speaking, delivering some sort of statement, but no doubt about it, if they do, we are going to be there with you, bringing that in real time. In the meantime, we do have a number of other cameras that I did want to share with you as polls are still open. And this is a live look from Phoenix, Arizona. I just wanted to make sure that I had my information correct, and the polls still open there as it is early in that area. In fact, they will be open until 9 p.m. Eastern time, Arizona being one of those key swing states. So we do have live looks around the United States. We are going to be everywhere, bringing you all the important coverage with live reports in the field, expert panels, and of course, those real-time results as they happen. We're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break. After that, much more live coverage, and we're also going to be checking in with Andrew Kraft. He is going to be your host for election night, along with our entire Live Now from Fox team. We're going to be talking about specifically what he and the entire team will be focusing on in the coming hours. We'll be right back. I'm Stephanie Quidnew.
sure you got a lot of other things you could be doing. Taking the time to vote. Really don't. All right. Thank you.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are continuing to cover Election Day, almost election night, as polls are still open, but now we are just moments away from them closing. I did want to share these live looks with you. This is a live look from the Palm Beach Convention Center. This is where the Trump headquarters are and where many of his supporters will be watching those results in real time. Former President Trump, though, not expecting to attend this particular watch party, as he will be watching those results from his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida, just a short distance away from this. Meantime, this is a live look right here at Howard University, where Vice President Harris will be watching those real-time election results. This is in Washington, D.C. And you may wonder, why Howard University? Well, this is where she went to college. This is her alma mater right there. So I wanted to share that with you. Meantime, we continue to follow the very latest out of all of the swing states. And we did want to share this with you. This is a live look at our swing state map. You can see that there are 7 states that are critical to either former President Trump or Vice President Harris to win the presidential election. Pennsylvania being the critical state. We have been hearing a lot about Pennsylvania, and for good reason. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes up for grab. That is the most out of all of these swing states. Yesterday, former President Trump and Vice President Harris both campaigning, making their final arguments to voters, those undecided voters in Pennsylvania, urging voters to get to the polls, saying, without you, I will not win. That's from both sides of the aisle. Georgia is next with 16 electoral votes, along with North Carolina also having 16 electoral votes. Michigan has 15 electoral votes, Arizona 11, Wisconsin 10, and Nevada with 6 electoral votes. And so it is interesting. So just to give you some context and a little bit of history, 2020, of course, the last presidential election, President Biden won every single swing state except for North Carolina. Former President Trump, he took that state in 2020. Going back even further to 2016, this is former President Trump against Hillary Clinton. Trump swept all of the swing states except for one. Hillary Clinton won Nevada. So as you can see, these 7 states really have been key in the past 2 elections and now currently in this particular election. Now, Pennsylvania officials say that it could take until tomorrow before they have any final results. So, of course, there might be a big question mark tonight. That has yet to be determined. We are going to be watching this very closely every single step of the way. Now, Georgia has also been under very high scrutiny with electoral integrity and election integrity. That was a big focus during the last presidential election. We have been hearing from the Secretary of State a number of times today, giving updates on the electoral process on this election day. And I did want to share one of those last briefings with you with the Secretary of State. Let's listen in.
And specifically, what kind of things have you done?
We're battle tested, and we'll have a process in place. We'll make sure we follow the law, follow the Constitution, and report the results accurately.
One last question.
Several thousand Cobb County voters got their ballots late. They were under the impression, many of them, as of yesterday, that they would be able to return those ballots late. With the motion to stay now, any word to them or to the people who are in charge of submitting those ballots or mailing those ballots?
The Georgia Supreme Court had a ruling, and every voter needs to return those no later than 7 p.m. If they can't get to the election office for Cobb County, then they can show up at their precinct, and they can then, nullify their absentee ballot, and then they can vote in person. So there's a process.
All right, so that was Georgia's Secretary of State. That was mid-sentence, so I did want to bring it to you in its entirety. So I am going to almost rewind it just a little bit so we can once again listen in.
Mic check?
Yeah.
Level check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check. Good.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Well, it's great to see you. Well, so far, it's been just smooth sailing, by and large. And I'm just really grateful for the team that we have. I've led the way to make Georgia the most secure, free, and fair place to vote in the United States. And we've done that by doing a citizen audit, make sure only American citizens are on the voter rolls. We've done 2 audits on that. Now we have photo ID for all forms of voting. We have photo ID for absentee voting. And I believe that has helped shore up security and also confidence. And then we have a multi-state organization that makes sure we have clean voter lists, so our lists are up to date and accurate. So far, we're tracking line times. Average line time in Georgia right now is 2 minutes. And then with the electronic poll pads, average check-in is 49 seconds. When I checked in, it was actually, under 49 seconds. It was actually about 47 on early voting. And I did want to share that because you probably thought I got special treatment. But today, it's 49 seconds for everyone in Georgia. And so people are having a great voting experience. So turnout looks like right now it's just solid, steady, and it's more than you would think because the lines are moving so quickly. So people are in and out in less than 10 minutes. So it's just a tremendous day. So that's where we are right now, and didn't know if anyone had any questions right now they'd like to ask. Yes, sir.
Hey, Secretary of State, when do you think Georgia will be able to call a win in the presidential race?
Well, we will have, with SB 189, all of this early voting, so that's over 4 million ballots that were cast early, and the absentees that were accepted. All of that will have to be uploaded and reported no later than 1 hour after the polls close. Most polls will be closing at 7 p.m., so by 8 p.m. you'll have probably 99% of all that. So that'll be uploaded. So you get a good idea of what the race looks like. Then all the voting that you're seeing today, before the end of the night, you'll have all of that. Many of the smaller counties are pushing to be done by 10:30 at the latest. But that's the type of response you're going to see in the smaller counties. But by the end of the night, you'll have all of those results.
One follow-up question. Regardless of the outcome, do you expect legal challenges?
Well, that gets into future predictions, and our job is to make sure we have a secure election that's accurate, and we're really excited that's also going to be fast. The voters are having a great experience. Lady in the back?
Sorry to interrupt. We received a lot of emails today about people who say their polling location was changed last minute. Signs outside of polling locations say it's actually this other location. Are there any reports of that? Do you know of any last minute changes? What should people do if they encounter this?
I haven't heard any reports about last minute poll changes.
Did all the polls open on time at 7? Any delays today?
As far as we know right now, it's been smooth, and so we obviously hear about that a little bit later. But you always have a couple precincts that will have a 15-minute or a 30-minute extension. When you have 2,400, there's always something that could happen right at 7 a.m. I know I was up at 5, but many of the people that are working here, when I checked with them, they were actually up at 4. So I guess that stepped in.
Still on pace for 1 million, you think, today?
Oh, I think we'll pass that based on where we are right now, just the feedback we're getting. I think it'll be a little bit north of that. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
You can't predict the
future, but have you prepared for litigation if you need to go to court, and specifically what kind of things have you done?
We're battle tested, and we'll have a process in place. We'll make sure we follow the law, follow the Constitution, and report the results accurately.
One last question.
Several thousand Cobb County viewers got their, voters got their ballots late. They were under the impression, many of them, as of yesterday, that they would be able to return those ballots late. With the motion to stay now, any word to them or to the people who are in charge of submitting those ballots or mailing those ballots?
The Georgia Supreme Court had a ruling, and every voter needs to return those no later than 7 p.m. If they can't get to the election office for Cobb County, then they can show up at their precinct, and they can then, nullify their absentee ballot, and then they can vote in person. So there's a process in place.
Have you heard of any threats at polling places? That we heard about one bomb threat. Have you heard any other verifiable threats at any polling places?
We've heard some threats that were of Russian origin, and so I don't know how to describe if that's viable. We don't think they are, but in the interest of public safety, you always check that out, and we'll just continue to be very responsive when we hear about stuff like that. We identified the source, and it was from Russia.
Can you elaborate on that? What kind of threats?
As he said, it's a bomb threat.
So and you're confident of the Russians that did?
Yeah, just like we had the DDoS attack on Monday, October 14th, 420,000, pings, denial of service from Russians. So we added that interface that said, I am a human, I'm not a robot. So they're up to no mischief, it seems, and they don't want us to have a smooth, fair, and accurate election, and anything they can get us to fight among ourselves, they can count that as a victory. So that tells you a little bit about the Russians. They're not our friends. Anyone that thinks they are hasn't been reading the newspapers. Thank you so much.
Can you clarify where they were from?
So that was Georgia's Secretary of State giving an election update right there. I also was going to share a live look with you from New Hope, Pennsylvania, as night, of course, has fallen in the swing state of Pennsylvania, and there was an incredibly long line of voters, but it does look like that live stream has now shifted, and so that's what happens. We have access to all of these live cameras all around the country. They come and they go, and that is the way that it is. But speaking of live, I do want to bring in Andrew Kraft, who, of course, is going to be your host for election night. Andrew, I know that you are so busy getting ready, so I appreciate you taking the time to chat with me. But specifically, as we are now really just minutes away from our primetime coverage at 6 p.m. Eastern time, can you walk our viewers through kind of the time frame that you're taking a look at when it comes to election results, when it comes to those significant ballot numbers? What are you keeping a very close eye on?
Well, yeah, good to be with you, Stephanie. Of course, at the top of the hour here on Live Now from Fox, we will begin our election night coverage. Happy election night to everyone watching right now. But that's what we're going to do all throughout the course of the evening. We're going to be bringing you results in real time, not just with the presidential contest, but with these down ballot races for control of the House and the Senate, governor's mansions around the country, these major ballot questions that have been put to so many voters on issues like abortion and immigration and marijuana specifically too. So we're just getting started here. We're going to give everyone a lay of the land at the top of the hour, tracking the number of electoral college votes that each candidate is getting throughout the course of the evening. So right at the top of the hour in a couple states, ballots will close in parts of those states here. So it's going to move very, very fast. And I'll be looking for voter enthusiasm, same-day voter turnout, how that tracks with some of the record-breaking early voting numbers we've seen in some of these battleground states as well. So there's a lot of things to watch for tonight, Stephanie.
Yeah, and I just put up our map of the 7 swing states. You mentioned those battleground states. These are, of course, as you know, these are the key states that everyone is going to be keeping a very close eye on. And I know you're going to be giving those results in real time. But what a difference these 7 states will make, Andrew.
That's right. They're very consequential. And it's not only those 7 states, but a subset of voters within those states. Undecided voters still. Can you imagine if you're undecided still at this hour? And independent voters as well. So you're going to have an eye into some of these polling locations, outside of some of these polling locations. And, of course, breaking news pops up on election nights as well, depending on how the ballot counting is going. And so there's a lot of storylines to follow. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. We got a lot in store at the top of the next hour.
No, absolutely. And we ourselves are going to step away for that 2-minute break as we hand it over to you, Andrew, and the entire Live Now from Fox team as Election Day primetime coverage starts in just a number of minutes. We're going to pivot to you. We're going to step away for that 2-minute break. Stay with us, everyone.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Live Now look there at the White House in the nation's capital. This is the moment we have all been waiting for all year, and that is the prize of the night. Some would say it's the Super Bowl of politics. Welcome here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. I'll be guiding you through these results tonight in real time when we get them as well. Polls are about to close in just a couple of states and part of a couple of states. So we'll get some of those results coming in momentarily at the top of the hour. And let's talk about the presidential contest. According to some of these national head-to-head polls here, the race is very close between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris here. Voter enthusiasm, of course, and early voting turnout have remained high over the last couple of weeks here. We'll see if that remains the case for some of these same-day voters in these 7 battleground states we'll be watching throughout the course of the evening as well here. But we are live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to be bringing you these campaign rallies, campaign events, press conferences from election officials in states around the country as well here, just like we have been doing all throughout the course of the election cycle here. So right now, we do want to show you what we are watching at the moment here. Take a look at this. This is inside, we believe there, the Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. We also have a live look as well at Howard University outside the nation's capital at the Harris Watch Party. So these are all set, these events there. We're going all night. We're not stopping. It'll be live, raw, and unfiltered, of course. You'll be hearing the candidates from all across the country, whether they win or lose as well. Now, the question on everyone's minds is whether there will be a declared winner tonight. Of course, we can't answer that question right now. Each state has their own rules when it comes to counting ballots. But remember, just to set the stage, we are going to be relying here on Live Now from Fox with the Associated Press. All of their data, all of their numbers and metrics, that is who we will rely on here to bring you these results accurately in real time. Now, if you notice in the bottom left hand of your screen there, that is our Electoral College tally, and it will update in real time when these states get called. Now, below that, you see another number there. Right now, it's at 510,500. That means that is showing how many people are streaming live now from Fox at this very moment here. So just a really interesting, cool feature to let you know how many people are watching alongside with us and with you here. Now, and remember, it all comes down to that magic number in the presidential contest, 270. These battleground states will decide the election here. Let's bring into the conversation, though, some of my colleagues who will help us make sense of this night as well, including Live Now's Austin Westfall and Christina Evans. Austin, let's start with you. You're going to be our guy at the board there, and you're going to have some maps. You're going to help us make sense of some of these results. And Austin, it's not just the path to 270, it's the balance of power in Washington on Capitol Hill.
That's right. The top prize tonight, of course, Andrew, it's going to be this building right here. We do want to show you how we're going to illustrate these results as they come in through the Associated Press as the night progresses. You see a lot of gray on this map right now. This is going to start filling in with some red on this side as the night progresses. We're going to start seeing some blue on this side as the night progresses. We're going to be tracking results in all 50 states, of course, but the campaigns have really been focusing on 7 battlegrounds: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. So, what's the easiest path to victory for both candidates? Let's start with Harris. She's just got to get those blue wall states: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and then 1 in Nebraska. That gives her the presidency if all of the other 43 states and Washington, D.C. fall the way that we expect them to. How about Trump's path? Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. That's all it's going to take. Those are the easiest paths for both candidates. Of course, like you mentioned, though, that's not going to be the only story. We're going to be tracking the balance of power in both chambers of Congress as well. This is going to be pivotal. We also got maps to show you for the Senate and the House. This is how we're breaking down the Senate. We just want to illustrate here that all these darker colored pips, these are seats that are not up for grabs. Everything in the center, these are the seats where we're seeing challenges. As you can see, many more blue seats on the defense compared to red. Democrats have a slim majority in the Senate right now, 51 to 49. It's pretty much all but guaranteed at this point that West Virginia, Senator Joe Manchin, who's not running for re-election, his seat is going to flip independent to red. Jim Justice, the popular 2-term governor in West Virginia, likely going to be flipping that seat. So that is already going to be one seat that the Democrats are going to be losing. There's a number of other competitive Senate seats: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Those are pretty much seats that Democrats are going to need to win if they want to maintain their control. There's also some seats where the Republicans could be on the defense. There's been a lot of chatter about whether or not Colin Allred can actually outpace Ted Cruz in Texas. There's an interesting race in Florida with Rick Scott. and then an independent challenger coming out of nowhere, giving us an unexpected challenge in a state that nobody expected a senatorial challenge to happen. So that's what we're tracking in the Senate. Finally, before we go, Andrew, let's talk about the House here. Again, a lot of gray. 218, that's going to be the magic number. This map is much more complex. We're starting to see every single district. There's competitive districts from as far east as Maine to as far west as Alaska. So many competitive races on the West Coast, including in southwestern Washington, Bend, Oregon, the Central Valley in California, Southern California. Those are House races that could determine the balance of the House, and those are races that may not be called for a long time. So I say all that to say, Andrew, that this building is important tonight because it's going to let us know just how powerful of a president we're going to be talking about.
You know, that's so true, Austin, depending on who wins the presidency tonight. You know, will they have a unified government on Capitol Hill or a divided government on Capitol Hill? You know, will Chuck Schumer in the Senate keep his job? Will Speaker Johnson on the House side keep his job? All of those questions remain outstanding right now. Austin, thanks so much. If it's election night, you do need a map. You got a map, and we'll check in very soon here. In the meantime, though, so many of these storylines will be happening on social media, particularly. We're going to get a lot of our news there, because even on election night, breaking news will happen live, raw, and unfiltered, as it usually does. And to join us to track all things on social media, my colleague there in the Live Now newsroom, Christina Evans. And Christina, what are you watching for tonight on social media?
Yeah, Andrew, it's great to be here with you guys on election night in Live Now's Social Center. That's what we're kind of calling it at this point. So if you do have a phone that's next to you, as many of us do when we're watching television, pull it out right now. Download some of those apps that we're talking about, X, also TikTok and Instagram. You can find us there at Live Now Fox. So on those social media platforms, I'll be guiding you through some of those other top headlines that we're seeing pop up on social media. I do want to show you just a look now as what we're dealing with here in our social center. Here's the look. We've got all of our boards in here pulling in these posts from X as well as Instagram and TikTok as things are starting to break on the internet. And when it comes to some of those storylines, an example of one that we're going to be following right now, I want to show you here on your screen a look of a story that's now coming out of Milwaukee. So this is some breaking news that we did just get into our newsroom as well. The city of Milwaukee says that it will recount around 30,000 absentee ballots after discovering each of the 13 high-speed tabulators here at Central Count had an open door. Right now, officials aren't sure of how that happened. They will zero out those machines and start again. Now, this is according to our news partners there at Fox 6 in Milwaukee. But again, another important storyline that we're covering there in Milwaukee. So what we have learned is that the city spokesperson, Jeff Fleming, said that those tabulators were sealed, but the doors to those machines were not properly closed. This issue, though, involved early absentee and in-person ballots and has affected all 13 tabulators. Live look that we have there in the city of Milwaukee as we're continuing to follow some of these breaking stories. That's just an example of some of those storylines that we're going to be following here on social media. Again, as you're stepping away from the TV, maybe you need to go pick up your kids from school or run a quick errand to the grocery store. Pick up your dinner tonight. Make sure you have your phone with you. You can follow us at Live Now Fox. I'm going to push our TikTok platform right now because we'll be there very active giving you those latest updates. So, Andrew, sending it back over there to you. But again, you can find us on Live Now socials as well throughout the night.
All right, Christina Evans, thanks so much. You're going to be very busy. We'll be checking in with you periodically here. Christina, thanks. All right, in the meantime here, we are well underway now in our election night coverage, and we're into the top of the hour. And a few states, not a lot, I believe about 2, some parts of those states, polls have closed there. I'm talking about Indiana. I'm talking about Kentucky. So we will get some of those results in momentarily here, of course. At the top of the next hour, some of these major battleground states, polls will close there. North Carolina and Georgia will have our eyes on that as well. Let's just give you a sense of what we're watching for right now. We have all of these live pictures, and that's what we do here, of course. You see there inside of the Trump campaign watch party as well, and that's in West Palm Beach, where this will all unfold tonight. Now, for the other campaign, the Harris campaign, this is at Howard University outside the nation's capital. Of course, you know Vice President Harris is an alum of Howard University, a historically black college and university, and that is where she has chosen to host her campaign election night watch party and rally here. So we also have some of these vantage points coming to us from polling locations. We just brought you that news out of Milwaukee there. So some snafus and flare-ups. But let's take our first commercial break of this hour. We'll be back in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and happy election night. We are just getting started here. We do want to update you. Remember, I had said that in parts of Indiana and Kentucky, polls have now closed there. We are getting race results there, some of these key House districts, and let's talk about them with my colleague here, Austin Westfall, yet again. Austin, race calls have been made there in Kentucky, I believe. Who?
So the way this goes, pretty much every recent election cycle, is the very first places that we see polls closing and we start seeing results coming in are portions of Indiana and portions of Kentucky. I gotta underline here, these are very preliminary results. In some cases, they are not indicative of some sort of larger electorate here, but we're starting to see, at least up here, that Republicans now officially have 2 seats out of the 218 that they're gonna need to take control of the House. So let's zoom out. Let's pick up here where exactly these seats are. And what I want to show you really is that these are uncontested seats. Kentucky District 5. That's Hal Rogers. As it says, it's an uncontested race. That's why as soon as the polls closed, they were able to call this one in Hal's favor. That's District 5. Let's also take a look at District 4. That's the other race that was called immediately because it's uncontested. Thomas Massey winning his seat. There are a couple of other races. These are in Indiana, District 8 right now, polling, and only 1% of the votes have been tallied so far. So very preliminary details. We're just going through these more or less to show you how the night is going to be working as we move forward this evening. So we see a strong Republican lead in this race with 1% of the vote tallied. So much more to go, Andrew.
That's right. Some of those Kentucky House districts, always ruby red there. Austin, thanks so much. In the meantime here, remember, we just brought you this news there out of Milwaukee from Sam Kramer there at Fox 6, saying the city of Milwaukee says it will recount around 30,000 absentee ballots after discovering each of the 13 high-speed tabulators there at Central Count had an open door. Now, officials aren't sure how that happened, but Fox 6 caught up with some election officials. This is a very brief update from election officials there in Milwaukee on what exactly happened. This is about a minute long here. Let's listen.
and the ballots that have already gone through the tabulating machine will be rerun through them. It's just out of an abundance of caution. We have no reason to believe that there was any compromise to any of the machines, but because they were not fully sealed, human error, and not fully sealed, we are going to zero them all out again, the 13 machines around, and then rerun the ballots that had already been processed. So most of what you're seeing on the floor here, the opening of the envelopes, the sorting through them, that doesn't have to be redone. What has to be redone is just what's happening against the wall at the machines. It is going to extend the time that we will get the totals here. We don't know how much longer that will be. So it's not insignificant.
You said it wasn't sealed. That means...
Okay, so that's the bottom line there. It will extend some of the counting, some of these deadlines there in Milwaukee because of this error. And you got some clarity there from that election official in Milwaukee. In the meantime, live now look there at the White House. We are waiting on some of these results here in parts of Indiana and Kentucky. And of course, we are tracking the Electoral College count. We have this there at the lower left hand of your screen. We'll be popping that up once the races get called in certain states. Of course, has not happened yet, but that's going to be a key feature throughout the course of this evening here. In the meantime, though, we do want to bring in our first guest to the conversation, and that, of course, is GOP strategist and operative Keith Nahigian. He joins me. Keith, thanks for being with us here. Let's talk about what the Trump campaign needs to do to close up some of these gaps here. You know, declaring on who wins tonight or whether or not there is a race called tonight. Do you think the former president, much like he did in 2020, will he prematurely declare victory? Or are Chris LaCivita and Susie Wiles telling him not to do that? Is that in the offing, you think?
I don't think they're talking about that from the standpoint of we're not in a COVID election. Last time they were tabulating things with COVID protocols and touching ballots and all these other things, and they had twice as many absentee and early voting ballots. They don't have that now. They have much better machines. I think you're going to see results tonight and then acceptance speeches even tonight or recession speeches tonight for the most part. I think we're going to get to a conclusion way quicker than past elections.
All right, of course, live look there at the White House. I have to ask, though, I mean, if he does speak, if Trump does speak tonight, what will his message be if there is no conclusion yet?
I think if he does speak, he will say, you know, I don't have enough electoral votes. We're waiting. And then he'll come back tomorrow, kind of like I believe he and Hillary did that in the cycle that they ran together. You just never know. It depends what's withholding still. If there's enough that he can call a victory because he has enough electoral votes, basically, if he wins Georgia and North Carolina, which he has an advantage in right now of early voting ballots, all he needs is Pennsylvania. So if the trend line is that he's going to win Pennsylvania, that's it. That's 270. So none of these other states would matter. If he doesn't win North Carolina or for some reason Pennsylvania, then yes, it's going to be a much longer night waiting for other states and other time zones to close.
So, Keith, though, should the Trump camp be worried about the Latino vote in Pennsylvania, particularly the Puerto Rican American diaspora here? The Harris campaign has gone really hard with that constituency over the last week in the wake of those comments that joke made at the rally at Madison Square Garden. Should they be worried? And if so, are they?
I don't think they're even thinking about it for a minute. It's a joke of a person that said something 5 days early. If that's what things are moving the electorate is about the economy, the immigration issue. Puerto Ricans are very upset about, illegal immigration in their communities. There's other big issues that are impacting people at the kitchen counter every day, and I think that's the number one priority for them. So there's 500,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania. I think they're going to vote on what issues really matter to them most.
All right, Keith, I do want to bring in my colleague here, Austin Westfall, with a few questions for you as well. From the Trump side of the equation, we do have his election night watch party shot there in West Palm Beach. Austin.
We saw in the past week, Trump visited New Mexico and Virginia, Keith. We saw J.D. Vance in New Hampshire as well over the weekend. What does the Trump campaign see in those states? Those are not the typical battlegrounds that we've been focusing on.
I've been talking about New Hampshire for the last year. When Biden canceled the primary up there, it was very devastating to the process. It's their main way of life up there in terms of picking presidents and getting the no candidates. And when he canceled the primary, it really was devastating for the economy up there. And then he also instructed his cabinet not to travel up there for nearly 2 years. So in terms of Harris, she has never really been there. Remember, she dropped out before the Iowa primaries. And then this time as vice president, I think she's only been there, a handful of times. They really like to know who they're voting for up there. And I think there's a disconnect. I think these pollsters are missing the Democrats that are maybe not going to vote because they don't know the candidate well enough. She had a huge disadvantage of only having a couple of weeks worth of campaigning. In New Hampshire, they take things seriously. I can't imagine them going into the polls and voting for someone that they hadn't met in person because they didn't have the chance to. So New Hampshire, Virginia is another one to watch. I think he went to Salem also because that media market hits parts of North Carolina. But there's a lot of polling that shows it's within a couple of points in Virginia. And New Mexico, that was a little bit more of a stretch. I'm not sure why he was going to New Mexico. We'll have to see. But different polls have it widening the lane in multi ways of getting to 270. Harris is having a smaller and smaller lane in terms of how to get to 270, especially if she loses Pennsylvania.
So, Keith, I want to ask, though, are Republicans right now and those inside the Trump camp, are they too bullish on some of these early voting numbers we've seen that have trended and have favored Republicans in states like Nevada and elsewhere here? When you compare that, which we don't know yet, with the same day voting numbers, should they keep their powder dry with that or not?
I think the number to watch is not early voting, but registrations. The registration numbers in these states have moved 8 to 9%. Registration changes are real new voters that are going to be in their column. And if you're talking about 9% in Georgia, in North Carolina, and some of these other places, 6 to 9%, those are new voters registering as Republicans. And a lot of those, that's the bigger number. So it's not early vote, it's the registration changes that are the most dramatic.
All right, Keith Nahigian, we do appreciate your expertise for coming on tonight. I know it's a busy night. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, like I said, we're just getting started. We're going to be bringing on experts, analysts, surrogates for the campaigns themselves to help us make sense of some of these results that we're getting in. Some of these themes and storylines we'll be tracking throughout the course of the evening here. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
I do think we should pop up some of the Indiana and Kentucky results.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I think. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Like I said, we do have these live pictures coming to us, both there at the Trump watch party and also there at the Harris watch party on the campus of Howard University. So we do have some results, though, we want to get to out of Indiana and Kentucky here. I want to take this right now. This is the presidential contest there in Indiana with about 5% of estimated votes counted. At the moment there, you see Trump over Harris, almost 2-1 there, 61 to 37%. But it's early, 5% only of estimated votes counted. We'll see whether or not Trump can maintain this very, very wide margin. Indiana went for him in 2020 and 2016. All right, moving on. We're going to stay, though, in Indiana. Remember, there is a Senate race there. Remember, the senator right now, the Republican Mike Braun, opted to run for governor instead. We'll get to that race. But his chosen replacement, Jim Banks, the current congressman in Indiana, the Republican, over his Democratic challenger, Valerie McRae, right now. You can see there he's up 72 to 26. Still early, 2% of estimated votes counted, but that is a very, very wide margin there. So I wanted to stay in Indiana. We are getting some of these results in as well. Also, let's move not too far there in Kentucky, the bluegrass state. You see there 8 electoral votes there in Kentucky, around 2% of estimated votes counted. Trump over Harris, really 2-1. But like I said, it is still early, but Kentucky always ruby red here. Let's bring into the conversation Austin Westfall there in the Live Now newsroom. Austin, so we do have some of these results pouring in, only in Indiana and Kentucky, but some people have been watching these races.
Yeah, let's focus in on Indiana here. So Indiana has voted red 13 out of the past 14 elections. They voted for Obama one time. First off, let's just illustrate here that still no races have been called, but you're starting to see some of these colors shading in Indiana and Kentucky. These are light shades of red. That's to indicate that these states are leaning this direction. This is another feature of the maps that we're going to be working with all night tonight here. We can focus in on some of these counties. I'll focus in on Fort Wayne for the purpose of just showing what kind of information we're going to be seeing throughout the night. Are any of these counties bellwethers for the night? No, they're not going to be bellwethers for the night, but you can see Trump so far with a 51 over 47 percentage advantage, a 4-point advantage over Harris so far. So those are some of the numbers that we're seeing at the county level in the presidential race. Let's pull up the House once again because we're starting to see a little bit more shading coming in some of these races. Again, none of these are expected to be bellwethers, Andrew, but we're just starting to see that some of these counties that we expect to be red are starting to either be filled in with solid red because those are uncontested races that were called immediately, or they are leaning red in some of these unsurprisingly red counties. Sure. Andrew.
Yeah, and Austin, of course, we mentioned the gubernatorial contest there in Indiana, in the Hoosier State. I mentioned Mike Braun. Remember, he's currently the Republican senator from Indiana. He wanted to do and try his hand at the governor's mansion there. We're getting results in around 4% of estimated votes counted for the governor's race in Indiana. Braun at 58%. His Democratic challenger, Jennifer McCormick, at 39% right now. Braun with a pretty sizable margin over McCormick. It's still early, though. But interesting, this opened up a seat kind of in the Senate for Republicans in Indiana, though Jim Banks, he tried his hand at Senate politics, and it's seemingly going well for him tonight as well. Austin.
And again, I'm pulling up Allen County behind me here. This is where Fort Wayne is, Andrew, just to illustrate some of what we're seeing in these bigger counties. So far, this is where the majority of the votes have come in, 36,000 for Braun, 34,000 for McCormick. But that's only 5% of the votes tallied so far. There's not too many competitive governor races so far in this cycle. In fact, the only competitive one that we expect, and by the way, I should introduce our map of all the governor's races around the country. We are, of course, following North Carolina closely. That's an interesting one with Mark Robinson. We do want to bring you results as soon as polls close in North Carolina. That'll be an interesting one to watch for. The real only competitive governorship that's happening this cycle is going to be in New Hampshire. We're going to be following those results closely. That red that you see in Indiana behind me, not a shocker.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. In the meantime here, we are anticipating some type of press conference there out of Philadelphia. We don't know entirely when that's going to begin, but I want to tell you why this is happening. This is what precipitated it earlier this afternoon. Donald Trump there posting on Truth Social, saying a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. He says law enforcement coming. Now, Philadelphia election officials and the district attorney in Philly, Larry Krasner, are weighing in on this. Krasner says this: my response to Trump's unfounded allegation of cheating in Philly's general election. He says the only talk about massive cheating has come from one of the candidates, Donald J. Trump. He says there's no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement to support this wild allegation there from Krasner. Going on to say, we have invited complaints and allegations of improprieties all day. If Donald J. Trump has any facts to support his wild allegations, we want them now, right now. We are not holding our breath here. So want to just make sure we got that in. We are waiting for this press conference to begin there in Philly. In the meantime here, let's bring to the conversation yet another one of these guests, experts, analysts who will be joining us throughout the course of the evening to help us make sense of some of these storylines. Our friend, though, as well, former Biden campaign advisor, and that's Rhett Buttle. He joins me. Rhett, I wanted to ask, too, and thanks for being with us. Happy election night. Rhett, just your response and reaction to what we just brought our viewers happening in Philadelphia here. Do you think that's somewhat of a bellwether of how the night's going to go as far as rhetoric, as far as messaging?
Well, I hope so. But I think, we are expecting that, President Trump will, as he has always done, put out potentially incorrect things that are happening. But at this stage of the game, it's really important to know that this has been a very safe and accessible election. Everyone's votes have been very secure. America has the most safe and secure election system in the world. We saw that last cycle. And, in previous cycles where the Trump administration had brought forward, allegations of fraud, all of those, the vast majority of them were struck down by independent judges. So, we may continue to see some of this rhetoric. I don't think that it's helpful right now. We need to make sure that as polls are open, people continue to get to the polls. The most important thing is that people be able to know that their vote is safe and secure and it's accessible to everyone.
So, Rhett, I want to talk about the Harris campaign and where the Harris campaign stands right now. Last night on CNN, a senior Harris campaign advisor, David Plouffe, said this to Aaron Burnett, that he believes they can win all 7 battlegrounds. He says they can, not that they will. He believes that, though. Is that feasible right now? Why is this race so close between Harris and Trump?
Well, look, we always knew that this would be a close election. That has been heavily predicted. The polls have been very close. But the vice president has said over and over she is asking for every American's vote, and she's leaving no stone unturned. Yesterday, she was, crossing across Pennsylvania from the top of the bottom of the state, talking to voters about her plan to lower cost and what she'll do as president of the United States to bring, down the cost of groceries, to make the cost of housing more affordable. And I think that that is a message that is really resonating, not just in Pennsylvania, but in places like Nevada and Wisconsin. And so, I think the campaign is really focused on bringing the message to working families about how they're going to make their lives better. And I think that that's why you heard David Plouffe talk about last night. All of these states are within the realm of possible.
So I want to talk also, though, about this narrative that has been front and center throughout the course of the campaign cycle. How Harris has had to redefine herself, especially in relation to President Joe Biden. Joe Biden withdrew from the ticket in July, and Harris allegedly, you can argue, charted her own course or did not chart her own course. Do you see any Biden drag in some of these early exit polls right now? That has been a key feature, how she would distinguish herself from Biden. We know this race is going to be decided among independents and among some of these late-breaking undecided voters. Has she done a good enough job of distinguishing herself from Biden?
Well, look, I think the vice president is very proud of the things that she accomplished as part of the Biden-Harris administration, which are mostly bipartisan things, the bipartisan infrastructure law, the bipartisan Chips and Sciences Act. All of those are investments in Americans, working families, things like roads and bridges that create jobs. But the vice president has also really talked about what is important to her, right? And so she's put plans together focused on working families and small businesses. She's made access to capital and tax credits for small employers and Main Street the hallmark of her campaign. She's focused on bringing down the cost of housing and groceries for families. Those are things that are plans and that are really unique to the vice president, I think are really identifying. And I also just think, she's been very focused on building a broad coalition. So in addition to really working to talk to the African-American community, the youth vote community. We're really encouraged by the numbers we're seeing out of Pennsylvania with the Puerto Rican community, for example, and young voters, on college campus coming out to support the vice president. I think all of that is a really unique sign to the strength of the coalition that the vice president brings to this conversation.
So, Red, I got to ask also, because issues are front and center in this campaign, including reproductive rights and abortion here. Is the Dobbs decision from 2 years ago, is that fading or is that ramping up amongst the base of the Democratic Party here? Will we see any effect, especially amongst this key voting demographic, that's suburban women and young women here? It seems like the Harris campaign has put a lot of their eggs into that voting constituency here. Will it matter?
Look, Dobbs is very important, and a woman's right to choose is a key part of this campaign. The vice president has been clear, but there's a broader narrative here, right? This is about freedom. Do you want a candidate that supports freedom? If so, you want to support Kamala Harris. Do you want a candidate that will take us forward and continue to grow the economy? If so, you want Kamala Harris. Do you want a candidate who's more focused on bringing the country together, reaching across the aisle with people like Liz Cheney, for example? Then you want Kamala Harris. I think all Donald Trump has offered is tax breaks for his, buddies who run really large businesses and a lot of divisiveness. And I think a lot of folks that include suburban women, but also include many constituencies, right? We talk to everyone, are tired of division, and they really, really want to move forward. They want to feel joy. They want to feel optimistic about America. And I think Kamala Harris is a new generation. She's a new kind of candidate.
But just lastly, what else are you watching for tonight? You have such a pulse on all of this. I'm sure you're watching a lot of metrics.
Yeah, look, I think, early on in the night, we're going to see Kamala Harris doing quite well and Democrats doing quite well. The reality is we will see some of the southern states be called early, and those are states that generally will be favorable to Donald Trump. But I think it is likely that we probably won't know the complete results of the election tonight. We'll have a better idea, I think, early in the morning around 5 or 6 a.m. about where Pennsylvania is headed. We have to remember that, until all the ballots are in, Pennsylvania can't start counting. And then there are several days where they can do this thing called curing of the ballot. Nevada also has rules where ballots can, still come in if they're marked by mail for 4 or 5 days. So I think, what we'll see is a strong night for the vice president in the beginning. Maybe we'll start to see some, tipping over to the Republican side. But I really think over the next few days, you'll see the vice president, as all of the ballots are coming in, begin to take the lead in states out across the West.
All right, Rhett Buttle, I can't thank you enough. You've been really instrumental this campaign cycle. We'll talk soon.
Thanks so much, Andrew. Have a great night.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take just another quick commercial break. The results will keep coming in. We brought you some out of Kentucky and Indiana especially. We'll be bringing in my colleague here, Austin Westphal, in the Live Now newsroom, and some more experts and analysts to help us make sense of some of these themes, some of these plots and storylines that we have been discussing all year. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Actually, no, let's not go to break. We have Philadelphia officials up there speaking to reporters about some of these claims the former president has made about voting in the city. Let's watch.
There is no cheating. There's no smoke to it. People say things, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. We've learned this in 2020. We have hardworking people trying to give the citizens of America the election that they deserve.
Do you know any specifics of the allegation?
Hold on 1 second.
So as I said in my social media post, there is no truth to the allegation that there is massive cheating in Philadelphia. We have been in touch with the RNC and anybody who has any complaints throughout the day. We've been responsive. Everything has been handled appropriately. So we look forward to the continued voting until 8 p.m. when the polls close. We also have ballots that still need to be counted inside the warehouse.
How concerning is it that one of the candidates says that you're cheating, put Philadelphia on blast on his True Social? What does that say?
Here's the reality. I mean, no one's worried, no one's concerned. We have hard-working Philadelphians who work on the election boards, who do the canvass. They're hard-working citizens. And again, that's an attack on the hard-working people who are honest. And we have evidence and proof to show that everything is on the up and up, and it has always been. And again, we're not going to be here all the time just addressing whatever is on social media. We have election that we have to run. So we're asking y'all to please respect that and let us finish our job.
What do you want to say to Donald Trump right now?
I don't want to say anything to Donald Trump. Only thing I want to say is us, citizens of Philadelphia, you're going to get the election that you deserve, and you have always been having accurate results and honesty. And we have great citizens here working to do their job.
Do you have any specifics of the allegations?
I mean, I saw something on social media. I mean, I saw it. It said something about it was cheating and all that kind of stuff. Again, that's not nothing new. I mean, this playbook has been played since 2020. We saw it, and we're going to do our job to give the citizens and give America the election that they deserve.
Did you investigate?
We
have time for one more question. We got to get back to work. One more question.
And as we've done all day, if there are any specific allegations that would like to be brought to our attention, we'll be happy to look into them, and we will make sure that we are as responsive as we can be. But until we see anything specific, there's nothing here.
Commissioners, do you have an estimate for how many ballots there will be, mail ballots, that you'll have to count?
So we don't have those exact numbers yet because people can still turn their ballots in until 8 p.m. So speaking of that, we're going to go back in and get back to work. But thank you so much.
So ballpark, I mean, it could be close to 200,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
About an hour and a half.
Thank you.
All right, so there you see our colleague at Fox 29, Chris O'Connell. All right, you just heard from two city commissioners there in Philadelphia talking about the electoral integrity of the votes there in Philadelphia after some of these claims made by former President Trump on his social media platform, Truth Social, claiming that cheating was going on. Those two officials you just heard there are saying there is no credence to some of those allegations being made and leveled by former President Donald Trump there. Essentially, they are saying there is no there. So wanted to make sure we got that in. We do want to get another quick commercial break. More expertise and analysis and results in 2 minutes. And welcome back here. It's Live now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Happy election night here. We're just getting started, but we have a lot to get to, including some of these results coming out of states like Indiana and Kentucky as well. Remember, we're tracking the governor's race in Indiana. I want to take that there. Republican Mike Braun, he's a senator right now, and he's trying his hand at the governor's mansion there. He is 55% over his challenger, Jennifer McCormick's 42%, with around 9% of estimated votes counted. That's a pretty wide margin for Braun. It's looking good there for Braun's chances. We do want to focus, though, on the presidential contest in Indiana. Indiana reliably red for Republicans last two cycles. Trump 58, Harris 41 there with around 9% of estimated votes counted. Remember, all throughout the night, we are relying on the Associated Press for their data, their metrics, their results as well. We bring those to you in real time. So remember, Indiana, 11 electoral votes. The Hoosier State in the Midwest there, Trump over Harris right now in Indiana. Now, let's go not too far. Kentucky, you see there, Trump over Harris, 65-33, almost a 2-to-1 margin there for Trump in Kentucky. Kentucky has 8 electoral votes. Still early there, but Kentucky usually a ruby red state. In the meantime here, wanted to make sure we got some of those results in. Let's bring to the conversation my colleague, Austin Westfall, and someone who we've relied on all year, political analyst Brian Sobel, for his expertise. You guys, thanks for being with us here. Austin, before we get to you, Brian, we're just getting these results in from states like Indiana, Kentucky. You could argue not as consequential as some of the battleground states. Polls will close there in Georgia and North Carolina at the top of the next hour. What are you looking at right now, Brian?
Well, I think we're looking, first of all, at Georgia as kind of the leader to see the results there coming out of Georgia. Obviously, Philadelphia with 19 electoral college votes is huge. We are going to see as the times across the country close the polls where we are on this, but we may get a leaning, Andrew, sooner than later. But you know, in these either highly red states or highly blue states, I don't take too much from that. As an example, in California later when the polls close, 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 54 electoral college votes will go into the Harris ledger because it's an entirely blue state.
Let's talk about the demographic makeup of voters, Brian. What type of people are the people that are going to be swinging this election, possibly?
Well, we're looking at that, or we were looking at that. We want to see how frequently people vote, whether they vote reliably in presidential elections, and whether they lean Dem, lean Republican. Of course, this race has always been about trying to snag some independents, because clearly Harris has her followers and Trump has his followers, and so now you're really playing on the margins here, and it's a matter of people who just couldn't get behind Kamala Harris, who are Dems and decided to vote for Trump, or in the reverse, just could not vote for Donald Trump and just slid over into the Harris camp. But in the middle, 4%, 5% of those independents may very well decide this tonight.
Brian, I wanted to ask you, and this is somewhat of a long-winded question, or maybe the answer will be long-winded. Let's talk about the campaigns themselves. In the last week, or maybe the last weekend, in your view, what did the Trump campaign do right, and what did the Harris campaign do right, and vice versa? What do you think they did wrong?
Well, I think both campaigns really grounded out to the end. They were in a lot of places. They kept hitting these high swing state states to try to secure votes there. I think Donald Trump actually remained somewhat disciplined down the stretch, and Kamala Harris stuck to her message points. I think those are the positives. The negatives are that if you're not a Trump fan or you're not a Harris fan, nothing they said in the last few days will change your mind. Harris didn't really get into specifics through the entire 107 days of her campaign. Donald Trump kept with the same themes that he has talked about: the economy, immigration, these other things, right through to the end. So in the last 7 days, I was waiting for something to kind of move the needle here a little bit. I didn't really see that.
It is very close, Austin.
Yeah, so Brian, we saw, and I was asking Keith about this earlier, we saw Trump making appearances in New Mexico and in Virginia. We saw Vance in New Hampshire over the weekend. We haven't seen Kamala Harris making any appearances in any of these states that we don't consider battleground states. What do you think they're seeing, and what do you think they're relying on?
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut everyone off here or interrupt. We're going to be doing this a lot. We do have some of these live events right now. We have some of these election officials, especially in Georgia. The Secretary of State there, Brad Raffensperger, speaking live. Let's just take it.
Was there. They brought in dogs, and they're doing a sweep there, so we're not concerned about anything like that. The area was fully secure.
Give a sense of how long the delays were?
Typically, what you saw, anywhere from 20 minutes to 40 minutes in that range. And so, we'll just be following that precinct by precinct.
How much later will they stay open?
Well, that's as we were just saying. You know, if you had, you know, they were doing their work, say 20 minutes to 40 minutes, something like that. I think there's one that might be 50 minutes, but in that range, so less than an hour. But we'll get those to you as soon as we can.
You said experts were there and that they sniffed the areas. Is that the case for all 12 of those locations where?
Yeah, and typically I know that in Atlanta they also just got a whole bunch of bomb threats come through, and Atlanta Police Department, they're keeping everything open. All the precincts are staying open, and they're just sending dogs around to sweep it to make sure that they're safe. But we know where it's coming from. FBI knows where it's coming from, but we want to make sure, you know, interest of public safety, that everyone, you know, make sure that it doesn't, you know, slow down anyone from voting. And like I said, if you are in line at 7 p.m., you can continue to stay in line until you exercise your right to vote.
Do they seem to be coming from the same source as the earlier threats? And are they connected, do you know, to threats coming in and to other states?
We don't know that. And best we can tell, these will probably be coming from the same source.
Are there any indications of threats coming into places where the ballots are being counted?
No.
Okay.
How will the how will the extension of the hours impact the counting of the votes coming in to you guys?
It's just a little bit slower because you have, I think that was 15 precincts plus the 2 in Cobb. It's a total of 15 precincts, so it just extends it out for there. But all those early votes have already been, all the early voting has already been done. There's no reason for that should not be tabulated and, you know, uploaded quickly. And then all the other votes for the absentee that have been accepted, so that should come quickly also. Yes.
Do you have any frustration seeing some of these threats come in after you guys have done so much over the last 4 years to try to change the election process and make it more secure?
I'm frustrated as an American that people would threaten other Americans, and so or threaten, you know, just question the safety, and so that's what frustrates me. But we work through it. But you know, our heart goes out for our voters, and that's what our concern is, and our poll workers.
You said early results will be in by 8 p.m., but that's a huge chunk of the total votes. So
correct.
We're going to see early results in Georgia, 4 million votes by 8 p.m.
Oh, some of the precincts may be extended a little bit now because, you know, they have, you know, this situation going on. But that's in 4 counties, 5 counties. So really then over 150 counties, yes, by 8 p.m. by state law. They are required, when they close on time, to have it 1 hour after they close. So yes, you'll get a lot of results really quick. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. We'll be here. I know you will be too.
All right, so Brad Raffensperger wrapping up there. You see his deputy, Gabe Sterling, there in Atlanta with all of these questions about when we might know results there in Georgia. Polls close at the top of the next hour here. I'm Andrew Kraft, back out live. I want to just put this tweet up here. This is a really good illustration of what election officials have had to contend with today. Anna Giratelli at the Washington Examiner tweeting out this: 7 new bomb threats received by election officials in DeKalb County outside Atlanta, Georgia, according to county officials. She says this is polls were supposed to close at 7 o'clock Eastern in about 9 minutes there. In the meantime, we still have Brian Sobel and Austin Westfall with me here in the newsroom. And Brian, election officials, you know, they're trying to preserve the sanctity of the ballot today. They've had to contend with a lot, haven't they?
Yes, and these threats, if sources are correct, are coming not from a domestic source, but coming from perhaps Russia or other countries that are trying to upset the American election. But you know, you saw there that Georgian officials are on top of it, and you know, other than taking normal precautions, it's not stopping anything.
Brian, I got to ask you, just remind our audience, why did he have to field some questions there about election integrity? Why is that important specifically in his county, in his state?
Well, I think because already you're having the former president, Austin, talking about reports of shenanigans in Philadelphia. I mean, this is, you know, this is these officials trying to get out in front of any of the rhetoric coming from one or more of the campaigns about whether the elections have integrity. we've come a long way in 4 years from 2020. The election system has been bolstered considerably. And so this is kind of, a 2020 playbook page. And people ought to be really, in my view, concentrating on other things tonight.
Right, yeah. And of course, got to remind it, we're not in a pandemic like we were in 2020. That's a major difference and mitigating factor as well. Brian Sobel, thanks so much. Also, we'll check in at the top of the hour. In the meantime, let's take our final commercial break of this hour. We got a lot more in store. Many states' polls are closing in just about 7 minutes' time, and some of those battleground states we're watching, including Georgia and North Carolina. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're almost at the top of a new hour here. Want to take this live picture there at the White House. You see, just wanted to give you this reporting. President Biden and the First Lady will watch election results tonight in the residence with longtime aides and senior staff, according to a White House official. Also, the First Lady voted in person this morning there in Wilmington, Delaware. In the meantime here, let's stay in Washington right now. Let's go to the campus of Howard University. That is where Vice President Kamala Harris is holding her election night watch party. Our friend Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen is there live. Connor, good to see you. What's the energy like there right now?
Andrew, it's building and building here as the crowd starts to fill up. A lot of the crowd's students, as you can imagine, here at Howard University. We're just minutes away from those first states closing, where we'll get a better look at where this election is heading. Before today, a record 80 million people had already voted. That's more than half the total number of ballots cast in 2020. Now, both campaigns relying on who showed up to vote today.
We, the people, have the power to shape our future.
Coming off a whirlwind day of energizing voters in battleground Pennsylvania, Vice President Kamala Harris is not holding any campaign events today, instead opting to do radio interviews, hoping to win over any more undecided voters.
We are tied. Every vote matters, and so I am working hard all day long, continuously, to get out the vote. There are two choices in this race, and it's about the direction of our country, whether we want to go backward or forward.
Harris wants to be the first vice president in 32 years to be promoted to the Oval Office.
I will work on your behalf as President of the United States to lift you up around dealing with, for example, the cost of living, bringing down the cost of groceries, the cost of housing.
As part of that effort, her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, making a final pitch to voters in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
This will be won by 1 or 2 votes per precinct in places like Pennsylvania. This is a time when there's a privilege to live in this country and a responsibility. Get out and vote.
And as you mentioned, Vice President Harris will be here to watch those results come in at her alma mater, Howard University. And she says this will be a full circle moment. This is actually where she first ran for office as freshman class representative. Andrew.
All right, Connor Hansen there live for us on the campus of Howard University. Connor, thanks so much. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, always appreciate Connor Hansen's reports there throughout the course of this election cycle. Remember, though, we are monitoring all things on social media right now. The candidates themselves are out there posting. Let's check in with Live Now's Christina Evans with more on that front here. Christina, what do you got for us?
Yes, Andrew, of course, like I said earlier today, we're here in our social center making sure that we're keeping you up to date as all of these tweets and posts that are happening on X, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok are happening. And here in our social center, one of the things we now want to highlight right now are the posts from the candidates themselves. If you take a look at your screen here, you can see this TikTok was posted from real Donald Trump's page there on the platform, asking voters to stay in line. That same sentiment repeated by Vice President Kamala Harris on X as well, and her running mate as well, Tim Walz, saying just 1 or 2 votes in each precinct could make the difference. If you are in line, make sure that you're staying in line. So that's been the message that's happening across the social platforms right now from the candidates as those hours are now winding down, when folks are able to make sure that their voices are heard across the country at those polling locations. Again, we're keeping a close eye on the social stories that are popping up, but again, we're keeping an eye right now, those candidates asking folks just to stay in line and vote if you are in line before your polling location closes, Andrew.
All right, Christina, thanks for that check-in. We'll talk soon. In the meantime here, it is a new hour. It is 5 o'clock here in Mountain Time, 7 o'clock there on the East Coast. Polls have now closed in some of these major battleground states like Georgia, like North Carolina. Speaking of Georgia there, we're waiting some type of press conference on some of the threats made to polling locations there. This is in Fulton County. So we'll wait to see if anyone steps up to the podium there as well. We also have a live picture of voters in line. I believe that's in Maricopa County. Polls obviously have not closed yet there in Arizona. In the meantime, though, we are tracking these results coming in as well. We're still waiting on some race calls here, but it is a new hour, and we want to bring into the conversation Austin Westfall yet again with some of those results, and he joins me. Austin, I wanted to ask, it's been Indiana and Kentucky we've been talking about here, but now these major battleground states, polls now closed there. We'll get results in very soon, right?
We will. We're watching them tabulate results right now in Georgia. We are going to be waiting for any type of result from that key battleground state. That is one of the 7 battlegrounds that we've been tracking so closely. So let's look at our map. We're starting to see it fill in with some colors now. 19 electoral votes on the Trump side so far, 3 coming in for the vice president. Where are those votes coming from? Vermont. That's where Harris is getting her 1 vote so far. As soon as the polls closed, they were feeling comfortable enough to call that one in Harris's favor. Let's take a look at why. And you know what? We're not even getting any official results in, but a safely blue state, Vermont, going to Kamala Harris. Indiana and Kentucky, we already knew, called in Trump's favor. Florida, we're finally getting some results in from the Sunshine State. Now, that is not dark red. It's not been called yet. The Associated Press has not called for Florida. That is 30 electoral votes that are expected to go red. There is an interesting Senate race that we're watching for there. And you know what? While we're talking about the Senate, Andrew, let's pull up our Senate map. We've so far seen 1 Senate race being called in Indiana. So, Indiana. And we will back up here a little bit because Jim Banks, the Associated Press, officially calling the Indiana Senate race in Banks's favor. He has 62% over McRae's 35%. That's only with 12% of the votes tabulated. The AP feeling comfortable enough to call that one in Banks' favor. We didn't expect that one to be a toss-up. Let's focus on one where we did expect somewhat of a competitive race. This is Rick Scott's race. Rick Scott facing off against Debbie McCarsell-Powell. This was 19% of the votes already coming in, and that's because Florida is one of those states that can tabulate votes before the polls close. So as soon as the polls closed, a big batch of ballots came through. In fact, 19% of everything counted has already come in, giving us about a fifth of the information we know before all of the votes are tallied. And so far, Rick Scott has just over 50% of the vote. Right now, it looks like Scott is up by roughly 4 points. The Democrats, they're going to need to win some of these competitive seats in states like Florida, Texas. There's even an independent running in Nebraska. The Democrats are on the defense when it comes to the Senate, Andrew. Florida is one of those key races that they're hoping to win.
That's right. We do have some of the head-to-head here with the results from the Associated Press there. Republican Rick Scott over his Democratic challenger, Debbie McCarsell-Powell. 51-47, still very early for this race there. But Austin, like you said, we do have some of these race calls for the presidential contest. Let's get those out of the way here. Indiana, the Hoosier state, has now been called for former President Donald Trump there, with around 14% of estimated votes counted, 11 electoral votes, like you said, Austin, going to Donald Trump from Indiana as well. Also, Kentucky, the bluegrass state, this is in Trump's column there. They have AP calling Kentucky for Donald Trump. Trump gets 8 electoral votes there in Kentucky, and you see the vote differential, the vote margin there between he and Harris. So this is to be expected with, Indiana and Kentucky here. If we can put up the results as well. You mentioned the Indiana Senate race between Jim Banks, the congressman right now, and his challenger as well, the Democrat, that race being called for Banks. So this seat, Austin, remains in Republican hands here. Jim Banks beating Valerie McRae there. He stays on Capitol Hill, but he moves over to the other chamber there, the upper chamber. So just wanted to kind of give everyone the run through for some of these states. Like you said, we have the head-to-head matchup, Austin. Vermont, this goes to Harris, 3 electoral votes in Harris's column for Vermont there. So we are just getting started. We're in a new hour. And yes.
If we can come out to the map one more time, because there's going to be an odd color on the senatorial map. I just want to make sure everybody understands what we're looking at, because you're used to seeing reds and blues on these maps. The reason why you're seeing yellow in Vermont is simply because Senator Sanders is an independent. So Sanders there, they're able to call this one as soon as the polls are closed. We don't even see any of the numbers coming in for this race yet, but Senator Sanders with a healthy lead, a healthy advantage in order to get another 6-year Senate term. Andrew.
All right, and we do have live pictures there at the White House. Also, polls closing this hour in 13 states, like we said there in North Carolina and Georgia. The prize for the White House is on. We're monitoring some of these early results in as well. Let's bring into the conversation some more of our analysts, experts, and reporters, including Riley Rogerson there at Notice. She joins me. Riley, results coming in quite fast here, but at the top of the hour, these states, so many people are watching. Georgia, North Carolina. Georgia has 16 electoral votes. North Carolina, 16 as well here. We're going to get results in those battleground states. What are you watching for right now?
Definitely North Carolina, definitely Georgia. Later in the night, absolutely Pennsylvania, which has a really important Senate race as well. Nevada, Arizona. I'm sure I'm missing some swing states there, but I'm watching the same states the rest of the country is watching, which are all supposed to be nail biters, and we'll see when we get results.
Yeah, and Riley, I wanted to ask too, other things that you've been watching for. I've been watching for enthusiasm, turnout, some of the same-day voter turnout. It seems like the Harris and Trump camps are really contending with the early vote numbers and the same-day voting numbers and the by-mail numbers here. So it's all going to be a numbers game, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. This is all a numbers game. You see already the Trump camp is clearly paying very close attention in Philadelphia. The Harris camp as well has been projecting a lot of optimism about what they're seeing as good turnout in a very blue stronghold, which they hope will counteract where Trump is doing better in kind of the middle of the state and some of the suburban counties. So, you know, the numbers are everything, and it's just a matter of which counties really turn out for, you know, Trump or Harris.
Yeah, you know, Wiley, I know that you cover Capitol Hill so much in your everyday life when we don't have an election night to cover. But will we know who has control of the House and or Senate by the end of the night or not?
I mean, that's a great question that I still don't know the answer to. I promise you my newsroom would love to know. The House, I think, could really be a while. I had a conversation with the DCCC chairwoman, Susan DelBene, last week. She reminded me that the House was decided in 5 races by about 6,500 votes last time. So some of these races are going to be incredibly close. It's going to take a really long time to kind of parse them out. There might be recounts in some cases. So the House, I think, could be on the scale of weeks before we have a solid answer. Right. The Senate, I think, will be maybe a little bit sooner, but we will see. Montana is important, and that's not going to come in until late tonight.
We've been hearing so much about how it's more likely than not that the Republicans will flip control of the Senate. But I wanted to ask you a couple questions about which states are in play for the Democrats to actually pick up seats.
Yes, there are 2 big pickup opportunities that Democrats have invested a lot of resources into. That's Florida and that's Texas. We'll see. It's an uphill climb for the Democrats there. In Florida, the incumbent is Rick Scott. In Texas, the incumbent is Ted Cruz. These are 2 conservative senators that Democrats would be eager to flip their seats. But we still don't know. It is an uphill climb in 2 states that are, you know, Trump is counting on to be Republican for him. So these 2 incumbents, I think, are hoping that they will also be able to keep their seats there.
Yeah, and Riley and Austin, we do have results coming in the Florida Senate race there. Scott up over his challenger, the Democrat Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. I guess going into this race specifically, Riley, did Senate Republicans expect such a fight there for Scott in Florida, or were they thrown for a loop in that one?
Actually, the past few times that Rick Scott has run statewide, remember he was previously the governor of Florida as well, have been real nail biters. His popularity is not super high in the state. However, he has a massive war chest. He is a very independently wealthy and has put a lot of his own resources into funding his race there. So I think that this is to be expected, that it was going to be pretty close. It's always been close for Rick Scott, but that doesn't mean just yet that the Democrats are feeling great about taking it. We'll have to see as more votes come in.
Let's focus our efforts just on Georgia briefly here, because we have our live picture inside this counting location in Fulton County at the moment. We are getting results in Austin and Riley from Georgia on the presidential level here. Let's take that. All right, so Georgia with 16 electoral votes here, and I can't exactly tell how many of the votes have been counted.
Looks like
according to the Associated
1,500 for
Press.
Trump, 1,200 for Harris.
All right, so you see Trump there over Harris. So it's still early. What do we make, Austin, of these results here?
Yeah, so this is a very small batch of results that have come in. 1,500 it looks like for Trump so far, 1,200 for Harris. Polls closing about 11 minutes ago in the Peach State. We're not expecting to get any bellwethers, and I think we just saw the results possibly update there. And what I'll do is I'll pull up that race because we can, and there it is. So yeah, we're getting, okay, so we're seeing now 78,000 votes for Harris versus 63,000 votes for Trump. So we're getting in a little bit more context as to how people are leaning. We don't know exactly where these votes are coming from, but we do know that Harris so far, with only 3% of the votes tabulated, Harris has a 10-point advantage over Trump.
Yeah, and of course, also to your point, it is still early. But Riley, if you can, I mean, give us a sense, how much did the campaigns, the Harris campaign or the Trump campaign, prioritize Georgia just in the last few weeks?
Oh, it's definitely been prioritized. Both campaigns have made trips down there. Georgia, alongside these other swing states that we're watching, has been the subject of a lot of investment by both campaigns, a lot of television ads, and a lot of rallies. So both campaigns are taking their chances here very, very seriously, and we'll see how it takes out later tonight.
Yeah, and Riley, of course, we know that Donald Trump lost Georgia in 2020 by, comparably a pretty small margin, more than 11,000 votes here. Is it going to be that close again? What are some of these trends in the state that have shifted at all since 2020? Maybe none.
Yeah, there's been a big question of whether Black voters will turn out to the same degree for Kamala Harris as they did for Joe Biden. That was a big part of his winning coalition back in 2020. So I think there's a big question now of if there will still be those strong numbers there for Harris. Obviously, Donald Trump sees an opening there, or he would not have invested quite so many resources into the state. But yeah, I think that's a big demographic that people will be watching there for sure.
Yeah, so can you give us some context into how we watch these states, these battleground states, over time? What I'm going to put up behind me here, and Andrew, if you can take my screen in full, I want to show. So this is our breakdown of the counties. So, and these are very preliminary results. We will say that up front, but we're starting to see a blue dot in Douglas County. It looks like Harris has a 32-point lead over Trump right now. Can you just lay out how this works? Typically we see in these major metro areas, that's where Democrats run up the numbers, and then there's several rural counties where Trump runs up the numbers, correct?
Yes, that's the case. That'll be the case in Georgia. It will also be similar in Pennsylvania. I talked already about the importance of Philadelphia, but also Pittsburgh. And you'll see the same in Michigan with Detroit, in Wisconsin with Milwaukee. That's typically how this is going to go. So it's really a question of turnout in these big blue cities for the Democrats.
So we know that the Harris camp is really relying on turnout, like you said, in Philadelphia. What about Metro Atlanta? Help us make sense of the complexion there. Yes, it's usually solidly blue, but are there any red or purple shades in Metro Atlanta?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is really the question. And again, like I brought up, there's a question of where the Black vote and Black voters are trending in Atlanta, in these, urban areas, in these swing states. So, I think that there is a question. There's also a question of whether there's a, hidden Trump vote, a hidden Harris vote. But again, I think there's a lot more questions here than answers about how these cities are going to break down.
And I'll just mention that there is something that we're kind of watching. There's this really coalition of 9 counties that we talk about when we're looking at an area like the Atlanta Metro. There's 9 solidly blue counties. There is Fayette County just to the south. That's going to be one that could prove as a bellwether. That's one that's been a little bit tighter as far as last elections go. We've also looked at Cherokee and Forsyth counties. Those are just north of the Atlanta Metro. So there are 9 solidly blue counties that we talk about when it comes to the Atlanta Metro. There are a few that could be competitive, and those are going to be some of the things that we're going to be watch as the election progresses. Riley, one of my questions for you here as we continue on with the evening is how significantly could issues impact turnout in these races? I'm talking issues like abortion, issues like the border.
Oh, abortion is huge. The Harris campaign has poured a lot of resources into campaigning on abortion. We saw in 2022 and in 2023, after the Roe v. Wade was overturned, this is a hugely animating issue for women voters. So the Harris campaign is banking on there being high turnout for women who are supportive of a Democratic ticket because of that issue. I saw an NBC exit poll clocked the top issue for voters. And, this is just one exit poll. You should take it with a grain of salt, was, democracy and protecting democracy. That's another huge issue that the Harris campaign has talked quite a bit about, particularly as it relates to January 6th with Liz Cheney. For Republicans, the top motivating issues are, the economy and immigration. And I'll tell you, I was in Pennsylvania this past week talking to Republicans actually at an Eagles tailgate. And that's all that they were talking about, is how excited they were to vote for Trump because of his positions on the economy, non-immigration.
Yeah, we're taking a live look right now inside this ballot counting processing center in Fulton County. We just heard Riley in Austin from Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. He says about 10 polling locations in Georgia will stay open late due to some of these non-credible threats that briefly disrupted voting. So that is interesting. That is what election officials have had to contend with throughout the course of the evening here. Of course, when you talk about abortion, we can't fail to mention that just this year, in the wake of Dobbs, that 6-week heartbeat bill had been working through the state courts in Georgia. That is the law on the books in Georgia, a 6-week abortion ban. So to your point, Riley, and to your point, Austin, maybe the Harris campaign is relying on some of these suburban women in the Atlanta metro area to come out for the Harris Walz camp on that issue alone. That remains to be seen here. All right, let's move from Georgia right now while we have you, Riley and Austin. We're getting some more votes in, some more results in the Florida Senate race here. You can see there 52% of estimated votes counted now in the Florida Senate race. And the gap has widened here between incumbent Republican Rick Scott and his Democratic challenger, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell here. So don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Only a little more than half of these estimated votes coming in, according to the Associated Press here. But Scott's lead is widening. So I don't know what that means for the rest of the night, for the rest of these Senate races here, but does this say that maybe Scott wasn't facing as much of a challenge as Democrats hoped, or is that Republicans feared?
We will see for sure whether that ends up being the case. Democrats were clearly very optimistic about their chances. That's why they put resources into this race. But I'll tell you, I talked to a number of strategists on both sides of the aisle who were not totally counting on this race to be a win for the Democrats. When I talked to a Republican strategist yesterday, he told me that Republicans losing the House would be a tremendous shock to the system. And part of that reasoning is that Republicans, they thought Rick Scott would keep this seat. So this isn't a totally unexpected outcome. It's not done yet. It was always supposed to be competitive, but I think this is kind of expected.
All right, Austin, you have the map there in Florida as well, looking at some of these counties and how they're going here. What does it say?
Yeah, and you know what? Let's pull up some of the counties, and really, this is something that we're going to start seeing, that some of these bigger metro areas are going to start filling in with more blue, and some of these rural areas are going to start filling in with more red. Miami-Dade County right now, as far as the Senate race goes, Scott has a 10-point advantage in Miami-Dade County, and let's make sure that we get those results up there. So basically, we're talking about Scott running up the numbers in a very populous county. This is just over 50% of the votes counted, quite a bit of votes being tabulated. This is going to be one of the biggest bellwethers about how Florida goes, is looking at larger counties like that. Let's look at Orange County. This is where Orlando is. Mucarsel-Powell has a 17-point advantage over Scott. But ultimately, Andrew, when we look at these maps and when we're talking about the balance of power in Congress, we're talking about an uphill battle for the Democrats. That's something that we've all been watching for. Florida was one of those few states where the Democrats could have made up some ground, but as more results coming in, it's looking like Scott is taking more of an advantage.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. We want to bring into the conversation yet again Riley Ronderson there at Notice. You've been following all of these themes really all year, and happy election night to all of our new viewers. This is what we do on Live Now from Fox. We bring you expert analysis and context on the biggest stories of the day and this one of the year. We are waiting for this live event to take place there in Fulton County. Caroline Elliott, Fox News multimedia reporter, telling us that the Secretary of State there in Georgia just confirmed Georgia will set a new record today with 5.2 million votes cast in this election here. We're also anticipating an update from officials in Fulton County there right now. Let's check in with Christina Evans. She has her pulse on what's going on there on social media, specifically there in Georgia. Christina, what is social media saying? What will they say in this press conference?
Andrew, so of course, like you just said, eyes are on Georgia right now just because of some of the news that has been coming out earlier today. In fact, if you did hear that Secretary of State earlier in the day, Brad Raffensperger, he made a comment in a live press conference talking about how this is the wrong Georgia to mess with as far as election interference. And here in our social center, we've been getting some updates directly from officials in DeKalb County as well, because more bomb threats were called there in the state. Now, this isn't the first time that we're seeing those happen across the social media platform again today, that we're getting those updates that they're happening at those polling locations. I do want to show you right now a full look at that screen there. This is what the DeKalb County Police Department has now tweeted out as well. So they let it know that DeKalb County has now responded to multiple bomb threats. Those locations are also being listed there, but they are now reopened as well. So we're taking a look again at some of the things that are coming out from the social media aspect. This is what we know so far from the Associated Press. These are overwhelmingly Democratic suburbs areas that voting had to be suspended at those locations until police were able to confirm that there were no bombs. But right now, as you can see on your screen, those locations have now reopened. County officials, though, say that they're also seeking a court order to extend voting. This is very routine in Georgia when a polling place is disrupted. Earlier today, again, polling places in Fulton and Gwinnett County were also targeted. The Secretary of State did point out that he believes that had to do with Russian interference. Those threats, though, did turn out to be false. So, again, we're continuing here on Live Now from Fox to track some of the latest updates that we're having here in our studio with some of those updates, again, from Georgia as we're looking at those bomb threats, whether or not they were credible or not. But we do know that now they are seeking to keep some of those polling locations in DeKalb County, one of those counties that was really looked at in the 2020 election, open a bit longer so voters can make sure that their voice is heard.
All right, Christina Evans there. Thanks so much. We do have officials there in Fulton County stepping up right now. Christina, we'll check in just a moment here. Let's listen as some of these officials take to the podium here. Let's watch. All right, here we have it. This is in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's listen.
Thank you so much for being here on election night 2024. We are here in the Fulton County Election Hub, and we are about to begin our evening briefing, our post-election briefing. My name is Jessica Corbett, and I'm the Director of External Affairs for Fulton County. And I just want to thank all the journalists who are here from all over the world covering this election. You are about to hear from several officials here who've been part of our team today. You'll first hear from Fulton County Chairman Rob Pitts, followed by our Fulton County Election Board Chair. We happen to be joined tonight by our State Election Board Chair. You will also hear from our Director of Elections for Fulton County, Nadine Williams, as well as Fulton County Police Chief and Fulton County Manager. So I'll kick it over to Chairman Pitts.
Stand up close to the mic. All right. Well, thank you so much, Jessica, and thank you all for being here with us again. I told you in the beginning that we were ready, and the results of today's election proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Fulton County, Georgia was ready for the 2024 election. We have had 177 precincts, 1,800 well-trained professional poll workers who did an outstanding job today. In this magnificent facility here, which I think is due in large part because if you recall, those of you who were with us in 2020, we were scattered all over the county, different locations. But because of the $30 million investment that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners made, this facility has allowed us to consolidate all of our operations under one roof. And the result of that has been an outstanding 2024 election. I had the privilege of personally visiting 31 of the 177 precincts today, and I can report to you that I saw no unusual problems, no major problems whatsoever. Our workers were courteous, they were professional, and they were well-trained and took care of business. Now, we are aware that there were several bomb threats. Those threats were handled professionally by our chief, and you'll hear from him in a few minutes. As a result of that, 5 of the 177 precincts will be staying open a little later, a little later, meaning after 7 p.m., anywhere from 10 minutes to 45 minutes, based upon the time that they were closed. So I am personally well pleased, thrilled with the results of today's election, and I will give Fulton County, Georgia, an A for the great work that we've done. I'd like for you to hear from the chair of our Board of Registrations and Elections, Ms. Sherry Allen.
Good evening, good evening. Yesterday I said that you were going to see the best run elections in Fulton County, and I think you have. We did have bomb threats, we had controlled criminal activity, but there weren't waiting lines. Things were resolved fast for voters. I personally went out to sites when there were problems and resolved them, talked to managers. I want to thank all of the poll workers, all of the poll managers, all of the monitors, all of the poll watchers, everyone who helped make this a safe, secure, transparent, and accurate election. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm going to introduce the chair of the State Election Board, John Rivera.
Well, I really don't do interviews, so I guess I'm going to do all of them. My name is John Freer. I'm chairman of the State Election Board. I want to talk about the great things that I've seen, because over the last couple of weeks I've had a chance to go across Georgia, from South Georgia to North Georgia, and talk to election superintendents across the state and visit over 20 polling locations. And every one that I've been to, all I've seen is good things. I've seen some extremely dedicated poll workers, extremely dedicated superintendents and poll managers, and I am really optimistic that this may be the best election Georgia's ever held. Chairman Allen has invited me to see many polling locations in Fulton County. We went all the way from the north to the south, saw about 9 polling locations, and every one of them ran efficiently and effectively. The voters were happy, the poll managers were happy, the poll workers were happy, and when I see that happening, it makes you feel good. And the one thing a lady told me today when I was in a poll in Gwinnett County, she said, the people that are criticizing the way the polling's going, if they would just come work a poll one time, and understand all the checks and balances that we have in Georgia to make sure that it's fair and safe election, then they would understand that we do have fair, safe, and honest elections in the state of Georgia. And I want to thank the Secretary of State's office. They've done a great job with that. I want to thank all those poll workers out there and all those election superintendents, and Chairman Allen for helping turn around what admittedly was not the greatest election in 2020, but Fulton County hopefully is going to have a great one this year. I got confidence in them, and I'm appreciative for all that they've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And our Director of Elections is Nadine Williams.
Good evening. On behalf of the Fulton County Department of Registration and Elections, I want to extend our sincere gratitude to the poll workers and election staff for their dedication into conducting today's successful election. We want to provide a special thank you to the County Manager, Board of Commissioners, Board of Registration and Elections, and the numerous Fulton County departments that supported us in this important effort. We planned, we prepared, and we delivered. Today, over 92,000 voters cast their ballot, adding to the 417,000 who participated in advanced voting, and more than 26,000 absentee by mails that were accepted. These numbers surpassed the total turnout for the 2020 election. Despite a few attempted disruptions, our staff and poll workers remain steadfast in their commitment to ensuring a smooth process. In regards to these disruptions, there will be 5 precincts that have to remain open past the 7 o'clock poll closing. Those locations are C.H. Gallant Elementary School, which will remain open until 7:15, Etris Darnell Community Center, which will remain open until 7:45, Lake Forest Elementary School, which will remain open until 7:10, Southwest Arts Center, which will remain open until 7:43, and Northwood Elementary School, which will remain open till 7:45 p.m. Those locations and times are posted on our website and have been posted at the precincts. So now we are going to proceed with the election night tabulation, and we'll post final results tonight on our website when completed. You should be able to see the advanced voting and the absentee by mail results before 8 today. And again, we thank everyone who made this election possible.
All right, now our police chief for Fulton County, Georgia, Chief Yates.
Good evening. As I told you yesterday, we had 177 voting locations that we put. Hold it up. Is that better?
Yes, a lot better.
Good evening. As I told you yesterday, we had 177 polling locations, and we placed an officer at each one. That wouldn't have been possible without the help of every law enforcement agency within Fulton County coming together to make that happen. We planned heavily for the incident of a bomb threat being called in, and it's a good thing we did, because that's the only thing that happened today was 32 bomb threats at different polling locations. 32. We were able to clear 27 of them very quickly without the need for an evacuation. 5 of them, the polls were temporarily closed down at the poll manager's request while we conducted the sweep, and they were reopened. We don't know where the threats came from at this point, and it is an active investigation, but we do intend on doing our best to locate who made the threats and prosecute them fully. Thank you.
Now, County Manager Dick Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to wrap up at least 4 questions by telling you how much preparation went into tonight and today and all of the advanced voting. Starting in 2020, we began a whole of government approach. While the tip of the spear is Board of Registration and Election, it involved every aspect of Fulton County with a clear expectation set by our chairman and the rest of the board that we would have a tremendous experience for voters and a free and fair election, which we've obviously accomplished. Everything that went into it, from this building that you stand in, to the technology that was used, to the processes that were planned and practiced, to our leadership. And I want to give a special recognition to Nadine Williams, who has led our efforts and done a terrific job. I also, of course, want to recognize Chief Yates for his efforts working with every municipality and all the police chiefs across Fulton County to provide the safety and security necessary today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts, for being our MC again today. This time we can take a few questions. Yes, Fox. Have there been any bomb threats called into this facility? Say it again. Have there been any threats called in for this facility?
Not yet. Very concerned about it. But the good news is I don't have 177 other locations to worry about. Now we just have this location. And I think you saw when you came in a very heavy law enforcement presence here.
All right, so you have some of these Fulton County officials, including law enforcement there, update us on some of these bomb threats that have been made, these hoaxes to polling locations that have caused some disruptions there, not only in Fulton County, but in the state of Georgia writ large here. So you can see that some of these officials are taking questions on, how ballot counting and how the voting will proceed henceforth from there. You heard there from Raffensperger, the Secretary of State. They are keeping 10 locations open a little bit later because of some of these disruptions there. But you heard from some of these county managers there in Fulton County that there's no credence to some of these bomb threats. They called them hoaxes there in Fulton County. In the meantime here, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We do have a few race calls that we do want to make here. I want to bring this up. All eyes right now are focused on West Virginia at the moment here and the presidential contest. Take a look at this. 4 electoral votes from West Virginia going to Donald Trump here. Well, it's not just the presidential election contest there in West Virginia. It's some of these other down ballot races as well, including a key Senate race. Austin Westfall joining me yet again. Austin, I believe we have a Senate call in the race there.
Yeah, you know what? Let's pull up our Senate map because let's show the balance of power. This is no surprise, Andrew. I mean, we expected that retiring Senator Joe Manchin would be replaced by a Republican. Jim Justice, he was a popular two-term governor in West Virginia. You may know him from his English bulldog, Baby Dog, who made an appearance at the Republican National Convention. So Justice and Baby Dog making their way into the Senate's upper chamber. We don't have any numbers in from the Associated Press quite yet. You see here, I mean, we're looking at all zeros here, but nonetheless, the Associated Press, knowing that this is a reliably red state, not a surprise at all that Justice comes away with the victory. They feel comfortable enough to make this one red.
So I think that's a good moment to kind of pause, and for the viewers who might not understand this, you know, we're relying on the Associated Press. How can a media organization like the AP project a race call without numbers there? And I think this is really important to kind of hammer home here. Why, Austin?
You know, ultimately, this was one of the races we knew was going to flip red. There was Senator Joe Manchin. He was an independent. We knew Jim Justice, the Republican, had a huge advantage over the mayor of Wheeling, West Virginia. This was not going to be surprising at all. And as soon as some of these numbers do start coming in, most assuredly, they're going to be heavily lopsided in Jim Justice's favor. In the meantime, let's look at the wider senatorial map here, because this is the balance of power. There's still a lot of empty notches to fill in. As we've been mentioning, the Democrats have a lot more seats to defend, but the Republicans, so far, with one flip, that's what this candy cane, I'm going to call it a candy cane. Let's zoom in on it. It's basically pinstriped there.
Right.
That means that a seat has flipped. That seat went from independent to Republican. We're going to be watching out for more of those types of races as the night progresses.
All right, to your point, no surprises here. This was projected, but you're right. We got a seat flip there in West Virginia for Senate Republicans gaining this seat there. And so Joe Manchin, to your point, retiring, not seeking re-election, and all intents and purposes, many expected this race to go this way as well. But Jim Justice is vacating, Austin, the governor's mansion. Just briefly here, who will replace him there in Charleston, West Virginia? You see there the governor's race in West Virginia. Pat Morrissey besting his Democratic rival there, Steve Williams, to take the governor's mansion there in West Virginia. Pat Morrissey, Austin, he's, I believe, the current Republican Attorney General in West Virginia. So it just seems kind of like musical chairs in West Virginia politics tonight. Justice to Washington, Morrissey to the capital of West Virginia.
Yeah, ultimately, what I'm going to say about this race, again, we're working with the AP's figures all night, and I've got the results up here. And again, we're looking at all zeros, but that just gives you some sense of how reliably red some of these states are. The West Virginias, the Kentuckys. As soon as we start to see some more calls in places like Kansas and Oklahoma, we may see similar things. You might be wondering, how can they call a race with 0% of the results in? My guess is they're going to be filling these in very shortly, and Pat Morrissey is going to have a sizable lead over Steve Williams. Pat Morrissey headed to the governor's mansion.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. Wanted to definitely get in all of those race calls there. So we still have officials speaking in Fulton County, Georgia. We also have some of these live vantage points as well. That's at a polling place in Maricopa County, Arizona, I believe. It's about 5:40 there Mountain Time. We also have live looks in Washington, D.C., not too far from the White House there on the campus of Howard University. That's where Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz will hold their election night watch party. We also have the one there in West Palm Beach where the Trump-Vance election night watch party will be held there as well. But like I said, all eyes briefly were focused on West Virginia, and this is an AP race call. Republican Jim Justice defeating Democrat Glenn Elliott in the West Virginia Senate race. Justice, and here to your point, Austin, his dog, Baby Dog, going to Washington here. In the meantime, yes, please.
Ultimately, what we're looking at here are a number of gubernatorial races across the country. Only one of them was expected to be competitive, and we're starting to get an idea of what those results are looking like. Only 7% of the vote is in so far. New Hampshire is the one gubernatorial seat that we didn't know which way it was going to go. Chris Sununu, the outgoing governor, deciding not to run for re-election. So far, Democrat Joyce Craig has a very small lead over Kelly Ayotte. So we're looking at 49.4% to 48.5%, only 0.9 of a percentage point separating the two right now. But again, only 7% of the votes tallied. It'll be interesting, Andrew, to see how that gubernatorial race in New Hampshire plays out as the night goes on.
Yeah, let's bring into the conversation more expertise and analysis, Austin. We're going to do that with our friend there, Bill Scher at the Washington Monthly. He joins us. Bill, thanks for being with us. I know you're really busy tonight. If we can, let's just get you to respond to some of those race calls we just brought our viewers coming to us from West Virginia. No surprises there, right, Bill?
Yeah, no surprises. Nothing that I think you should treat as a bellwether. In 2020, almost the entire country shifted a little blue relative to 2016, but with some notable exceptions. Florida actually got more red. So when 4 years ago, when the Florida numbers came in trending Trump, a lot of people freaked out, thought perhaps that was going to be the bellwether for the rest of the country, and it was actually the opposite. And so this year, maybe there isn't a nationwide shift one way or the other. Maybe it's more of a mix. So we're looking at, some people are looking at particular counties with partial returns, but it's still very early to be doing extrapolations right now, in my opinion.
Okay, so that's the theme right now, where we stand. You're saying too early for any of these extrapolations to get some of the bellwethers out there reading the tea leaves. You and I and Austin Westwell, we've done that all year covering this election here. We actually do have a live picture up right now. Okay, you can see there, this is live. So we're going to be getting these in throughout the course of the evening at these election night watch parties. This one there for Mark Robinson in North Carolina. Of course, he's the lieutenant governor right now. He was embroiled in scandal in the latter half of this campaign here. We also have some results coming in from the North Carolina gubernatorial election here. Let's take that. All right, his challenger, the Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein, up 75 over Robinson's 21. This is only with 2% of estimated votes counted here. Bill, I got to ask, Robinson's in for quite a tough night, is he not, here over Stein?
Yeah, this is not going to be a nail-biter. Robinson's campaign imploded with the revelations about his posting on porn sites and calling himself a Nazi. The question is, does that drag down Donald Trump in the state, or did Trump manage to fully separate himself from Robinson and have the races be treated, separately? Obviously, Trump's going to outrun Robinson, but it's been a very touch-and-go race. Polls have showed statistical dead heat. Remains to be seen, who has the upper hand in the state.
I want to talk. I don't want to put the cart before the horse here, Bill, but will Republicans do any soul searching about candidate choice and selection when it comes to these primaries in these especially kind of purplish, bluish, reddish states like North Carolina going forward? Will any lessons be learned from Mark Robinson as a candidate? I mean, he's the sitting lieutenant governor right now.
I mean, they should, but it all depends on how well Donald Trump does, because Donald Trump sets the tone. The candidate recruitment for Republicans in 2024 was better than 2022. You had fewer Kari Lakes, but you do actually still have Kari Lake running for an office in Arizona. So they didn't wipe the slate clean. And obviously Mark Robinson was an obvious misfire. But other candidates were more traditional, like McCormick in Pennsylvania or Sheehy in Montana, Moreno in Ohio. And we don't know how well these people are going to do yet either. But you had less ticking time bombs than you did with Mark Robinson. But again, if Trump pulls this out, he is not someone that's going to tell Republicans that letting your freak flag fly can still work, and they may take more gambles. If he loses another presidential race, Donald Trump, then you got a much bigger reckoning that goes on inside the GOP.
And let's just put a fine point on North Carolina. I've got the map behind me showing the Tar Heel state right now. So we're looking at the major metro areas of Charlotte, Greensboro, Raleigh. There are a lot of rural communities out here that are going to be discussed, but also Western North Carolina was hit by Hurricane Helene, and there were a lot of questions over whether that would impact voting there. Can you just put into context for us how important the Tar Heel state is in this cycle? It is one of those 7 crucial battlegrounds that we've been talking so much about.
Kamala Harris has a path to 270 without North Carolina and without Georgia. Those two states we're looking at right now, because those are the battleground states where polls close on the early side. If she wins the blue wall, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and she picks up the 2nd congressional district of Nebraska, which she is expected to, and she holds all the other states that were blue last time outside of the battlegrounds, that's 270. If Kamala Harris wins North Carolina or Georgia, that is a very strong indication that she's going to have a good night tonight. But I'll give you a caveat there. If Kamala can't trade North Carolina for Pennsylvania, she can't trade Georgia for Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania is 19 electoral votes and Georgia and North Carolina are 16 each. So if we call North Carolina for Kamala early, I'd say that's a pretty good chance she's going to be the president of the United States, but I wouldn't say it's a done deal yet.
So, Bill, though, back to Austin's question about the impacts of Hurricane Helene, have we seen any in some of the early voting in North Carolina and same-day voting as well? That was a key concern, especially from Republicans and the Trump campaign, about electoral integrity, voter integrity, especially in parts of western North Carolina. Have you seen anything to suggest that those fears came to fruition?
I haven't seen it, but I would not put myself as the expert on what was happening in West North Carolina right now. And obviously final turnout numbers are not, we're not going to know for a little bit. So we're going to want to compare those to 2020 to see if there was a dip there.
So I want to go to some of these other gubernatorial races. This one there in New Hampshire. So we have 10% of estimated votes. I know we're kind of ping-ponging over the map here, but it's gubernatorial cycle as well. Kelly Ayotte, the Republican, very, very closely over her Democratic challenger, Joyce Craig, and the numbers changing in real time. Only 10% estimated votes count. It's still early. Chris Sununu, the incumbent Republican, I believe either term limited or opting not to seek re-election there. Bill, what do we know about New Hampshire and with the presidential contest too here?
Well, this is a light blue state. It has gone Democratic for the presidentials for some time, although it got a little close in 2016 when it was Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump. But it's also a bit of an old school New England Republican state on the gubernatorial level, libertarian streak. Chris Sununu was a popular Republican governor there, not seen as extreme, not seen as a Trumper. And Kelly Ayotte was trying to run in that mold, and that's why it's a more competitive race than the presidential race is going to be there.
All right, so I want to move away from this. We're staying in New Hampshire, though. We do have some of these results coming in on the presidential level in New Hampshire there. Harris up over Trump 55-44, but only 10% of estimated votes counted. Austin Westfall and I, we were discussing earlier today the campaign's key focus or lack of focus thereof on New Hampshire in the last couple of weeks here. Bill, have you noticed that? Should we be paying attention to New Hampshire at the presidential level right now?
Well, Vance did a late trip there, but I think that was more bravado than serious play. But of course, the Trump campaign might be a little delusional at times and do things that they think they have a shot at when they really don't. So there's no evidence in those numbers there that this is going to become tighter, tight enough to actually make this something that's a jump ball. So this is looking pretty safely blue to me.
Did Trump put boots on the ground in 2016 or 2020 in states that nobody thought he would win?
I mean, he's never been one to really have a robust get out the vote operation, and I think that's one of the big looming questions about this race. He took a real gamble on get out the vote operations by outsourcing it to Elon Musk and this other group called Turning Point and a couple others. What Trump has done in every race he's run is visited states that he has little chance in to kind of show a sense of bravado. He spent a lot of time in Virginia and Colorado in 2016. He went to Minnesota in 2016 and 2020, and this time around he went to New Mexico and Colorado and New York City infamously a week ago. So he's always tried to give this sense that he's going to really, scramble the map when the map looks to be, pretty rigid.
All right, and we are tracking more of these races here. Bill Scher, we're going to take, and also we're going to take just our final commercial break of this hour, and polls will close soon in more of these battleground states at the top of the next hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here as we continue to monitor, track all of these results as we close in on the top of another hour here. I just want to stay in the Northeast very briefly. We just brought you some of those results from New Hampshire. This is the the Vermont gubernatorial election between Phil Scott, the Republican, and his Democratic opponent there. This was called. Scott with yet another pretty handedly easy victory over his Democratic challenger there in Vermont, and he'll spend another 4 years in the governor's mansion in Montpelier there. So wanted to get that in just briefly. Let's take that final commercial break. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on this election night. Elections are historic moments in U.S. history, no doubt. This night will be historic as well here. Like I said, I'm Andrew Kraft. I just want to give your attention to some of the graphics on your screen, including that number in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. You see there it says 750.7K. Well, in addition to myself and 750,000 others, you are watching us in real time here on Live Now from Fox, and we thank you. If you're new to us, we thank you again. This is what we do here. Now, you also notice what just rose up there in the lower left hand of your screen. That is our Electoral College tally, and you see there Trump with 23 electoral votes right now as it stands, Harris with 3. But like I said, it is still early. That magic number, 270 for the Electoral College as well. Bringing into the conversation, Austin Westfall again in the Live Now newsroom, and Bill Scher at the Washington Monthly. We do have some of these numbers in from West Virginia. Yes, the races have been called there, but we finally have a good sense, especially in this Senate race there between Justice and Elliott. Justice with the race call there from the Associated Press. You see the breakdown, 57 to 40. This was only 7% of estimated votes counted, and that was to be expected there. Just kind of wanted to tie a bow, Austin, on these results coming to us out of West Virginia. Jim Justice going to the Senate in Washington.
And that was not a surprise, Andrew. There's another race that we're starting to get some results in for that is something that's been hotly contested. That is Ohio. This has been a close one, reportedly one of the most expensive Senate races on record between Senator Sherrod Brown and businessman Bernie Moreno. Sherrod Brown is a three-term Democratic incumbent. He has built a strong coalition in this red state. Ohio, by the way, not too long ago, was considered a battleground state. It's not anymore. It's expected to vote for Trump. So that means that Sherrod Brown very much could be facing his toughest challenge yet in 18 years in Bernie Moreno. Ohio was once, of course, the prototypical battleground. Now this could be the last example of Ohio being a true battleground if Moreno is to take this seat. Again, though, only 9% of votes tallied so far. There's still a lot more before we know how this one falls.
Bill, I know you have to go at the top of the hour, though. Everyone's watching this key Senate race there in the Buckeye State, Brown versus Moreno here. Any thoughts on that? We have some early numbers in.
Yeah, the early numbers seem to give Moreno a little bit of an edge. And look, if Moreno wins that race and flips the Ohio Senate seat, pretty darn good chance Republicans are going to be taking the Senate because Democrats, because you already have West Virginia, the Republicans need a net of 2. So I'm sorry, they would need 2 to if Kamala Harris is president. If you would need to offset a Ohio flip with a win either in Montana or Texas, which are both uphill for Democrats. Weird things can happen, but you feel pretty good about the Republicans' chances if Ohio gets called for Moreno.
All right, Bill Scher with the Washington Monthly. Bill, I know you have to go. Thanks so much for making time. We'll talk soon.
My pleasure. Take care.
All right, still, though, with Austin Westfall here in the Live Now newsroom. Austin, let's focus our efforts a little bit more, though, on the Ohio Senate race.
Yeah.
This is a very expensive race. So many people are watching this. And for Republicans, it's a pickup opportunity here. Sherrod Brown in the political battle of his life, isn't he?
Democrats and Republicans have been sweating this one out, Andrew. And let's just highlight here some of what we're seeing, because this helps us visualize just how things are going. As he mentioned, we are talking about a closing path for the Democrats to gain or to remain in control of the Senate. There are still a lot of these seats that are still undecided. There are so many toss-up Senate races still to be decided. The key ones, as he mentioned, though, and I'll focus in, Florida, which is leaning for Rick Scott already. That's one that the Democrats are going to need to pick up if they want a fighting chance. Texas is the other one. Colin Allred will need to pull off an upset against Ted Cruz. There's also this kind of surprising race in Nebraska. An independent candidate has been giving a surprising challenge to the Republican that's in that seat there. Nonetheless, I mean, if we're looking at the map, there are so many Democrats that are facing very close races. We're talking Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, as he alluded to. John Tester, who is another three-term Democratic incumbent who has built a strong Democratic coalition within his red state, he's facing his first real challenge against Tim Sheehy. One could argue that the past 3 Senate cycles have been in the Democrats' favor. The first one came in an unpopular year for Republicans because of the war, and then the second time Tester was elected, that was a blue wave because of Obama. The third time Tester in Montana was elected, it was that midterm year after Trump was elected. So we saw another blue wave. Montana, Ohio, a lot of parallels to draw there. Both of those 3-term Democratic incumbents facing perhaps their toughest uphill battle. Polls, by the way, say that this seat is more likely to flip than Ohio.
All right, and Austin, apologize there. Austin, we are in a new hour at 6 o'clock here Mountain Time. It's 8 o'clock there on the East Coast. That means polls have now closed or are about to close in states like Pennsylvania.
Like we're getting some results in Pennsylvania and Texas.
That's right.
These are populating in real time. And you know what? Let's hover over these and see what we can from these. So this is the Texas Senate race. Colin Allred and Ted Cruz. This is something that a lot of people have been fascinated by. Very early results. Only 8% of the votes counted so far, but so far we do see Colin Allred with a 13 roughly point lead over Ted Cruz. Only 8% of the votes in. You can't really draw anything from that few of the votes being tabulated. I think we're hearing a little bit more out of Florida as well. I think I saw this go darker red. It used to be lightly red, and now it looks like this has a check mark on it, which would indicate that the Associated Press has actually called this Senate race in Florida for Rick Scott. We're seeing Scott with a comfortable lead, over a 10-point lead to McCarcel Powell. It looks like one of those, some might say, small chances that Democrats could steal one from the Republicans. It looks like that door is closing in Florida specifically.
All right, so you're right. We do have a race call there in Florida. It seems like Republicans breathing a sigh of relief there in the Sunshine State. Rick Scott stays there in the Senate. Let's put up the numbers here because it looks like, to your point, the Associated Press did call that race. This is the breakdown right now, 82% of estimated votes counted between Scott and McCarcel Powell. To your point, though, we are tracking yet another Senate race in Texas that Democrats were somewhat bullish on as well here, between Colin Allred, the Democratic congressman, and Republican Senator Ted Cruz. Too early to tell yet for this race, but we are getting results just in here. In the meantime, though, we do have some new vantage points coming to us from the election night watch parties of both Trump and Harris here. That one there on the campus of Howard University. Take a look at that. You see a lot of Harris Walz supporters gearing up. They're watching the results. This one there at West Palm Beach in Florida. You also see a lot of MAGA, red, Make America Great Again hats as well. In the meantime, though, we do have a live event. We want to go up north to Philadelphia. DA there, Larry Krasner, about to brief the media on how the election is going there. So this press conference is going to get underway in any moment here. We'll wait until Krasner starts speaking as well. So things are moving very, very fast. We are in a new hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. But to that point, these are just really compelling live vantage points in and around some of these election night watch parties there for the Harris Walz ticket and for the Trump-Vance ticket as well. We are getting some new reporting from Fox News Digital about how the Trump team is feeling at the moment. We'll bring that to you in just a moment. And here you see an updated Electoral College tally there. Harris with 35 and Trump with 95 there. Remember, the magic number is 270. So you see there at the election night watch party for the Trump-Vance ticket and the election night watch party for the Harris Walz ticket there on the campus of Fordham University, Howard University outside of Washington. In the meantime here, we are waiting for the district attorney in Philadelphia, Larry Krasner, to begin this kind of highly anticipated press conference there about some of the threats that have been made there in Philly, about some of the voting numbers, about some of the ballot counting in Philadelphia. It looks like he's beginning. Let's listen.
We're good? Are we ready? Okay. All right. Thank you all. I do want to cover one small point, and I want to stress that it's small, but it's time sensitive, so I want to address that first. There is one polling place, 1013 Ellsworth Street, that is going to be kept open late. It will be kept open, as I understand it, from very recent information from election court until 8:23 p.m. I believe that means that if you're in line at 8:23 p.m. at 1013 Ellsworth Street, then of course you'll be able to vote even if there is a line. That polling place was closed for what I understand to be a period of 23 minutes earlier today. And for that reason, there has been a very recent extension of that time. So I say that up front, just in case there may be people out there who tried to vote earlier during that 23-minute period. They were denied access. I want to make sure they get back over there and are able to exercise their right to vote before that time ends.
DA, was that a result of a bomb threat?
I will be getting into that very shortly, but the short answer is yes. All right, so.
Can you expand on it or just give us details?
I'm about to.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. All right, so the big picture is that we were all very hopeful that the city of Philadelphia would have a very smooth election day, and that very smooth election day would look like other ones that we've had, where there were the usual significant number of insignificant complaints. That is essentially what occurred here, with a couple of small exceptions. One of those exceptions does have to do with bomb threats, and the other exception has to do with an individual who has been detained. and we'll get into that. But the essence of it is this. People have been here all day. They have been out in the community. I have been out in the community all day. We have been making sure that when there was any sort of a concern or a complaint, we dispatched an attorney. We dispatched law enforcement. I want to give a special thanks to the Philadelphia Police Department, to the DA's detectives in this office who have done an exceptional job today of responding to everything that came up. There wasn't that much, but they were great about responding to it. And that, I think, has had a lot to do with how well the day went. The two exceptions that we are going to talk about, and then we'll do a larger summary, but the two exceptions are that there were some bomb threats in Philadelphia. If you've been monitoring what the Federal Bureau of Investigation has said publicly, they have recently stated publicly that this did happen in other locations as well. They stated publicly that there was some attribution to potentially Russian source. They further stated that they were fake bomb threats. And in Philadelphia, they were fake bomb threats. All the locations were cleared. As I said before, only one was briefly closed. That was for about 23 minutes. And that one is being extended for another 23 minutes. So let me say it again. Phony bomb threats. No bombs. No one hurt. No boom. None of that happened, okay? That did occur. There is a second event that occurred, which is a little unusual, which is that an individual walked into a polling place. That individual made a threatening comment to the effect of he was going to bomb that place. He was detained. Police are continuing to investigate that case. It has not been referred to us for charging yet. That is a developing story, and obviously when we have more information, we will know about it. But once again, there's no indication that it was any more than words. There's no indication that there was a capacity to carry it out or anything of that sort.
Which location was that?
I will get you that information. We're going to have people who know everything, because I was out in the community making sure that the work that was done by this office and done with our law enforcement partners was done correctly, that people were satisfied with that work. That polling places were aware of how to interface with us so that we could do that work. So they are in the details a little bit more than I am, and frankly, they deserve the credit more than I do for the work that they've been doing all day. Standing behind me are a couple of familiar faces. Shoshana Silverstein, Matt Stigler, who spoke earlier. They're available to follow up on the information that was provided earlier today. We also have Brian Collins. He's going to provide updates on the big picture of what happened today. Vinnie Corrigan is behind me working away, as he was this morning. And also Josh Barnett, a key player with the Election Protection Task Force, is off-site right now, as he has been for most of the day, dealing with other aspects of our work here. So let me start out by asking Mr. Collins to come forward and give you a general summary of what has been going on today, so you can have your more or less day's end update.
Good evening, everybody. I can talk a little bit more in detail about the incident with the individual at the polling location in a moment. Let me start off by saying it's obviously been no secret that this particular election was hotly contested throughout the entire election season. There was a lot of heated rhetoric. Passions were high. Given all of that, we are extremely pleased with what we saw today. The vast majority of what we responded to were situations where we simply had to explain to everybody who was out there what the rules were for what they were allowed to do while campaigning, where they were allowed to stand, what sorts of things they were allowed to do, and we tried to be as proactive as we could be, given the number of people that we had available, to try to send them out to do that kind of community outreach, to talk to people and let them know what's going on, what the rules were, so that people could continue to express their opinions about who they wanted to vote for, and people who wanted to vote were able to do so safely and without any disturbance to their ability.
All right, so you've been listening there to Philadelphia officials led by DA Larry Krasner updating us on some of these incidents that took place in and around Philadelphia, some of these bomb threat hoaxes and the like there. And so just an update out of the city of brotherly love. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We have a lot of race calls to get to right now, including and especially at the presidential level here. Let's just start because so many race calls have been made this hour already. We're still very fresh in the hour. Let's go through them right now. All right, we do have race calls for the president. This now in South Carolina, Trump beating Harris there. He gets 9 electoral votes in the Palmetto State. If we can keep going as well, Trump with Florida, take a look at that. 30 electoral votes in the Republican column there. Trump winning Florida yet again like he did in 2020 over Harris with around 87% of estimated votes. Kind of the AP calling this for Trump. Trump will win Florida there as well. In the meantime, though, we do have a race call on the eastern seaboard, Massachusetts going for Kamala Harris. Harris getting Massachusetts's 11 electoral votes. Moving back down south to Mississippi, this going for Donald Trump, former President Trump, getting Mississippi's 6 electoral votes there in Mississippi. So like I said, a lot of these race calls coming in just at the top of this hour here. No surprises, no shockers there. This was to be expected. Austin Westfall tracking it with me as usual here. A lot of race calls at this hour. Austin.
A lot of race calls. We started out the night with a big gray map. Now we're starting to see a little more blue, a little more red, starting to be shaded in here. Let's take a look at what all these states are looking like. So Florida, deep red, being called in Trump's favor. Now, you're going to see some lighter shades of red. Georgia, that's one of those key battlegrounds that we're watching. That means that it's leaning in Trump's favor. Let's pull up. So right now, Trump actually has a 14-point lead over Harris, and that's with 36% of the votes counted. So with just over a third of the votes counted so far, Trump maintains a 14% lead in one of the key battleground states. Let's check out another key battleground state. This is North Carolina, the Tar Heel state, where Harris is above right now. Harris has an 8-point lead over Donald Trump. We do know that those are the battlegrounds that we're tracking. We're Pennsylvania, and yeah, let's focus in on some of these other ones. So we're getting preliminary, very preliminary results, I will say. Pennsylvania, some consider this to be the biggest prize out of them all. The easiest path to victory for both Trump and Harris is through Pennsylvania. Only 5% of those votes have been tallied so far. There's still a lot to go. The early returns are favoring the Democrats. Harris has a 50-point lead up on Trump right now. Some say that there's something called the blue mirage. Sometimes we see that early votes can be tabulated first. Sometimes those can favor Democrats. They call that the blue mirage in some cases. There's some states where a red mirage could be possible as well. So it's possible that that's what we're seeing in these very early minutes in Pennsylvania. And while you have me here, Andrew, let's also take a look at Michigan. That's one of these other battlegrounds. Only 2%. Can only stress, this is very preliminary data, but so far, Harris with just about almost a 50-point lead over Trump right now. So are there any bellwethers from any of this data, Andrew? Of course not. It's way too early. We're going to be waiting for quite some time as they tabulate results in some of those bigger counties. Specifically, we're going to be watching the Detroit area. That's where so many of those votes come from in Michigan. In Pennsylvania, we're looking at Philadelphia and some of those suburbs around Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh. There's still a lot to learn tonight.
That's right. And it is, to your point, very early still. Blue and red mirages can be operative at the moment here, but we are in for a long night. Austin, stay with me here. We do want to just get in some more of these race calls at the presidential level here. I want to put this up. We also have battleground states, too. To your point, you just put some of those up. I believe we're getting some race calls in for Harris and Trump there in states like Oklahoma and states like Maryland. Oklahoma going for Republicans in the Trump column. Maryland going for Democrats there for Harris in the blue column as well. But these are the numbers that we have. We want to put that up again. Oklahoma there, you can see Trump getting this into his electoral college tally, those 7 electoral votes. Harris getting Maryland there in her electoral college tally, 10 electoral votes for Harris. And to Austin Westfall's point, a lot of results coming in there in Georgia, also in Pennsylvania, and in Michigan. All right, we do have a race call in Tennessee here. 11 electoral votes going to the Trump column there for Republicans there in Tennessee. In the meantime, speaking of Tennessee, Austin, we do want to bring into the conversation more of our experts, analysis, and reporters who cover this election day in and day out, or at least have. That's including the New York Post's Cameron Arcand. He joins me. Cameron, good to see you here. So give us a sense. Yes, we've gotten a lot of race calls in for states that aren't necessarily surprises, but we have gotten some of these results in from some of these battleground states. There's a lot of dichotomies at play right now when you look at the vote share with Trump and the vote share with Harris. Rural versus urban and suburban pockets. Also, some of these key demographics as well, the elderly and the youth, men and women, but also between early voting and same-day voting here. Cameron, what are you looking at right now?
I'm looking at the difference between the Sun Belt and the northern states right now and the dynamic between those two, particularly because we saw a lot of people move to states like Florida, like Georgia over the past several years in the post-COVID era, and really trying to figure out how those people are going to vote compared to 2020, where they might have not have even lived in these states at this point yet. So obviously it's still early. I've seen exit polling showing that issues like border and the economy are at the top of the list, and keeping an eye on which ways those independents are going to be breaking.
So, Cameron, I got to ask you, Andrew and I were just chatting about the concept of mirages in the early minutes and hours of these races. We're seeing some of these lightly shaded battleground states right now, and I'm going to point specifically to Michigan and Pennsylvania, which have light blue, but very early results so far in those states. What's a blue mirage? What's a red mirage? What do we need to know about mirages on Election Day?
So I'll use the example of here in Arizona. Going to see a drop of ballots that came in early, some of those election day votes, and a good chunk of those as well. So I think we really got to keep an eye on those ballots and seeing how that evolves throughout the night. Are we going to see more mail-ins that tend to favor Democrats? Or are we going to see a situation where it kind of flips slowly over time? As these races tighten, it really boils down to the different ways these people decide to vote. And so we'll see a different impact in different states in terms of how that plays out. But I think the key here is for people to be patient. And if you see a close margin, you see that margin flip, keep an eye on terms of what those ballots are coming in those ballot drops.
Yeah, that's such a good point, Cameron. Almost like the object in the mirror isn't as close as it would appear, or is as close as it would appear here. So, yes, I think a lot of people are kind of just keeping their powder dry on that one, knowing that some of these results you got to take with a grain of salt right now because they come in piecemeal. But we do have our electoral college tally, if we can just bring that up here. I was told by my executive producer that in 2020, at this very same point in the night, the tally was identical to then and now, 2020 to 2024. At this point in the night, you see it there in the lower left-hand portion of your screen. 95 for Trump, 35 for Harris. It is really, really early so far. We have vantage points as well, though, inside of the Trump election night watch party there in West Palm Beach. We also have vantage points outside on the campus of Howard University in the nation's capital at the Harris Walls ticket. So wanted to get all this in. I think that was a kind of a good pausing moment. Let's take a quick commercial break, you guys. Austin Westfall, Cameron Arcand, they'll join me on the back end here. We'll see everyone in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on this historic election night here in the United States. Happy election night to all of you. Let's get into more of these storylines throughout the course of the evening. Going to be joined by my colleague here in the Live Now newsroom, Austin Westfall, and New York Post reporter Cameron Arcand with the latest here as well. Cameron, we were discussing some of these battleground states. We're getting results in from some of them here. But let's talk about the campaigns themselves, the Trump campaign specifically here. I know you have sources within the campaign. How are they feeling tonight? We have a live picture inside their election night watch party. We have some reporting as well from Fox News Digital. Who have you spoken to there tonight?
There is definitely a sense of cautious optimism from the Trump campaign when it comes to the outcome tonight. I think there is definitely still a push to make sure that these votes get counted, because keep in mind, they had a massive early voting push, and you saw that in a lot of states. This big advantage for Republicans here in Arizona for these early ballot returns. But the matter of it is they have to make sure that that slice of vote that they have on election day didn't just transfer to early voting. They need to make sure they're getting those election day people out, as well as your low propensity voters, and maybe those people who have changed their mind from 2020 and 2022 and now want to back the former president. So that's kind of what they're keeping an eye on, keeping tally on who are these voters that we maybe did not see come to the polls for Trump in prior elections.
So, Cameron, I got to ask you. Oh, and go ahead.
Yeah, so we just have some of the more reporting that Cameron was alluding to. This from Fox News Digital's Brooke Singman. She's talking to Trump campaign officials. They're telling her early signs are the night could be shaping up like we hoped, on track for a great night. They say the direction indicated by early voting is continuing, and people who voted early did not cannibalize election day voting. Based on network exit polling, Trump campaign officials saying Trump is doing better with female voters than Harris is doing with male voters. Also, they say GOP turnout in Philadelphia is high, where Trump was successful in 2016 and 2020, like South Philly and Northeast Philly. Also, they say rural turnout for Republicans is, quote unquote, through the roof. They say exit polling has a very, quote, anti-incumbent mood here. So this is to be expected, from some of these campaign officials, Austin, going into election night. They want to project confidence here. That seems like what you're getting from some of these quotes obtained by Fox News Digital on the Trump side.
That's right. And if we can, I want to bring Cameron back in, because I want to ask him a little bit about his state. We've been talking all day about the 7 battleground states. I said earlier today the easiest path to victory for Harris would be the blue wall: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, 1 in Nebraska. The easiest for Trump would be North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. That's the path of least resistance for both candidates. Notice I didn't mention your state, Cameron. How does Arizona play into this? What if the path of least resistance is not the way it plays out with these states? How does Arizona fit into the equation?
Well, Arizona fits into this equation where we backed Trump in 2016, but backed Biden in 2020. I'm going to read you a text that I got earlier today from the GOP chairwoman. She says she feels great. She says they feel like they were unified and voted early and on the big day. She told me this weekend on a phone call that they did not cannibalize those votes from election day to early voting. And how does this play a role into this? We also have in Arizona a unique situation with independent voters who make up about 1/3 of our registered voters in the state. We're also looking at those disaffected, more moderate Republicans and seeing how they're voting. I want to point this stat out. Nikki Haley, before she dropped out of the primary, received over 100,000 votes in opposition to Donald Trump. The Harris campaign, with their whole Republicans for Harris coalition, whether or not that's going to work or not, is banking on those votes. I'm in regular contact with the Harris campaign. This is part of their strategy, seeing if they can close the gap with those Haley voters in getting them to vote for Kamala Harris.
All right, Cameron Arcand there with the New York Post. Cameron, thanks so much. Have a good election night. Great reporting this cycle, as always. And in the meantime here, we do want to bring you out to some of these live events that we have at the moment here. Austin and I and Cameron were talking about Arizona specifically, major issues put to Arizona voters on the ballot, like immigration, like abortion. Same with Florida, though. We are getting some of these reactions from some of the candidates there in Florida, including, remember, that key Senate race between Republican incumbent Rick Scott and his Democratic challenger, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. We have Mucarsel-Powell. Okay, it looks like this just wrapped up here. So we're a little off on our timing at the moment there. But Debbie Mucarsel-Powell most likely conceding the race to Scott there. Let's take this here. You see that Scott was declared and projected the winner of the Florida Senate race, 56%, with Mucarsel-Powell's 43%. So this is going to happen here on Live Now all throughout the course of the evening. We're going to try to get to some of these campaign speeches, election night watch parties, but also victory speeches and concession speeches as well. In the meantime here, let's take yet another quick commercial break. Almost at the bottom of the hour. There is so much more where that came from on this election night. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are at the bottom of the hour here on this election night, 6:30 Mountain Time, 8:30 there on the East Coast, as we continue to track some of these results and bring you these live events, live, raw, and unfiltered here. We do have this as well. This is a live vantage point inside of Senator Rick Scott's election night watch party. We're expecting Scott very, very soon here to give his victory speech. We just heard from his Democratic opponent, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. She conceded the race to Rick Scott there, and this is the breakdown we have in the results according to the Associated Press right now. You can see there the race was called about an hour ago, and so Republicans breathing somewhat of a sigh of relief there in the Sunshine State. We also know Trump has been projected to be the winner of Florida as well, besting Harris. So Florida looking very, very solid for Republicans, as it has in the last cycle in 2020 as well. In the meantime here, we do have more and more experts, reporters, analysts joining us on the stream, including and especially Anna Giartelli at the Washington Examiner. She joins me, and Austin Westfall here at Live. Anna, good to see you here. We got a lot of live events to contend with, but let's focus our efforts on the Harris campaign right now. This is their election night watch party on the campus of Howard University. And Anna, I know you have some sources in the Harris campaign. How are they feeling tonight?
They're feeling very good. Certainly a lot of joy. I think that would fit with the campaign theme. But the Harris campaign, I was with them last night in Atlanta for a concert, parties, lot of high expectations. They're really confident that this is going to be their time, that their candidate has stuck on message. Certainly she has. Possibly to a fault, according to Republicans, because she has, jumped on positions, gone back and forth. And really, on a number of issues, particularly immigration, which is what I cover every day, we haven't heard Harris's border plans. And so that's to Democrats' advantage at this point. They just need someone to run against Trump, pretty much stay quiet, not make problems, and defeat him. And they think that's going to happen tonight.
Yeah, and I wanted to just bring up a race call that we're getting. Speaking of Harris here, let's go to the Garden State at the moment. We bring you all these in real time, as you know. The Associated Press calling the race for Harris. She beats Donald Trump there in New Jersey. Also, Westfall, Harris winning New Jersey.
Harris winning New Jersey, and if you'll come out to me, let's show the electoral map. We are seeing more and more blue filling in. A lot of these smaller states are now dark blue. That means we're seeing finally that they're being called. No surprises there so far. We're still hearing for more results from battleground states like Michigan and Pennsylvania. Preliminary results coming in from those states, but nonetheless, Andrew, that race call, not a surprise.
All right, and Anna, let's get back to some of the Harris campaign, I guess, the vibes within headquarters there on the campus of Howard University here. What does Harris need to do if she has the momentum to maintain that momentum? And what have they done in the last 4 or 5 days to shore up any support here?
Yeah, what the Harris campaign has done is it's very similar to Trump's, but they had the closing message at the Ellipse on Tuesday.
Anna, sorry to cut you off here. We do have Rick Scott at his election night watch party. We'll get to that question and answer in just a moment here. Let's listen.
Well, Florida, we did it. And for once, we did it before midnight. I want to thank God. I want to thank my beautiful wife who put up with me. My wonderful daughters, Allison and Jordan. Oh, Allison. Hello. And Jordan. And their husbands, Pierre and Shane. And my perfect grandsons. And I want to thank my mom, who couldn't be here. So, and guess what? We won Miami-Dade. So I think we won every constitutional officer down there. We have a new sheriff, Rosie. It's unbelievable what happened. Together, this is a team event. Together we get to celebrate a great victory tonight. There's a lot of people to thank. There's a lot of people that knocked on doors, made phone calls, did text. We had a lot of people just busted their butts in every one of these rooms. So we had a great campaign team led by Jackie Zeckman. We have a great office team. We've got 10 offices led by Craig Carbone. Now, let's do something fun. Keep your hands up if I ask you. Raise your hand if you worked in the governor's office. Raise your hand if you were appointed by me when I was governor, or you have a family or friend that was. How about you worked in my Senate office? Keep your hands up. Or you worked at the National Republican Senatorial Committee when I was a chair. Or you worked at the RNC in my last election. Or you volunteered or you're donated. Almost everybody is part of that. This is a team win. We won, they lost. Every person in this room has a dream. My dream is that every child, I don't care the color of their skin, their religion, where they were born, has a chance to live the dream of this country. If that's true, it's a hell of a country. And that's what we're going to do. But our work is not done. Next week, we have another election. Senate Republican leader. So 2 years ago, I challenged Mitch McConnell because I know there has to be a change. We have a great Republican Party all across this country. We need a Republican Party in D.C. We need a Republican Party to start solving the problems of this country, and we have a significant number of problems. Florida is the center of the Republican Party of this country. Washington can learn a hell of a lot from what we've done right here in this great state. We are the best melting pot in the world. Los votantes hispanos son republicanos hoy. Hoy enviamos un fuerte mensaje al mundo. Florida is roja. Y no hay lugar para el socialismo en los Estados Unidos, especialmente la Florida.
Okay, so as Senator Rick Scott there accepts victory in Spanish there in the Sunshine State, wanted to let you listen into some of his remarks there alongside his family as well. We also have the results in the lower right-hand portion of your screen coming back out here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. So that's what we're going to do all throughout the course of the evening. It really is still early yet here. I want to bring into the conversation yet again Austin Westfall and Anna Giratelli there at the Washington Examiner. Before we do that, we do have some race calls that we want to make as well. We just brought you that New Jersey going for Vice President Kamala Harris. Remember, there's a Senate race there we're watching. Let's take this. All right, so Congressman, the Democrat Andy Kim beating Republican Curtis Bashaw there in New Jersey. And this race just called by the Associated Press with around 28% of estimated votes counted. Remember, this is Senator Bob Menendez's seat that he resigned from this summer after being found guilty of 16 felony corruption counts, and he was convicted of that. He gets sentenced on those convictions come January here. Andy Kim will replace Bob Menendez there in the Garden State for this Senate seat. Democrats keeping the seat there in New Jersey. But we also have some race calls coming in on the presidential level as well. For Vice President Kamala Harris, we brought you Delaware for her. We brought you Maryland for her. We brought you New Jersey for her. Take a look at this there in the Garden State. Harris beating Trump in New Jersey. New Jersey solidly blue, solidly Democratic. I believe, okay, also we do have a race call. Let's go to Illinois right now. 19 electoral votes there in Illinois going to Kamala Harris here. She bested Trump there, 56 to Trump's 43, with 9% of estimated votes counted there. So you see the tally in the lower left hand of your screen there. That's the Electoral College. Remember, the magic number is 270. Harris has 71 right now. Trump with 101 here, bringing Anna and Austin back in here. Austin, we'll start with you. So we got an updated Electoral College tally. Still no surprises there? That was to be expected, right?
Yeah, no surprises so far. Let's take a look at our bar. It's been filling in 71, as you mentioned, to 101 with Trump. We're starting to see, though, and this gives us a little bit more context, the lighter shades are some of the more interesting ones, specifically in the battlegrounds of Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Let's very briefly just look at what little information we have out of Michigan. So with 7% of the vote in so far, we do see Harris with a 14% advantage in Michigan. Pennsylvania, only 12% of the votes have been tallied so far. And right now, Harris has a sizable lead. Looks like she's got a 40-point lead right now. That very well could be one of those blue mirage situations that we were just discussing very early on in the tabulation cycle. North Carolina, let's go to the Tar Heel state here. Let's see what they're working with. They have a fifth of the votes in, 20% of the votes in North Carolina. And Trump right now has about an 8-point lead over Harris with a fifth of the votes tallied. Finally, let's hit Georgia. And it looks like we have Trump up with an 11-point advantage. That's with over half of the votes tallied. So Trump with an 11-point lead in a battleground state. We don't know exactly which ballots were being tabulated in that. We, again, don't know if this is a red mirage, if you will. We will be waiting to see more results as they come in. There you see on your screen right there, Georgia, 52% of this state has been called. Georgia was so important. It actually had a record number of early voters. It was so robust that a top official told the Associated Press that the big day could look like a ghost town at the polls. Biden became the first Democrat to take that state since Bill Clinton in 1992. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out, guys.
And Anna, of course, you've spent so much time in Georgia this cycle. Let's talk about it. You saw the vote spread there between Trump and Harris, a little over half of estimated votes counted there in the Peach State. I want to focus our efforts on Harris, too, because we've been showing a lot of the Trump election night watch party. This is the Harris night watch party right now. It looks to be quite raucous there. A lot of performances at the moment on the campus of Howard University here. So if you could, Georgia first, and then what are we seeing right now?
In Georgia, you know, I was at a polling site today, and Georgia has 159 counties. 2 of them could be flipped. And I was in one that's leaning blue. And I spoke, actually, I kept finding voters who were saying, we're going to vote for Trump, even though, you know, we may be Democrats, we may be Black. That's the way that we're going to vote this cycle. And people were concerned about the economy. I mean, we've seen it over and over again in the polls being conducted since the caucuses and primaries. It's the #1 issue, followed by, you know, threat to democracy, the border, immigration, those types of things. But, you know, tonight, I think the Harris campaign is taking an early victory lap. It seems to believe it's going to win. Certainly, it looked like it last night when I was with Harris in Atlanta, or I should say the Harris campaign at a party in Atlanta with 2 Chainz. And that's what we're seeing on Howard campus. People are excited. But, you know, the election night is just getting started, as you and I know.
So, Anna, I wanted to also ask you, because it seemed like, and this was evident yesterday, moving from Georgia to Pennsylvania, Harris was in Pennsylvania all day yesterday for stops before election night. And she was visiting Puerto Rican businesses. It seemed like the Harris campaign went all in on the response to that joke that was made at a Trump rally at Madison Square Garden in New York now about a week and a half ago here. Was that kind of strategic on the Harris's part, or, you know, a waste of time, money, and effort here? How do you see that? How is the Harris campaign kind of spinning that to their advantage here? It seems like they think there could be some benefit to it, right?
Yeah, definitely. Pennsylvania, out of the 7 battleground states, has the most electoral votes up for grabs. And so what we've seen is the candidates jumping around between these 7 states, sometimes multiple per day. But Harris is really focused on Pennsylvania in the end. And so, you know, with the Puerto Rican thing, Puerto Rico, I should say, Pennsylvania's makeup of a Puerto Rican isn't high compared to other states like New York and Florida. But it's something that they've realized we can really get a lot of life out of this incendiary remark that was made at the Trump rally at Madison Square Garden a couple weeks ago. And you're right, Andrew, they've continued to hit on it again and again and again and play the racism card. And, you know, will it work or not? You know, it's going to be interesting to see the exit polls among Hispanic and Latino voters, even if you get really into the weeds and look at Puerto Ricans, and see, you know, did that move the needle at all? I think people's minds were already made up before that comment was made.
You know, Anna, we were speaking earlier about the Senate and the balance of power in the Senate. We saw the race being called for Rick Scott in Florida. He's somebody that's thrown his name into consideration to become the leader of the Senate. Can you walk us through how that process works?
Yeah, so once Congress does get back this month, there's going to be a vote and move forward similarly with the House Speaker, move forward on who's going to be the best candidate for Republicans, and then as well as Democrats. But depending on who takes control tonight, if we know tonight, will determine, if it's going to be a House and Senate controlled by one party, by both, if the White House is going to be controlled by a separate party. But I think Rick Scott is throwing his hat in, and very interestingly, Florida is a state of immigrants. Even with the situation at the southern border, we've seen millions of people released into the country and choosing to go to Florida, specifically South Florida, Miami-Dade area. And so Rick Scott has a firsthand understanding of, not only how to help immigrants in his state, but this population that's technically illegal in the country, and what that looks like. So I think he's got an interesting perspective.
Yeah, interesting. In his very same election night victory speech, he mentioned the Republican Senate leader race as well, that he has thrown his hat into the ring here. Anna, thank you so much for being with us. Also, we do have some of these candidates stepping up to the podium at their election night watch parties as well, including Mike Braun, who's leaving the Senate. He's going to the governor's mansion there in Indianapolis. Let's listen.
I think it was up at the Moontown Brewery that we celebrated. And the journey that I've been on over the last 7 years, most people would think you'd been crazy to do it in the first place. Dear, what do you think about that?
No, it's good.
Okay. All I can tell you is 7 years ago in August, when I declared to run for the U.S. Senate, there weren't many believers. And even folks close to you wondered, did you really have a game plan? Well, my game plan started very simply when I got to be the luckiest man alive to marry this lady here. Now you do all these fancy commercials and they don't even talk about you, they talk about my wife. We were lucky, I think, going way back when we made the decision, unlike most did then, to move back to our hometown. And when we did that, that set the stage for everything else that followed. Most people didn't think that made sense either. But had we not done that, I'm almost certain we wouldn't be here this evening. Yeah. When you marry someone that says the priority is to have my own business and raise a family, how in the hell could you argue with that? So we came back and did just that. We lived the American dream, blessed with 4 kids, 3 of them running the business I ran for 37 years, and a family that's always been behind me and Maureen in anything that we did. That truly is what life is about. And so often you get caught in the groove where you don't want to get out of it, because that's success measured in one way. To me, once you do it, I think you need to look beyond that. And that's what I decided to do 7 years ago. So that was a tricky navigation when you didn't really have any real experience at it. As I've always said, politics and government are a lot easier than running a business. Any of you that own businesses, yeah. Hell, in government, you just got to be smart enough to not spend more than you take in. In business, you're signing the note. Your livelihood is on the line. And by the way, there are dozens of competitors in a real market that want to take a bite out of your flank. That is difficult. Now, the difference is when you jump into the political arena, business is over a span of time. 2 hard deadlines in politics, May and November. And then you need to take all the skills that you've learned in the real world, to where you've been understated, underestimated, and you've overperformed, and then it's like shooting ducks on a pond. Because it's so assumed that you got to come from that pathway. I never did assume that. When you go to the U.S. Senate and you get a crew mostly of Hoosiers that come out there with you, you end up being the most successful freshman Senate office. That's something to be proud of. And yeah. And then in issues that really count, like healthcare, education, agriculture, you get more done than the senators out there you got to wheel out of there after 3 decades. Do you think I believe in term limits? Yes, I do. Everybody campaigns on it, and then they have amnesia once they get there. And let's throw in a balanced budget amendment to boot. As hard as it was to get there, it begs the question, why would you give it up? Wasn't going to do it more than 2 terms anyway. And when I saw the fork in the road to burn another 6 years there, when the numbers, the fact that they're borrowing now $1 trillion every 6 months, and it was annually just 6 years ago, the interest on the debt's as much as what we spend on defense. We need to shock that place into reality. And when you're an entrepreneur by trade, you generally, if you survive, know how to pick the best fork in the road. And there are many of them. And to me, if it was coming back to lead our state, where you can set the agenda, where you're going to get along with a legislature, imagine what you can do with that.
All right, you've been listening there to Indiana Governor-elect Mike Braun, former Republican Senator Mike Braun, Republican Congressman Jim Banks taking his seat there in the Senate. So we got some race calls in there in Indiana. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are fastly approaching a new hour. You know what that means. Polls will be closed in even more states, though, but we do want to give you a lay of the land. Remember, we're tracking, and we have vantage points inside the Harris-Walz watch party. That's live. Also at the Trump-Vance watch party. That's live there in West Palm Beach, Florida here. But let's talk about some of these gubernatorial races as well. We are getting a race call in a pretty big one. The Tar Heel State, Austin Westfall, joining me in the Live Now newsroom to break it down here. What's going on in North Carolina between Mark Robinson and Josh Stein?
All right, so this was not one that we expected to be a red state gubernatorial-wise, because there has been so much controversy surrounding the GOP candidate there, Mark Robinson. There was that bombshell report that discussed some of his alleged online postings from over a decade ago on an adult web forum. He already had an uphill battle before that scandal came out. Once the scandal came out, he stopped being invited to Trump events when he was in that state. Mark Robinson's campaign basically floundered at that point. North Carolina, let's pull up some of these results and let's zoom in so that we can see how this thing played out. Josh Stein, he's the AG in the state. He will be the next governor. He's going to be succeeding Governor Roy Cooper, who was term limited. So Josh Stein going to be moving into the governor's mansion there. He won by a margin of about 8 points. North Carolina, that's a fascinating one. I want to keep it moving here because On this map, too, Andrew, again, North Carolina, we kind of expected that to fall the way that it fell. New Hampshire, that's something I want to focus in on. That's the only real toss-up gubernatorial race that we were following. 32% of the votes counted so far, and Kelly Ayotte, the Republican, so far has exactly a 2-point lead over Joyce Craig. Looks like there's still a lot of ballots to be counted in that competitive gubernatorial race. We'll keep you posted. I think we have some props to get to.
Yeah, that's right. So we have now a resolution to the North Carolina gubernatorial contest that got so much attention with those bombshell reports about some of Mark Robinson's alleged online behavior. This is the election night watch party for Robinson's supporters here, Austin. So if we see any campaign staffers or Robinson himself take to the podium there, we'll bring this live as well. So that's a live vantage point we have coming to us from North Carolina. We also have a live vantage point coming to us from New Jersey. We're expecting Senator-elect Andy Kim, the Democrat, to address his crowd of supporters here. But to your point, Austin, we got to get in some of these race calls in on these ballot proposals and ballot questions put to voters in several states on a lot of different issues, including and especially, though, in Florida. Remember, the issues of abortion and marijuana were put to voters there in the Sunshine State, and we have some calls to make on that. I want to put this up here. This is Florida Amendment 3, Austin, to legalize marijuana in the state. 91% of estimated votes counted, and this fails. Austin, you see there.
You know, and this is fascinating, Andrew. Every time a statewide measure relating to abortion has been put to the states, every single time, and it looks like our graphic is having some trouble there. We will say that we're not seeing exactly what we believe is happening there with that race. But if this measure were indeed to fail, we'd be talking about the first statewide abortion measure that would be shut down, and that would be notable. Every single time that this thing has been put to a state, the pro-abortion side has won out. Of course, the overturn of Roe is what returned the power of these types of decisions to each individual state. We will, of course, work to get that graphic updated. I think we had some other propositions to get to as well, Andrew.
Yes, Austin, of course, we're tracking Florida Amendment 4. Like you said, that's the abortion referendum there. But both, according to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, both of these ballot questions have failed there in the state of Florida. Austin, you noted the higher than usual threshold that was needed for these to pass here. Well, our colleague Christina Evans, she's tracking some of the reaction to the failure of some of these proposals on social media. Christina, what are they saying?
Absolutely, Andrew. You pointed it out. Yes, the Florida Governor, Ron DeSantis, was one of the first people to come out and say that both of these amendments had failed when we're talking about marijuana and abortion as well. Taking a look here inside of our social studio, I want to pull up for you some of the tweets that we have been monitoring right now. Here's a look at that tweet from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He says, with the polls now closed in Florida, Amendment 3 has failed. Amendment 4 has failed as well. Again, one of the first people that we saw call this. But again, an additional reaction is coming in from the state. Take a look at this tweet there from Florida Representative DeSantis. He says spent tens of millions of taxpayer money against abortion rights and legalizing marijuana. This criminal and abuse of state dollars must be investigated by the Department of Justice immediately. So, of course, that is, again, Representative Maxwell Alejandro Frost there in the state, upset at the way that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis went about going on a blitz to make sure that these amendments did not pass in the days before the election. Here's also some results as well that we're getting from an NFL legend here, Tony Dungy. The polls are now closed in Florida, and Amendment 3 and Amendment 4 both failed to pass. Thank you to all the Florida residents who helped to protect the lives of the unborn, and we want to help people to realize that those expectant mothers who need help will still be able to get it. So just some of the reaction that we're now seeing come in on social media in response to these amendments failing. Again, with the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, one of the first people to speak out on social about this amendment failing. Andrew.
All right, Christina, thanks so much. Those were definitely key to watch there in Florida. We'll check in very, very soon. We are in a new hour. It's a little past 7 o'clock here Mountain Time, 9 o'clock there on the East Coast. Let's go to New Jersey right now. Congressman, the Democrat Andy Kim, giving a victory speech there in New Jersey, winning his Senate race. Let's watch.
I know that many of you took risks to join this campaign. You had people doubt your choice to join this campaign. You worked long hours and struggled and stressed about the challenges we confronted. I hope you take pride in this moment. Whoever says young people don't care about politics haven't met the young people that are the engine powering campaigns all over this nation. And to our supporters, look what we've accomplished. Look what we've been able to do. By most standards of what is possible, this moment right now should not be occurring. A year ago, 6 years ago, few believed we could show that what we could accomplish. That we showed that politics isn't some exclusive club just for the well-off and the well-connected. Right. That we built something that epitomizes the grassroots. I hope this experience has brought you closer to understanding the essence of our democracy, that you have a deeper understanding of what it means to be a citizen of this great country, and that you feel empowered by that. You've heard me say this line a lot, and I'll say it again tonight, that I believe that the opposite of democracy is apathy. And by extension, I hope that you've seen our campaign as a means of being the opposite of that helplessness. Yes. Yes. I hope this moment is every bit as meaningful for you as it is for me. I want to say thank you to my family. My parents and my sister are here, who gave me the grounding in service and purpose that powers me every day. To my wife, Cammie. Cammie, look what we've accomplished. Look what we've done. For them, right? Yep. I'm just so proud of our family and what we've been able to do, our humble family, be able to take this kind of actions. To my boys. I'm proud of the two of you. You know, I know that this has been tough. I know it hasn't been easy. And I know there have been moments where I haven't always been there for you in the way that I wished I was as a father. But I hope you're proud of me. And I hope that when you learn about this moment in America, that you come to understand why I did what I did. And why I fight for you. That's what this is about. I chose this hotel for a particular reason. 37 years ago, when I was 5 years old, my family and I lived out of this hotel for several weeks when we first moved to New Jersey. My first nights in this state were right here in this hotel. My dad had just accepted a job, his very first job ever, working at a lab in Camden to do cancer research. And we were looking for a home for us to rent. My very first nights, as I said, were here, and some of the strongest memories I have ever had in my life, early moments of my life, were here. I remember staying here. I remember there was a restaurant here. I think it was called Circles. I can't remember, but I just remember feeling like the food was amazing. I was like, people in New Jersey live good here. Quality of the food, high class. I felt like a prince. And I just have to say, I wanted to be here tonight in this hotel. I wanted to pay tribute to my parents, to my family, to the state, for giving a kid like me a chance to be able to dream, for giving me the tools through public education and a kind community. Yeah. It wasn't easy initially. We had no family to lean on here, no friends to help us get started, but New Jersey welcomed us. I wanted to return here tonight to give perspective. For my parents, this hotel was an important step in achieving the American dream and in ultimately giving back to this state. My parents taught me something I'll never forget. They taught me to love America. I revere this country. I am in awe of America. When I worked at the White House, I've shared this story before, when I worked at the White House, I had a pair of black, pristine leather shoes that I would only wear whenever I was asked to go into the Oval Office. I wanted to treat that room different. I wanted to remind myself that I'm part of something bigger than all of us. And it's because of my reverence for this nation that it also pains me to our core to see the struggles that we are going through. That we aren't just having policy debates and fights, but instead the very foundation of our democracy is rendered fragile. People tell me they simply didn't trust their public servants. They simply didn't trust that the politics was working for them. That they didn't think that the big challenges we face in our family and as a state are solvable because they thought nobody was looking out for them. While we know what happened in our race, I certainly recognize right now that we are at a moment of profound anxiety about what comes next for our country. Yep. That the coming minutes and hours and days could very well be excruciating. But regardless of what happens next, we need to recognize that we face significant challenge regardless of the outcome. That the divisions we face are deep to the bone. They will not be fixed by any single election, and it isn't just about the politics. We live in a time of the greatest amount of inequality in our nation's history, too. In Salem, I visited a public housing complex and talked to a mother who showed me the black mold growing on her home, on the walls where her kids live. She told me about her pleas for help that did not go answered. I heard from a young man who felt so pessimistic about his life. He said to me that he didn't think that he could ever afford to buy a home in this state because of the high costs as well as the high student loan burden that he was facing. Regardless of what the final results are from this election, our nation is on an unsustainable trajectory. But let there be no doubt that this is a...
All right, so you've been listening to now New Jersey's new Democratic Senator-elect Andy Kim there giving his victory speech, besting his Republican rival Curtis Bashaw there. This is, remember, Bob Menendez's seat that he vacated after resigning his Senate seat there. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. We are in a new hour. We want to get in more of these presidential race calls, especially here, and we have a lot of them to make now that we are 10 minutes removed from this new hour, and let's take them here. So going now there to Wyoming, Wyoming's 3 electoral votes. Going to Donald Trump there, you can see with only around 2% of estimated votes counted, Trump besting Harris there right now, at least. There 3-1. So wanted to make sure we got that in. All right, Louisiana here, 8 electoral votes. Louisiana being called for former President Donald Trump over Vice President Harris. Trump getting 8 electoral votes out of Louisiana. Louisiana staying in the red column here. Also, we do have more of these election results coming into the South Dakota here. 3 electoral votes going to Donald Trump here. This race just being called within the last couple of minutes here. We also have more, another Dakota here. We have a North Dakota race called there. So both Dakotas going into the Republican column for Donald Trump there. 3 electoral votes for Trump in North Dakota. Harris, of course, coming up short in this predominantly red state there in North Dakota. So moving on to Nebraska. Okay, Nebraska District 1. Nebraska is somewhat of an interesting, peculiar state in the way they count their electoral votes. It's not a winner-take-all state there. Harris up on Trump with around 31% of estimated votes counted, 57-42 there. And Austin Westfall joining me here in the Live Now newsroom as well, commenting, responding to some of these race calls and results coming in. We have Nebraska District 2. This is Omaha. That's that congressional district here. One electoral vote there is up for grabs. And Harris over Trump 61-38 there with 46% of estimated votes counted. Also Nebraska District 3, Trump over Harris. This is like the rest of Nebraska, central and western Nebraska here. And you see there 10% of estimated votes counted. Trump up on Harris, almost 2-1 there. So wanted to get in some of these numbers. Now, all of Nebraska has 5 electoral votes. Austin, let's talk about Nebraska here. Why does it all have 5 votes there?
Yeah, it's a little deceptive, Andrew. Basically, what we're talking about here is 2 of the electoral votes out of those 5 go for the entirety of the state's popular vote. That's how they determine 2 of those votes. The other 3 votes are split between the 3 congressional districts in Nebraska. Each one gets 1 electoral vote. The second one specifically is going to be part of Kamala Harris's easiest path to the presidency. If she gets that 1 electoral vote in Nebraska District 2, as well as the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, that would give her the presidency, as long as all of the 43 other non-battleground states and D.C. fall the way that they expect them to fall. You just gave us a lot of data. Here's what that means for our Electoral College tally. Right now, Harris is at 99, Trump at 177. Here is how the map is filling in. You see a lot of these states that we expected to go red, they're being called as soon as the polls are closing, because the Associated Press knows that these are going to be reliably red. They're going to be dominated, really, by Republican voters. We see Texas going red, Oklahoma, Georgia, and let me just say that none of the battleground states have been called so far. Let's talk about Nebraska, because Nebraska is interesting. It's these little tiny dots here off to the corner. You see Nebraska has District 1, 2, and 3. Maine has a similar dynamic where their electoral votes, 2 of them go to the state at large, and then both of their congressional districts each get 1 congressional vote each. So those 2 states, they operate a little bit differently than the rest of them. Ohio going red, and let's zoom in here, because Ohio's interesting, Andrew. I mean, we've been following elections. Ohio used to be that prototypical swing state. Not anymore. Look at the results. The AP, with just over 50% of the vote tallied, says that Trump's going to take this state with about a 9-point lead. That's just with over 50% of the vote counted. Ohio's interesting, not so much because of the presidency. We expected it to go that way. Let's switch over to our Senate map here, and let's look at how Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno's race is going. So this is fascinating, because Moreno does have the edge over the incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown right now, but you see the difference. There's a lot less room between these 2 candidates than there was between Harris and Trump. Trump had a much more commanding lead at this point compared to Moreno over Sherrod Brown. This is one of those Senate seats that will decide the balance of power in the upper chamber of the House. You see there that over 1.5 million votes have been cast for Bernie Moreno, just under 1.5 million votes so far have been cast for Sherrod Brown. As I've been mentioning, both parties have been sweating this race out. A lot of money has been pouring into this race. I'm curious to see if this is the last true example of Ohio being a battleground. It certainly looks like this race is a tight one, Andrew.
Yeah, that's right. So many resources put into the Senate race there in Ohio by Republicans and Democrats alike. And to your point, yes, Ohio has been called for Donald Trump. So we just brought you a lot of race calls for Trump. We do have a race call as well, though, in a solidly blue state. That's the Empire State as well. For Harris, let's take a look at this. Harris getting New York's 28 electoral votes there. The Associated Press calling New York for Harris. So we do want to bring into the conversation as well Tom LoBianco at 24 Site. Tom, bear with us here. We have a lot of live events going on right now. Let's stay in New York right now. Democratic Senator out of New York, Kirsten Gillibrand. She's speaking there at her watch party. Let's listen.
With our Cyber Academy, so kids can actually go to college free in exchange for public service as our cyber defenders. That will help us keep our country safer. Andrew, but one of the issues that I think people in New York feel most passionate about is guaranteeing women equality in this country. Making sure that we have our civil liberties and civil rights, making sure that we get to make those life and death decisions over our bodies, when we're having children, under what circumstances. We have to guarantee an equal rights amendment in New York State. I hope everybody voted yes on Prop 1. Get the ERA added to our U.S. Constitution as well. So, other things that I hope we can work on in this next Congress, we need a national paid leave policy. We need to make sure that families don't have to make these tough decisions about caring for a child or a loved one and bringing home a paycheck. We have to make sure we keep supporting our workers, strengthening our abilities to join unions, to collectively bargain for wages and benefits. Yes. We have to expand access to health care and keep bringing down the cost of medicine. And last but not least, I will fight against the politics of hate and division in this country. No student should feel unsafe being on a college campus because of anti-Semitism. Any kind of bigotry of any kind. We have to, as a nation, figure out who we are. We are a country that used to love one another, that used to care about our neighbors, that treated others the way we wanted to be treated. We have to focus on all that is noble, all that is right, all that is pure and admirable, and we have to lift that up into our national dialogue. Now, I know you're thinking that's a lot of things to get done, but we are going to have a Congress to pass this agenda. Because of the work the governor has done, because of the work that Hakeem Jeffries and I have done, we are going to have a majority in the U.S. Congress, and we are going to elect our new speaker as Hakeem Jeffries. Worked on is extraordinary. We were able to work with Chairman Jacobs to build the greatest turnout machine that has ever been seen in New York State, and I'd argue anywhere in the country. We have 40 offices across these battleground districts, 23,000 volunteers, 150 staff. We've knocked on 1.3 million doors, and we have made over 5 million phone calls to voters. So I'm going to tell you tonight, we are going to see victories up and down the Hudson Valley, all across Long Island, in Syracuse. We are going to flip the House of Representatives right here in New York State.
All right, Senator Gillibrand there at her victory watch party. I want to put up the results there for Gillibrand. Quite an easy go at it against a Republican challenger there. This wasn't necessarily one of those competitive races, but also we just brought you the news. Harris getting all 28 of New York State's electoral college tally there, electoral votes rather. And so in the meantime, though, we do have yet another state call. Let's move from New York now to Texas, and the Associated Press is calling Texas for former President Donald Trump. So Trump getting Texas's 40 electoral votes there. This is with 58% of estimated votes counted. And I'm bringing into the conversation Austin Westfall yet again here. So, Austin, right now, Texas going to Trump, kind of knew that. New York going for Harris, definitely knew that here. I think right now, and we want to bring in Tom LoBianco, because I think all eyes right now are on this Ohio Senate race, aren't they?
Yeah, all eyes are on the Senate race. And real quick here, just because we mentioned them, no, New York, Texas are not surprising, but nonetheless, they both carry a lot of electoral votes. So now that we see that New York is officially in Kamala's bin, she's at 99. Texas, Trump is at 177. I'm interested to see how this Senate race in Texas plays out as more results come in. I'm also interested, as you said, Andrew, in the Ohio Senate race. And Tom, I'll start with you here. What are the stakes of the Ohio Senate race? So far, we've seen that Trump has a sizable lead over Harris in Ohio, but we don't see that Moreno has the same sizable lead. He has a lead, but not that same sizable lead that Trump had. What do you make of that?
Well, you know, it definitely looks like the Senate is going to be a Republican at the end of all this. That's the one thing feel pretty confident about with some of these early race calls. So, you know, that's really important. But you know, how Republican then? You know, if Sherrod Brown's able to hold on, then that probably hurts the control there. But you know, this is really interesting, this cycle, the split ticket voting. You know, we talked about that before. We're starting to see this in play, especially working class voters, working class men. And that's a really big dynamic this cycle.
Yeah, and just to set the stage here, Tom Loyanko with 24 Sight is going to be with us throughout the hour, kind of popping in, reacting in real time to some of these results. Though we do have some live events going on right now. I want to go out to North Carolina. Josh Stein there, the Democratic Attorney General, just won the governor's race over Lieutenant Governor Republican Mark Robinson. He's at his election night victory party here. Let's listen.
When we go together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as independents, but as North Carolinians. And I know we can do this because I know who we are. I have met so many inspiring people across this state. Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate. Lauren, a teacher in Greenville, who digs into her own pocket to buy school supplies for her students to give them a better chance. I want to thank everyone I have met along the way for sharing your stories with me. And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support. Thank you for believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas. To all of the smart and smart aleck young people on my campaign, thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work. And thank you for the laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible. I also want to thank Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the West, and 2 500-year floods in the East. He expanded Medicaid, strengthened our business climate, and fought for our public schools. Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric and my sister Gerda to try to do what is right, just like they did. It's truly one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children. I want to thank them, and I hate that my dad got a bug yesterday working early voting, and so they're watching it here on TV. Let's all say thank you, Adam and Jane. To my wife, Anna. Otherwise known as a rock star. Thank you for being the glue that keeps our family together, for keeping me focused on the things that really matter, and for being you. She is going to be a remarkable First Lady. We are blessed to have our 3 kids here today, Sam, Adam, and Leah. Mom and I love you very much and are incredibly proud of you. Fundamentally, this campaign is about you and all of the young people of North Carolina. We want all of you to want to call North Carolina home the same way we do. Friends, we are so blessed to be of this place. And while nowhere is perfect, I firmly believe that whatever may be wrong with our state can be repaired by all that is right. After all, North Carolina is where the Greensboro Four sat down and the Wright brothers took flight. It's where my father joined Julius Chambers and James Ferguson to form North Carolina's first integrated law firm to fight for equality and opportunity for all. It's where people come together to solve tough problems and believe that our best days are ahead of us, not behind us. This is our North Carolina. This is our home. Tonight, let's celebrate this hard-fought victory, and tomorrow we will get back to work to building a North Carolina that is safer, stronger, and more prosperous for everyone. Thank you, and may God bless you, and may God bless the state of North Carolina. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. North Carolina Governor-elect Josh Stein at his victory party there, thanking his family, thanking his supporters. Of course, the incumbent governor right now, Roy Cooper, term limited there. So this stays in Democratic hands. So Stein there besting the Republican gubernatorial candidate, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson there. And you can see right now the race is called by the AP, but there is right now a 15-point margin there. And this was to be expected. You see it there on your screen as well. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. We are at the bottom of the hour. Let's step away. Let's step out of North Carolina. Let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be giving you the latest updates. We'll get an electoral college vote tally. Also, we'll be tracking some of the results coming in key Senate races in Ohio and Texas as well. A lot more on this election night in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on this election night. I wanted to bring into the conversation my colleague Austin Westfall here in the Live Now newsroom, and 24 Sites, Tom LoBianco. We all are here tracking all of this, and we have a lot to get to. Let's first start off right now. Where does the Electoral College stand at 9:30 Eastern, Austin?
Right now, the Electoral College, and let's get over to this because we are starting to see Trump 178 here, and we'll make sure that we've got the map up because Trump is getting, right now, he is just under 100 points away from that magic number 270. Harris with 99. There are still a lot of big Democratic states that are yet to be called. California, Oregon, Washington, those are going to be some of the bigger states that are going to put some more votes on the Harris side. Nonetheless, we're, of course, tracking all the battleground states, that being Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia. We have no results yet out of the two western battleground states, Arizona and Nevada. But as you can see so far right now, as we look at Wisconsin, at least where it stands, with 12% of the votes counted, it looks like this battleground state, Trump has a 4-point lead so far. That state leaning red at this early hour. Michigan, let's look at that. 12% of the votes counted. Right now, Harris has about an 8% lead in Michigan. Pennsylvania, what many consider to be, it's an easy argument to be made, that this is the most crucial battleground state of them all. Just over a quarter of the votes have been tallied so far, and right now, Harris has an 11-point lead over Donald Trump. We'll see if more Republican votes file in as the night progresses. Of course, every single poll has indicated that that is as tight as can be. Moving down to some of these southern states, let's focus on North Carolina. 58% of the vote being tallied so far, and right now Trump has about a 4-point lead. Excuse me, that's looking more like a 3-point lead for Trump in the Tar Heel state. The final one I'll get to here is Georgia. Andrew, 75% of the vote tallied. 3/4 of the vote is in the Peach State. Trump has a 5.4% lead. That's where we're at right now.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. Tom, with whatever Austin just said there, kind of giving the roundup of the battleground states, can we glean anything from them, from the results coming in right now?
Yeah, and super helpful there. Look, the numbers that we are seeing right now from Georgia and North Carolina really seem to show him running away with it down in the Sun Belt, okay, especially in Georgia. All right. Now, this is very tentative, but some of the early exit polls we have seen have shown Trump performing, a lot more men voters showing up and supporting Trump. All right. And that's a really big dynamic. We've talked a lot about women voters with Harris. All right. But up in the Rust Belt, Wisconsin, Michigan, all right, Pennsylvania, especially in Wisconsin and Michigan, we're still not too many returns yet. I think I saw like 9% returns, something like that, up in Wisconsin. So it's going to be a little while before we see what's happening up in the Rust Belt, Blue Wall. But down the Sun Belt, especially in Georgia, it's looking really good for Trump right now.
All right, we do have live pictures there inside the Trump-Vance election night watch party. We also have live pictures outside there at the Harris-Walz election night watch party as well there on the campus of Howard University in Washington. Tom, let's talk, though, now about some of these key Senate races that we're getting the results in. Let's focus our efforts first there in Ohio between the Democratic incumbent Sherrod Brown and his Republican challenger, Bernie Moreno. And we were talking before the break, Austin, you and I, about the Senate map and the Senate makeup here. This is where it stands between Moreno and Brown. What can we glean from this?
Yeah, and I'll just do a quick run through here because there was a number, and if you can come out to the map here, I want to show off a little bit of what we're working with here. So you'll see an odd color, that's yellow, that's because, and Vermont and Maine both leaning for their independent incumbents in both of those cases. Senator King and Senator Sanders expected to win in Vermont and Maine. That's why you see yellow. As far as battleground states go in the Senate, there are toss-up races, at least what have been considered to be toss-up races before the election, in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We've been eyeballing Nebraska to see if the independent challenger there could make some noise. It appears so far that that state is leaning red. So Montana, that's going to be an interesting to glean from once we start getting results in. But Tom, and this is something that we're going to be focusing on a lot, is Ohio. Many thought that the three-term incumbent senator there, Sherrod Brown, he has been elected in favorable Democratic years. I believe the first time he was elected was in light of the war that was back in 2006. That was a favorable year for Democrats. 6 years later, that was an Obama year. That was another favorable year for Democrats. The last time he was up for election was in the midterm after Trump was elected. There was a blue wave there. Is this the toughest challenge yet and the most polarizing race we've seen Sherrod Brown participate in so far?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, look, there is, I was talking with one of my longtime Republican sources about this a couple days ago, and we're going to know a lot after we see all the tallies, but the Democrats still have a problem up in the Rust Belt with working class voters, okay? And, you know, big questions on what happens with the presidential. But Sherrod Brown always was one of the, more populist Democrats and was able to outpace national Democrats in Ohio. That might be changing, okay? That's really important to watch. And if that is, I think that's a leading indicator of a bigger problem for Democrats right now. But again,
Tom, just want to chime in here. We are getting a race call because we're talking about Senate races, Tom. This is a Senate race in Maryland. This was an open seat here. Angela Alsobrooks, the Democrat, beating former Republican governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, there in this Senate seat. It's being vacated by retiring Democrat Ben Cardin there. So this seat stays in Democratic hands here. Tom, Austin, let's comment on this. A lot of Republicans, and you and I have talked about this race, Tom, had thought this could be a pickup, that Hogan would somehow materialize a victory. That's not the case here tonight. 55-43 with a little over half of estimated votes counted here. This was also Brooks to lose. She has not done that. The AP calling the race for her.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I remember years ago when then Lieutenant Governor Michael Steele ran against Ben Cardin, all right? And there was a lot of talk that he might be the Republican to do it, especially because he was the first elected black statewide politician in Maryland, okay? He ended up losing by a pretty similar margin to that. Now, we don't know because we've only seen about 55% or so right now. But if that divide holds up, it just really goes to show for Maryland. I mean, Hogan was an incredibly popular governor of Maryland and did a lot to break away from Trump, which is what you need to do in, traditionally blue Maryland. Maybe you just can't win statewide, or at least in these Senate races.
Yeah.
So, Tom, talk to us, because there are several examples around the country, correct, of some of these competitive races where the candidates have had to move more to the center in order to win votes in these battleground states. Can you talk about some of the notable ones?
Well,
I mean, did Larry Hogan try to do that? Tom, did Larry Hogan try to do that and it didn't work?
I think it's all politics is national now. I'm not sure that you can break away from this stuff. I remember I was up at the state fair in Maryland not too long ago, and you had the Larry Hogan signs next to the Donald Trump signs at the Maryland Republican Party booth, and you could tell he didn't want anything to do with it. All politics is really national now. It's changed so much from the way it used to be.
All right, we do have some more of these results coming in. We want to stay, though, on the Senate races. Let's focus our efforts on Texas right now. We just got this live picture up there. This is in Texas at the Colin Allred election night watch party here. Let's put up that race right now. This is quite a sizable lead Cruz has over Allred at the moment. 64% of estimated votes counted. Democrats were somewhat bullish here, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, were Republicans worried about how Ted Cruz would do? The race hasn't been called yet, but we see the vote spread here.
Well, my Republican sources were never really worried about the Cruz race. I think you heard more from Democratic sources that, they might be able to, ride a wave of support from women in this election and, maybe potentially get Allred up over the top. Cruz historically has been fairly unpopular, as statewide go for Texas. but that doesn't seem to be the case right so far. But again, we still got 1/3 of the vote still to come in. That could change, but as these race calls go, it becomes harder later in when you have more of the precincts reporting. It becomes a lot harder for these candidates to overtake a gap of that size. So it looks like Cruz is in pretty good position right now.
Even though Texas is a deep red state, is there anything to learn from some of the counties within a deep red state like that?
Well, we've been talking about this as the gender election. And, boy, you talk about, groups of voters that are not a monolith. Men and women are not monolithic. They do not vote uniformly. Okay. I think we really got to look at and especially as the exit polls come back more, and we match that up with the actual vote tallies. I think we're going to have to look at some of the key dynamics, what people are talking about, what concerns them. Abortion is not the only animating issue for women. I heard a lot about the economy, too. And Trump seems to do better on the economy with women. But that's also not always the case, because Harris had been cutting into that. So it's elections are always wild. There's always surprises on election night.
Tom, while we have you, though, let's focus our efforts on one more key Senate race we're watching. Let's go to Wisconsin now, between Democratic incumbent Tammy Baldwin and her Republican challenger, Eric Hovde there. This is only with around 22% of estimated votes counted. Baldwin up over Hovde, not by much, though. How much trouble is Tammy Baldwin in? Should Democrats be worried?
Could be. This is, okay, so we were talking earlier about split ticket voting. This is one of the strangest things I've seen this election. Tammy Baldwin had put out some mailers or advertisements where the Democrats was talking about supporting Trump trade policies back when he was in office. I mean, the political bedfellows this cycle are some of the strangest I've ever seen. Now, she could be in good shape. One of the things, over on the 24 Site podcast, the Ground Game podcast I run out of 24 Site with my friend Patrick Finkston, we had on Charlie Sykes a little while ago, and he was talking about how Republicans used to have a very good ground operation in Wisconsin. Scott Walker, Wrights Priebus, back in the day, about a decade ago. Democrats have usurped that and have done a lot better under Ben Wickler, Democratic Party chair in Wisconsin. Ground games, turnout, operations, those things matter, especially in tight races like this. So, it's not unforeseeable that she wins and Trump wins too in Wisconsin. That's not out of the realm of possibility here.
Let's back up here. Let's go back to Political Science 101 for a minute, Tom. Explain to us why we're talking so much about the balance of power in the Senate and the House. How does that dictate how powerful of a president we're going to be working with?
Well, I'll tell you, you hear voters complain a lot about how Washington doesn't get anything done and need to return to normal order. It is incredibly hard to pass legislation through Congress and get it to any president's desk these days. And certainly a lot of that has to do with the Senate. You'd need to be able to break a filibuster. And, with the exception of the courts, it's 60 votes. And, neither side, the traditionalists in the Senate, have wanted to touch that. Okay. So in a strong sense, no matter if you get a Harris presidency or a Trump presidency again, it's not a guarantee that you're going to be able to move things. Now, where that comes into play is those nominations, and whether you're able to get actually confirmed, the judges, but also the secretaries, the cabinet. If you're able to get them confirmed, that gives them more power, and that's really important here. And the Senate Republicans could be. I mean, they look to be in a very strong position right now. And if this goes as it looks, it might go with John Thune potentially becoming the Senate Majority Leader. And again, a lot of things still yet to play out within the Senate Republican Conference. That would give Senate Republicans and Senator John Thune out of South Dakota a lot of power.
Yeah, Tom, speaking of who would be in charge of Senate Republicans, who would be the leader there, we aired Rick Scott's victory speech last hour, and almost in the same breath, he moved on to yet another race he's waging. And that is for Republican leader in the Senate. He's thrown his hat into the ring. He's been very critical of current leader McConnell. McConnell stepping back but will remain in the Senate here. So I believe those elections take place internally for Republicans on the House and Senate side, November 13th. We won't put the cart before the horse here. We'll focus on today's election. But I just want to get your sense here. Let's focus on the Harris-Trump campaigns right now. And Tom, you got a lot of sources within the Trump campaign. That's their election night watch party. We have this, what we call a switched feed here. We're seeing a lot of folks there with red MAGA hats. I also just saw one of these Jewish Trump voters as well. You see there people taking selfies. So, you know, you can get a sense of the vibes. You can't really glean anything results-wise from how the parties are doing. Maybe a little bit later on you can. But what do you see when you look at this shot we have inside Trump HQ?
Well, you know, this campaign, and we've talked about this extensively throughout the election, is, you know, as Trump campaigns go, has been remarkably disciplined. All right, and you got to give credit to Susie Wiles there and Chris LaCivita and Tony Fabrizio, kind of that trio at the top of this operation. All right, but there have been a lot of concerns. I mean, look, when the Iowa poll came out, Ann Selzer showing a lot of problem with women voters in Iowa for Trump. You know, you started seeing that reflected by Trump himself on stage at these rallies. All right, whether it's performative on purpose or whether he's just getting tired and, you know, worn out, whatever the reason, he's very transparent in his emotions and how he's feeling about things. We've always known that about him. So I don't know. Look, the early results that we're seeing, again, go back to the Sun Belt, especially Georgia and North Carolina, doing incredibly well there. And if these exit polls turn out to be correct, with a larger number of men breaking for Trump, especially with minorities, Black and Latino voters, that gives a lot of confidence. All right, and you can see that reflected in the crowd. But there's still a lot of concerns with with women breaking hard for Harris. All right, in the last couple of days of the race. So still a lot to be determined here.
Yeah,
it's still,
Tom,
this is early.
It is early, Tom. I mean, I keep reiterating that point. We have a live picture, though, at Harris's election night watch party there on the campus of Howard University. Of course, she's an alum there. So let's talk about how the Harris campaign might be feeling. I've been citing this all day today, Tom. Senior advisor to the Harris campaign, David Plouffe, was on CNN last night at this time with Aaron Burnett. He says they believe they can win all 7 battleground states. Now, is that what some political pollsters and pundits call hopium or not here? What does that mean?
No. I just, based on what we're seeing so far tonight, that looks incredibly unlikely to happen. Okay. And, you know, that's standard for any campaign, you know, top of the campaign. They're always going to say that. But look, you know, we saw some of the early exits from NBC News. There was a lot of talk a couple days ago about the Madison Square Garden rally and the Puerto Rico comments really damaging Trump with Latinos and Puerto Ricans. Okay. That does not seem to have translated among the electorate, especially among Latino, the men, all right, and 3rd and 4th generation younger Latinos, all right? So if that is the case, it's going to be a lot harder for her. Especially, you can't even talk about places like Arizona at that point. Nevada could be a little bit different. All right, Nevada's it's its own unique beast, but in Arizona, you know, if that trend stays true, you can pretty much write off Arizona for Harris. And, you know, again, and then it becomes an issue in Pennsylvania. All right, you got to look at Allentown, the Lehigh Valley. All right, and you got to watch the returns coming out of there. That was the big concern. All right, Pennsylvania is really a must-win for Harris. Okay, it's not as much of a must-win for Trump, but for Harris, it looks like she needs that blue wall to hold.
Sure.
Before we go, Tom, I got to ask you about Puerto Ricans, because there's an interesting statistic coming out of Osceola County. This is just south of Orlando. Right now, Trump, with 95% of the votes counted, Trump has 50%, Harris 48%. So Trump's up by 2 points. If I'm looking back 4 years ago, Biden won Osceola County by 14 points. So we're seeing a sizable shift. This county is important because I believe around a third of the population there are Puerto Ricans. What do you make of Trump seeming to gain some ground in a county like this?
Yeah. You know, one of the big things, and this is really important, we had Mike Madrid on the Ground Game podcast recently. He specializes in Latino voters. Look at the way Trump talks about immigration, the wall, wanting to crack down on immigration. Especially, you know, of course, now we should note here, of course, that Puerto Ricans are Americans, all right? But culturally, the problem was Tony Hinchcliffe dumping on the entire culture. It was very racist. Trump, if you listen to him, you know, he talks a lot about illegal immigration. And among Latino voters, especially people who have been here 3 and 4 generations deep now, all right, they agree with that. And you start to see that movement among the younger Latinos towards Trump. And that's really key in understanding this dynamic. You also got to remember, too, especially for Latinos, you know, large South American population, Colombian, Venezuelans, you know, Cubans are getting older now, or the expats down in Florida, very traditionally conservative, socially conservative. And you got a lot of that down in South Florida, okay? So it's you know, when we talk about voter groups, no group is a monolith. And sometimes Democrats seem to forget that.
All right, Tom LoBianco with 24/7. Tom, can't thank you enough. This entire year, you've been so instrumental.
Thank you, guys.
Austin, thank you, too. We're going to take our final commercial break of this hour. More results where that came from. We're also going out live to the Trump Vance Watch Party in West Palm Beach. Some of our reporters standing by. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here as we approach yet the top of a new hour. In the meantime, like I said before the break, let's go out now live to West Palm Beach, Florida, to the Trump-Vance election night watch party. That's where we find Fox News' Rebecca Castor with the latest there. Rebecca, good to see you here. How's the energy there in the room?
Hey, Andrew. Well, of course, with this being filled with Trump supporters, they are excited and encouraged. The Trump campaign advisors, they tell us that they feel they're on track for a good night. They're encouraged by some of this exit polling that is coming in. The supporters here, they cheer every time a state is called for the former president. Trump, though, is watching this all go down from Mar-a-Lago, where he's watching the returns come in with family and friends. Former President Trump is spending election night where he kicked off his campaign in Palm Beach, alongside one of his biggest supporters, Elon Musk. And his team is feeling confident they can secure the magic number of 270 electoral votes.
For early voting, it was definitely, we didn't have as much male turnout, and that's not just for our party, that's for any party in terms of voting. But after today, we're seeing a change, and we're seeing such optimism.
Millions of voters braved long lines to cast their ballots, each with different issues in mind.
Under a new Trump administration, I think we're going to have more secure borders. We have everything going for us. But we're going to lose a lot of that if Trump wins.
But with the race neck and neck, it could be days before we know the final results. During a visit to thank his campaign staff, the former president expressed his frustration with the vote counting process.
They should do paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and be done. One day, same day. And you'd have it by 10 o'clock.
No matter the outcome, the winner of this election will have a challenging task on the first day of their administration.
One of the most important jobs of whoever the president-elect is going to be has got to be unifying the country.
Donald Trump was asked earlier today if he'll accept the results of this election if he loses. He said, if it's, quote, a fair election, I'll be the first to acknowledge it. Andrew, back to you.
So, Rebecca, I had a question because remember, a lot of reporters have been asking Trump whether or not he would be voting in favor of amendment question 3 and 4 on marijuana and abortion in Florida. We haven't really gotten a sense of how he voted on that, though we do know those questions failed there in Florida.
Yes, so we didn't really get a clear answer from Trump on how he voted on those measures, but as you said, really not a big deal. They failed today.
All right, Rebecca Castro there live for us in West Palm Beach. Rebecca, talk soon. Thanks so much. All right, in the meantime here, we do have yet another race call that we have to make. The Associated Press calling Missouri for Donald Trump here. Let's take that. You see there, 30% of estimated votes counted right now, though this was enough to call the race for Trump there in the Show Me State. There you can see the vote margin. So in the meantime, we do want to bring it into the conversation as well. Remember, we're checking in on some of the trends going on social media as well, because we are about 15 seconds away from the top of the next hour. That means polls will close in some of these western states as well. Let's check in with Live Now's Christina Evans, and she joins me. Christina, what's going on social media right now?
Absolutely, Andrew. It's been a very busy night on social media as well. We're getting a lot of updates and able to see what's happening on the ground in certain states, including Arizona, one of those critical battleground states. I do want to show you another look here in our social center so you can get an idea of kind of how we're tracking these tweets and these other posts as they're coming in to our newsroom. But let's talk about the latest one that we're seeing out of Arizona. This is thanks to Fox 10. We're getting this update. What you're seeing now on your screen, this is an update there from Fox 10 reporter Kinsey Beach. She's there on the campus of Arizona State University in Tempe. As you can see, polls have closed in this location, but the lines are still long there, with students still putting in their opportunity to cast their vote for the presidential election and some of those other elections happening there in the battleground state of Arizona. So she did say that folks are encouraged to stay in line so that way their votes will be counted. But in areas like on college campuses at Arizona State University specifically, lines are still long, even though the polls have closed in Arizona. I do want to also give you an update here on Live Now. Another look at another place in Arizona where the polls are going to remain open. This is the Navajo Nation area in Apache County. This is all thanks to the Navajo Nation president that he filed a lawsuit to extend polling hours to accommodate voters. This after the Arizona Secretary of State said that voters in the county experienced issues with e-poll books and printers. So We do know there in the Navajo Nation, those polls will remain open until 9 p.m. local time. That's just another hour or so in the state of Arizona. So again, they will stay open so that way the Navajo Nation members can cast their vote there for the presidential election. Again, Arizona, one of those critical battleground states that we're keeping a very close eye on in this election. Will be interesting to see how these things shake out, but long lines are happening on social media, but folks remaining in place to make sure that their voice is heard.
Yeah, that's, of course, so true. If you're in line, stay in line. That's the message from some of these election officials there in some of these battleground states. Christina Evans, thanks so much. We'll talk soon. In the meantime here, we do want to kind of reset here at the top of the hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. So we are going to go through some of the Electoral College vote tallies at the moment. If we could pop that up there in the lower left hand of your screen. You see where the tally stands right now. Trump with 198 Electoral College votes. Harris with 99, though it is still early, of course. Polls now closed in some of these western battleground states like Nevada, like Arizona, like Montana, like Utah as well. We're tracking some down-ballot races in those states, including some of these key Senate races there as well. In the meantime, we do have, let's go back to Michigan now. The Secretary of State there, Jocelyn Benson, she's addressing the press. Let's watch.
Clear and unequivocal will of the voters. This is an incredible day for Michigan, and this is an incredible day for our nation. My thanks to clerks and staff all across the state who worked long and difficult hours over the last several months preparing for today. Their preparation paid off in a smooth and successful election. And I'm grateful to so many members of my team here tonight who helped facilitate that work all throughout the state, all day today, and the many partners we have had along the way, from our faith leaders to, yes, our sports teams. And that's one of the reasons why we're here in Ford Field tonight, to really emphasize how important these partnerships were, from faith leaders to sports leaders to business leaders to law enforcement and our Attorney General, all of whom share with us a belief that our democracy is at its strongest when every voice is heard and when every vote is counted. Finally, I want to thank the millions of voters who participated in our democracy this election. Just like our Lions, you have made winners of all of us. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions. Go ahead.
Darylyn Horn with WWJ. Were there any instances of any issues or any misinformation spread today? And if so, how was that addressed?
Yeah, one of the candidates, the former president, said there was a strong law enforcement present in Philadelphia and Detroit. That was not true. We quickly debunked it. To the extent that other people were upset, it was usually just because they couldn't get one of these stickers. We saw some of them sold on eBay, which I don't recommend. But at the same time, we also made these stickers available at our Secretary of State branch offices for the rest of this week. But no.
All right, Jocelyn Benson there. She's the Secretary of State in Michigan, talking about all those I voted stickers and how the voting has gone there in Michigan as well. But in the meantime here, let's step away from Secretary Benson. We do have one of these candidates conceding the race there. Let's go out to Maryland. Former Republican governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, losing this Senate race to Democrat Angela Alsobrooks there. Let's watch.
Who inspired me to get into this race, and my entire family. Give them a big round of applause. I stepped up to run because I was concerned about what kind of a future we would be leaving for all of our kids and grandkids. And for me, the greatest title wasn't governor or senator, it's dad and pop-pop. I also want to thank our incredible campaign staff. Please give them a round of applause. They did an amazing job. And the thousands of volunteers all across the state who worked their butts off. You know, some campaigns drag on for years, but this one was a 9-month sprint. We ran full speed from day one, from early mornings and late nights to every corner of the state, knocking on doors, making calls and meeting voters from Oakland to Ocean City and everywhere in between. And we built a broad coalition of Republicans, Democrats, and independents, and we brought together first responders, police, veterans, longshoremen, teachers, small business owners, young people and retirees, and hardworking families all across this state. This was truly a grassroots campaign. And most of all, I want to thank my fellow Marylanders, especially all those in deep blue Maryland who were willing to put country over party and split their tickets. If the pundits and the politicians were more like the good and decent people that I meet every day on the campaign trail, our country would be so much better off. We got into this race for the right reasons, to fix the broken politics and to put our country on the right track. And we ran the kind of campaign that represents what politics can be and what it should be, driven by the people, not the party bosses, and focused on the issues that actually matter to families all across Maryland. From day one, this was the only campaign in America that reached out to Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike, because that's what it's going to take to solve the serious problems we face. Americans today are thoroughly convinced that we're hopelessly divided, that Washington is completely dysfunctional, and that our entire political system is fundamentally broken. The voices of the exhausted majority are ignored in deference to the demands of the loudest and angriest few who seem hell-bent on tearing America apart. No matter what happens in this election, we as a country must move beyond talking only with those we agree with, and we need to stop dismissing or even hating those we disagree with. We have got to find a way to come together, to listen, and to believe in each other once again, because there really is far more that unites us than divides us. While tonight did not bring the outcome we had hoped for, we can all hold our heads high. I can tell you, we left it all on the field, and I'm so damn proud of the effort. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, there's Larry Hogan, former Maryland governor there, trying his hand at Senate politics, coming up short there in Maryland, losing to Democrat Angela Alsobrooks. Of course, Alsobrooks currently is an executive with Prince George's County there, and this seat stays blue. This is Ben Cardin's seat, a longtime Democratic incumbent there. Ben Cardin opting not to seek re-election in Maryland. In the meantime here, we do want to get in some more race calls that we have right now as well. Let's move from Maryland to Massachusetts here, staying in the Senate. Elizabeth Warren fending off this Republican challenger in John Deaton. About 25% of estimated votes counted right now. The Associated Press calling the race there for Elizabeth Warren, the Democratic incumbent. She gets another 6 years in the upper chamber. In the meantime here on the presidential contest, on that level, we do have a race call. Remember, these states out west, Utah, Montana, Arizona, Nevada, polls just closed there 10 minutes ago, and we just got a quick race call there in Utah. Take a look at this. The Associated Press projecting Donald Trump will win Utah's 6 electoral votes there right now. Okay, let's stay out west right now. Let's move from Utah to Colorado there. Take a look at this. Colorado being called for Vice President Kamala Harris. You see there over Trump. 48% of estimated votes counted. Harris getting Colorado there. And you see that margin, 56 to 42, Colorado trending blue in the last, really, 3 cycles. If you think about it. So in the meantime here, let's take yet another quick commercial break. When we come back, more experts, more analysts, more reporters, more results, more race calls. Yes, it's still early. I'm Andrew Kraft. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We have more of these candidates taking the stage at their respective election night watch parties and rallies. I want to focus our efforts right now on the Texas Senate race there. The Associated Press has not called this race yet. Other outlets have, though. For Ted Cruz, you see there 67% of estimated votes counted. You see the wide margin in the differential between Cruz and Allred. Cruz just stepped up at his election night watch party. Let's listen live.
And I believe, and I hope and pray that Donald Trump will be reelected as President of the United States. I want to say thank you, number one, to my extraordinary wife, Heidi, my best friend in the world. Such an amazing partner on this magic carpet ride of life. And I want to say thank you to our two beautiful and amazing girls, Caroline and Catherine. You know, politics at times exacts a price on the family. And I want to say I am so grateful for their love and support, and you guys are amazing. Thank you. I also want to give a special shout out to Alexis Nungary. Alexis, thank you for your incredible courage speaking out for your precious Jocelyn, and your courage has made such a profound difference in this nation. We're going to. I also want to thank all the Democrats across Texas who crossed over and supported my campaign. Including especially Harris County District Attorney Kim Ogg. Who has stood strong for prosecuting violent criminals. And I want to thank every Texan across our great state who has stood with us in this fight, who worked and who fought for Texas. I want to congratulate Colin Allred on a hard-fought campaign. And I want to say to all of those who didn't support me, you have my word that I will fight for you, for your jobs, for your safety, and for your constitutional rights. But tonight, the people of Texas have spoken. And their message rings clear as a bell across our great state. Texas will remain Texas. You know, the media were ready to write off Texas. And Chuck Schumer poured in more than $100 million to our state. Well, I want to say thank you, Chuck. And I hope we win a few more Senate seats tonight because you wasted so much money in Texas. They deployed every trick, every lie, and every Hollywood celebrity they could find. Chuck Schumer tried to buy this Senate seat like it was a piece of Manhattan real estate. But he learned what we've always known, that Texas isn't for sale. And Texans can't be bought. Amen. Over the last 2 years, I've traveled every corner of this state, from the Panhandle to the Valley, from deep East Texas to far in West Texas. We have traveled 9,094 miles, 53 rallies all over the state of Texas. I've worn out my boots, at times my voice, and certainly the patience of my incredible political team, who did an amazing job on this campaign, and I think is the very best team in all of politics. And what I found traveling the state of Texas was worth every single mile. Because everywhere I went, I found something that gives me profound hope. Common sense isn't dead. It is alive and well in Texas. Everywhere I went, I met Texans who share a simple dream: to keep their families safe, to keep their freedom secure, and to keep their Texas values strong. Tonight, we are witnessing incredible results, especially with Hispanics across the state of Texas.
All right, you've been listening there to Senator Ted Cruz, the Republican winning re-election there, speaking to a crowd full of his supporters there. And you can see there, some have called this race for Cruz, though the Associated Press has not. And that is what we rely on here. You see there the numbers, Cruz up on all red, now about over 10 points. And so we'll be waiting to see whether or not this race gets called sometime soon here. Let's take that full. We have it. So 68% of estimated votes counted there in this Senate race. Like I said, Cruz declaring victory there. We wait for the Associated Press, although some outlets have called this race for Cruz. In the meantime here, we do have some more race calls to get to. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Let's get to them right now. We want to focus our efforts on the presidential contest right now. Remember, some of these Western states, polls closed there at the top of the last hour. I'm talking about Montana. All right, so Trump getting Montana's 4 electoral votes there. And so this is not a shocker, not a surprise. Montana ruby red there, though the Senate race, I believe, is too close to call there between Tester and Sheehy. In the meantime, let's move from Montana now to Utah. Remember, we brought you the results in the presidential contest from Utah, Trump sweeping Utah there. But there was a Senate race we had our eyes on because, remember, this is the seat being vacated by current Republican Senator Mitt Romney. This was the race to replace Mitt Romney and Republican John Curtis, the current congressman right now there from Utah, winning this race, the Senate race in Utah, over his Democratic challenger there as well. So wanted to make sure we got some of those race calls in moving forward. In the meantime here, we do have some tweets. Want to put this up. This is from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Let's go back to Texas. You see there, he says, congratulations, Senator Ted Cruz, on your big win. Senator Cruz will continue to defend Texas values of freedom, liberty, and prosperity in the U.S. Senate. Working together, we'll keep Texas. Texas, you heard that common refrain there from Ted Cruz at his party. All right, in the meantime here, we do want to bring into the conversation my friend and colleague, Austin Westfall, in the Live Now newsroom, who we've been relying so heavily on for what to make of these race calls. He joins me also with some viewer engagement. We want to hear from the viewers tonight. Take a look at the lower left portion of your screen. About 800,000 of them are watching alongside us. But first, Austin.
We've been checking in with Christina throughout the evening as she's been traversing social media and seeing what's going on there. Let's ask you all who's watching. Let's ask you what's going on and what you're thinking about. We're asking you, and by the way, we'll say QR code right there on your screen. Andrew, if we can take that in full so that the people can point their smartphone camera at that QR code, it'll send you to a web page where you can vote on this poll. We've already had a couple of results come in. That's because some of you are looking at our website and you're voting on this before we even brought it to air. Arizona, Michigan, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Georgia, Nevada, Pennsylvania. Those are the 7 key battlegrounds we've been following. The question is, which battleground state do you think will have the most impact on the presidential race? Right now, it appears with 51% of the vote, Pennsylvania is looking like it's taking the cake. But again, we've only gotten a few dozen, I believe, answers to this poll so far. So if you want, you can either scan that QR code on your screen, or if we take it off the screen before you're able to do that, you can simply type in livenowfox.com/connect. livenowfox.com/connect. You can tell us which battleground state you think will have the most impact on the presidential race. We've been talking about this ad nauseum, Andrew. Pennsylvania is going to be the common denominator for both Harris and Trump's easiest path to the White House. Pennsylvania so far winning in our poll. Okay, so as you mentioned, let's bring up the map. This is what we're working with right now. We've got Harris with 112. We have Trump with 198. Trump is 72 electoral votes away from the magic number. We have had so many race calls in the last few minutes here. So we're seeing a lot of this dark red being shaded in. Most of these not necessarily a surprise. I want to focus on the battleground states, though. Let's start with Wisconsin, and let's zoom in. 48% of the votes in Wisconsin have been tallied, and so far, this is a tight one. Trump right now, 1 point above Harris, 49.8% versus 48.8%. That's with nearly half of those votes being tallied so far. Looks like Michigan is leaning blue right now. Only 21% of the votes called so far. Less than a quarter of the results have been tallied in Michigan. Of course, so much attention is going to be on the Detroit metro. How are those votes going to fall? That's also, I believe, the largest hub of Arab Americans that are going to be voting as well. It'll be interesting to see how they react to some of the news and how the Biden administration has handled the Israel-Hamas war. Moving on to more battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, this is the one that our viewers say is the most important. Just over half of the votes have been tallied so far. 55% has been counted in Pennsylvania. And Trump right now has just under a 3-point lead in this.
Don't mean to cut you off here. We do have more of these now winning candidates stepping up to their election rallies and watch parties, including Maryland's Senator-elect Angela also Brooks there. Let's watch.
Doesn't it feel good to be in Maryland tonight? Oh, yes. Well, first of all, to Alex, you know, she forgot to tell you one important part of that story. She's the one who got on the bus after I had to race after her first grade friends and said, well, we have to wait for a certain 40-year-old to come across the park. Well, I have to say, first of all, tonight, I must give credit to the absolutely unfailing God that I serve. One whose grace has been sufficient at every turn. I don't have enough words to say thank you to God, whose faith has been unfailing. I want to thank him so much. And just a moment ago, I received a call from Governor Hogan congratulating me on tonight's victory. Offering his congratulations and the congratulations of Yumi. And I know that we both share a very deep love for Maryland and commitment to Maryland, so I certainly want to thank him so much for his service. Now, I start off with something that is so obvious, and it's that it couldn't be overstated, but tonight absolutely could not have been possible without you. Without every single person in this room and the people of Maryland. So to the people of Maryland, thank you so very much. Thank you to Marylanders. Thank you. Now, if I named every person who shares this victory with us tonight, we'd be here for a few hours. But I can't leave the stage without thanking some very special people who made tonight possible. First and foremost, to the single most incredible, the baddest campaign team, let me tell you, ever to have graced the earth. This team is incredible, and they are led by the incomparable Sheila O'Connell, our campaign manager. Thank you so much to Sheila, who is what I love to call a super bad woman. Sheila led this, she flew this plane, no matter what the winds were, against over $100 million that was spent against our campaign. And we're here tonight for every single person on this team who gave everything they had. They left it all on the field. This was the single most talented team. I've seen every single one of them. I want to thank them so much for their commitment. I want to thank them for sharing their talents with me, and I can't wait to continue working and making your efforts worthwhile. I'd also like to thank some of our partners, Emily's List. I want to say thank you so much to Emily's List and the super incredible Jessica Mackler, Higher Heights, and Glenda Carr. There's a network across the country electing women. I want to thank them so much. And also want to thank all of our partners in labor who are here tonight, many of whom are here tonight. All of our faith leaders and faith community, want to thank them so much. To the super bad Divine Nine, my brothers and sisters of the Divine Nine. Yes, the coalition. Yeah, yes. Yes. I'd also like to say thank you so much to the Democratic Party led by Ken Ullman and also Dr. Charlene Dukes. I want to thank them so much for all their incredible support. All of my friends in elective office, don't we have the baddest captain of Team Maryland, Governor Wes Moore? I want to thank him so much. All of our friends and our federal delegation who are here tonight. You just heard from Senators Cardin and Van Hollen. I want to thank them. All of our the congressmen who are here. I see Congressman Hoyer. I want to thank him so very much. Congressman Mfume, sir, thank you so much. Congressman Sarbanes, and Congressman Raskin. Yes, Congressman Raskin. Yes. America's congressman, Congressman Ivey, want to thank them, Rupersberger, thank them so much for all of their support, as well as all of my other brothers and sisters in elective service who are here tonight, from the state Senate, our delegation, our council members, all the Democratic Central Committee members who worked so hard on this campaign, to all of our volunteers, all of Team Also Brooks, volunteer. Thank you not just for believing in this movement, but I thank you for working so hard to take the movement to the people. So for every single volunteer who opened your home, who met us in coffee houses, met us in backyards, for all the donors who contributed, I want to just say thank you so much for every phone call and every door knock. Thank you so very much. And to the people, thank you. That's Wanda Durant, you guys. To the people of Maryland, especially the folks who came out. Now, you all know we started a little later tonight. And you know why that was? It was because our college students and first-time voters, so many of them showed up at the polls tonight. They had to keep the polls open later because our children came out to vote tonight. And so I want to just say thank you to them, and also want to just give a special shout out to my hometown, Prince George's County, Maryland. Prince George's County, Maryland. The place where I have grown up, the ones who I love so much. You know, I woke up this morning to my neighbors.
All right, you're hearing there from Angela Alsobrooks declaring victory after her race call against former Maryland Governor, Republican Larry Hogan there, and she goes to the Senate, replacing outgoing retiring Senator, the Democrat Ben Cardin here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're a little past the bottom of the hour now here, a little after 8:30 Mountain Time, a little after 10:30 on the East Coast there. Thanks so much for being with us. We are in for it tonight. Remember, we're not stopping. We are going live, raw, and unfiltered throughout the course of the evening, bringing you these results in real time, coming to us from the Associated Press here. And in the meantime, we do have some of these race calls I want to bring you. Let's go to the District of Columbia right now. You see there Harris getting their 3 electoral votes. This race was called, about 10 minutes ago here. Also, we have some results coming in on some of these western battleground states, including Arizona. Take a look at that. Arizona has 11 electoral votes. As you know, it's a battleground, very close here, but a little under half of estimated votes counted there. So neck and neck there in Arizona between Trump and Harris. Let's go to Missouri briefly. Remember, Hawley was facing a Democratic challenger in Lucas Kunce there, and he won this race. Hawley 52 over Lucas Kunce there 46. 45% of estimated votes counted. Hawley goes back to the Senate with another 6-year term. In the meantime here, we do want to bring into the conversation my colleague Austin Westfall in the Live Now newsroom and New York Post's A.G. Gankarski. He joins us as well. We'll start with Austin. Austin, we were trying to get through where the battleground states lie right now as far as the presidential contest is concerned. What do they?
Let's go through them. So let's start up in Wisconsin. Let's just go with what the AP is calling for now. 53% of the vote so far tallied, according to the Associated Press. That's a tight race. 49.5% to 49%. Trump up by 1/2 of a percentage point in Wisconsin. Moving over to Michigan, which is currently, and it's light blue, but if you really look at the results, that's a dead tie, 49.1 to 49.1. It looks like we just lost that. Let's move on to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, considered the most pivotal battleground state, 19 electoral votes up for grabs in the Keystone State. Right now, Trump has a roughly over 100,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris right now. So we're looking at Trump having just under 3 points of a lead versus Harris right now. That's the most important battleground. Going down to North Carolina, we're getting in a little more results there. 83% of the votes have been tallied in the Tar Heel state, and right now Trump has just over a 2.5% lead. Going further south to Georgia, 88%. So we've been speaking all night about preliminary results, Andrew. We can toss that out now when we're talking about states like this. Georgia has 88% of the votes tallied. Trump with 51.3%, Harris with 48.1%. I'm going to zoom out again because we've been saying all night, Trump's easiest path to victory: Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. Still a lot of votes to be counted in Pennsylvania, but for now we're seeing that Trump has a slight margin, especially in Georgia here. We're starting to see some of these counties really fill in. Not surprisingly, seeing this kind of blue blob in the Atlanta metro, but then we see all of these bright red and dark red rural counties that are pretty much balancing out, if not overcoming, some of what we're seeing in some of these larger cities, specifically the Atlanta metro. Let's zoom back out just to make sure that we hit every battleground state that we can. Arizona's the other one. 50% of the votes in here. So half of the vote tallied. Most of this coming from Maricopa County. Maricopa County is most of the ball game in the Grand Canyon state. Right now, we've got a dead tie, 49.6 to 49.6. Interesting to say the least, Andrew, as this map gets filled out. Let's ask AG about it.
So, AG, thanks so much for being with us. AG with the New York Post, of course. What can we glean from some of these battleground states here? Is it accurate to say that some are too close to call? Not Georgia, is it?
You know, I think Georgia is trending toward Trump, but the thing I'm noticing is that blue wall is looking like it's going to crack. I mean, you know, what's happening in Michigan, what's happening in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, it's going to come down to late returns from these like bigger cities, but you know, really it's looking more like 2016 than 2020. And, that's kind of remarkable for people who thought that Harris, had a pathway that, was more like Biden's in 2020. It's looking much more like Trump's got the 2016 coalition. Men are coming out to vote for him. And, this is really a remarkable political comeback in the making by Donald Trump, because I think a lot of people looked at this a few weeks back and said there was no way he can make inroads in the blue wall. And there was a lot of thought to say Jill Stein would be a bigger factor in a place like Michigan. She hasn't been as of yet. So this is just Trump versus Harris, like, R versus D. But, Trump is really, he's really driving it right now.
So, AG, I've got Pennsylvania up right now. 51% of the vote so far is going for Trump. He has roughly a 3-point lead over Harris. 57% of the vote has been counted. Let's talk about what is considered the most pivotal battleground state here. There is still 43% of the vote to be tallied. What are we going to be watching for as we get that 43% of the vote in?
Philadelphia County, because that is predominantly Democratic. I think in 2020 was more than 80% for Joe Biden. And you expect similar margins with Kamala Harris, but the question is always turnout. Like, how many people actually turn out to vote? How many votes are counted in, the coming days? It's not just what we see tonight, but we'll see what we see in the next couple of days as well. So, a Trump lead, say 3 o'clock in the morning isn't necessarily safe in Pennsylvania because of Philadelphia County primarily. The rest of the state, Trump's got an advantage in it, but that's machine politics, and it works a little bit more slowly, works a little more gradually, and it looks a bit rougher from the outside, where people are saying, why haven't these votes been counted already? You've got late votes, you've got precincts that take a while to count for whatever reason, you've got anomalies that happen in the counting process, all kinds of things. So people will be watching that one over the next couple of days for sure.
Okay, so AJ, we have a live picture there at the Harris Walls watch party. You said there are indications of 2016 vibes, so to speak, when Hillary Clinton lost. Do you see any of that on the faces of some of these Harris Walls supporters here? Because I want to ask you this. The question going into the night was whether or not we would know a winner in the presidential contest tonight. Do you think we will, or will it take till tomorrow morning?
I think it's going to take a day or two before we have something where we can say somebody's going to be the winner. I just don't think that we're going to have enough of the count in tonight, especially in those blue wall states, to really figure it out. I think Arizona may take a little bit of time too. It looks a little close from what I'm seeing also. So, between those states, you've got, 55 electoral votes between the four? That's a lot of suspense. So, expecting a winner before you go to bed tonight, I think is a little bit unrealistic. But the trend right now is Donald Trump. It's looking good for him. But, you have to consider that the late vote, that the late counted vote, the mail vote, things like that is going to trend Democratic. And, so any margin that Trump has at, 10:41 Eastern time may not hold, when we wake up in the morning.
Let's talk about Detroit. I want to talk about Michigan. We talk so much about some of these southern states, and we've been talking about Pennsylvania. Let's talk about Michigan. And I'm going to just kind of zoom in on Detroit here, because that's one of the largest Arab American populations in the country. When we focus in and we go in on what is, and let's just make sure we get this correct here, we're focusing in on the area where Detroit is. So Wayne County is what we're talking about here, AG. So right now, Wayne County is showing that Trump is up 61% to 37.5%. We're talking about Trump having a commanding victory so far with 24% of the votes in. 24% may not sound like a lot, but what do you make of what we're seeing out of this county so far?
It really comes down to the precincts that are coming in, because, a county in and of itself isn't necessarily the thing. There are precincts in the counties that will tell you what the real story is that's happening. And, when you're watching that precinct data being dumped in, that can move these totals. And we've got these margins as thin as they are in Michigan. You get 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 votes dumped in. And if they're D plus 80, that makes a remarkable difference in the narrative.
So we do have some race calls we do want to get to right now here on the presidential level. Let's go to Kansas right now, AG in Austin. So you see there Trump getting Kansas's 6 electoral votes, the Associated Press calling Kansas for former President Donald Trump here. Let's stay in the Midwest. We also have a race call there in the Hawkeye state of Iowa. Iowa's 6 electoral votes going to Donald Trump there over Harris with 56% of estimated votes counted. Now, this is really interesting because we got to dive into some of the numbers there in Iowa, because there was this poll that was put out over the weekend by Ann Seltzer. She's considered the gold standard there of polling mavens in Iowa, AG in Austin. She had Harris winning Iowa by 3 in her poll. She even considered her poll an outlier here, AG, but obviously we're not seeing that here. Trump getting the state, and it's a pretty sizable margin so far, more than half of votes counted.
Yeah, I mean, the Trump campaign said that, they tell people to look at the Emerson poll, which is more of a 10-point poll. The Seltzer poll, the methodology seemed really weird to me. And, this idea that there's this groundswell of women in this very conservative state that elected Kim Reynolds governor and all of that was moving over to Harris, it didn't make a lot of sense. But, when you look at polls, we know this. It's like it comes down to your sample size. It comes down to your random pick. So you got 600, 800,000 people. Not all those people are created equal. So it looks like a real sampling error from Seltzer, back to the drawing board moment. But, every presidential race has really wild polls. And this just happened to be one of them. And it raised questions about Iowa, but I don't think those questions were legitimate. Obviously, voters did what we expected them to do before this election. Leaving aside that Seltzer poll.
Yeah. So, AG, as I zoom in on the map here, we're starting to see that almost every single battleground, in fact, every single battleground that has results, save for Nevada, which we do not have results in for yet, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona. None of them have been called in Trump's favor yet. All of them so far are, they're light red. They are leaning red right now as Trump is ahead in these races. What does that mean? We saw so many discussions out there saying that this race would be as close as it possibly could be. Is this something that's fascinating you as we're seeing this night progress? I mean, Georgia, North Carolina, we have over 80% of the vote tallied. Over 60% of the vote has been tallied in Pennsylvania. Michigan has just about a quarter of the votes tallied and over 50% of the votes tallied in Wisconsin, as well as half of the votes tallied in Arizona. Out of those 6 battlegrounds, AG, what's standing out to you?
I mean, to me, it really is the trend. And you have to ask yourself right now, who would rather be, Trump or Harris? And, Trump, basically, his strategy of going all over the place, campaigning everywhere, taking all kinds of questions, even from adversarial media, it seems to have paid off. And, I think voters are responding to the authenticity, to the viscerality of the Trump campaign, to the approach, and to the central question, are you better off 4 years ago? Trump weaved that question in over and over again in his closing argument. And, many of these voters in these states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and so on, they looked at their pocketbooks, their bank balances, their credit cards, and they said, no, we're not better. And, I think Harris not doing press conferences, on kind of doing these parachuting in, doing these scripted rallies, I don't think that helped her. I think voters really wanted a connection, especially after the 2020 pandemic election where, Joe Biden basically campaigned from his basement. Harris did a version of that. And the voters seem to be rewarding Donald Trump here.
So, AG, let's just transition briefly here to some of these Senate contests and some of these Western battlegrounds as well here. We're getting results in on the Arizona Senate race, let's take this. Ruben Gallego up over Lake 53 to 46 right now with 49% of estimated votes counted. If we can also bring up the Montana Senate race too between Sheehy and Tester, just so we can get a good lowdown of where that race stands at the moment. Let's take that. There you see Sheehy up 56 over Tester's 42 there with about 5% of estimated votes counted. So Montana still has a kind of long way to go there. But these are the Senate races to watch still now that we are moving our way westward across the country, though some of the other races, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Ohio, those Senate seats, they're still in the mix. They haven't been called yet, at least by the Associated Press. AG.
Yeah, and, you know, Republicans need to flip a couple of these. And even if you go back to 2022, they're saying that 24 would be their year for the Senate. And they've got a lot of opportunities. And I think as Trump rises or falls, you know, so too does the Senate candidates. If you look at the state polling that came out in the various swing states where you had Senate races, you know, the candidates run a couple points behind Trump. So if Trump can win these states by 2 or 3 points, that's very good for a Dave McCormick or Eric Hovde or somebody like that. I think if you look at Montana, I think, you know, Trump's strength is going to lift Sheehy in that race. I don't think Kerry Lake has a shot per se. The polls I saw of Arizona had a lot of split ticket between Trump and Gallego. But, you know, overall, if Republicans can pick off a couple of these Democratic seats, you know, then it's a very good night because they probably will take the House also. So you can see a unified Republican Washington, D.C. next year, and Donald Trump would be able to enact a lot of this policy agenda that he was thwarted, you know, from doing during his first term if he's elected.
So, AG, if we can come back onto my screen here, I want to just show the Senate map. The balance of power is behind me here, and this is giving us a look at how this thing is shaping out. So right now, and obviously you need 50 seats in order to have control of the Senate if the president is Donald Trump, because that would mean that J.D. Vance would be the tiebreaker. That would give Republicans control. That would mean they would only need 50. Now, if they want control regardless of who wins the presidency, they would need 51. Let's tease this out, AG. There are quite a few competitive Senate races around the country: Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. As you mentioned, it's not as competitive in Arizona as it once was. Montana, we are seeing that John Tester has a steep uphill battle. Is there really any path to the Democrats maintaining control in the upper chamber at this point?
Not with the way this map is going. You know, it's going to be very difficult, and I think you would need for the Senate candidates to really outperform Harris in state after state. You know, my guess right now is 52, 53 Republican seats, and that's really what you want if you're the Republicans, because, you know, it's very hard to maintain a unified caucus in the House or the Senate. So you want that margin to be a couple points higher than just a 50-50 split with Vance casting a bunch of tie-breaking votes. So, you know, it's really early to tell with these Senate races, but I'm less confident in those than I am in Trump right now. But, you know, I really do think Trump is the rising tide that will lift some of these Senate candidates up.
Okay, so in the meantime, A.G. Gankarski with the New York Post, we're going to have to leave it at that. We do appreciate it. We are nearing the top of the hour. Austin Westfall here in the Live Now newsroom with me. But in the meantime, though, speaking of some of these Senate races, I want to put up some of the results. Let's go back to Virginia right now. Take a look at this. Democratic incumbent Tim Kaine there leading over his Republican challenger, Hung Kao. You see there. We also have Tim Kaine speaking live right now to his rally group of supporters. Let's listen.
Embody, and by the progress that you've demonstrated. So it's going to be a long night. We're going to have, however all these results go outside Virginia, we're going to have a lot of work to do. We're going to have a lot of work to do to promote more peace in the world. We're going to have a lot of work to do to create this economy that is not just for a few, but for the many, and expand healthcare options and protect reproductive freedom and fight gun violence and battle for a cleaner environment. And there's so much work to do. But we've shown in Virginia that if we link arms, we can walk side by side. We can andar con la gente. We can walk side by side with people and make progress. So thank you so much for putting your faith in me. And you may or may not, over the course of the next 6 years, agree or disagree with this or that, but I won't embarrass you. I won't let you down. I won't cause you to lose a moment of sleep. And we will keep moving Virginia and this country forward. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And then watch TV very late, and we're gonna go win, right? We're gonna go win.
All right, just listening in there to Tim Kaine, wrapping up some of the speaking to reporters. You can see there the 52-48 margin right now, not officially called by the AP, but a happy crowd on the hand there in that state of Virginia. All right, we're following it all here on Live Now from Fox. A change of anchor. I'm Andy Mack now in the desk, supplanting Andrew Kraft after a great election night for him, covering all the latest. All right, let's continue on. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We have more polls closing here at the top of the hour as it gets closer to 8 o'clock Pacific time. We'll be right back. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox here on this election night. Thank you so much for joining us. Some 900,000 people tuning in across all of our streaming platforms. So we appreciate you joining us as we're approaching the top of the hour. 8 o'clock on the West Coast is nearing very closely right now. Let's continue on. I do want to put up just some of these Live Now looks, including at Howard University, the Kamala Harris watch party getting going. The vibes there still very high as well, despite what we're seeing in the polls right now, and also in West Palm Beach, Florida. A live look there with all the American flags. Plenty of people excited for this as we're soon to have polls close in California, Oregon, and Washington. And let's continue on. Let's bring in again my colleague here, Austin Westfall, to discuss the latest of what we're seeing from this on the West Coast. Austin, thank you so much for joining us. So what are we looking at now, and what do we expect here as polls close in just a matter of minutes on the West Coast?
Good to be with you, Andy Mack, and props to our colleague Andrew Kraft for a 5-hour-long marathon, manning the controls there. Let's get into the maps. So here's what we're talking about. We're going to be watching some of these West Coast states now. At this point, polls are going to be closing in and it looks like we had a misstep there, but polls are going to be closing in states like California, Oregon, and Washington at the top of the hour. We do, of course, unless something completely surprising happens, we do expect that those 3 states will fall in the blue category. Now, what's going to be interesting, though, about these states is in the House. We haven't really been checking in on the balance of power in the House so far. The magic number is 218, Andy Mack. Right now, the Republicans have secured 152 of those seats, Democrats 98. Why am I talking about this on the West Coast? That's because there are tons of toss-up races all along this coast. So many of them in California. There's one specifically in southwestern Washington. That's going to be a particularly close one. Bend, Oregon has a close toss-up race. California's Central Valley, parts of Southern California, there's 5 House seats in California alone, currently owned by the GOP, but they're considered to be complete toss-up races. That's why it's been, as the weeks have developed, it's been much tougher for pundits to forecast who may control the House. There are so many tight races, and another thing to mention about the Sandy Mac is that not only are these going to be super tight, but if they're as tight as they have been in years past, it could be so close that it could take days, if not over a week, to get some of these things done. That's the House.
A lot to get to with that. And let's talk about the Senate seat in California, as we're expecting that one to potentially close with Adam Schiff, the Democrat there, going up against Republican Steve Garvey. What do we make of this, and what is kind of the outlook on this in the Senate, and how does it the balance of power factor in all of this in California?
So ultimately, as far as the question of balance of power goes, we don't expect California to make any seismic shifts with the balance of power. We don't consider this race to be a toss-up like we do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, states of that nature. California is an interesting one, as you can see. That might be a familiar name to some people. Steve Garvey, he was a first baseman. He played for the Dodgers. He played for the Padres in mostly the 70s and the 80s. He is running as a Republican against Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff led the charge on the impeachment process during Trump's first impeachment. As soon as polls close, we may get an early call in this race. Of course, any statewide race in California would be expected to fall blue, but no results from the Associated Press as of right now, and it looks like the clock just hit 8 p.m. on the West Coast. So polls closing, we should start to see some color, Andy Mack, in some of these states here shortly.
Yeah, and the colors will start lighting up any minute now, as you mentioned, just the 8 o'clock hour there, as we're continuing to follow it on the West Coast, as we're moving east to west.
And I'll mention, it just happened right now, just as we were speaking. So Washington, and there we go. So we're seeing some of these Senate races. Washington, as soon as the polls close, and this is just how reliably blue these states are. I'm going to just guess 0, yes, there's zeros on these. There's probably zeros on California as well. That's because the AP has such confidence in these states. As soon as results start coming in, they're going to be so overwhelmingly blue that they feel comfortable calling these races as soon as the results start coming through. So Adam Schiff going to be the senator in California for 6 years, and it appears there as Washington as well. We're going to see so no numbers there as well, but still, Maria Cantwell going to be starting off her 6-year Senate tenure in the state of Washington. Andy.
All right, very, very interesting. West Coast, we're following it very closely. Also, we're going to check back in with you over the course of the evening, as we've had over the last several hours as well, but we appreciate your time. Let's get out to more different conversations here, as we're hearing now west to east, as I do want to put up just this, one of the most recent calls there in Idaho being called for the President Donald Trump as well. So I do want to put up just this, those 4 electoral votes going for Donald Trump in Idaho. 4 electoral votes is kind of the balance of power as we talk about all those electoral votes being cast up. So we're hearing different ones about Nebraska. You know about the split one there with that, but also in Maine, we're talking about All right, and we're also getting more about Washington as well. So let's continue to follow the latest here. As you can see, just the excitement within this watch party there in West Palm Beach in Florida at this watch party, as they maybe see some of these results come in themselves, see the excitement of there, as instead on the other side in the watch party at Howard University, it is Kamala Harris eventually getting the decision, 12 electoral votes in her favor going for the Vice President Kamala Harris on the West Coast. As you did hear from Austin Westfall, those going blue very, very quickly. The blue for Washington, we just see it go blue for Oregon. Let's bring in Austin one more time here as we're getting this about this. What do we make of this decision? And give me a breakdown of this here, Austin.
Yeah, just like the Senate, just like we were just talking about, as soon as the polls closed, the AP feels confident enough to call these Western states in favor of Harris. California has the most electoral votes in the country. We're talking about 54 votes coming from California alone. Washington is going to have 12 electoral votes. Oregon not being called yet. It's likely blue. Let's go in and let's see what we're working with here. It looks like Harris is up by just over 21%. That's with 44% of the votes counted. It looks like the AP not feeling quite as confident as they are in Washington and California about Oregon, but nonetheless, Harris with a dominant lead in Oregon as well. So what does that say for the electoral count at large? Now that California's huge swath of votes has been added, that jumps Harris up to 179. Trump at 214. That means Trump is 56 votes away from claiming the presidency. Harris looks like she is roughly 91 votes away from the presidency. While we're at it, Andy, let's look at the battlegrounds again. Let's just do a swing through all the states that very well could make or break this race. Wisconsin. Now we're at 60% of the votes tabulated. Trump appearing to have just over a 2% lead in Wisconsin. Neighboring Michigan. Michigan was leaning blue not too long ago. Now it looks like it's leaning red, and Trump is up by over 4%. That's with 28% of the votes counted. So that is and we just saw it update a little bit. It looks like Trump might have gained a little bit of ground slightly there. 28, just over 1/4 of the votes counted in Michigan. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes at stake. This one was a tight one for quite some time. And now it looks like as more and more votes are tabulated, we're nearing 3/4 of the votes being tabulated. 70% of the votes in Pennsylvania have been tallied. And right now, former President Trump has just over a 3% lead over the vice president. That's a major state right there. And that's a lead that Trump has with only 30% of the vote left that Harris can make up. North Carolina, the Tar Heel state. Again, the AP has not called any of these battleground states yet, but 87% of the vote has been tabulated in North Carolina. Trump has just under a 3% lead over the vice president. Let's bring you out to Georgia, where we're seeing 90% of the vote tallied, and Trump, he's got a 3-point lead above the vice president. Let's head out west. Nevada, not reporting anything in as far as the Associated Press is telling us so far. That's the one battleground we haven't heard from yet. But Arizona, still at exactly the point it was the last time we checked on it. Exactly 50% of the vote tallied right now. Trump with a 0.2 of a point lead over Harris, Andy.
All right, that is very, very interesting. A good breakdown here as we enter a new hour just to get everyone up to speed on those 7 key battleground states. All right, Austin, we're going to be checking back in with you in just a little bit, but I do want to give you that roundup of some of what we're looking at in some of those states along the West Coast, including in Arizona, including in California, Washington, and Oregon. I do want to just put these up, a full roundup of what we saw on the West Coast. This one in California being called for Kamala Harris in terms of this, and that 54 big electoral votes for her, the largest state in terms of that. Also in Washington as well, 12 electoral votes going to Kamala Harris, and then also in Oregon as well going for Kamala Harris. And I also want to talk now about California as we're learning that information about the Senate, a key race with Dianne Feinstein's seat being open. The late Dianne Feinstein as this one going for Adam Schiff over Steve Garvey, the former Dodger, the former Padre. Adam Schiff moving chambers from the House to the Senate as he takes over that seat. So big news in terms of the Senate as the Democrats, they keep that seat blue. We'll talk more about the balance of power and everything to do with it. But let's continue on. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll get you more live pictures, different speeches. We're expecting to hear from Adam Schiff, likely Steve Garvey, within the hour, just based on the fact that this was called so quickly after polls closed there in that state. We'll have much more here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox on election night, just past 11 o'clock on the East Coast as we continue to follow the latest in terms of the balance of power and the race for the White House. And I do want to talk now about the Senate race in Ohio. No call as of yet. Bernie Moreno leading in a big way over the 3-term incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown, some 300,000 votes, just under 300,000 votes, a lead for Bernie Moreno. And we do see him speaking to the crowd of supporters in Westlake, Ohio. Let's take you out to this right here on Live Now from Fox.
Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda. An agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January. And we're going to make certain that we tell California, you don't get to dictate to the whole country what our emission standards are. We're going to dictate that at the federal level. We're going to allow consumers to pick the kind of car they want. Look, the other piece that I want to talk about is what President Trump has brought to this country, which is peace and stability around the world. America will be a leader in the world, will always be a leader in the world. American leadership has made the planet safer, more prosperous, and more secure than at any point in human history. But it means that we ensure peace through strength. The weakness of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is rejected, and I know that from whether it's in Jerusalem or Kiev or anywhere else on earth, or Taiwan, they're cheering this election because they know American strength will ensure peace around the world. And if you're a police officer in this country, just know you have a senator in me and a Republican Party that will always have your back. And we got rid of Chuck Schumer tonight, but pretty soon we're going to get rid of another couple people that need to be gone. First among them, Randy Weingarten should start packing her bags. Because what we need in this country is school choice for all Americans. And then as I look at my children, I've blessed with 4 kids. And by the way, can we give my wife an amazing round of applause, please? Thank you, Bridget. Bridget. Look, we need to make certain that we honor teachers, They're doing great work in every corner.
You're just listening in there as they were talking with Bernie Moreno, talking in very excited terms, optimistic terms, although the AP has yet to call that race in his favor. It is looking to be a margin that continues to grow for Moreno over Sherrod Brown, the 3-term incumbent Democrat there in that state of Ohio, as this one will flip from blue to red likely as soon as that's called. But that is what we're following right now as they moved off the shot. But we do have another shot here on Live Now from Fox on the election night in Arizona, another key battleground state of what we're following here in Arizona. I want to put up this post from Ruben Gallego, the Democrat from Arizona, saying, shout out to poll workers across Arizona who show up early, stay late, and keep our democracy running smoothly. Your dedication to every single vote is a testament to our state's strength. Let's take you out to this, the speech from him to supporters in Arizona. Let's listen into this live.
I ever owned that my Uncle Al gave, who could not be here today. He gave it to me because when I went to college, I couldn't afford to buy a new suit. So he gave me one of his. When I got to college, I saw all the kids were happy because they were just happy to be there, happy to be at Harvard. I was happy because I finally got a bed. In college, one of my beds was cleaning the bathrooms of fellow Harvard students, scrubbing the toilets of the kids I had to see the next day. But I did it all proudly, because I believed that if I worked hard and followed the rules, even a poor kid would succeed in America. That's America. Because of that, I decided I wanted to serve my country. I wanted to serve my country, the country that gave my family a chance to live the American dream, the greatest country in the world. So I enlisted in the infantry of the United States Marine Corps. Hoorah. I know there's some out there. I had the honor of fighting alongside my brothers in Iraq in Lima Company 325, assigned to Al-Anbar, Iraq. They called us Lucky Lima at first, but unfortunately, eventually our luck ran out. And our company saw some of the hardest days of the war. And those were tough days, but the fight for my brothers was always worth it. And so was this fight for Arizona. We had a mantra on this campaign. Go everywhere and talk to everyone, and that's exactly what we did. We didn't take one vote for granted. For many candidates, Latinos and Native American voters are the afterthought, but they were part of our outreach from day one, and we worked to earn every vote. And we didn't write off our Republican brothers and sisters either. For 22 months, I've traveled all around this state. The thing I learned is that we have so much in common. Because whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent, we all want the same thing, a better life for our kids, and to give our kids a better future. It's just that simple. And that's exactly why I'm here. I believe in the American dream, and I want everyone else to have the same opportunity to make it that I had. I'm here tonight because I believe women should also be able to make their own decisions about their own bodies. Because costs are still too high. And I understand how hard it is to work just to bring home enough to pay the bills, to pay the rent, and maybe, just maybe, save up a little. I understand the dignity of work, of trying to put 40, 60, 80 hours together to try and make a life for your kids. But there are too many people in Washington, D.C. who don't understand that kind of hard work and who don't actually respect that work. They don't understand what it means to actually struggle every day and still believe the next day is going to be better. Look, it looks like this race won't be called tonight, but one result is already coming through and clear. We fought for Arizona. Because of that, we are going to win. Even though our race isn't quite over yet, I still want to thank all Arizonans who supported me, Democrats, Republicans, Independents. And to those who didn't, I want you to know that regardless of who you voted for today, I will stand up and fight for you. As hard as I fought to get out of poverty, as hard as I fight now for my family, as hard as I fought in the Marine Corps, I will be fighting for you in Washington, D.C. To my family, my mom, my sisters, my aunts, my cousins, and they're all here. We're a big Latino family. I will always have your back, because you always had my back. And to Sydney, Michael, Isla, who always gave me a reason to fight, I will keep fighting. To my Lima Company Marines, the men I patrol with in Iraq, the men I went to the hardest days of war with and came back to a country that had forgotten us. John, Andy, and Justin, who are here tonight. I love you, brothers. Number 5, and I'll always have your back. To my campaign team, to all the volunteers and our supporters, to the unions and the community groups who stood in front lines us the whole time, thank you. So for the veterans out there suffering from PTSD, for the single moms working 2 jobs and raising 3 kids, for the dads who have to miss that bedtime with their kids to work that overnight shift, and for the kid sleeping on the floor tonight in Arizona, dreaming of a better future, this is for you. Gracias, Arizona.
You were just listening in there to Ruben Gallego talking to a crowd of supporters, noting that it would likely not be called tonight just based on the protocols in place in that state, but a very confident, optimistic person there speaking at that rally there in Arizona. I do want to put up just the number of votes, the sizable margin he leads over Kari Lake at this point. Some 7-point lead right now, so no call as of tonight. He admitted that such, but a sizable lead for him this evening. But we do want to get you out to some calls in terms of the race for the White House in some very key battleground states. This one in North Carolina going in favor of Trump as Trump takes the key battleground state of North Carolina, 50% to 48%, just over 100,000 votes as Trump, the AP calling this almost 90% of the votes tallied at this point. Another battleground state not called at this point, but in favor of the former president in a significant way, 51% to 48.3% as well. And we want to put up this, a post from our Fox 5 team. Eric Perry saying, breaking, Donald Trump has an insurmountable lead with a number of votes outstanding. That a quote from the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, during a late night briefing. So some big news, and let's continue on. Let's bring in my colleague right now, Austin Westfall, to discuss what this means moving forward, because this is a big development in terms of the race for this White House. Austin, North Carolina going for the former President Donald Trump, and Raffensperger saying an insurmountable lead for Trump in Georgia. How pivotal is this moment for Trump?
Raffensperger saying that is very important. The AP has not a party where We've been watching. There's been a lot of smiling faces. We have been keeping an eye on both of these watch parties. Here's how the map is looking now that we're getting some of these pertinent race calls in. This is the first battleground state that's officially been called. That puts Donald Trump away from the presidency. Harris still at 179. Let's take a look. North Carolina, solidly red at this point. We've been saying all night, Trump's easiest path to victory is North Carolina, which he has now. Georgia, which with 90% of the votes in, he has almost a 3-point lead. So, North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania. So, if he gets these 3 states and every other state falls the way we expect it to, that means that former President Trump will become president again. The only time that's ever happened before was Grover Cleveland. He was the 22nd and 24th president of the United States. So, North Carolina getting called. I'm watching Pennsylvania closely now. I'm watching Georgia closely now. Again, 9/10 of all the votes have been counted in Georgia. He's got almost 3 points up. Pennsylvania, just over 3/4 of the vote now tallied. Trump has, and right now we're looking at just about a 3-point lead out of PA as well. So Trump has leads in 2 absolutely crucial states. And I'm not even mentioning the fact that he has leads right now in Wisconsin, 66% of the votes in. Right now, Trump has about a 3-point advantage there. Michigan, fewer of those votes counted. About a third of them are in so far. But Donald Trump right now with a sizable lead over Kamala Harris. That one looking like it's just over a 6-point advantage. We go over to Arizona. It's very possible we don't hear any more results in from them for the rest of the night. They've been stuck at 50%. Nonetheless, that's at a dead tie right now. It's very possible, Andy, the way this is playing out, though, we might not need to worry about Arizona. Correct. We're going to keep an eye specifically right now on Georgia and PA, now that North Carolina's been called.
There's a very good breakdown of all of the come. And, of course, North Carolina, Georgia, insurmountable leads in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan might be too close to call at this point, just based on the margin there. All right, Austin, we're going to check back in with you in just a little bit, but let's give you some live now looks inside of some of these watch parties there in West Palm Beach, Florida. You can see the excitement growing, building in that room. They are monitoring this in real time, as we are as well. Also there in Washington, D.C. at the Kamala HQ, the headquarters on the campus of Howard University, her alma mater. We're monitoring it all very, very closely. Also the race for the White House, other props coming up. We're going to have more on some of the down ballot races, some of those measures, amendments in place and what they mean across this country. We'll have that and much more here on Live Now from Fox after this. All right, welcome back in here to our election night coverage on Live Now from Fox. I'm the host, Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. I do want to give you a couple Live Now looks there in Washington, D.C. at the Kamala Harris watch party taking place on the campus of Howard University, and also in West Palm Beach, Florida. You can see just some of the excitement in the eyes of some of these viewers. Just approaching midnight on the East Coast. All right, we're also monitoring the latest inside some of these different polling locations, some of these tabulation centers, including in Gwinnett County in Georgia, as we're hearing from Brad Raffensperger talking about potentially an insurmountable lead for the former President Donald Trump. But they will continue on late into the night there. All right, let's talk more about the race for the White House, but other amendments, proposals on the table in different states. Let's bring in right now my colleague, Christina Evans. Christina, thank you so much for joining us. Break it all down for me. What are we seeing in some of these votes and some of these props around the country?
Absolutely, Andy Mack. So again, right now in the Live Now Social Center, I want to show you what things are looking like from my vantage point. We're keeping up with some of those storylines that you may not see on the regular news. This is some stuff that we're seeing on social media. And when it comes to social media, you have to talk about some of those conversations that pertain to abortion. Let's go ahead and take a look here on the screen. You can see this race call for the Associated Press. Voters in Maryland did accept a ballot measure to enshrine protection for abortion in the state's constitution. Now, this is a big deal because Marylanders did vote to protect reproductive rights. Abortion is already legal there in the state, but by approving the amendment, voters have made it extremely difficult for lawmakers in the future to pass a law that could limit reproductive care without violating the state constitution. Now, we all know that with some of these younger voters, again, with Gen Z and other places, abortion has been a huge measure that they have been following. I want to show you another one that we have here is a post on X from Fox 5 New York. New York voters also passed Proposition 1 in their state. This meant that the amendment is designed to protect abortion rights and other civil liberties that will now be enshrined as well in the state's constitution. This is all according to the Associated Press. Some of this news coming out. The final state that I want to hit on right now when it pertains to abortion, voters in Colorado have also approved a constitutional amendment to enshrine abortion protection there in their state as well. So it's important here for Colorado. This measure did win the necessary 55% of the vote to pass, and it is already a regional hub as well for abortion access in that part of the country, because many folks who do end up traveling there if abortion is banned in their state. So again, on social media, we've been seeing reactions to this storyline as folks are finding out if their state will enshrine abortion protection in the Constitution. Happening now, we know, in 3 states, New York, Maryland, and Colorado. But we are continuing to track stories just like this on our social media pages. Make sure you follow us on Live Now Fox. It's on all platforms, including TikTok, where we have been continuing to keep you updated with some of the other storylines that we're following and seeing there online.
All right, thank you so much, Christina. So important for so many people, and we're glad you shined the light on some of these propositions as well. We appreciate your time doing a great job back there in the social media center.
Absolutely. Thanks, Andy.
All right. Thanks so much. All right, let's continue on and let's give you a wrap up of some of what we're seeing in terms of some of those propositions. The Amendment 79 in Colorado in favor, yes, the right to abortion. So we're following it very, very closely. A significant portion, over 1.3 million voting in favor of that. Also in New York in Proposal 1, talking about equal protection. 3 million people cast the ballot, some 63 to 37 in favor of that. And also the right to abortion in Maryland. Coming back to that question one more time. Question 1 for it is almost 2 million people casting their ballot, a significant margin in terms of this there in Maryland. All right, so we're following the latest here on Live Now from Fox in terms of all of this, the race for the White House and much, much more. I do want to talk about another West Coast state that was recently called for Vice President Kamala Harris. Right here, you can see Oregon going in favor of her. So a blue West Coast, not unusual, not surprising as well, but Harris being called there for Oregon. All right, let's continue on because we're talking about different tabulation centers, different votes being tallied across the country. We're having live now looks inside of different locations. This one, I believe, in Harris County, Texas. Let's bring in right now to the conversation for more on it. We want to bring in Chris Mann, the director at the Center for Election Innovation and Research. Chris, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox on this election night. It feels like we're having a pretty smooth election night. What is your focus? What are you seeing around the country in terms of the tabulation, in terms of these votes being counted?
I think we've had a remarkably smooth election day and all the period up to it, with early voting going remarkably well. We haven't really seen any problems, looking very carefully around the country for any potential issues. The only things we've seen are the kinds of things that we expect. We had a polling place open late in Maricopa County, Arizona, because the person who was supposed to unlock the door forgot the key in the morning. We had a few places around the country where they had technology glitches in the morning, and that led to lines, but all of those were quickly resolved. Of course, we have had some extraordinarily unusual events. The bomb threats that the FBI has identified as coming from foreign actors, very likely from Russia, that disrupted voting in Georgia and led to polling place delays. There were similar threats made via social media in other states that were quickly dismissed and didn't interrupt voting. And as we get into the counting, things have gone remarkably smoothly. Probably the most high-profile event happened in Milwaukee, where they had to start over with counting. It was clearly a mistake, but in my opinion, they handled it exactly right. They discovered the mistake and they were transparent about it. They talked to the Republicans, they talked to the Democrats, and they decided to start over so that everybody knew the process worked from beginning to end.
Let's talk about Pennsylvania. So right now, as we look at the electoral map, we're focusing on two states that haven't been called on the East Coast right now. We're looking at specifically Georgia, which has, I should say, Chris, 91% of the votes tabulated right now. Trump with just under a 3% lead in that state. Still 9% of the votes to be tallied. But really what I'm curious to ask you about is Pennsylvania. We still got 23% of the votes to be counted in Pennsylvania, and Donald Trump's lead appears to be increasing. How are votes tabulated in Pennsylvania? What's the rules? What's the procedures? And how quickly could they get their process done this morning?
It is going to take them a while. So the key thing to know about Pennsylvania is they are one of the few states that are not allowed to do anything with mail ballots until this morning, until Election Day. So they get those mail ballots. They can't check the voter signature. They can't check that information to make sure it's a valid ballot. They can't take it out of the envelope. They can't even begin the counting process. All of that checking to make sure that the ballot is valid is the longest part. It's the part we want people to be careful about. And so that's why it's going to take a while. They are going to be much better than 2020. There are fewer ballots, and they have made changes. But election officials, Democrats and Republicans all across the state of Pennsylvania, asked the legislature to allow them to start, like almost every other state does, a day or several days before Election Day, before today. And that didn't happen. The legislature didn't make that change. So they're going to be counting all the way through the night. Through tomorrow, possibly into Thursday. Different folks are estimating when they'll be done at different times. But they started way behind everybody, so they're playing catch up. Election officials all over that state are going as fast as they can, but it's going to take them a while.
All right, that is very good to know, and good protocols in place to make sure that all these votes are counted. I do want to go back to what you mentioned about what was happening in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, those 30,000 votes that needed to be counted once more just due to a snafu, as one of the city commissioners talking about it earlier on today. And I do want to ask you just about the transparency, because we did see Senator Ron Johnson come down to that facility as well. How important is that to make sure that people are aware of what's going on? A human error can happen, but they can remedy it very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, election officials spend a lot of time preparing for this, but we're talking about thousands of people, tens of thousands of people running elections, doing the counting. They don't do this all the time. Mistakes are going to happen. When they found that mistake and being totally transparent about it, look, you can't undo a mistake, but mistakes happen in life. We all know that. So that transparency to stop, go back to the beginning, check all the machines, seal everything up, and then start over again so that there aren't any questions about those ballots. Best thing to do.
So, Chris, I got to ask you, misinformation has become a staple somewhat as we've been tracking this election and how the votes are tabulated. What do you want people to know about misinformation, and what do you want people to know about some of the common misconceptions people have about how these votes are tallied?
So the first thing to remember is that the reason it's taking a while is that elections are close, right? States that are not close for presidency or other races that are not close, you all can call that, decision desk can call that very quickly. We can know who's going to win. When it's going to be close, we got to wait longer. But the ballots are actually being counted faster than ever before, using technology to do it accurately. Every state after Election Day, so we keep talking about these results, but these are unofficial results. Before they become official, they will be audited, they will be checked. In every state, they go through a rigorous process before those official results are certified, so that we can trust that those final results are really the results that are out there. You know, in terms of misinformation, what I would say is if somebody's telling you something and it's really what you want to hear, be a little skeptical of it.
Oh, okay.
Well, that is a good advice for people moving forward. And my question is a little bit of a piggyback of what Austin just asked you as you're talking about disinformation, misinformation moving forward. What are you looking at over the next several days? Because some of these states like Pennsylvania, which could be the common denominator for the race for the White House, will be counting for tonight into tomorrow, potentially over the next several days. What are you looking at over the next several days? What are you focusing on?
The biggest thing that concerns me is actors out there, particularly foreign actors, that may be just trying to rile up anger on both sides and disrupt, you know, how we operate as Americans and our trust in this electoral process, in the political process. And so, you know, if something is out there and it's really getting you fired up, that's the most important place to take a step back and ask yourself, is this person just trying to make me angry? Is this social media post or wherever you're hearing it, is this just where something that's trying to wind me up? And that's the most dangerous piece of misinformation over the next couple of days. This process, we knew what was going to happen. We've known for months that this is going to play out. Pennsylvania was going to take a long time. Wisconsin will take a little bit of time, not quite as long as Pennsylvania, probably, maybe a few other states. But be patient and don't fall for those folks who are just trying to rile you up.
In general, Chris, I got to ask you, does it seem like the process is moving quicker this time around compared to 2020? And is that because of all of those mail-in ballots 4 years ago?
It's moving quicker for a number of reasons. One, we're not in the middle of a pandemic, so election workers don't have to social distance and all those other things that got in the way of moving quickly. Election officials learn lesson from every election, so they have gotten better. They've changed their procedures. They got more people, trained them to do things a little quicker, a little faster, all of those things. But yeah, a big factor is that there are fewer mail ballots. They have those extra steps to process them, especially in those places like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, where they don't get the head start of being able to do that before Election Day.
All right, very good. Chris, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. It's glad, I think many people are, that it is going smooth here on Election Day, very critical election. I appreciate your time. We're continuing to follow the latest, but thanks again for joining us here on a busy day.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, let's continue on covering all the latest here on Live Now from Fox on this Election Day. As we do want to get to more race calls in terms of the race, the push for the White House. Another one out of New Mexico in favor of Vice President Kamala Harris, 52-46. The check mark next to her name, those 5 electoral votes going to her. And I also want to talk about Oregon one more time. Harris getting that state as well, 8 electoral votes for her over the former President Donald Trump. All right, we're also monitoring, like we've talked about time and time again, that balance of power in the Senate. We do have a new live pick right up now in Pennsylvania of this in terms of a watch party for Dave McCormick, the Republican in that state. And I do want to put up just this, a post of what's coming up in terms of this race in Pennsylvania over incumbent Bob Casey. It is a very tight margin, but a 2-point lead right now at this point for Dave McCormick. The AP has not called it yet, but it is getting closer to the finish line. 80% of the votes have been counted at this point, 2.7 million to 2.6 million in terms of that. All right, we're following all the latest here on this on Live Now from Fox. Let's line away for another quick 2-minute break. right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox here on this election night. I'm the host, Andy Mack. We appreciate you joining us as we approach midnight on the East Coast as we are getting closer and closer in terms of that call for the White House. I do want to put up just this, another state going in favor of Vice President Kamala Harris, this being Virginia right now. The AP calling this in favor of her, 51% to 47%. And you can see the electoral amounts on that left side portion of your screen, the 270 needed to win, 230 right now in favor of the former President Donald Trump, 205. It's going to be a very, very close one in terms of this. So we're following that very, very closely. I do want to give you another race call, a call that we've really already seen the speaker for this, the senator out of Texas, Ted Cruz, the AP finally calling this one. It is a sizable margin right now at this point, 54% to 44%, some 5.25 million votes for Ted Cruz in that state. We've already seen him speak to supporters there on the ground in that state. So I just wanted to give you an update on what we're seeing in terms of that state in Texas. But we're following all the latest here on this on Live Now from Fox. Let's continue. Let's bring in my colleague Austin Westfall, because we did see Ted Cruz being called, but Virginia going for Harris, and we're expecting to hear from Dave McCormick potentially in a little bit. We do have a live picture of that. Give me a breakdown of what we're seeing in terms of the Electoral College. What are we looking at right now, Austin?
So let's start off, before we get to the Electoral College, let's start off with the Senate map, because Texas going to Cruz, that is going to matter in the grand scheme of things. As things sit right now, Republicans have 49 out of the 50 seats that they need in order to get a split in the Senate. If they get 50-50, then that means that the vice president would be the tiebreaker. That means if J.D. Vance becomes the vice president, he would give the edge to the Republicans in the Senate. If Tim Walz becomes the vice president, that means the Democrats would become the party in power in the Senate. But right now, there are so many, Andy, so many of these blue seats that are competitive. They only need one more. They only need one more. The Republicans need one more seat to win in order to get to what they need to get to. So, and what we'll say here is Republicans do have 50. So yes, if they win the presidency, what that's going to mean is that they are going to control the Senate. If they get one more, that's going to confirm the fact that they've gotten the Senate. So yeah.
Let me cut you off real quick, because that was a great breakdown. But we do see Colin Allred now at the microphone after Ted Cruz secured that victory. Let's put this up one more time just to give you a sense of what's going on. Ted Cruz taking it over him. Now the concession speech coming from Colin Allred there in Texas. Let's listen in to him and what he has to say here on Live Now from Fox.
It's becoming rarer and rarer. I was inspired to run partly because of what I saw on January 6th. What happened when people lie about a free and fair election because they weren't happy with the results. I said then, and I'll say it now, you can't just be a patriot when your side wins. So tonight, we didn't win, but we will continue to be patriots. Isn't that right? I want to thank every single Texan, every single American who got involved in this race, but especially the folks who knocked on doors, who made phone calls, who gave whatever they could to this campaign. You know, I come from a family where we didn't have a lot of money. And so I know what it means when somebody sends in $5 or $10. It's an act of hope, and I appreciate them. And I really especially want to thank all the incredibly brave Texas women who've come forward and told their stories. Amanda Zarowski, Kate Cox, Lauren Miller, Dr. Austin Denard, Taylor Edwards, I could keep going. There are so many brave Texas women who've told their stories. And Allie and I will never forget them, and we will never stop fighting to overturn this abortion ban here in Texas. I carry 3 little rocks with me that my sons picked out on the playground. They represent my 2 kids and my wife, Allie. My boys are little. They're 3 and 5. I haven't seen them as much as I'd like to, and for someone who grew up not knowing their father, that's a big deal to me. So I want to say a special thank you to my family, to my mother and father-in-law who have done so much child care.
Yes.
To the folks who mean the most to me.
I don't need to, I never do.
I ran for my boys, and I'm gonna keep fighting for my boys' future, and for every Texas kid's future. And I hope y'all will too. There's a quote from Churchill that's been kicking around in my head that I'll probably mess up. But it said that courage is rightly esteemed as the first of human qualities, because as has been said, it's the quality that guarantees all others. You have to have courage. It took courage, and I'm not tooting my own horn here, but it took courage for me to come from a single parent household without a lot of money to the United States Congress. It took courage for these, thank you. It took courage for these Texas women to come forward and talk about the most difficult moment of their lives in front of thousands of people. It took courage for each and every one of you and everyone who got involved in this campaign to, even though we haven't won here in Texas in some time, to believe in this election and to put everything you had into it. And it's going to take courage for whatever comes tomorrow and the day after. This country is worth fighting for. Understand that. This state is worth fighting for. We are a great country. Nobody needs to make us great again. We are great because we are good. And we are good because that's who we are as a people. And so I don't want to see anybody putting their heads down. I want you to put your shoulders back and your head up and walk out of here tall that you participated in an American election. That's what we do. Because in this country, we don't settle our differences in the streets. We don't settle it with violence. We settle it at the ballot box. And if we don't win, then we dust ourselves off and we come back the next time. Okay? I don't know what's going to happen in any of the other races around the country, but I know this. It's going to require patriots like all of you and people all across our state and our country to stay engaged. This 250-year project of ours is one that is very tenuous. Every generation of Americans is responsible for keeping it going for another generation. We are not going to be the ones who drop the baton. And whatever happens in this election, I want you all to remember who we are. Don't ever lose sight of it. Don't ever let anybody tell you that it's not who we are. And I want to thank you again. God bless you. God bless Texas. And may God continue to bless the greatest country in the history of the world, the United States of America. Thank you so much.
All right, you're just listening in there. Colin Allred, slightly dejected, but he says he will continue to fight for the people of Texas there as this going in favor of Senator Ted Cruz, the incumbent, earning that battle, a very hard-fought battle in Texas. Of course, I just want to put this up again here on Live Now from Fox on election night of what has come to the conclusion. Ted Cruz there by 10 points, 84% counted. The AP calling it in favor of him. I do want to take you out to another Senate race in terms of Minnesota as Amy Klobuchar, the incumbent there in Minnesota, taking that race, the check mark next to her name over Royce White, nearing 1 million votes in favor of her there in Minnesota as well. So we're following that very, very closely. We're also monitoring several different shots, including in Pennsylvania right now, an election update coming out from there in just a matter of moments. They've had one nearly every hour. Also a live look in Westlake, Ohio, I believe, at Dave McCormick, Pennsylvania, excuse me, Dave McCormick's rally there. So we'll take you out to these in just a little bit. But let's sign away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll be back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Approaching midnight on the East Coast, as ballots will continue to be tabulated across the country. I do want to put up just some of these Live Now looks. One at Howard University, the site of this Kamala Harris watch party. You can see two very different vibes there in Washington, D.C., but also in West Palm Beach, Florida, the site of former President Donald Trump's watch party. So plenty to get to in terms of all of these races. For the White House, we're hearing race calls minute by minute. We're taking you as soon as the AP, the Associated Press, does call those. We'll bring it to you in real time as soon as they happen. We do want to talk about the balance of power, though, right now in terms of the most critical state in this race, that is Pennsylvania. I want to put up this one. Dave McCormick holding a lead over Bob Casey, the incumbent Democrat at this point right now, just under 2 points in favor of Dave McCormick, the Republican right now. Let's bring in Austin Westfall to give us a breakdown, the latest on this balance of power in terms of the upper Congress, upper state of Congress being the Senate. What do you make? What are we learning?
We're learning a lot, and as you just showed on your screen, Andy, we're talking about McCormick being up by roughly 2 points over Bob Casey. Bob Casey, an incumbent in Pennsylvania, 82% of the vote has been tallied. We're also seeing some results in from Montana as well. Tim Sheehy, so far, outpacing with 14% of the vote in so far, a legacy Democrat in Montana, in John Tester. Still a lot of votes to count, but nonetheless, Sheehy has a wide margin, at least in the initial phases of this. So let's pull up our map. Let's look at the balance of power. Right now, this is the important number. Republicans, they've got 50 right now. That's what they needed in order to get half. That means if Trump wins the presidency, J.D. Vance becomes the vice president. That means he's the tiebreaker. That means Republicans would have control of the Senate in that scenario. But as you can see here, there are still lots of these seats up for grabs, and they are in competitive states, Andy. So we're looking at states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Montana. These are all states where Democrats are facing tough challenges, and as you can see, they're all leaning red. right now. So it's looking like it's very, very difficult to imagine a path where the Democrats maintain control of the Senate. I think we have Rich Rubino standing by. He's somebody that I've been speaking to over the weeks. We've been talking about what the most consequential races are in the Senate. We've been discussing how this thing could play out and that it was likely that the Republicans might gain control of the Senate. But I think Rich, and we'll have him on in a moment here,
yeah,
I think...
before we get to that, Austin, I just want to cut you off a little bit because I believe we're just seeing Amy Klobuchar at the microphone. Of course, she did take that, the incumbent Democrat there. We did see her just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, she might be stepping away from the podium, so we're going to take you out to that in just a second. But Austin, let's get back to your comments because let's bring in Rich Rubino right now because Amy Klobuchar clearly wrapping up that speech. She did earn the title there in that Senate seat, retaining that seat over Roy Swine. Let's bring in Rich Rubino right now, political analyst. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Austin was breaking it down very great about the balance of power, what we're seeing right now. What do we make of the landscape on this election night, Rich?
Couple things. It's very competitive right now, and Republicans seems to be having an advantage. A state like Pennsylvania, I think that the thought process was that Senator Casey probably would eke out another term. He was elected in 2006. He actually defeated incumbent Rick Santorum, and then he was reelected in 2012, reelected in 2018. Now it looks like there's a possibility he may lose that seat. Ohio. That was a state that Sherrod Brown had to run ahead of the national ticket. He had to run ahead of Vice President Harris, and he had to distance himself from the party. In many respects, he tried to hug President on issues like President Trump, that is, and issues like trade. This is a state that the last two elections went 8 points for Donald Trump. This time around, it looks like he was not able to do that, and he apparently lost that race. Montana is an interesting race because Steve Daines was the chairman of the Republican Senatorial Campaign Committee, and he is the other senator from Montana, and he's really made this kind of his flagship race, defeating his colleague from Montana, John Tester. It's a state that won about 16 points last time for Donald Trump, so he's really somewhat of a survivor, having been elected and reelected there.
And I'd like to remind the audience, why are we talking about this so much? Why is the balance of power in the Senate critical to how powerful a president we're talking about?
Well, in order for the president to get his legislation passed, it has to pass both the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. There are other things presidents can do unilaterally. There are executive agreements. He can negotiate with other countries, and he can certainly negotiate with other countries, and he can certainly sign executive orders. But for the most part, he needs the compliance of the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. And at some point in the United States Senate, there might be a movement by Donald Trump to try to get rid of the filibuster if they have all Republicans agreeing on that. The filibuster essentially makes it harder for a legislation to get through because you need 60 votes really instead of 50.
Yeah, and let me ask you about that because you mentioned some of the things that could be in place if it is a Republican White House, but also a red House and Senate. How consequential could that be?
Very consequential. It could be very much that they're going to be butting heads. You'll have Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries from New York, center-left Democrat, taking on the Republican Majority Leader. It could be Rick Scott, who was just handily reelected tonight, the senator from Florida, or it could interestingly be John Thune. John Thune was a senator from South Dakota, and in 2004, he was elected against Tom Daschle. Tom Daschle was the incumbent Democrat, and Tom Daschle was at the time the Senate Majority Leader, and part of the message he had was that he could do more for South Dakota as a leader of the United States Senate than a freshman senator. Now we have a scenario where probably the front runner is John Thune, and John Thune himself could become the majority leader of the United States Senate. So one of those two, those are, of course, the case of John Thune, he's very much kind of an establishment Republican. It'll be interesting to see if Donald Trump is elected, how he will deal with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is obviously demonstrably popular with the conservative base and certainly with Republicans in South Dakota, but he really needs to get to use Congress in order to get any legislation passed. And it'll be interesting schism between the establishment Republican Party, Mitch McConnell and John Thune, and kind of the insurrectionist new right, if you will, of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
We're still awaiting some pertinent race calls in battleground states on the presidential race side. We'll get to that in a moment, Rich, but I just want to ask you in general, if history is any indicator, how long could it take before we know the balance of power in the lower chamber, the House?
It usually takes a long, assuming it's a close race like this, it can take a long time because there are a lot of races that are going to be very close. The state of Maine, for example, they use instant runoff voting or ranked choice voting. So they have one congressional race in the 2nd District of Maine, which would be very competitive. That could take a while for them to count, but there are usually a couple of congressional districts that it can take 2-3 weeks to go until they finally have a winner of that race. If it's going to be very close. I think that obviously the races that are close, they're close for a reason because they're usually in very competitive congressional districts. A lot of those are in upstate New York or in the suburbs of New York City, as well as many of them out in California as well. So my guess is are probably going to be about 10 seats that are probably going to take a while until we actually find out who the winner is going to be, and there's probably going to be 1 or 2 seats. They might not find out till January.
All right, it's going to be a while for that. Some of the states we've heard been called already. Some other ones are going to be taking quite some time. And one that might take quite some time is the Senate race in Pennsylvania. I want to put up this just as we continue to get votes in here. This one in Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick going against Bob Casey, a 3-term incumbent. We've already seen Sherrod Brown potentially lose his battle in Ohio to Bernie Moreno. What do we make of some of these flips? Because some of these guys have been in Congress for quite some time. Dave McCormick right now a 2-point lead. What do we make of this, Rich, in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, and also Montana with John Tester potentially losing? What do we make of some of these flips?
What we're making of it, I think, is that kind of Democrats who are in, and not the case of Pennsylvania, but certainly the case of Ohio and Montana, there's no longer split ticket voting. It used to be that you could elect a president from one party and then a member of the House of Representatives or a senator from the other party. And this is particularly true with Democrats. There's only 5 Democrats right now who represent congressional districts that were won by Donald Trump. And there's a very strong possibility that 4 of those 5 congressional districts at the end of the night could go toward the Republicans. There are just very few people that were so bifurcated that actually split their vote. I think Sherrod Brown, he's certainly won in the past, going back 2006, 2012, 2018, all which were years that were advantageous for the Democrats. 2024 apparently is not advantageous for the Democrats. And it's something that I think will certainly, and I think it certainly has deleterious effects on Sherrod Brown running for re-election. He was a very much a kind of unique Democrat, very much anti-free trade, someone who's very much of a populist. In the case of Pennsylvania, very interested because I thought Senator Casey was going to be the favorite. I thought he probably was going to pull it out, but obviously there was a upswell and there was certainly probably some coattails, if you will, by President Trump. Every time Trump held a rally, just about, he brought Mr. McCormick up on the stage and would present him and say, this is a Senate nominee. We want you to vote for him as well. And it looks like, all things being equal, that's apparently what had happened in the Keystone State.
All right, we're going to get back to you, Rich, in just a little bit. Thank you so much for your time, but let's quickly shift gears and talk about that in Pennsylvania right here on Live Now from Fox. We're seeing stepping up to the podium more election officials, their city commissioners in that state, a key battleground state in Philadelphia. Let's listen in to what they have to say here on Live Now.
We will not stop until we are finished. Thank you.
Turnout. We still have in-person results coming in, so it's still hard to predict turnout. But what we do know is of the 202,000 mail ballots that we've received, not all of those will count because some of them are unsigned or undated. But we will have another update of mail ballots later this evening, and we're going to continue updating the in-person results as they're coming in.
Do you know what divisions are still outstanding?
Well, again, we will report them as they come in. Again, election night, yes, a lot of logistical challenges. You got everybody just receiving all the results. So we will post them up on our website. Thank you.
Sorry, could you give those numbers once more? It was a little faint back. I apologize.
Do you want to read them?
Oh, sure. So our mail results, 202,713. The polling place numbers were 437,427. And our posted mail results that we have on the website is 165,000. And again, our website is vote.phila.gov/results. and we will post them on a rolling basis, and we will continue until we stop. So we're done. Thank you.
All right, an update there from officials in Philadelphia talking about this, how they'll post updates in a rolling basis, as this is one of the most critical states. Live picture right now, courtesy of the AP, of what we're continuing to follow. Dave McCormick there up by, as the margin maybe slimmed a little bit by this latest batch, 49.4 to 48.1 in terms of that. The U.S. Senate race there, the incumbent Bob Casey, an uphill battle against Dave McCormick. All right, we're following this very, very closely. I do want to give you some race calls really quickly before we get to an interesting one. In Hawaii, this one going in favor of Vice President Kamala Harris, the check mark next to her name, 4 electoral votes as it just closed. Polls just closed on that side. Also, the U.S. Senate there in Hawaii going for Mazie Hirano. So that is in terms of the Senate in Hawaii. Just wanted to bring you that. And we're also following right now in Nebraska, Deb Fischer taking officially the check mark over Dan Osborne, 51.5%. 48.5%. So Deb Fischer, the Republican there. And Austin, I'm going to bring you into the conversation right now because this was a big one, not a surprising one, but a big one. Can you talk about the meaning behind this?
This was a surprisingly competitive race. The independent in this race did put up a fight. Nonetheless, we are seeing that this seat is going to stay red. Yeah. What that means is that we now have 51 Republicans confirmed to have control of the Senate. 51 means no matter what, it doesn't matter who wins the presidency, it doesn't matter who's vice president, it doesn't matter who is the tiebreaker in the Senate, the Republicans are going to control the upper chamber. There is still a question as to how much control they'll have, how many more seats can they pick up. There's still some battlegrounds. Montana, that's going to be a steep challenge for John Tester in Montana. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. I'll just cycle through these really quick here before we bring in Rich Rubino. So as far as the Senate goes in Wisconsin, 78% of the votes have been counted, and we're looking at just over a 2% advantage for Eric Hovde. Talking about Michigan, that's Mike Rogers versus Alyssa Slotkin. Rogers right now has just over a 4-point lead, not even half of the votes tallied yet in Michigan. The final one I'll tease out here is Pennsylvania. As you were just talking about there, Andy, McCormick right now has just over a point lead, 84% of those votes tallied. So the question is no longer which party will gain control of the Senate. The question is, how much control will Republicans have?
All right, very good, Austin. Thank you so much. As you just heard, GOP will control the Senate, but we want to take you out to a Senate seat that did go blue today, and that is in California. As we're following this, as Adam Schiff taking this one over Steve Garvey, the famous Dodgers player, Padres player. He is currently at the podium making this concession speech there in the Golden State of California. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
Because you have truly been the wind beneath our wings. And we love you for that. But there's one thing, I see a little blue in the audience tonight. And I assume you're at the wrong party, but I think that you're still celebrating that Dodger World Championship. You know, winning the World Championship for this 24 team was amazing. So proud of the boys, fighting at all times, playing when they're injured and didn't feel well, and then winning in Game 5 at Yankee Stadium. If you can't win at home, winning at Yankee Stadium is the next best thing. And of course, the '81 World Championship, and you remember the great infield of Say and Russell and Lopes and myself and Dusty Baker. And oh, you're all going, oh, I remember those guys.
All right, Steve Garvey, even though he did have to concede, he was noting the win by the Dodgers, so maybe a little bit of a silver lining for him in terms of that. So we're following that, and just as we said, it's Adam Schiff stepping up to the podium as he did take this Senate seat in California, moving chambers from the House to the Senate. Listen in to his victory speech here on Live Now.
And appreciate our different backgrounds and cultures. I've seen it firsthand. From the first day I launched this campaign to the visits I've made to nearly every corner of the Golden State. From meeting with local leaders in the border community of Calexico to seeing the restoration of redwoods north of Willits, I've met the most amazing people all across California. I've listened to your concerns, I've heard your fears, I've shared your hopes, and imagined the future that you want to see for yourselves and for your children. And because of this, every day I woke up energized and hopeful. In Bakersfield, I met with entrepreneurs who turned their passion into successful small businesses that had lifted up their communities. In Salinas, I heard from farm workers who toiled in the fields from sunrise to sundown, rain or shine, to ensure that families across the country had food on their tables. In Oakland, I felt the joy and energy of an early morning service at the Allen Temple Baptist Church. In Merced, I sat down with college students and heard about the careers they were building for themselves. In Lakewood, I saw firsthand the hard and rewarding labor of child care providers. I witnessed their patience, their kindness, and the love that they bring to their work. Our state has its struggles, like every state, but none are insurmountable because we are the Golden State, and we get big things done. And my promise to you is that I'm going to deliver on day one, week one, year one, and keep on delivering for this amazing state. Because together there is no challenge that we cannot overcome. We leave no community behind. We do not stop, we do not rest until all our citizens have a safe place to live, clean water to drink, clean air to breathe, safe neighborhoods to raise their children, good hospitals, clinics, and health care, and the best public schools in the world. In pursuit of this dream for all our people, I will not rest, California. In the Senate, I will be a champion and voice for all Californians, whether you voted for me or not, whether you live in the big city or a small county, whether you grew up here or came to America searching for a better life. We are going to build more affordable housing so that you aren't forced to choose between your rent and putting food on the table. We are going to ensure that our fellow neighbors do not have to sleep on the street. We are going to help hardworking families by lowering costs. We are going to fight tooth and nail to protect abortion access and defend democracy and our freedoms. We are going to bring resources and jobs back to the Golden State to create opportunity for all Californians. We're going to fight on behalf of our dream workers, our farm workers, our immigrant families, so they no longer have to live in the shadows. We are going to protect our planet, fight climate change, and bring good-paying green jobs here to California. It is a big task, I know, but we can do it because we are going to do it together. I am determined to fight every single day on behalf of this great state and its great people, and I am so thankful for your trust and your support, and I can't wait to do this job with you together. I want to thank my incredible wife, Eve, and yes, we are Adam and Eve. My kids, Lexi and Eli. Lexi's boyfriend, Eric, gets a shout out. My brother, Daniel, and his wife, Amy. My brother, David, and his family. My nieces and my nephews, and of course, the one the world revolves around, baby Maya. I could not have done this without your endless love and support, and it's so wonderful to get to celebrate with you tonight. Eve, I don't know where to begin, but this Adam would be lost without this Eve. I love you, and I'm grateful to you for your strength and love. Lexi and Eli, being your dad is my favorite job in the world. I love you, and I am so proud of you. And I also want to acknowledge my mother and father, Cheryl and Ed Schiff. While they're no longer with us, I wouldn't be standing here but for their love and guidance and support. My father lived to be 96. He passed earlier this year, and I so wish he could be here with us tonight. Dad, give Mom a hug and tell her I hope she's still not upset with me for not being a doctor. I also want to thank every volunteer and supporter who made calls, sent texts, knocked on doors, and chipped in a few bucks, because your hard work not only made this Senate race possible, but you are going to deliver the House of Representative majority to Hakeem Jeffries tonight. And I want to thank Nancy Pelosi, the greatest of all time, the most incredible speaker in our history, for her friendship, her mentorship, her leadership. There was no one who stood more in the breach defending our democracy than Nancy Pelosi, and I thank you. We set out to build the largest grassroots campaign in California history, and I think we hit the mark. To my wonderful staff, I thank you. You are all dedicated public servants who have committed countless hours, nights, weekends to this effort, and this victory is also yours. To my wonderful, wonderful constituents in the 30th Congressional District who have supported me for over 25 years, I cannot thank you enough for your confidence and the honor of representing you. I hope that I have served you well and made you proud. And to my new constituents all over the state, whether you voted for me or not, I am committed to being a champion for every Californian in every corner of this wonderful state. California, I thank you for your trust. I am grateful to serve as your U.S. Senator. Now, let's get to work. Thank you, California. Thank you, everyone. God bless this state and country. Thank you so much.
That was just Adam Schiff there alongside his wife, Eve, after securing the Senate seat left by the late Dianne Feinstein. So you can see a happy Adam Schiff there, but also talking about how his hope for Hakeem Jeffries to be the majority leader in terms of the House of Representatives. Of course, we're following that, the latest here on Live Now from Fox in terms of that Senate seat. I do want to talk more about another race call we have in terms of Nebraska and what they do it. Another electoral vote going in the tally for Vice President Kamala Harris as she secured the District 2 vote, 84% coming in. So it's 230 to 210 right now, just 20 minutes past the top of the hour, 12:20 a.m. Eastern time. So we're following the latest here on all of this on Live Now from Fox. We're going to get out to more of this in terms of the race for the White House, a live look there in West Palm Beach, Florida. As you can see, some of the excitement, some of the vibes on this hand. The microphone still set up in the very front of this. I don't know how soon we could see any speakers, but also at Howard University on that campus, the alma mater of Vice President Kamala Harris. We'll continue to follow the latest with this race for the White House. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. right, welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Just past midnight on the East Coast, and we're learning now from the Harris campaign, of course, potentially some uncertainty or turbulence within that Harris campaign, despite what we're seeing on the campus there at Howard University at this watch party. As we're continuing to follow the race for the White House, let's bring in right now to the conversation to learn more about what we're hearing, what we're reporting, what Fox is reporting. Christina Evans. Christina, thank you so much for joining us. Break it all down. What are we hearing, and maybe are there some nervous feelings inside that Harris camp?
Yeah, Andy, I think you'd be right when you say the nervous feelings maybe are going out throughout the Harris camp. Again, well, I want to show you, again, inside of our social studio here at Live Now, we've been keeping a close eye on all of those storylines that are popping up online, and this is one of them. This memo going out to several Harris campaign members as well. What you're looking at right now is a tweet from Nandita Bose. She's a reporter with Reuters, but this is a screenshot of an email that was sent out. Harris's campaign chair, Jen O'Malley-Dillon, sent this message out and stressing patience and resolve. This was a message that was sent to all campaign staff, and it was also meant for some who are outside of the campaign, who are hopefuls for the Democratic Party, trying to give a sense of hope. She does say in this email that as we've known all along, this is a razor-thin race. So right now, the Democratic Party and the Harris campaign is planning on waiting out the blue wall of states. We know this is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Those are the states that they're calling to be Harris's path to victory. But right now, none of those states have been called as of yet. The only battleground state that's been called is, of course, North Carolina. But those blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, have not been called. And this is what the Harris campaign is now holding out for. Again, making this memo known on social media, as well as sending it out directly to those campaign people who are working for Vice President Kamala Harris, saying at the end of it, Jen O'Malley-Dillon saying, get some sleep. We're looking forward to tomorrow, because they don't anticipate these results until the early morning hours. So, Andy, that's what we're seeing right now on social media as it pertains to Kamala Harris's campaign.
Yeah, if the results continue to go the way they do, I don't know how much sleep those people within the campaign will be able to get. Christina, thank you, though, for that great reporting, as always.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you so much. And let's continue on discussing the latest in that turbulence within potentially that camp as well. I do want to put up this tweet from Jackie Heinrich talking about this here on Live Now from Fox, talking about 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern over Harris's path to victory. It may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow that she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. Don't believe that will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me, quote, I 100% agree. The path is very difficult to victory. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source close to the campaign said, I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Harris may be coming to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. So that's reporting there from Fox's Jackie Heinrich about what we're learning with this race for the White House. Not a lot of called. North Carolina was called for Trump, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin yet to be called at this point as well. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Let's bring in my colleague, Austin Westphal, also political analyst, Rich Rubino, to continue this feeling of what we're hearing from inside of the camps. Rich, I want to ask you, how concerning is it, and how real are these feelings of uncertainty within that camp?
I think it's a lot of uncertainty. It's probably a lot of pessimism within the Harris camp. I think that some of these places specifically, they thought that they were going to do a lot better when some of these counties came in. What's basically happening is that Donald Trump is overperforming. There's still a path, certainly, for Vice President Harris to win, but it's becoming a more and more narrow of a path. And I think that my guess is that there will certainly will not have the election called tonight, but it's becoming extremely, there obviously is a lot of pessimism within the Harris camp right now about the results and what they've seen.
I got to ask you about the blue wall, Rich. So as we look at our map here, the blue wall, that's something that everybody's been discussing ad nauseum. Of course, the blue wall states are Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Ever since 1992, these 3 states, they have voted as a unit. Most of the time, they voted blue. In 2016, though, they voted red. Why do these three states tend to vote as a unit? Is there any understanding?
Yes, and they're very similar, although Pennsylvania is not a Midwest state. It's more of a northeastern state. Michigan, Wisconsin, of course, are both Midwestern states. But there are a lot of those, what's a very important constituency, and those are white, blue-collar voters. Many of them are traditionally Democrats. Many of them were Reagan Democrats, but they came back to the Democratic Party, voted for Clinton twice, voted for Barack Obama twice, and then they moved over to Donald Trump. And I think part of that is trade agreements like NAFTA, for example, disproportionately had an effect on some of these counties and some of these parts of these states. As a result, there's been a lot of job losses, and whether it's right or wrong, they blamed it on trade agreements. And those trade agreements essentially had bipartisan support. NAFTA, for example, had Bill Clinton signing it with Bob Dole, Newt Gingrich, Bob Michel in the House and Senate, respectively, getting it through. A lot of Republicans were kind of free trade, laissez-faire Republicans. It didn't really go very well. It didn't bode well in these parts of the country. Now that you have Donald Trump, and that Donald Trump has gotten to the left, essentially, of the vice president of the Democratic Party on trade, talking about tariffs, a lot of traditional Democrats, independents, conservative Democrats went over and they voted for Donald Trump the first time, and you're seeing that again. It's a problem Democrats have. It's something when Bernie Sanders ran in 2016, he also took very similar positions on issues like trade. And the other thing is that the Republicans do not have the traditional kind of anti-labor rhetoric. For example, J.D. Vance is somebody who is opposed to the idea of right to work laws. They've tried to become more and more populist and more friendly to the workers to that respect. And I think that is certainly helping them and boding well in trying to unlock that what really was a hammerlock the Democrats had from 1992 to 2016.
All right, very, very good. I do want to ask you more about Trump and the movement that is behind him. And I want to put up several of these posts here on social media. This one saying there is still no sign of Harris at a rapidly thinning watch party at Howard University, her alma mater. She could be speaking soon to a nearly deserted campus if she does not appear soon. And that is in contrast to what we're seeing now at the Donald Trump party. And I believe we have a post there of him arriving at this Mar-a-Lago post, as you can see from the New York Post, saying Donald Trump arrived at Mar-a-Lago election night party there with some of his supporters as well. And Rich, I do want to ask you about something else that was said in that post, in the reporting from Jackie Heinrich, talking about the fact that his numbers, Trump's numbers, are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. What do we make of that, where Trump is, his numbers are higher than expected in some of the counties there from the Harris campaign and what they're expected? What does that mean?
You know, back in 1982, Tom Bradley, he was the mayor of Los Angeles, and he was running for governor of California. He was African-American, and he took polls, and the polls show he would win anywhere from 10 to 15 points. Then people went to the polls, and Tom Bradley ended up losing. And one of the arguments why he lost the race was the so-called Bradley effect, meaning that voters would tell pollsters that they were going to vote for him, and then when they actually got to the polls, they could not vote for an African-American. There are other factors as well. For example, Jerry Brown was running for Senate, and his campaign tended to flounder toward the end, and that had a disproportionate effect on Bradley. What I'm saying here is essentially that there might be voters in the suburbs of places like Philadelphia who tell pollsters, because they don't know who the pollster is, it's perhaps not politically correct to say you supported Trump. This is all speculation here, but they could be telling pollsters that they'll vote for Donald, that they're not going to vote for Donald Trump. But once they go in there, the Australian ballot or the secret ballot, if you will, they land up actually voting for Donald Trump. So that's one scenario. The other scenario is that Donald Trump's effort, they might just have a better get out the vote effort, and they might have just had a better ground game, and perhaps that ground game was kind of underappreciated, and now they're seeing the fruits of their labor.
Let's talk a little bit about Georgia. This is one state, Rich, that we've been focusing in on. And Georgia, it's interesting. Georgia right now has 93% of the votes counted right now. Trump has about a little bit over a 2-point lead over Harris. You've been following races so closely for so long, and you don't work for the Associated Press. That's who's calling these races for us. But when you look at these figures, what do you say about Harris's chances in the Peach State?
It looks very dim. I mean, we don't know, obviously, until we get 100% of turnout. It's obviously very close, but perhaps She did not maximize the votes that she could get in places like Fulton County. It's interesting because her strategy, she actually spent 2 days on the campaign trail just riding through South Georgia, Southwest Georgia, rural parts of Georgia, some of whom were traditionally Republican areas, to try to minimize the damage that they could have in those areas. It looks like it really was for naught. It didn't really have necessarily the effect that they thought it would. They also employed Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton went to many parts of southern Georgia, to traditionally culturally conservative, the types of people similar to those that Bill Clinton won over in 1992 when he actually won the state. He went out to try to get those. It looks like despite what Barack Obama did, despite what Bill Clinton did, despite what Harris did, and despite what Tim Walz did, they seem to be treading water right now. And if they lose Georgia, they certainly would need to take just about all 3 of those states. But Georgia's a very interesting state, certainly. It has some very Democratic areas right around Atlanta. You have to maximize your turnout, as well as some of the African-American areas toward the southeastern part of the southwestern part of the state. But it's going to be very interesting to see what the final results are going to be in the Peach State.
Yeah, I do want to ask you about that, because we're hearing different reports about Gwinnett County and maybe the delayed votes that they're going to kind of tally up there in that county. Talk about maybe some of the areas around Atlanta, because Gwinnett County around Atlanta, how strong are they for Kamala Harris? How important are some of those kind of areas around there going for Harris, and how critical will these be even if they are delayed?
It's a very interesting state. Right around Atlanta, you have areas like, for example, if you keep driving, you run into places like Marietta and Sandy Springs, which used to be very Republican. Newt Gingrich was actually represented that area for that area. So it was a very conservative congressional district. But when I say conservative, they're more or less fiscally conservative, but they're kind of socially moderate. And Donald Trump is kind of inhospitable to their ideology. So consequently, a lot of them now have a Democratic congresswoman, for example. So it's become more and more Democrat. I think this is what we're seeing around the country. This is part of the Trump effect, right? Trump does very well in rural areas of the country. He maximizes his vote, but he tends to falter in some of the suburban areas where Republicans like Ronald Reagan or George H.W. Bush were able to rack up big margins. They feel kind of alien to Donald Trump's kind of new populist type of an ideology. And those are the areas right around very much educated class, places like Marietta, where there's really not much of a Southern accent. Those are the types of places that I think Vice President Harris really thought she could capitalize on.
I got to ask you about Michigan, specifically about Wayne County. We see behind me here, 55% of the votes have been tallied in Wayne County. Right now, Harris has 58% of the vote. If we're going back to the Biden election 4 years ago, Biden won that county with 68% of the vote. Why is this particular county important, Rich? I'm sure you know this. This is one of the largest areas of Arab Americans in the country. Can you tell us about how their vote factors into this election? The Israel-Hamas war has been a major talking point of both campaigns.
Yes, very interesting. We saw Donald Trump the last weekend in the campaign actually going to Dearborn, Michigan. Dearborn, Michigan has the largest share of Muslim and Arab American voters per capita. But I think that there has really been a lot in the community have been inflamed. Last time around, Joe Biden won 86% of the Muslim vote. This time around, there was a poll taken by the Center for Islamic American Relations that showed Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate in that community, remember, we're just talking about Muslim Americans, was actually winning a plurality of the vote. It's not that they necessarily liked Jill Stein per se. It's more that they were trying to send a message to Vice President Harris that they wanted there to be an arms embargo, and many of them blamed Joe Biden and Vice President Harris for continuing to send arms to Israel that are used in Gaza. So this really has been a lot of disaffected voters, Muslim voters. Some of them are going to Donald Trump. Some of them will be going to Jill Stein. And some of them are going to certainly stay with Vice President Harris. But Donald Trump has went in there. He racked up some endorsements. Some mayors in that county certainly have endorsed his campaign. But it's really been a problem for the Democrats. It's similar to what Hubert Humphrey had in 1968 in the Vietnam War. He just could not bring out a lot of those anti-Vietnam War protesters to the Democratic side. This time around, Vice President Harris has had the same, very similar problem, trying to tell them that she's a little bit different from Joe Biden, and that she would favor some sort of a ceasefire. But certainly, you can see in the numbers that she's not doing as well as Joe Biden pre-Israel Gaza war.
All right, very good. Rich Rubino, thank you so much for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We're going to continue on covering all of the latest, but we do want to take a little bit of a break because we're monitoring all of these shots. But thanks you again. All right, let's give you some looks at what we're following here on Live Now from Fox of all of these states, of some of these hotly contested battleground states. In Georgia, I want to put up this post here as Donald Trump there at a lead almost over 2 points at this moment, 16 very critical electoral votes. In Pennsylvania, it is even tighter there, 19 electoral votes. Trump, though, in the lead at this point. So we're following the latest with that, as well as a key Senate seat in Pennsylvania up for grabs right now. Dave McCormick does lead that by just 1 percentage point. And we could be hearing from Dave McCormick here in a matter of moments. You can see the crowd somewhat get riled up at this stage there in Pennsylvania. So we'll take you out to this as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox. But we're also seeing movement right now in West Palm Beach, Florida, at the watch party for former President Donald Trump. We see someone on the stage. We don't know if they're setting up the microphone, getting everything. The stage is set. Camera phones are out at this point. But we're following the latest here well past midnight now, 40 minutes past the midnight here on Live Now from Fox for this. All right, let's slide away, continue here. Let me put up this before we go to break, just a new post from Jackie Heinrich, new reporting here saying 2 sources tell Jackie Heinrich close to the campaign say Harris will not address the crowd at Howard tonight. Cedric Richmond will come out and give remarks. Harris is expected to speak tomorrow, and you can imagine the crowd there at Howard University disappointed by this. You can see maybe some of them learning this news, hearing some about this, and potentially leaving for the night to see Harris tomorrow. The enthusiasm going off as is past midnight there. So plenty of people still waiting here on this election night. Let's line away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll get out to more top headlines after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. We're learning that no Kamala Harris tonight at that podium at Howard University. Instead, it will be Cedric Richmond there, the co-chair of the Harris campaign. Let's listen in to what he has to say here on Live Now from Fox on election night.
But you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address our supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
All right, a quick speech there from Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, saying Kamala Harris will not come out tonight, encouraging people to return tomorrow to Howard University, her alma mater, to see her. And you can see the crowds filtering out very, very quickly after this, well past midnight, 12:45 on the East Coast, as the crowds are dispersing. A disappointing night not to see the vice president there addressing the crowd, as we're still learning the route to 270 in place. We're also monitoring this live picture right now in West Palm Beach, Florida, at Mar-a-Lago, is West Palm Beach, where former President Donald Trump is in attendance. You can see plenty of camera phones out right now. I don't know if anyone will step to the podium here in just a matter of moments, but the mic check is going to be in place. But let's just continue to give you a roundup of what we're learning as some of the battleground states already called, that one being North Carolina, called a check mark next to his name for the former President Donald Trump. We have not heard other checks being placed in yet, but Trump expected to speak to supporters, to the crowd gathered. You just see the amount of enthusiasm on the ground there at this watch party. Almost 1 o'clock in the morning. He was in Grand Rapids about 24 hours ago exactly at the final campaign stop of this. Of course, he is at the West Palm Beach Convention Center there. Plenty of people in attendance for this, just down the road from Mar-a-Lago. So the excitement there is interesting, the contrast of what's going on right now on election night at West Palm Beach to what is going on at Howard University. Just wanted to give you a contrast of what we're looking at right there, right now. All right, let's bring into the conversation one more time Rich Rubino, as we could be here for Trump in just a second, but we did hear there from Cedric Richmond at Howard University. Rich, this is obviously not what they wanted to hear from Howard University. How unusual is it to not hear from one of the presidential candidates on election night, and what do we make of that recent speech?
It's very rare. What the kind of inside baseball going on is, I don't know. I think there's certainly precedent for that. For example, this is an interesting one. But back in 1976, when Gerald Ford lost, he literally lost his voice from all the campaigning, and Betty Ford had to read the concession speech. But I think it's very interesting. They obviously they're probably strategizing behind the scenes. They don't know exactly what they're going to say, but she certainly will come out tomorrow. And I don't think it's going to be settled for. I don't think this election will be settled for certainly in the near future.
Rich, we've been watching, and you see how happy they are. All of those red caps at this Trump event in Palm Beach, Florida. We still have not gotten official race calls from the Associated Press for Georgia, for Pennsylvania, for Michigan, and for Wisconsin. If I can here, if you'll take me in full, Andy Mack, I want to just tease out how exactly Trump's path could lead him to victory now. So we've been talking all day about how Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania would be his easiest path. Well, on top of that, he's also going to have to get Alaska, which we do expect, as long as everything falls the way that we expect it to. We expect eventually Alaska will be called in the red. Then there's these two little areas in Nebraska, and there's one in Maine as well. Let's just talk about this map, Rich. Ultimately, it's looking like states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Is it very possible that some of these battleground states won't end up mattering?
Yeah, theoretically, if one candidate can win 5 or 6 of the swing states and the election is pretty much over, I don't think that's going to be the scenario. I think that every battleground state will matter. Just the fact that we only have 7 battleground states is the first time you go back to 1980 when there were only 10 battleground states. They have such few battleground states. But I just want to say something interestingly. The reason that you're talking about Maine and Nebraska is because they award their electoral votes, unlike the other 48 states, to whoever wins their state. They award 2 electoral votes to the person who wins their state. And then the rest of the electoral votes are spread up to congressional districts. So the one in Nebraska, it's called the Blue Dot District. That's right around Omaha, and that's the college, kind of a college town. So it's the only part of Nebraska that is potentially blue. So that's very contested. And the reason Maine is contested, Maine, right around Portland, that area is very liberal. But if you go to the second congressional district, which starts right around Lewiston and Auburn at the bottom, and goes all the way up to Caribou, very rural district, that tends to be a little bit more red. So that's why those can matter. And there's theoretically a possibility that if one candidate musters just 269 electoral votes, that one electoral vote could put that person over the top. That's why Tim Walz, for example, actually spent 2 days campaigning in Nebraska trying to get that blue dot district in the favor of the Democrats.
All right, Rich, and I do want to ask you, because we are expected to hear from the former President Donald Trump here coming up in just a little bit. Of course, I want to put this up here as well, as Trump expected to speak shortly at the campaign watch party in Palm Beach as his YMCA walkout song comes on and Secret Service clears the lobby area here. So we could, in a matter of moments, hear from the former president as well. And I want to ask you just historical context, because Donald Trump has been in this scenario before, and we've seen him speak before some of these check marks have been placed by his name or by other people's names. What are we expecting to hear from him tonight? Could he come out and say that he won the election, even though the AP has yet to call it from him? What could we hear from Donald Trump at this speech?
That is very possible. Back in 2020, he essentially came out and said that he was at the White House at the time, that he believed he was going to win. But there is a very formidable possibility that he could say something like that. My guess is that he will say that we have to wait till the results. I think that because so far they seem to be in his favor, it's in his best interest to try to be cautious and just say something to the effect of "thank you everybody for coming," and then just kind of walk away and then hope that tomorrow he will receive a concession from Vice President Harris. But right now we really don't know. Once again, only one battleground state poll has come in, and there still is a possibility for Vice President Harris. I think that's why she didn't want to come out. She was trying to strategize what's going to happen tomorrow.
So let's just talk about what's the tradition when the race is not called yet. Let's be completely clear about that. The race has not been called by the Associated Press at this hour. But what is the order of operations when it comes to a concession? Does it start with one candidate making a personal phone call to the other?
Yes, that's how it's supposed to work. One candidate makes a phone call, says that they concede, and then the candidate goes out and gives a speech. And usually when he gives a speech, he said, the candidate usually is very nice and says, "I appreciate my opponent. I appreciate the campaign that he ran," something to that effect. That's usually the protocol. I don't know, because we're in such a divided time right now, if Vice President Harris would actually call up and give a concession speech, if Donald Trump would come on and, kind of applaud her. But that's usually kind of what happens. Sometimes if it's a blowout, like in 1984, Walter Mondale conceded very early. There was actually an issue back in 1980 because Jimmy Carter, when he losing in a landslide, he lost 44 states that year, called up former California Governor Ronald Reagan and conceded early. And Tip O'Neill, the Speaker of the House, blames Jimmy Carter for doing that for about 10 House seats in the West Coast, because what happened was a lot of people that were traditionally Democrats in Oregon, California, and Washington State did not come out and vote because they were depressed, because they believed that their presidential candidate had lost the race. So sometimes, even if you know you're going to lose the race badly, it's the best thing in order for your party. So the candidates that are trying to run on your coattails and are trying to get as many voters to come out, it's better for that sometimes that the candidate concedes as late as possible. 2000, Al Gore conceded to George W. Bush. Then a few hours later, called back and rescinded his endorsement. And George W. Bush said, "Are you saying that you're rescinding my endorsement?" To which Al Gore famously said, "You don't have to get snappy about it."
All right, very good. That's good historical context, and it's interesting to look back at previous election cycles, and see what happened before. And I do want to get to some news here on Live Now from Fox. Fox News is projecting that Trump will win Georgia, but the AP at this point, as we are relying on that, the Associated Press in a significant way has not called these 16 electoral votes yet for Trump 50.9 to 48.4 at this point. So he holds a significant lead, but Fox News reporting that Donald Trump will take the peach state, the AP not at this point. Let's talk about that.
Looks like we have
maybe
McCormick coming out.
Oh, looks like Dave McCormick has come out. Well, good eyes there, Austin. Rich, stick with us. We're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox, a key Senate seat there in Pennsylvania. Let's take us to it now here and hear from him on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, thank you. What a great group of friends. We are so honored to have you all here today. And how about my wife, Dina Powell? So to say that Dina and I are partners in this whole thing, and I wouldn't have done it without her, is an understatement. She is, this is something we decided to do together, something that we felt honored to try to do. It was a mountain to climb, and none of this would have ever happened without Dina. So thank you, Dina. And now I want to just ask the question, who's ready to save America? We got to do it. We've got to do it. And listen, this election night's not quite over, but about 85% of the vote is in. And we've looked at where all the rest of it coming, and it looks like we're headed in a very good direction. And listen, when we started this, Dina and I looked at the country. We feel like we've been blessed by everything America has to offer. Two of the luckiest people in the world. But that opportunity, that American dream is slipping away, and we got to get it back for every single Pennsylvanian and every single American. And we need new leadership. We need new leadership in the Senate to make sure that every single kid in Pennsylvania has the opportunity to be all that they can be, regardless of party, race, creed. We need to create opportunity for every single person. We need to create an economy that works for everybody. We need to secure our border. We need to have energy policy that protects the environment but also makes us secure and creates great jobs. The bottom line is we need leadership. We don't have it, and we're going to get it. And so, listen, in the coming days, the election results will be finalized. And when they are, we will look forward to a new agenda, a new America. And we'll look back on this day today and we'll say that was the day that we turned the corner. That was the day that we had new leadership in Pennsylvania. That was the day that we got our country back on track. And, you know, some of you know, I think most of you probably know, I had the opportunity to go to West Point, and my brother went to West Point, and my mom and dad went with us to West Point for 8 years in a row. And they hadn't gone back for 35 years, and we took them back last fall. And with Dina's parents as well, and we walked past the MacArthur statue, and it has a very famous speech etched in granite. And the speech says, duty, honor, country. Those three hallowed words reverently dictate what you ought to be, what you can be, what you will be. They are your rallying point to build courage when courage seems to fail, to regain faith when there seems little cause for faith, and to create hope when hope becomes forlorn. And that makes sense to me because this is a moment where we don't have enough leaders showing courage. This is a moment where Americans are losing faith. This isn't a moment where America is losing hope, but we can turn that page. We can look forward. We can have an America that works for everybody. It starts now. It starts with this election. It starts right here in Pennsylvania. And so from the bottom of our hearts, we have been so honored to campaign across Pennsylvania, 450 visits in every little town and every city. And the people we've met along the way have given us hope. They've given us faith. They've given us courage to want to represent and serve the great people of our Commonwealth. It'll be the honor of our lifetimes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, you can just listen in there. Dave McCormick making these speech to supporters as he leads this Senate race against the incumbent Bob Casey right there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We saw both the Harris and the Of course, we saw both the Harris and Trump campaigns in that state yesterday on the final day of campaigning on the eve of the election. So we're still awaiting to hear from the former President Donald Trump there in West Palm Beach, Florida at that convention center. He's expected to make some remarks coming up in just a little bit of time. I do want to put up this here just to give you a sense of what we're looking at that Senate seat, as Dave McCormick does have a lead, almost 2 points over the incumbent Bob Casey right now in that state in Pennsylvania. So a very critical swing vote potentially, as the incumbent could be flipped in terms of blue to red right now. So we're following the latest here on this, and we do want to give you another call, and Fox News was reporting it just a little bit ago. We are relying on the Associated Press right here about Georgia, and we are just hearing this call coming in right now at this point, talking about Donald Trump winning Georgia here just about 1 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. As you can see, the check mark next to the name of the former president right now over Kamala Harris, the vice president. So it is now 2:46, closing in ever closer to that 270 mark right now, some 24 away at this point. Kamala Harris, 210 right now for this. So let's just continue on. I do want to give you just a contrast of what we saw just a little bit ago there in West Palm Beach, Florida at this convention center, of what's coming up in just a little bit, but also what we heard from Howard University in Washington, D.C. is Cedric Richmond did make remarks to a crowd, telling the crowd there that Kamala Harris would not be making a speech tonight. Let's take you right now back out to this, if you missed it, because it was very brief, a 90-second remarks from him, the co-chair of this Harris campaign. Let's listen into what he had to say just a little bit ago.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
That was a quick remarks there from Cedric Richmond there, the co-chair of the Harris campaign just a little bit ago. We wanted to bring you to those because it was only 90 seconds, a brief remarks saying that Kamala Harris would not be speaking to her supporters tonight there on this election eve. We also are expecting to hear from the former President Donald Trump in West Palm Beach, Florida. You can see the crowd already on their feet awaiting him to take the stage. And this comes as we are learning that Trump AP is calling it in favor, Georgia going for Trump right now. Let's continue on. Let's bring in Rich one more time here on Live Now from Fox before we hear from the former President Donald Trump, could be the next president as well. How critical was Georgia being called for him, and maybe how closer is he to regaining the White House?
Very important state. It's a state that Bill Clinton won in 1992, lost in 1996. Barack Obama was the only president to Barack Obama rather carried it, and Joe Biden certainly carried it in 2020. So it's a very critical state. It's a state that Vice President Harris spent 2 days just simply going around the state, going from event to event. They spent an inordinate amount of time trying to muster the electoral votes of Georgia. I think they viewed it as absolutely critical. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily decisive, but the fact that they've lost North Carolina was the closest state that Donald Trump won last time, and Georgia, which Joe Biden barely won last time by about 11,000 votes. It's obviously is something that it's a good omen for the Trump campaign.
Rich, yeah, ultimately, Rich. Let's kind of play this out for us here. So, We're talking about Trump with 247 electoral votes at this time. That means he needs 23 more. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes. Michigan has 15. Wisconsin 10. I've already gone over some of these little districts in Maine and Nebraska. Oh, and it looks like we're actually, this is the first time I'm seeing that we're starting to see some results out of Nevada. Let's pull this up. 75% of the votes being tallied. Looks like Trump has 51, just about 51% of the vote. Harris with 47.6% of the vote. So it looks like Trump has a 3-point advantage in Nevada with 3/4 of the vote tabulated. Rich, your reaction?
Yes, well, Nevada is a state. It only has 6 electoral votes. It's really the smallest of the showdown states. It's a state that if you go back to last weekend, last Friday, for example, Vice President Harris was in Reno. Donald Trump was in North Las Vegas. The state that you have Clark County, which is 70% of the state, which includes Las Vegas, which tends to be more Democrat, and then you have Reno and Carson City kind of up on the edge, kind of on the northwestern part of the state. And then you have a lot of very rural counties. Sometimes it's very hard to have a ground game because you're talking about very few voters. But if you can really maximize yourself in some of those kind of rural areas for the Republican, it can very much benefit. It can very much benefit the Republican presidential candidate. But I think this certainly does not bode well for President Harris in that she obviously when you're there the weekend before the election and you're in a place like Reno, it's a state that you expect to win, and it's a state that you believe is critical to your political future.
No, that is a very good point, Rich, as we're continuing to follow the latest with all of this. And I do want to put up just the other one because I think Austin talked about it where it was 23, and we were talking about it just a little bit ago as only 24. But this was the one vote, the one electoral vote that he did get out of Nebraska, District 1 there, Donald Trump winning that one, as it's a little bit of an interesting one with Nebraska and Maine as well. And as you're looking at this, the Electoral College, the race to 270, you talk about Pennsylvania being so very, very important. What other states could be you're focusing on over this next day to get him to that 270 mark?
I think it's those blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. They were all states from 1992 through 2016, went for the Democrat every single year, including John Kerry in 2004 when he lost. Donald Trump was able to upend his opponent Hillary Clinton in 2016 in all 3 of those states. It's very hard to see a scenario if he can win. If he can win 2 of those states, I think he's going to be elected as president of the United States. And the polls right now are showing him a couple of points ahead. So it's not impossible for Vice President Harris to win here, but she really needs she really needs almost an inside straight to be victorious here.
Rich, thank you very much for all the the always informative Rich Rubino, one of my favorite people to talk politics with. We appreciate you on this big night.
Thank you. I greatly enjoyed it.
All right. Thank you so much, Rich. We appreciate your time. As always, we'll let you sign off as well as we continue on. But we're going to hear soon enough from the former President Donald Trump coming up here in just a little bit there in West Palm Beach, Florida, Of course, we're following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox, a live picture there inside of this convention hall as well. So he will be soon to take the stage. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll be back after this.
All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we are taking a live look out there in Palm Beach, Florida at the watch party for former President Donald Trump. Here on your screen, a live look as we can see RFK Jr., and we are expecting the former president to make some remarks already the day after Election Day has passed. Thank you all for sticking with us here throughout this day, and it keeps on going. My name is Karel Lahara. So once again, a couple of vantage points that we have here. We also have this one, a close-up look at the podium there, in which we are awaiting for the former president to speak up, make some remarks. Not really sure when that's going to get started at this point, but it's just one of the stories that we continue to follow here. And so while we wait for this to get underway, let's kind of backtrack a little bit and talk about what we have seen throughout these last several hours. So to do that, I would like to bring into the conversation once again my colleague and friend here, Austin Westfall. Austin has been with us all day long today, and man, a lot of stuff to keep track of. Austin.
Karel, good to be with you as we close out our evening here, at least in our West Coast newsroom. Let's pull up the map that we've been staring at all night, and let's just get a gist of where things stand for now. Harris is at 210. Trump is just 23 electoral votes away. 23 electoral votes away from the big prize. Where can he get those 23 electoral votes? Well, there's 19 in Pennsylvania. That, paired with Michigan, will do it. Pennsylvania, paired with Wisconsin, that'll do it. Michigan, paired with Wisconsin, that'll do it as well. Alaska, pink right now. We're finally starting to get some results in from Alaska. Right now, the preliminary results, 15% of the vote in right now. Trump, as expected, has a pretty healthy lead, about a 15-point lead over Harris. 3 electoral votes at stake in Alaska. Let's just zoom in before we bring in our next guest, because I just want to bring you the latest numbers and the latest vote tallies out of the battlegrounds. Wisconsin right now has tabulated 86% of the votes, and right now Trump has roughly a 4-point lead over Harris. Let's look at Michigan. 61% of the votes have been counted, and that's a sizable lead that Trump has in Michigan. Still 39% of the votes to be tallied, but at this point we're talking about Trump having roughly about a 6% vote. He has quite the advantage over Harris in Michigan right now. Pennsylvania, let's pull this up. 90% of the votes counted so far in what's considered the most pivotal swing state. We have 51.2% of the vote going for Donald Trump so far. 90% of the ballots have been counted. So we're talking about roughly a 3.5% advantage for Trump in the Keystone State. We've now been getting results in from states like Nevada. Nevada, it was taking a bit. We didn't get anything from them for quite some time, but now 3/4 of the vote is in. Trump has around a 3-point lead in Harris in Nevada. Arizona, we're not entirely sure if we'll get any more vote tallies in for the rest of the night. Arizona has been stuck at 51% ever since they released their initial batch. All of this is to say, Karel, when we zoom out on this map, we see a whole lot of red, we see a whole lot of pink. What we don't have yet is an official race call from AP. We'll leave it at that for now.
All right, Austin, and I know you've been a trooper here, out for hours, so we're going to have to wait and see. Like you said, still kind of waiting for more of these results to be confirmed, and we do have this tracker here on our screen. Right now, 247 and 210 for Harris. It's a countdown to 270. Austin Westfall. We'll check in soon. All right, let's continue on here. Of course, as I do want to bring you once again out to this live picture of a podium there in Palm Beach, Florida. As I said before, we are waiting to see if we're going to hear from former President Donald Trump. Right now, that is kind of the news that's going around here. And we do know that a little earlier today, we were informed that Vice President Kamala Harris was not going to be speaking to all of her supporters that came out to see her at Howard University. That was her alma mater there in Washington, D.C. Now, while we wait for this to get underway, let's continue to talk more about these campaign strategies and more specifically why some of these candidates choose to speak and why some of them don't. So to do that, I'd like to bring into the conversation now Casey Myers. He is a professor of public relations at Virginia Tech. Casey, good to see you. I know it's late over there on the East Coast, but first, initial reactions when you hear that Vice President Harris wouldn't be addressing all those people that came out to see her.
Well, it's no surprise given what we've seen in the polls and what we've seen in the results. And as the map shows, I mean, the path to victory for Trump is multifaceted. And you look at Harris, I mean, she would have to really pull an upset and so many different states that are leaning Republican and win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And if she loses one of those, I mean, her path to victory is very limited, right? So one of the things that I think that we're seeing is that she knows these numbers. She may have even more numbers than what we have access to that are demonstrating to her that maybe victory is not in sight. And so it is not atypical for someone to just not address the supporters that night, but then wait for the next day. And we saw that in 2016.
All right, so Casey, and also we have been previewing, of course, this shot that I continue to show here. Former President Donald Trump going to speak here. It seems a little bit like deja vu. We saw something similar back in 2016. We didn't hear from Hillary Clinton right after those election results were first coming in, but we did hear from the former president. So what can we expect from that appearance tonight?
Well, I think the big question about that appearance is going to be, what does he say to the supporters? I mean, obviously, it's going to be the things about, thanking them for their support. But is he going to declare victory? Is he going to say that victory's in sight, or we're still waiting to kind of see what the final vote tally is going to be? In all likelihood, the final every vote counted and accounted for is going to happen not tonight. It's going to happen days from now. And so are we waiting on that, or is he going to say, looks like that we're headed to a victory now, and it does appear that he is. The question I think now is how, what is each state? How is it going to come down? What is that margin going to be? There's also going to be this question about the popular vote, and we don't know what that is yet. Could there be a Trump winning the popular vote? That's something that's been a kind of a recent development as of tonight. A few days ago, we were looking at polls and other outcomes that kind of didn't account for that. So what I'm looking for from him is to see what he says about his own victory and see what he says about, the states that he is at a head in.
Just want to remind our viewers that we continue on with this, a live look there in Palm Beach County as we await for former President Trump. And here joining us still is Casey Myers, Virginia Tech public relations professor. So, Casey, continuing on with this point, because, it really is a question of when, I feel, at this moment, the former president is going to come out here. What kind of, what's the thinking behind this, especially when we see that so many of these people come out? I know that you discussed a little bit about wondering what they're going to say exactly, but how much does it really mean to a campaign, especially because we don't know exactly who is going to be the next president? I mean, is this more positive, more negative? What's that strategy?
Well, I would say that there's obviously the signal is positive because he's addressing his supporters tonight. There seems to be from that shot a lot of enthusiasm in the audience. And so I would see that as a net positive. And obviously Harris not addressing her supporters and them going home is a negative. But again, one of the questions that we have right now is he waiting to hear some of these final tallies? It is all likelihood Alaska would go Republican, is traditionally Republican. It looks like from the polls that Pennsylvania is Republican. It was just not been called by anybody yet. Michigan and Wisconsin, and Nevada are still states that we don't know yet either, but are leaning Republican. So again, is he waiting for something in terms of an account to come back to the to his headquarters, and then also what is he going to say to the supporters in terms of his victory? Is this kind of the traditional victory speech? If you remember back in 2016 when he addressed the supporters, it was a victory speech, and again, that's typical of elections, but on the winning side, to address the supporters that evening, and with the person that loses the election addressing their supporters maybe that evening or maybe the day after, or as information comes in. But again, in these kind of close elections, you have long election nights. And again, the fact that they're sticking around is a sign that I think that they are pretty optimistic about the outcome.
Right, and I think I want to go back to this point that I had made, that back in 2016, we did see something similar with Trump addressing his supporters before Hillary Clinton did. Of course, he did win during that election. What does that say about each of these candidates? Is this something that's distinct to perhaps the Republican versus the Democratic Party, or are we just talking specific on personalities here?
I think it's the personality of the candidates, but I also think it's the reality of momentum, right? So Trump clearly has the momentum going into this evening, particularly now. I think there's a lot of excitement around some of the numbers that have come back, and the statistical possibility of a Harris victory, I mean, is diminished tremendously by how you're seeing Trump outperform in some of these areas in Pennsylvania, and particularly doing better than he did in some areas than he did in 2016 even. And then you also see a Harris underperform in some of the areas that she needs to win. You know, what she had to do was to recreate the Biden coalition in 2020 and get that coalition out, and then also hope that a lot of the kind of disaffected Trump voters didn't show up, didn't support him. Some of the undecideds leaned toward her and not toward him. And that didn't really materialize tonight in states like Georgia and North Carolina, which they saw as potential pickup states. Again, the other thing that's is very telling about this election in terms of some of the results is that we're seeing many of the kind of urban cities that have traditionally been very Democratic. They're still Democratic, but it's about that margin. You know, Trump's margins are, you know, a little bit better than they were in 2020. And in the swing state, that makes a lot of difference. And so, again, I think that everybody's kind of reading into that data, looking at the statistical probabilities, looking at, you know, what is the percent chance of being able to win, and how many votes you need left with all of the votes that have come in states like Pennsylvania. And they're doing the math too, and they know that, you know, in all likelihood, you're looking at a victory. So again, I think both sides are doing that calculation, and as traditionally, you know, the victor's going to address his or her constituency groups and supporters that evening of the election.
You know, Casey, hindsight is 2020, and I just had to put up this live picture that we have there because you can see the crowd kind of going wild, dancing around. There's a lot of optimism, a lot of momentum there in Florida, even though we're way past midnight at this point. But I want to bring us back to just last night, actually, because we did have some dueling campaign rallies. At the same time, we heard a speech from Vice President Harris in Philadelphia, her final one before Election Day. And then we heard from former President Trump in Grand Rapids, Michigan. To just kind of compare and contrast both of those speeches, I think Harris spoke for about maybe 20 minutes or so. Trump went for almost 2 hours. Do you think that that was really appealing to those supporters, and based on what we've seen today with these elections?
I think Trump's supporters are very loyal, and I think that his base clearly has an affection for him, and that's the kind of speech they want to hear, and they're very receptive to that message. I think Trump really did in the last days of the campaign seize upon a lot of issues. I mean, he took a negative, which was the comedian's joke about garbage, and then used Biden's comment to then reverse that negative momentum for something for himself. And so, again, that's really kind of the momentum going into the end of the campaign. Some of the things that he was doing, I mean, we think about, you know, and there will be a lot of kind of after the fact analysis of what went on into this election and what made him win in some of these states that were really kind of toss-up states. But I think a lot of it has to do with just consistency of message, staying on message, having events, having rallies. It's an unconventional way of campaigning. It's not the traditional going door to door and canvassing. It's also not a campaign that outraised its opponent. So that's been a kind of a narrative that we've seen in a lot of elections where, you know, the person that raises the most money wins. You know, Harris had a campaign fundraising advantage on Trump. So again, I think that it kind of the momentum going into the end, and there were some people kind of reading those signs, and it was not polling, it was just sort of gut instinct saying, you know, there's some momentum here. There's something going on that we think that this may end in a Trump victory. And so I think that that's really one of those things that polls may not capture very well. It's just enthusiasm and just sort of the momentum of the campaign. And we saw that with Trump. And Harris had some of that as well with celebrity endorsements and some of her supporters coming out for her rallies as well. But again, it just seemed like Trump had that edge in that area. area. So I would say that this is something that maybe a lot of his supporters were anticipating. I think they were cautious about it, though, just given the fact that they had lost in 2020 and given the fact that, some of these polls were just such razor thin margins.
So speaking on the fact that so many analysts are going to be looking at this, again, kind of backtracking a little bit here, when we compared Trump and Harris and getting to this pivotal moment, now in the election cycle, where we're seeing this, tight margins, but at the same time, like you were mentioning, how Harris, she did have all of that optimism right at the beginning. And now it's kind of materialized to this point where it's looking like, the former president is really ahead in many of these states, kind of garnering all of that. When we think about the messaging that both of them had, what are some of the comparisons that you can draw on that perhaps, Trump or Harris even maybe were stronger at kind of driving that point home and having voters trust in them?
So I think that what Trump understood in his messaging was that he understood what resonated with voters. And so the big issues, the economy, immigration, crime, and then also reproductive rights is another issue that's more of a Democratic issue. But the top three issues of immigration, economy, and crime were something that Trump was running ahead on. Now, what Harris and the Democrats were running on was a kind of a stance of anti-Trump sentiment, and I think they were also running on reproductive rights, which had actually been a very successful talking point for Democrats in 2022 during those midterm elections. So they're running on that, but again, Trump, I think, had a message that resonated with voters, particularly some of these voters that may have been undecided or may have voted for Trump in 2016 and then voted for Biden in 2020. And so I think that as we look back on the election, that's going to be one of the big issues that we are talking about in terms of, what was the kind of the messaging around each candidate. The other thing is that I think there's going to be a lot of discussion around how Harris came in to being the nominee. So we had Biden as the nominee, had a terrible debate performance, and then Harris emerges as the nominee, not going through that primary kind of fight that most candidates have to go through. And did that hurt her in a way to not introduce her to the American public? Did that hurt her and the ability to just get organized? Does that slow momentum? And we know, historically speaking, candidates that come out of really tight primary fights are weaker in the general. So she didn't have that, but she also, the Democrats as a whole, kind of didn't coalesce around a candidate early enough. I think another question that we're going to have in kind of the post-election analysis, should Trump prevail, is, was her vice presidential selection the right one? And so there's going to be a lot of talk. If she had gotten Shapiro, would this be a different election outcome, particularly in a state like Pennsylvania? But again, that's all kind of hindsight being 2020, and is making a lot of assumptions that one incident kind of caused a certain result. I think it's an amalgamation of things in this election that really has led to the point that we are right now.
All right, Casey, at just about 1:30 in the morning over there on the East Coast. So we have been up very late here, of course, here. News never sleeps, especially on an election day. But before I let you go, any final thoughts that you had maybe when it comes to the political strategy, the campaigns, how they handled this really surprising election cycle, I would say? I mean, it was only a few months ago that it was Joe Biden that was going to be running as the Democratic nominee.
This has probably been the most unusual election in the history of the United States. And I can't overstate that. It's just the events that took place, the way that the campaign has played out. I think maybe even what we're going to see tonight in the campaign results. One of the things that I would look at, though, in this election that's very interesting is we have a lot of down ballot races in the U.S. Senate, the U.S. House, and that is a real kind of interesting dynamic as well. We know that we've had a Republican pickups in several key states, probably maybe more as the night goes on, but it's a Republican majority in the Senate. What's the House going to look like? If Trump's elected, does he have two chambers in Congress? And how is he going to leverage that to get his agenda through? And so this is just an unusual election. It's a long election night, but something that I think is really going to result in, I think, a net victory for Republicans.
Oof, that's a big statement there to say, but maybe not so bad given the facts that we've seen and kind of how everything has played out throughout the day today. Just before this, I mean, it was nobody really knew who was going to come out on top, but that's just how elections go, right? In this election cycle. Casey Myers there, a public relations professor at Virginia Tech. We appreciate your time. We hope to check in soon, and we'll have to see how this all plays out.
Thank you.
Of course, we want to step away for a quick commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. A reminder, though, that we are still waiting to see if former President Donald Trump, not if he's going to speak, it's kind of expected that he will, but when is the question at this point. And plus, we are still tracking all of these results that continue to be called, not just within the presidential race, but all of these other state, Senate, and House races as well. So we'll have more coming up. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. My name is Corel Lahara, and we are continuing with our election night coverage, giving you a live vantage point right now out of Palm Beach in Florida. We're still waiting to see when former President Donald Trump will step up to this podium. We do have also this, another vantage point there. And I do want to continue on with some more breaking news that we're getting in at this moment as we continue to track all of these races in the states that are being called. I want to bring this one up next year. Take a look at this. So AP has not called it just yet. Fox News is reporting, though, that former President Donald Trump did win Pennsylvania. Now, that's one of the states that we are really watching out for here. If anything, it's the one that we have been monitoring all day today, because Harris's clear path to victory would have been to win Pennsylvania. And then I want to bring up this as well as we talk about New Hampshire, some more of these states that we continue to track here. The AP has called this one, however, Vice President Kamala Harris winning New Hampshire there, 51% to 48. To continue this conversation, I'd like to bring in to the program now, obviously, someone who has been with us all day today, my colleague here, Austin Westfall. Austin, fill us in. What are we tracking?
Let's take a look at the map. Let's pull it up. So we're looking at 214 for Harris at this point. Trump still at 247. Now, the Associated Press has not called Pennsylvania yet. That's where we're going to be getting our figures from. The Associated Press has not been able to call it yet. We have heard from Fox News that they've called that race. As soon as we hear any major updates from the Associated Press, we'll bring those to you as soon as it comes through. But for now, here's what we're working with. We have Alaska in play. We've got Pennsylvania in play, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Trump at 247. That means that he's going to need 23 electoral votes in order to claim the top prize. Where can he get those 23 from? Well, 19 of them can come from Pennsylvania. He can add 15 with Michigan. He can add 10 with Wisconsin. Any combination of these two will give Trump the presidency. Also, something that can give Trump the presidency is Pennsylvania. This one little district in Maine, that's worth 1 vote, so 19 plus 1 plus 3 in Alaska. That would give us the math in order to give Trump a victory there. So when we play this out, let's go around, because it is fascinating to see how these battleground states have played out over the night. We're now at 88% in Wisconsin. Trump is up by over 4 points in Wisconsin. This was something, if you were following the polls as closely as so many of us were in the lead up to this election, true toss-up was expected in Wisconsin. 4 points is how much Trump is up by right now. And again, that's with 88% of the vote being tabulated. Let's go to Michigan now. Michigan, a little bit fewer of the votes counted, 64% of them counted so far. But what we're seeing here is about a 6.5% advantage in Trump's favor in Michigan. These are pretty big numbers for Trump to overcome. We're watching very closely, Carell, all of these blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We're up to 93% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania at this point. Trump is up by 3 points on the nose. Ever since 1992, the blue wall, they have voted as a unit. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, they usually vote blue. In 2016, all 3 of them flipped red right here on 2024. Right now, they're all leaning red. It's very possible that they could all vote as a unit again today. That's something that we're going to have to wait for the Associated Press to call. In the meantime, there are 2 other battlegrounds of note. Arizona, as we've been mentioning, still stuck at 51%. We're not entirely sure if we'll get more votes from them throughout the night. The last one I'll bring you, Nevada. 3/4 of the votes tabulated so far. Trump has a healthy lead in that race. Roughly, it looks like 3.5 points that Trump is up. So, Carell, there is not a battleground on this map that former President Trump is not either winning or leaning winning right now. We've already called Georgia and North Carolina in Trump's favor, according to the AP. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, still not called, but we will, of course, be watching Pennsylvania very closely.
I mean, Austin, I'm looking at this map behind you, and it is all red, my friend. It's quite surprising, but I guess no shortage of surprises during this election cycle. And let's continue this conversation now. I'd like to bring into the program Richard Gordon. He is a political analyst. Now, Richard, when you're looking at this breakdown that we're giving you here, the fact that Fox News has already projected that Trump would take Pennsylvania, even though Harris did take New Hampshire, I mean, what are you thinking at this moment?
Well, first of all, good morning, and it's good to see you. I have to say, I think like most people, I'm in a bit of a state of shock. I think that no one really saw this coming, and I think it's a very surprising outcome. Once again, I think we have to say to ourselves, what are the polls really doing? What are they really saying? Because they have historically been incapable of polling Donald Trump. This has happened time and time again. He always overperforms. I mean, the one thing we can say is that if you look at Donald Trump's poll numbers and you add 3, you come to just about what he's going to get. And if you look at where he was in the polls as of this morning, well, as of Election Day morning, and you add +3, it's almost exactly where he is. So it's a pretty surprising event. In that I think, once again, the pollsters and the prognosticators, they all seem to have missed it.
Was there anything that we learned from 2016 about why the polls have such a tough time tracking exactly how Trump voters think?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I think 2016 was very different than this year. I think in 2016, people just out and out lied. I think people did not want to fess up to the fact that they're voting for Donald Trump. I think back at the time, people were either embarrassed or whatever it was. They didn't want to admit that they were voting for Donald Trump, and so they weren't truthful. I think what you're seeing tonight, and this is going to I think this is going to take some time for pollsters and professionals in the business to figure out, is how did they miss this? I don't think you had the same issue that you had in 16. I think they missed a lot of young people. I think they missed a lot of blacks. I think they missed a lot of Hispanics. I think there were great issues with the polling this time that they didn't count. They severely undercounted Donald Trump, and they severely undercounted him in certain constituencies, which are clearly coming home to him that were unexpected.
You know, Austin, I can't remember who we spoke to earlier today because we've been doing this for so many hours now, but we had another political analyst come on and say something to the point of, the polling these days is just not effective. So, people track them for months here to try to give us a prediction, but it just, like you said now, it just doesn't come to fruition no matter what they do. So what needs to happen? How does this cycle even compare to the ones in the past?
Well, I think the polling community, the public service survey community is going to have to really figure out what's going on. I mean, in all fairness, things have changed radically as far as the technology goes. I mean, there used to be a time that they only polled people who had landline telephones. They used to poll people based on economics, people who had certain magazine subscriptions, and they were off. And polling changes as history changes, as technology changes. People now are almost all cell phones, almost all using computers. It's a very different way to reach the public. And I think the polling community is going to have to figure out a way to do it, or it's just not going to get used anymore. You're not going to report it anymore because it has no relevance if it's not true. And if you look across the board tonight, not just in the presidential, but in other ways, there have been major changes that they just didn't pick up.
So, Richard, question about the blue wall. We've talked so much about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I've said multiple times tonight that ever since 1992, these three states have voted together. In 2016, they voted red. Every other time since 1992, they have voted blue. Why is it that these three states tend to vote together?
Well, it's interesting. It makes sense they vote together. We've created states sort of somewhat arbitrarily, somewhat historically, but the people are the same. The issues are the same. The issues of someone in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania are very, very similar. People voted tonight for their pocketbooks. People are really, really fed up with the high cost of things. And that's really what you're seeing out there. And the people in Wisconsin and the people in Pennsylvania are very similar in how they look at these things. So it makes sense they vote together. I mean, if we didn't have these arbitrary state boundaries, there'd be one huge state and, we wouldn't be so surprised. Look, the cities are going to vote a certain way, and we're seeing that tonight. Now, the cities are way under where they were for President Biden 4 years ago. The urban centers are not voting for Harris the same way they voted for Biden. So we're seeing that, but generally the states are very similar. People aren't all that different. You might live in one state or another, but the economies of the three states are very similar. It makes a lot of sense that they would vote the same way.
Rich, it's so funny. When I was listening to the answer that you were giving me about the polling, I think it was you this morning that asked a question about a polling and why it hasn't been so effective. That just shows how long we've been doing this and how long you've been on here with us, kind of breaking this all down. And to that point,
Jackie Rosen, wow. We're talking about historic numbers here. If all of these dominoes fall, you're talking about a Senate that could be 54-46, 55-45. That wasn't in the cards.
Not
That
at
wasn't
all.
on anybody's bingo card when you came into election night.
But these candidates have all fought really strong races, and they have all closed in a very strong way. And in fact, many of them were sort of pulling into +5, +6 in just over the last 3 weeks. So it's a fascinating part of the story. Hopefully we'll be able to call some more of those soon.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says with these coattails, you could see the House going Republican as well, and that would be a part of this story as well. Let's go back out to Trace Gallagher on the West Coast with his panel. Hey, Trace.
Brett, thank you. Martha, thank you as well. We've got our panel, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kayla McGee-White, and Jono Caldwell. You're talking to your panel, Brett and Martha, and we were talking to ours, and Kayla McGee-White was struck by the whole concept that, again, Trump was undercounted. Kayla McGee.
This is the third consecutive polling miss in a presidential cycle for Donald Trump, and we really need to be asking ourselves, why do they keep getting it wrong? And at this point, it is a choice. Back in 2016, you could argue that you were blindsided. You didn't expect it. You cannot say that anymore. This was predictable from the very start. And I think the reason they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even worse, they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianna, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think it's worth talking about.
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents like, you better thank a union member, all of these things. This community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was, to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this has become nonsensical to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in. And so they, were saying, I'm not just that enthusiastic. Yeah. And I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve.
I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory.
Oh, we got to jump back.
Sense.
Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming out.
Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States. Former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out But we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Brit Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
You know, he often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term, in his term as president, by the fact that he didn't really know Washington, and he was new to this realm that he had come to win the presidency in, and he promises us that now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in the days and weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're joined by Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy, and Katie Pavlich. Kayleigh, you've been a part of the last administration. You've seen you can see the joy on all these people's faces. Think about the angst and the, all that this campaign has been through. And now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come-from-behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time, and that's due to former President, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kayleigh's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that.
I hope you're right.
I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractors.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again.
Yeah.
And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump. Katie.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice, and the second time around he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
He could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House, but he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the lessons he's learned about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him. And I think you should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with him.
Britt, what do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong there?
Well, I think it's going to be, agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for a consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that, if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Dana?
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious, and you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her, and I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone, Kayla. I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story. And I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all of the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never-Trumpers, the Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol, and people like that who seem to abandon everything they'd ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
Kellyanne? We'll get to the never-Trumpers soon enough and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personalities. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed a call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him, and I said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them, too. Yep. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obamas and the Clintons were there. I was there to see it myself. And then something just changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon, 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They got to get. They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They have him. They had him in a courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him, and whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with you. I'm just saying be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward. I agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I heard a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. He's going to, I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while. but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think he. I don't know him as well as you, but I think the people around him can be gracious as well.
That's a different question.
We can always hope.
Yeah, well, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion worth of bill.
Wow.
B, if you spend $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, the presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a check you can write to for every American? What did you say?
About $50. It's about 40.
I want my $50.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable.
Yeah.
This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach people. But I think it's really interesting and something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these endorsements.
You know what I was struck by? The final
and Musk and the rest of them.
The final ads where they were
excellent.
They talked about making America great again, but then ending with the assassination attempt and that fist in the air, the iconic image, and the fight, fight, fight.
Absolutely.
Warrior president.
And it worked.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, toughest son of a gun we ever saw. And that was the last note we see in that ad. And I think, I think for whatever you think of the guy, you got to admire that.
Yep.
I mean, the adversity that he's faced, everything we've seen in other presidencies and other political figures who've gone through all kinds of trouble, are pale in comparison to what he's been put through.
No,
maybe it's time for his enemies to stop it.
Not only that, but the energy that he has is truly amazing. He's the Energizer Bunny. Let's check in with Aisha Hasni, speaking of the Energizer Bunny, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Aisha, this has been a big night all night long. I'm sure it's really getting fever pitch now.
A big night, Brett and Martha, a long campaign for the former president, for all of us, the press corps that have been following him around now for more than a year. The crowd went absolutely nuts when Fox News called it here, and people were hugging each other, they were high-fiving each other, that people were on FaceTiming. I think they were just couldn't believe it that this happened tonight and they didn't have to wait days and days and days. We are now awaiting the former president to take the podium. He is here in the building, as is his running mate, now Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. They're backstage. We were told they were going to come out as soon as the election was called, and so now we're just waiting. We asked for a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one, but hopefully we will see him soon. And so I just want to add a little bit of perspective, just as a Capitol Hill reporter that's been covering the former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with many powerful Republicans who did not want to see the former president back in Washington, and then to see the legal battles that he went through and Republicans having to stand up for him. And then he went through the primary process. As Kellyanne Conway just said, he earned it state by state by state, and then came back to Washington in the spring and went to the RNC and claimed the nomination. This is the greatest comeback that I've ever witnessed personally myself. And so I look forward to seeing what he says to the country here tonight and to his supporters. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you. The Harris team is now texting to say Vice President Harris will speak tomorrow, and that will be her response to the election results. That's all we have from the Harris team, which is really strange. I mean, from a PR perspective, Dan?
No, I also just think it's a shame, because I remember when John Kerry did this to George W. Bush in 2004, and you work so hard, and I know that they're disappointed, but you should concede and let your opponent have their election night, and let everybody that's there at Trump, at Mar-a-Lago, where are they? They're in Palm Beach.
They're in West Palm at the convention center.
At the convention center, like, let them have their moment without anyone. Like, I remember Andy Card had to come in and say, well, yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry concedes, and then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait, and you don't get that moment. I don't think it's right. And
that's not to say there's not going to be a phone call. There could be a phone call tonight, but she's not going to speak publicly.
If there's a phone call, they have to make it public. And then nobody needs to hear from her. So if I were her, I would do it tonight.
I mean, that whole setup in front of Howard University.
Yes, all of her people were already there.
Everybody was there, and it does feel like you want to just collect the moment and do it the way that people used to.
They were holding out hope. They were holding out hope that the blue wall could somehow come together, but it's going to be a red wall.
90 minutes before that, they were told to go to bed.
Yeah. I got that text.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said, everyone can go to bed and come back tomorrow. So
she didn't even address her own supporters. We want her to call President Trump. She didn't talk to the people who were assembled there for hours for her. It just seems very ungracious. By the way, it ended up being a very bad split screen. You probably couldn't see it in here, but they're filing out, and he's expanding his folks, and they're all excited for him. Look, I think that Kamala Harris was a sign of the times, but I think that Trump's a metaphor for the country. And when he says we don't surrender, fight, 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 we get back up, I just think I think that's what it is. The other thing I just want to say, maybe it's as a Catholic, maybe it's just as a Trump supporter, maybe it's just as a flawed human being. We all get second chances in this life. Rarely do we get a second chance as big as this one. And I have got to believe the man that I know and that Kayleigh worked with is going to work with a certain alacrity and energy to get things done very quickly. What he can do through executive order, what he could do with the Congress, bringing in the governors. Nobody gets a second chance this big in their lives and just puts it on the shelf like it's a trophy or a gold star. He's going to use that as a platform for good and undo some of these bad policies, and I think do even better. You know, these celebrities, these athletes, he's got job creators and innovators. He's got Elon Musk and Dana. He's got people who make stuff, who people say, wow, there's an American success story, and he's going to bring them aboard.
So Vice President Harris has now encountered what is known as the Van Buren curse. It's the failure of the vice president to get to the presidency. Only two have done it, and that is Martin Van Buren in 1836 and George H.W. Bush in 1988. You know, the question is what the Republican Party looks like now. And Kayleigh, it's a multiracial party, to your point. It's working class, and maybe it's the future. I mean, it's Elon Musk. It is Joe Rogan and podcast. It is, you know, there's an opportunity here on both parties to realign and change.
There are going to be a lot of conversations that go on to that end. Who is the next standard bearer for President Trump? Is it J.D. Vance? Is he the one who picks up the torch after a 4-year legacy-defining term with the success that Kellyanne's describing? Is it J.D. Vance that picks it up? There's going to be a conversation about ground game. I mean, Kamala Harris over the weekend, they were saying they were knocking 1,000 doors a minute, and I have no reason to doubt that. It was an extraordinary ground game, but do ground games matter as much as podcasts, as much as real, authentic, viral moments like President Trump on the guard?